The Villainous Female Supporting Character Raising Her Bun Chapter 1 to Chapter 56. Qinghuan stared at her hands with a face full of shock. She had just slept, why did she wake up as a different person? The memories in her head were too strange. Qinghuan stood up and stumbled to find a mirror. Her ankle hit the table leg and it hurt, but she didn't stop. The room was very small, only around 10 square meters. Because there were too many things, it was cramped. Qinghuan wasn't in the mood to appreciate the layout. She opened the door and found a mirror in the bathroom across from the room. The mirror reflected her appearance. Her eyes were filled with fear and her face was beautiful but unfamiliar. Qinghuan reached out and slowly touched her cheek. The person in the mirror also did the same. She closed her eyes and opened them after a while. The scene in front of her hadn't changed at all. It wasn't a dream. Qinghuan took a few deep breaths and leaned against the wall, forcing herself to calm down. Then she closed her eyes again and reorganized the memories in her head. She had to figure out what the situation was. The memories in her mind weren't coherent. There were only some fragments that recorded the things the previous owner had experienced. The previous owner had the same name as Qinghuan. She lost her father when she was 7 years old. Her mother remarried and threw the previous owner into her grandmother's house. Her grandmother valued boys over girls and didn't treat her well. As soon as she became an adult, she cut off her living expenses. The previous owner was very smart. She had good grades from a young age and knew that studying was the only way out. In order to save money for tuition, she worked everywhere after graduating from high school. It wasn't easy for an 18-year-old girl to find a good job. By chance, she was introduced to a bar and became a drink salesman. In the environment of the bar, it is not wrong to say that the carnal desire is overflowing. The original owner saw a lot of money and sex transactions in it. She heard many people earn 1 or 2 months of her salary in one night. At first, she could hold it, but gradually, she was eroded by these thoughts. She regarded her body as a commodity waiting for a high price. But she was smart. She knew that if she was too casual, she wouldn't be able to sell for a good price, so she kept waiting. She waited for an opportunity. Someone was willing to pay 6 figures for her to accompany a gentleman who had been drugged. That gentleman was handsome and seemed to have an extraordinary family background. The host was very willing to accompany him, but after one night, she was still a little reluctant. However, their connection was only this much. That gentleman was schemed against. Although he didn't blame the original owner, he didn't have a good impression of her. He gave her some money and sent her away. That night, one person was drugged and became delirious. The other person was also a newbie and didn't take proper contraceptive measures. 2 months later, the original owner found out she was pregnant. When she first heard the news, the original owner was terrified. Her first reaction was to abort the child. But when she calmed down and thought of the man's attire and the countless scenes in movies, she hesitated. If she gave birth to the child, she might be able to marry into a rich family. Even if she couldn't marry into a rich family, she could still be his mistress. She didn't think that there was anything wrong with her thinking. She walked out of the hospital and went through the procedures to take a leave of absence. While she was taking care of her baby, she inquired about that person's situation. There wasn't much information about the other party. The host only knew that his surname was Jiang, and that he was the successor of a certain corporation. His net worth was frighteningly high, and he was unmarried. The original owner had a beautiful dream of marrying into a rich family and becoming a wife for a few months. But when she was about to give birth, she was doused with cold water. There was a piece of social news. There was a young model who gave birth to an illegitimate child for a rich family. Because she wanted to force them to abdicate, she was killed by that family. Because it involved the grudges of a rich family and a murder case, this matter caused a great sensation in society. The original owner was 9 months pregnant at the time. When she heard the news, she was frightened. She had nightmares all night and showed signs of premature birth the next day. Fortunately, she sent herself to the hospital 8 months later, and there were no accidents when she gave birth. However, because she did not receive the news, she was scared out of her wits. She temporarily gave up on the idea of relying on her child and did not dare to try it out rashly. In the end, she still had some hope. The original owner gave birth to a son with the surname Jiang. She hoped that one day he would recognize his ancestors and let her enjoy great wealth. She had given birth to a child with a purpose, so she didn't have any deep feelings for him. Newborn children couldn't be separated from people and would cry when something happened. In just a few months, the original owner's limited love for her child had been exhausted. The original owner had eaten the benefits of the flesh trade and was too lazy to rely on herself. She felt that she was still young and beautiful. Even if she couldn't find a rich family, it wouldn't be a problem for her to find a rich family. Reality gave her a fierce slap in the face. In a situation where she didn't have any connections, it wasn't easy to meet rich people. Even if she met them, most of them were in their 40s or 50s. They were bald and had a beer belly. When they opened their mouths, there was a smell of smoke. Their children might even be older than her. The original owner had given her first time to the very handsome Mr. Jiang. Imperceptibly, her requirements for her other half were much higher. She wanted money and face, but how could there be such a cheap thing? Why would someone with face and money take a fancy to her, not to mention that she also had a child? She didn't look for the reason herself and put all the blame on the child. She originally didn't have any feelings for the child, but now she was even more disgusted. She didn't scold or beat him, but she also completely ignored him. Normally, she wouldn't even look at him. This time, the original owner went to hook up with a rich man and failed. When she came back, she was in a bad mood. She hit the child for the first time. After she was done, she didn't care about the crying child and went to sleep. After sleeping, the person in the shell changed into another person. Probably because the memories were clearer as time passed, Qinhuan saw many fragments of the original owner's memories in the past 2 years. The more she saw, the deeper her brow wrinkled. She really couldn't believe that this was the way a mother treated her son. She was completely indifferent. She didn't care if he was hungry or thirsty. She didn't care if he was cold or hot. Even when he had a high fever, she didn't even look at him. At most, she would throw him some fever medicine. Qinhuan was so angry that she wanted to kill the original owner. But the person was already gone. She also took over the original owner's identity and had a son and name. Thinking of the child, Qinhuan sighed. She was single since birth and didn't have any experience in taking care of children. But she couldn't watch the child destroy himself, so she could only take care of him. The last child in her memory was still in the living room. Qinhuan opened her eyes and walked along the narrow hallway to the living room. This house was left behind by the original owner's grandparents. The house was very small, less than 50 square meters. The decorations inside were also quite old. Qinhuan walked into the living room. There was a dirty sofa in the living room. There was a child kneeling next to the sofa. His upper body was leaning against the sofa and his head was nodding. Oh, right. After the original owner beat the child, she made him kneel there to reflect. It was ridiculous. The person who should reflect was making others reflect. Qinhuan ground her teeth and her disgust for the original owner deepened. She quickly walked to the sofa and crouched down to pick up the child. According to her memory, this child should be 4 years old this year. But he looked thinner than ordinary children. There wasn't much meat on his face and his clothes were old. It was clearly the end of July, but he was still wearing a long-sleeved shirt. The little guy didn't sleep well. He was still talking in his sleep. Qinhuan carried him to the room. Hearing his mouth open and close, she curiously leaned over to listen. Mom. Qinhuan let out a sigh. In her memories, the relationship between the mother and son was not good. The previous host deliberately ignored the child. The child was still young and had the intuition of a small animal. Normally, he would not go to the previous host. But in the end, they were still mother and son. Even if he was beaten and scolded, the child was still attached to his mother. Qinhuan carried the child to his room according to the fragments in her memories. Although it was called a room, it was similar to a loft. It was only 5 or 6 square meters and there was only a small window that could not be opened. There was a small bed about 1 meter wide in the room. There were some clothes piled on the bed and it did not look very clean. There was a smell of something that had gone bad and fermented in the room. Because there was no ventilation, it was particularly stuffy. When Qinghuan went in, she did not have time to find the source of the smell before her body began to protest against the environment. The fragments in her memories were not real. Qinghuan only felt that the room was a bit small, but when she came in, she realized how bad the environment was. How could she bear to put a child in a place like this? Qinghuan spurned the previous host in her heart again before turning around and walking out of the room. The room was small and there was only the master bedroom left. Qinghuan put the child on the previous host's bed and remembered that the child had not eaten or taken a bath. As a 4-year-old child, this little fellow clearly did not have the skills to cook or take a bath. The previous host found him annoying and waited until she couldn't take it anymore before giving him a bath. Qinghuan did not know when the previous host had given her son a bath, but looking at the clothes on the little fellow, it should have been a long time ago. No wonder she smelled a strange smell. As a southern girl, Qinghuan could not stand sleeping without taking a bath. She bent down and pushed the little fellow's arm. "Wake up." The child was not a deep sleeper, so he woke up after being pushed by Qinghuan. He rubbed his eyes and opened them. When he saw Qinghuan, he shrank back. He clenched his little fist and stubbornly looked at her without speaking. Qinghuan sighed in her heart again. She moved closer and said as softly as possible, "You're dirty, I'll take you to take a bath." The child still didn't relax. Qinghuan could have ignored it if she hadn't noticed it at first, but now that she noticed it, she couldn't stand the smell anymore. She reached out her hand, and under the child's frightened eyes, she forcefully carried him off the bed and walked to the bathroom opposite the door. The little guy was probably afraid of being beaten. Seeing that Qinghuan was just holding him and not doing anything else, he gradually relaxed. He put his head close to Qinghuan's shoulder and slowly raised his arm. Before he could wrap it around Qinghuan's shoulder, they had already reached their destination. Shocked, he put his hands down and put them behind his back. He carefully peeked at Qinghuan's face, fearing that she would be unhappy. Qinghuan felt a little sad. She should be at the age where she was most unbridled. Thinking of this in her heart, the expression on her face became more relaxed. Qinghuan smiled and reached out to scratch the little fellow's nose. "Open your hand, I'll take off your clothes." Xianxia felt that the mother in front of him was a little different. Previously, when she was bathing, she wouldn't smile or talk to him. She wouldn't even look at him. However, he liked his mother when she smiled. She looked so beautiful when she smiled. Qinghuan didn't have much experience in taking care of children. It was also her first time bathing a child, so it was inevitable that she was flustered. Fortunately, the child was very obedient and didn't cry or make a fuss. He did whatever he was told to do. Xianxia stood barefoot on the ground. Qinghuan squatted beside him, holding the shower head in one hand and a bath towel in the other to scrub him. The weather was hot, and the child had a lot of exercise. Every day, he would sweat a lot. After a few days, a thick layer of dust and dirt had accumulated on his body. The little guy was only 4 years old. His skin was very tender. Even if Qinghuan controlled her strength, after rubbing, his body was still red, like a cooked shrimp. Xianxia curiously looked down. Because of Qinghuan's good attitude, he became a little bolder. He reached out and touched a particularly red patch on his stomach. "Mother." Qinghuan was stunned for a moment before she realized that he was calling her. "Yes, what's wrong?" The little guy pointed to his stomach. "I'm red." "Yes, you're red." Qinghuan pulled one of his arms and said casually, "You're almost cooked." "What do you mean cooked?" The little guy was only 4 years old. Because he had been neglected, he didn't know much. Qinghuan put down the arm and explained to him, "Cooked is something that can be eaten. Raw is not." She touched the little guy's stomach. "Otherwise, your stomach will feel uncomfortable." "Then if I'm cooked, can I be eaten too?" Xianxia was curious. "Mother, am I tasty?" The little guy's face was washed clean. His face was pink and tender, and his eyes were very big. His obsidian-like pupils took up most of the area. His eyelashes were long and dense, and his nose and mouth were small. He looked like a doll displayed in a shop window. Qinghuan's heart stirred up a scream of an old ant. She leaned over and took a bite of his face. Then she commented, "Quite tasty." The little guy was very happy. As soon as Qinhuan stepped back, Xianxia came over and kissed him. The child's soft lips imprinted on her face softened her heart. Mother, you're tasty too. Yes, we're all tasty. Qinhuan patted him. Let's change sides. I'll scrub your back. The little guy's chest and back were equally dirty. Qinhuan wiped almost every inch of him. After wiping, she touched him and felt that there was no problem. Then she changed sides. Qinhuan had been squatting for a long time. Her legs were a little sore. She stood up to rest. When she squatted down again, she caught a glimpse of a dark spot on the little guy's waist. She originally thought it was something dirty, but when she got closer, she realized it was a birthmark. The birthmark was in the shape of a butterfly. It was very regular, as if it was printed. Qinhuan felt that she had seen this birthmark before. She thought carefully but couldn't remember where. She thought it might have been affected by the original owner's memory, so she didn't care. After washing the little guy, Qinhuan wiped his body and wrapped him in a bath towel. The child didn't have any clean clothes. Qinhuan didn't want to put those dirty clothes on him, so she simply let him bare his butt. She put him on the bed and used the bath towel to dry his hair. She touched his little face and said, "Xianxia, don't run around on the bed. Mother will make dinner for you." The little guy's eyes lit up. "Xianxia, is that me?" The original owner didn't give the little guy a nickname. When they were together, she didn't call him by his name. It was always you. Qinhuan naturally couldn't learn from the original owner. She felt that calling him by his full name was too unfamiliar, so she simply repeated it and used it as a nickname. "Yes, Xianxia is you," Qinhuan replied. Seeing the excited little guy in front of her, she thought of her little niece. They were clearly the same age, but her little niece was tyrannical at home. This little guy was very happy because of a more intimate name. Xianxia's face was red with happiness as he foolishly said the name. He moved to Qinhuan's side and hesitated. Seeing that he wasn't pushed away, he boldly reached out to hug her waist. "Mother," he said, "I am Xianxia." You are Xianxia." Qinhuan touched his hair and patted his little hand. "All right, I have to go make dinner. Xianxia should be hungry." The only response he got was a rumbling sound from the little fellow's stomach. Qinhuan laughed. The little guy felt a little embarrassed. He let go of his mother's hand and fell on the bed with a red face. He covered himself with a bath towel, determined to be a coward. "Don't cover your head, it's hard to breathe." Qinhuan pulled down the bath towel a little and walked out the door in the little guy's line of sight. The original owner wasn't a person who knew how to live. She didn't like to cook and there wasn't much food at home. Qinhuan looked around the refrigerator and only found a handful of noodles and a few eggs. There were no vegetables or meat. The ingredients were too simple, so Qinhuan couldn't make anything special. She fried 2 eggs and boiled a pot of water to cook. While waiting for the water to boil, Qinhuan reorganized the original owner's memories. The memory fragments she saw before were all in the past. This time, Qinhuan found her current living situation. The original owner had accompanied Mr. Jiang for a night. Both sides added up to nearly 5 or 600,000 yuan. In the past few years, she had to give birth to a child and didn't have a job. Most of the money had been spent. There was only 30 or 40,000 yuan left in the card. The card's password was the date of her night with Mr. Jiang. It seemed like she still hadn't given up. Qinhuan didn't remember that part. She didn't know how good Mr. Jiang was to make the original owner keep thinking about him. The water boiled and Qinhuan put the noodles in. While working, she thought about all kinds of things. The original owner was good-looking and her son wasn't bad. But the mother and son didn't look alike, so Xianxia should have taken after his father whose name she didn't know. She just didn't know how similar they were. Would that cheap father also have a birthmark on his body? Qinhuan thought about it and her hand suddenly stopped. Qinhuan, Xianxia, a butterfly-shaped birthmark. Why was this so similar to the content of the novels she had read before? Qinhuan wasn't a fan of novels. That novel was recommended by her best friend. She said that the supporting female lead with the same name was too bad and always acted out of character. She was curious about how bad she could be, so she flipped through it. In the novel, the father of the male lead died early and he took over the huge family business when he was in his 20s. But because he was too young, he couldn't convince the public and was held hostage by the elders of the company for several years. The male lead was dormant at first, pretending to be a useless second generation. When his wings were fully grown, he used the power of thunder to get rid of those who opposed him and became the emperor of the company. During those years of dormancy, the male lead suffered a lot of plots. A steady stream of people were sent to get close to him, seduce him, and try to take him into the abyss so that he could never raise his head again. Because of those encounters, the male lead became very distrustful of people and couldn't open his heart to his own mother. It was at this time that the female lead got close to the male lead. Using the description in the novel, she was innocent but not stupid, kind but not blind. She was like a burning flame that burned into the male lead's heart. The relationship between the male and female leads went through a lot of hardships, from the opposition of the family to the obstruction of the supporting female lead, to the crisis of the second male lead stealing the company. It could be said that they went through all the torturous melodramatic plots. Near the end, the male and female leads finally got together. And the evil supporting female lead who tried to steal the man from the female lead was called Xianxia. In the novel, Xianxia got pregnant after a night of love with the male lead. The supporting female lead gave birth to the child, but strangely, she didn't ask the male lead to take responsibility. Until one accident, the supporting female lead and her financial backer attended a cocktail party and saw the male lead. She saw that everyone was fawning over this person, so she got the idea again. She got rid of the financial backer she found with great difficulty and took her son to him. The male lead wasn't young anymore. His mother longed to have a grandson, so after testing the DNA, she kept the child. Although she kept the child, the male lead's mother had a strong sense of hierarchy. She looked down on the female lead, who came from an ordinary family, and even more so on the supporting female lead who was pregnant before marriage and had been someone's mistress. She didn't agree to let the supporting female lead move in. The supporting female character was aiming to become a rich man's wife, so it was impossible for her to just let the child enter the house. Seeing that the male lead's mother wasn't working, she took the child away. She often used the excuse that the child missed his father to bring the child to the male lead's company. At that time, the female lead already had feelings for the male lead. This situation made her feel heartbroken, and she often felt depressed after work. The male supporting character who had a crush on her didn't want his goddess to be sad, so when the female supporting character came looking for him, he stopped her in all sorts of ways. He even told the female supporting character in private that the male lead already had someone he liked and was preparing for the wedding. When the supporting female lead heard this, she was furious. She was impulsive and entered the male lead's office without permission. She wanted to verify the truth of the matter with him. The male lead was a workaholic and hated being disturbed while he was working. He didn't even bother with the female lead and called someone to chase her out. The female supporting lead, who had been chased out of the house, became more and more convinced of that saying. She had seen the life of a wealthy family and didn't want to go back to the days before. After thinking about it, she set her sights on her own child. The child was young and his health wasn't very good. The supporting female lead deliberately let him catch a cold so that the male lead could visit the child more often. She didn't have any feelings for her child and only used him as a prop. For her own scheme, she deliberately delayed the child's illness and used it to get closer to the male lead. Children were fragile to begin with. A simple cold later became severe pneumonia. By the time the male lead felt that something was wrong and took the child to the hospital for treatment, it was already too late. All the organs in his body failed and he died on the operating table. Xianxia didn't continue reading after seeing this part. She understood that the author wanted to clear the emotional barrier between the male and female lead, but she couldn't accept treating a child like this, even if these things were done by the supporting female lead. Comparing the plot of the novel with the memories in her mind, Xianxia was completely sure of her previous guess. There was a scene in the book where the supporting female lead brought the child to the door. Before the DNA comparison results came out, Mother Jiang relied on this birthmark to confirm that this was her grandson. In Mother Jiang's words, this child looks like he was carved out of the same mold as her son when he was young. Even the position of this birthmark is the same. There's absolutely no mistake. After confirming that she had transmigrated into a character in the book, Qinhuan didn't have much of a reaction. Originally, transmigration was already incredible. Transmigrating into someone else's body and transmigrating into a character in the book didn't make much difference to her. She still had to continue living. The original owner was used to relying on others because of the past, but Qinhuan herself didn't have this habit. In the original world, she relied on herself and bought a house in a second-tier city 5 years after graduation. At that time, she planned to find a sperm bank to have a child. Now, even this step could be omitted and there was a ready-made one. Qinhuan opened the lid of the pot and added some cold water. She thought that this could be considered a good thing, whether it was for her or for the child. Due to the limited ingredients, Qinhuan only made a bowl of noodles and 2 poached eggs. However, with her many years of cooking, the food she made wasn't bad. Because she wasn't sure about Xianxia's taste, Qinhuan fried 2 different poached eggs. One was cooked and the other was sweetened. The sweetened poached eggs were fried into a regular oval shape. The egg white was spread into a thin layer with a faint golden color. The egg yolk was fixed in the center. The color of the edges was slightly darker, and the closer to the center, the lighter the color. Through the thin film, it seemed that the egg liquid could be seen flowing inside. The well-cooked one didn't look so good, but it was also golden on both sides and fragrant. Covering the poached eggs on the noodles, Qinhuan walked to the room with the noodles. Xianxia was sitting on the bed facing the door with a bath towel on his stomach. When he saw her come in, the little guy jumped up at once and even forgot to pull the bath towel. "Mom." He followed Qinhuan to the bed with his bare buttocks. He stared at the things in the bowl and swallowed. "It smells so good. You must be hungry. Let's eat soon." Qinhuan put the bowl of noodles on the table, cleared an empty space, and put the little guy on a chair. "Okay, you can eat now." After Qinhuan finished speaking, the little guy didn't eat. He grabbed the spoon with an awkward posture and picked up a few noodles. He looked up at Qinhuan and said, "Mom, eat." Qinhuan touched his head. "Mom has eaten. Xianxia can eat." The original owner went to a party in the evening and had already eaten. When she came back, she vented her anger and deliberately starved the child. Thinking of the content of the memory fragment and the ending of the novel, Qinhuan had more affection for the child in front of her. She picked up the chopsticks on the side, picked up a small piece of the poached egg, and fed it to the little guy. "Is it delicious?" "Delicious." The little guy ate until his saliva leaked out. He squinted his eyes happily and smiled at Qinhuan. "Mom." "Anne?" Qinhuan took over the feeding job and rolled up a few noodles to continue feeding him. Xianxia just smiled and ate the noodles in his mouth and called again. "Mom." "Here?" The two of them fed and Xianxia called his mom after eating a mouthful. Qinhuan also responded and didn't find it troublesome. After eating half a bowl of noodles, Xianxia was already full. He jumped to the ground barefoot and hugged one of Qinhuan's legs. "Mom." He looked up. "I'm so happy." After the meal, Qinhuan let Xianxia digest the food before going to sleep. She went to find clothes for the little guy. Xianxia's room was small and couldn't fit the wardrobe. The clothes were casually thrown on the bed. Qinhuan endured the discomfort and took out the pile of clothes to see if she could pick something that could be worn. Most of these clothes were old and dirty. The smell of sweat mixed with the musty smell of the wind for a long time. The smell was nauseating. A few of them seemed to have been washed, but they were not that clean. Qinhuan looked through all the clothes and found a set that looked half new. She stuffed all the other clothes into the bag and prepared to throw them away. She took the clothes in her hand and went out to wash them again. The temperature was high in summer, so the clothes could be dried after one night. Qinhuan wiped the water off her hands and thought that she had to take the little guy to the mall tomorrow. First, she had to buy clothes and then change her residence. The conditions here were too poor. The house was small and the neighbors were mixed up. In this building alone, there was a family that liked domestic violence. The two families divorced and quarreled every day. Every time those families quarreled, the little guy was very afraid. The original owner was indifferent to this, but Qinhuan couldn't ignore it. This place was too bad for the child's growth. It was best to change the house to one with a kindergarten next to it. Xianxia was 4 years old and had reached the age of going to school. She had to find a good kindergarten, otherwise it was easy to have an accident. The tuition of a good kindergarten was very expensive. Thinking of the original owner's poor savings, Qinghuan sighed deeply. She was really poor. Qinghuan, who was troubled by poverty, went to take a bath with a lot of thoughts. She had experienced too many things this night and had been busy without stopping. Her head had been swollen and painful. Taking advantage of the bath, she could calm down a bit. After a bath, Qinghuan felt a lot more comfortable. She massaged the acupuncture points on her head and dried her hair with a hair dryer. After finishing the necessary skin care, she went into the room. Xianxia was still awake. He sat on the bed and faced the door. When he saw Qinghuan come in, he called out to his mother. "Why don't you sleep?" Qinghuan went over and raised the temperature in the room. She put a pillow on the bed and scared the little guy. "You have to go to bed early, or you won't find a good one." "Mommy." The little guy's eyes were bright. "Can I sleep with you?" "Of course you'll sleep with me. You're still a baby, you can't sleep alone." Qinghuan let the little guy lie down and covered him with a thin blanket. "I used to sleep alone." Xianxia lay flat on the bed and looked at Qinghuan with a pout. "The past is the past. From now on, you will be sleeping with me." The child was still so young. What if he bumped into something when he went to the toilet at night? Qinghuan felt that she had endless worries. She lay down on the bed, turned off the light in the room, and said to Xianxia, "When you grow up, you have to sleep alone." "When will he grow up?" "You'll have grown up by the time you start primary school." In the darkness, a soft body pressed against his side. His arm was hugged by someone, and the child's voice had a unique softness to it. "Mom, then I don't want to grow up. I want to sleep with you forever." "Silly boy." Qinghuan laughed and rubbed his head. She pulled her hand out and held the little guy in her arms. The temperature of a child's body was higher than that of an adult. Qinghuan felt that she was holding a heater in her arms. However, the air conditioner in the room was turned on, so the temperature was tolerable. She bowed her head and kissed the furry head in her arms. "Go to sleep." "Good night, Xianxia." "Good night, too, Mom." Qinghuan was awakened by a nightmare. She dreamed that her world had come to an end. Countless meteorites fell from the sky, and one of them happened to hit her. She was pressed under the stone and couldn't breathe. She couldn't even make a sound for help. At the moment when she was about to die, Qinghuan finally opened her eyes. She sat up in shock, and the little guy lying on her chest slid onto her lap. She slept too late last night, and the little guy didn't wake up. He still slept soundly in a different place. Qinghuan looked at Xianxia on her lap and froze for a moment before remembering the fact that she had transmigrated into someone else's mother. She exhaled and wiped the sweat on her head. No wonder she had that kind of dream. She didn't know when the little guy climbed onto her. She was sweating all over and felt very uncomfortable. Qinghuan gently took the little guy to the side and got out of bed to take a shower. When Xianxia woke up, there was no one else in the room. He rubbed his eyes and got up. He looked around first and saw that he was still in his mother's room. He giggled twice. The aroma of food outside the door continued to drift in. Xianxia didn't dare to go out without wearing clothes. He touched his belly and swallowed his saliva as he smelled the aroma. If only this was made by his mother. He was hungry. However, the noodles his mother made last night were also delicious. It was the best thing he had ever eaten. Xianxia's saliva came out as he recalled the taste of the noodles that night. He reached out to wipe the liquid from his mouth and smacked his lips. He really hoped that his mother would make noodles for him again. Qinghuan finished making breakfast and came in to wake her son up. She saw Xianxia sitting on the bed with a gluttonous appearance. "What are you thinking about?" Qinghuan went in with the clothes. "Why didn't you call me when you woke up?" "Mother." Xianxia jumped up and threw himself at her. "Mother." Qinghuan put the clothes on the bed and hugged him. What's wrong?" "The noodles are so delicious." He looked at Qinghuan with shining eyes. He didn't dare to make any requests, so he learned how to flatter without a teacher. Mother is so amazing. A child scheming always seemed particularly cute. Qinghuan pinched his chubby face and asked with a smile, Mother made something else today. Does Xingxing still want to eat it? Yes. Xingxing nodded and replied loudly. Then let's put on some clothes and brush our teeth. After brushing our teeth, we'll eat, okay? The original owner didn't care about her son. She only bathed once every few days and brushed her teeth was even more impossible. Most children were resistant to brushing their teeth. Without parental supervision, it was basically impossible for them to touch it. Xingxing was still young, so there was no problem with his teeth. Qinghuan remembered that in the novel, the son of the supporting female lead had more than half of his teeth broken. For this reason, Mother Jiang was very dissatisfied. She didn't intend to bring Xingxing home to acknowledge his ancestors as in the plot, but she also couldn't accept that her child was so unhygienic. Qinghuan remembered those little problems one by one. Early in the morning, she went to the supermarket to buy a toothbrush and toothpaste for children. She decided to change the bad habits of the little guy from today onwards. Xingxing's little face was stiff. He seriously considered it for a while. Okay. He used to watch his mother brush her teeth every morning and tried it out of curiosity. Then, he was scared away by the strange smell. But since his mother asked, it wasn't impossible to eat that kind of disgusting food. Xingxing's little face was very serious. He buried his head in Qinghuan's chest and rubbed it twice. He thought, was it because his mother didn't like him before because he didn't brush his teeth? If he brushed his teeth properly in the future, he hoped that his mother would always like him like this. Little Xingxing, who had decided to perform well and make his mother like him more, raised his hand and said that he wanted to wear his own clothes. Qinghuan agreed with the mentality of watching the fun. She stood aside and arranged the clothes. Then you wear them. It was not the first time that Xingxing had dressed himself. He had some experience and knew what to wear first and what to wear later. He picked up a small pair of underwear and held it in front of his eyes with both hands. After looking at it seriously for a while, he put his leg into a hole. Qinghuan held back her laughter and watched him wear the underwear inside out. She was so bad-hearted that she did not remind him. Xingxing put on the underwear with self-satisfaction and stood up to carry it up. When he lifted it, he felt that something was wrong. The little guy lowered his head and stared at the obvious extra piece of fabric between his legs. He made a sound of surprise and reached behind to touch it. Then he finally reacted. He raised his head and secretly glanced at his mother. Qinghuan turned her head and pretended not to see his embarrassment. Xingxing quietly breathed a sigh of relief and took off the underwear as fast as he could to change the front and back. This time it was finally right. It was really not easy to wear clothes. Xingxing patted the only piece of fabric on his body as if he had done something big. Mom. Qinghuan turned her head and exclaimed as if she had just seen it. Xingxing put it on by himself. You are amazing. Hee hee. The little guy was very happy to be praised. He picked up the clothes on the side and put them on. The clothes Qinghuan picked out were a short-sleeved white t-shirt and a pair of army green 6/4 shorts. The clothes were carefully washed and still had a fragrance on them. Xingxing held the t-shirt in front of his eyes and looked back and forth. After looking at it for a long time, he did not know how to wear it. He pouted and thought about it. He felt a hole and was about to put his hand in. Well, let me help you with this. Seeing the little guy put his hand in the collar, Qinghuan quickly stopped him. I will help you put on the clothes outside. Xingxing was a little reluctant. Mom, I can wear it. I know Xingxing can wear it, but you are still a baby. There are some things that can be done by others. Qinghuan said as she took the clothes from the little guy's hand and put them on his head. Come, put your hand out here. Oh. The little guy tilted his head and looked at the cuff of his sleeve. Then, he stretched his hand out from inside. After putting on his clothes and shoes, Qinghuan tidied him up again. The little guy had good genes. Just by changing a set of clothes, he became a little handsome boy from a pitiful child. Alright, our Xingxing is so beautiful. Xingxing's gluttony had long been aroused by the endless fragrance drifting over. Hearing Qinghuan's words, she couldn't wait to jump out of bed. He ran to the sink in the bathroom and shouted to Qinghuan, "Mom, come and brush your teeth. He's here." The child was only 4 years old and was only a little more than a meter tall, not much taller than the sink. Qinghuan took out a small stool for him to step on, squeezed some toothpaste, and handed him a toothbrush. The toothbrush was for children, and there was a little frog on the handle. Xianxia had never seen this kind of thing before, so she was very curious. After playing for a while, he still remembered what he wanted to do. Just like what he had seen before, he put the toothbrush in his mouth. The taste of children's toothpaste was different from adult toothpaste. It had a fruity taste. As soon as it entered his mouth, Xianxia's eyes widened. He used his teeth to bite the toothbrush and chewed twice. "Mom, this is delicious. It's not for you to eat." Qinghuan was a little helpless. She held the little guy's hand, pulled out the toothbrush, and handed him a cup to rinse his mouth. "Spit out the water twice. Don't drink it." Staring at the little guy rinsing his mouth, Qinghuan squeezed the toothpaste again. This time, she didn't let him do it himself. "Open your mouth and take out your teeth, like me." She made a demonstration, and Xianxia did as she said, revealing a mouthful of small teeth. Qinghuan helped him brush while telling him the procedure of brushing his teeth. She took care of him from top to bottom, inside and out, and finally let him rinse his mouth. Xianxia spat out the water in his mouth, and Qinghuan wet a towel for him to wipe his face. The little guy was very curious about the feeling after brushing his teeth, and he kept his mouth open while washing his face. "Mom." He followed Qinghuan to the living room, and while walking, he pointed to his mouth and said, "It's cold. The little bugs in your mouth have all flown away." Qinghuan carried him to a chair and sat him down. "If there are too many little bugs, Xianxia will feel pain, and his teeth will become black and ugly, so you have to brush your teeth in the morning and evening, understand?" The little guy was a little scared. He widened his eyes and covered his mouth with one hand. "Mom, I don't want little bugs. As long as you brush your teeth on time, there won't be little bugs." Qinghuan gave him a bowl of millet porridge. "Okay, it's time to eat." Breakfast was millet porridge and mushroom meat buns, and the ingredients were just bought in the morning. The millet porridge was thick and fragrant, the flour for the buns had been added with vegetable juice, and the color was very good. The mushrooms and minced meat inside had been fried, and the soup overflowed with a mouthful, and the mouth was full of rich fragrance. Considering Xianxia's appetite, the buns were wrapped very small, and he could eat one in 2 bites. The little guy liked the taste of buns very much, and eating 2 was not enough. Qinghuan estimated his appetite and didn't give him more, and the little guy was obedient and didn't make trouble. He jumped to the ground, patted his stomach, and leaned against Qinghuan. He stared at the remaining food on the table and swallowed. "Mom, the buns are delicious." "That's for sure." Qinghuan was not modest and had absolute confidence in her cooking skills. The little guy felt that the buns had replaced the noodles and became the most delicious thing in the world. He leaned against Qinghuan and asked expectantly, "Are we still eating buns for lunch?" "No buns for lunch, let's eat something else." Qinghuan finished the last thing in the bowl and began to clean up the dishes. The little guy followed her from the living room to the kitchen like a little tail. Qinghuan washed the dishes, and he asked, "Why?" "Because buns are breakfast and we have to eat lunch at noon." Qinghuan wiped the dishes and washed her hands. She turned around and pinched the little guy's face. "And we don't have to eat at home at noon. We have to go out and buy clothes for you." "Buy clothes for me?" "Yes, we have to buy a lot of beautiful clothes for Xianxia." Children didn't necessarily like clothes, but they certainly liked to go out. Xianxia was not picky, and he liked both. Hearing the news, he jumped up happily. "Long live Mom." While the little guy was excited, Qinghuan went to put on makeup. The original owner was harsh to her son, but she was very willing to spend money on herself. She knew that. Her face was her capital, so she was not harsh. A 24-year-old person looked like a 10 or 19-year-old, but with her son, it was like taking care of a younger brother. The place where the mother and son lived was not good, but the location was good. When they went out, they would be at the subway entrance, and after 2 stops, they would be in the central business district. Qinghuan did some work before going out, so she was not worried. She took Xianxia into a newly built shopping mall. The third floor was the children's clothing area. Because it had just opened, many shops were doing activities and offering discounts. The little guy rarely went out, and he was very excited all the way. He held Xinhuan's hand and looked around all the way. Not far away, a young man saw Xianxia's face. He was surprised and turned to ask the person beside him. Mingyuan, do you think that child looks like you when you were a child? Jiang Mingyuan looked in the direction of his finger and only saw a bustling crowd. What? Over there, the child in green pants, and there's an adult next to him. Let me tell you, that child looks exactly like you. The person next to him pointed in that direction again. After taking a closer look, the two people he saw before were gone again. Hey, they seem to have left. He clicked his tongue and urged his friend, Mingyuan, why don't you check the surveillance? Maybe it's your lost son. Jiang Mingyuan glanced at him and ignored this person's vulgar taste. He turned and walked in another direction. Xinhuan didn't know that she had brushed past the male lead. She took Xianxia to a children's clothing store and began to pick out clothes for him. As a 4-year-old child, Xianxia also had his own preferences. However, the little guy's taste was really a bit problematic. The things he liked were a bit rustic in Xinhuan's eyes, so she ruthlessly rejected him. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't have the bad habit of making trouble when not given. After being rejected, he just pouted. After that, he still followed behind Xinhuan like a little tail. In the children's clothing store, both men and women's clothing were sold. Among them, women's clothing accounted for a large portion. Xinhuan was dazzled by those cute little dresses and stood there, unable to move. Xianxia saw that his mother kept looking at the dresses and was a little scared. He tugged at Xinhuan's clothes and whispered, Mom. Anne, what's the matter? Xinhuan turned around. Those things are for girls. He said with a straight face and said seriously, I'm a boy. Pfft. The salesperson behind them couldn't help but laugh and said to Xinhuan, your brother is so cute. Xianxia's voice was too soft, so she didn't hear it clearly. She thought that these two people were an older sister taking her younger brother out. This is my mother. Before Xinhuan could speak, Xianxia exploded. He hugged Xinhuan's leg and shouted to the salesperson with a puffed-up face, it's not an older sister, it's a mother. The salesperson looked a little embarrassed. She laughed dryly and said to Xinhuan, I'm sorry. Seeing how young you are, I thought you were brother and sister. I'm fine. Xinhuan smiled, then lowered his head and said to the little fellow, all right, this sister didn't do it on purpose. Xianxia, don't be angry, okay? Under his mother's gaze, Xianxia reluctantly said, oh. He held Xinhuan's hand and turned to the salesperson and repeated, this is my mother. Sister already knows that it's your mother. The salesperson reached out and touched his little face. Little friend, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? This was the first time Xianxia had encountered such a situation, and he was somewhat at a loss. He looked up at Xinhuan, and under her signal, he said to the shop assistant, okay, I forgive you. Xinhuan touched his head and said, good boy. After this, the little fellow followed Xinhuan even more closely. Whenever he saw someone looking at them, he would pull Xinhuan and say, this is my mother. Xinhuan was a little helpless to be declared sovereignty like this, but she also knew that the child did this because he lacked a sense of security. Because he had always been neglected by the original owner, after suddenly receiving a little care, he subconsciously grasped it and didn't want to let go. Afraid that the child would think too much, Xinhuan didn't look at the girl's clothes again. She took Xianxia to the boys' clothes area and chose clothes for him. Children's clothes looked good, but the most important thing was that they were comfortable to wear. When Xinhuan saw something she thought was good, she gave it to Xianxia to try. After trying it, she asked him how he felt. The little fellow's ability to express himself was good, and he could say what he felt more clearly. After shopping for more than half an hour and buying 3 sets of clothes, Xianxia couldn't walk anymore. When Xinhuan saw this, she didn't continue shopping. Although she didn't have enough fun, 3 sets of clothes were enough to change. If it wasn't enough, she could just add more. Now that there were many places where money was needed, she really couldn't spend it casually. Thinking of the current situation and the savings in her bank card, Qinhuan sighed again. Sure enough, all troubles were related to poverty. Since they wanted to save money, it was impossible for the mother and son to eat outside. Xianxia was very happy when he knew that he was going home to eat. After last night and this morning, his mother had become the best cook in his heart. He was held in Qinhuan's arms and wrapped around her neck. Mom, how about eating steamed buns for lunch? Qinhuan was thinking about what to cook for lunch. When she heard this, she raised an eyebrow. Do you like eating steamed buns that much? The little fellow nodded firmly. I like eating steamed buns the most. Qinhuan looked at him. Don't you want to try the other dishes I made? The arms around her neck tightened. The little fellow put his chin on her shoulder and whispered, I want to eat steamed buns the most. Okay, I'll make steamed buns for you. Qinhuan loosened her mouth and didn't mind meeting his small request. Long live Mom. After his request was approved, the little fellow became lively again. He straightened his body and kissed Qinhuan on the face. Xianxia likes Mom the most. Facing the little fellow's expectant eyes, Qinhuan didn't hesitate for long and kissed him on the face. Mom also likes Xianxia the most. Qinhuan regretted that she agreed to the little child's request. Because they had been eating steamed buns for 3 days, the child was very smart. When he saw that Qinhuan was easy to talk to, he began to take a yard after taking an inch. Every time it was time to eat, he would come and whine about eating steamed buns. Qinhuan was soft-hearted. If he kissed her twice, she would fall, so she gave in again and again. 3 days. She felt a little nauseous when she saw steamed buns now, but the little fellow didn't feel tired at all. His appetite was getting bigger day by day. That night, Qinhuan firmly rejected Xianxia's request to eat steamed buns. The little fellow was rejected, but he didn't cry or make a fuss. He just stood aside and looked at her, as pitiful as possible. Qinhuan looked at him and felt a little shaken. Thinking of the damn steamed buns, she hardened her heart again and turned her head away from him. Xianxia was sad for more than an hour, but he was revived when eating. He put a ball of dough in his bowl, which was filled with pork tenderloin, water chestnuts, and carrots. He added Qinhuan's exclusive sauce, which tasted delicious. Xianxia's mouth was full of oil, and the steamed buns had long been put aside by him. He ate until his stomach was full. So he sat on the chair and sighed. The meat is delicious. Qinhuan glanced at him. What about the steamed buns? The little fellow answered without thinking, the steamed buns are also delicious. He was now much closer to Qinhuan. After saying this, he jumped off the chair and went to Qinhuan to flatter him. Mom's food is delicious. It's the most delicious food in the world. How much have you eaten to know it's the most delicious food in the world? Qinhuan tapped his nose, but her heart felt particularly comfortable because of this sentence. Children were really cute creatures. It was not a loss to transmigrate. After eating, Qinhuan went to wash the dishes. As usual, the little fellow followed behind and stood at the kitchen door to watch her wash. From time to time, he would ask questions. Qinhuan had something on her mind, so she didn't pay much attention when answering questions. She put the washed dishes away, dried her hands, and went to squat in front of Xianxia. Baby, Mom has something to discuss with you. What's the matter? The little fellow also became serious. This house is too small. Mom wants to change to a bigger house. Does Xianxia think it's okay? Qinhuan had been thinking about changing houses since the first day she transmigrated. She also saw a lot of houses on the internet. There were a few preliminary options in her heart, which were much better than this place. She thought about it for a few days and decided to look at the house tomorrow. Before going, she had to discuss it with Xianxia. After all, this was the place where he lived since he was born. She was afraid that the little fellow would be scared if he suddenly changed the environment. She said it first and let him be mentally prepared. Xianxia was only 4 years old and had no concept of moving house. Qinhuan carefully explained the meaning to him. The little fellow listened carefully, thought for a while with his small head, and then asked, Mom, will you take me with you? Qinhuan nodded, yes, let's go together. Then let's move. The little fellow threw himself into her arms, and his soft voice reached her ear, Xianxia will follow Mom. Moving was not a simple matter. First of all, they had to look at the house. Qinhuan had a few favorite choices, but she had to see them on the spot. It was inconvenient to take Xianxia to look at the house, and Qinhuan was worried if she stayed at home for too long. She promised Xianxia that she would only go out for 2 hours every day and then come back to accompany him. The child had no one to teach him, so he didn't understand many things. Qinhuan used the rest of the time to teach him something. It was not a profound principle, but some common sense, such as how to call someone when you see them, who to look for if you get lost outside, what to do if the house catches fire, and so on. Xianxia was also smart. Basically, he understood after being taught twice. Qinhuan also found that he was particularly sensitive to numbers. He remembered an 11-digit phone number after being told once. He also knew what time it was after looking at the scale on the clock a few times. Should she say that he was worthy of being the male lead son? In the evening, Qinhuan bathed Xianxia and told him a piece of news: "We are moving the day after tomorrow." She looked for several days and finally determined the location of the new house. The house she chose was a new house that had already been renovated. Her parents had bought it for their child's wedding. However, the young couple broke up the day before they registered their marriage. Her son went out of town in a fit of anger and said that he would not come back for the time being. No one lived in the new house, and it was a waste to leave it empty. The couple thought about it and decided to rent it out. The neighborhood was in a good location with good greenery. It had been built not long ago, and it had everything from kindergarten to high school. Qinhuan inquired about it one by one. They were all very good schools. If everything went well, she could continue to study there. When she had money in the future, she could also buy a house there. The house was good, but the rent was certainly not cheap. The house was 80 square meters, and the monthly rent was 5,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan was gone just like that. When signing the contract and paying the money, Qinhuan was very happy. When she went out and saw the balance in the bank, she began to feel heartache again. However, her heartache was only for a while. The house must be changed. The money would be spent sooner or later. She could earn it back after spending it. Xianxia was now very close to his mother and wished that they could stick together every day. However, his mother had to go out to look at houses every day. When she went out, he would be the only one left at home. Xianxia did not like to be alone. Compared to Qinhuan, the little fellow was much less interested in changing his residence. He had always held an indifferent attitude. Compared to changing his residence, he was more interested in Qinhuan's itinerary tomorrow. Awesome. He gave a perfunctory reply and then asked what he was most concerned about. Will mommy be at home tomorrow to accompany Xianxia? It still won't work. Hearing this answer, the little fellow's face was full of disappointment. All right. He sighed like a little adult. You adults are always busy, I know. It's not me. It's us. Qinhuan carried Xianxia to the bed and turned on the air conditioner. There are still some things missing in the new house. We'll go out to buy them tomorrow. She described the new home to the little fellow and drew it on the paper as she spoke. When Qinhuan was in school, he had learned how to draw for a period of time. Although his skills were not very good, it was enough to fool children. As expected, Xianxia was attracted by the picture under her pen. He lay on the bed, stretched his head to Qinhuan's hand, and exclaimed as he looked. Mommy, you're amazing. It's nothing. Qinhuan raised her eyebrows and accepted her son's praise. She put down the last stroke and pushed the paper under Xianxia's eyes. The new house looks like this. It's better than the painting. Do you like it, Xianxia? I like it. Xianxia answered loudly without hesitation. Children were always afraid of the unknown. Xianxia was also afraid because he had no concept of the new environment. It was just that these fears were controlled by him because he wanted to be with his mother, and his mother wanted to change their residence. Now, after Qinhuan's hand, the original empty and strange new environment finally unveiled a layer of veil in front of his eyes. The picture on the paper told him that the new house was not terrible. On the contrary, it was very beautiful. Much better than the current house. The little fellow suddenly became excited. He knelt on the bed and touched the corner with his fingers, as if he wanted to touch reality through the picture. Mommy. He held the picture and jumped to Qinghuan's side. He leaned on her and pointed to one of the rooms. Do Xianxia and Mommy live here? Yes, we live here. Qinghuan pointed to the rooms and introduced them to him. This is the living room, this is the kitchen, and this is the study. There will be a lot of books. Xianxia can read here. Qinghuan looked at the little guy under her eyes and added, you can also do homework here. The little guy immediately said, Xianxia likes to do homework. During this period of time, Qinghuan would also assign some homework to the child. Although it was called homework, it was actually more like a game. After finishing it, there would be a reward. Xianxia was very receptive to this kind of activity. He ate well during this period of time. The nutrition kept up, and the flesh on his face increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the little guy spoke, he pouted. The meat on both sides of his cheeks was bulging. It looked soft and tender, making people have the urge to pinch it. Qinghuan didn't need to hold back. When she thought of it, she really pinched it twice. She also very evilly dug a hole for her son. Really? Xianxia is great. But what if you don't like to do homework in the future? The little guy was stunned. He didn't seem to understand why his mother asked this question. He blinked, and the row of long black eyelashes fell on his eyelids. He was so quiet and beautiful that he didn't look like a real person. Impossible. Xianxia likes to do homework. The child's voice broke Qinghuan's fantasy. She came back to her senses and saw her son standing upright. He said to her, if Xianxia doesn't like to do homework, Mom will spank me. The original body just ignored the child before. Except for that night, she didn't hit him. Xianxia didn't know what it felt like to be spanked, but the little guy downstairs was often spanked. Every time, he cried loudly and cried for a long time. He cried so miserably. It must be very painful. The punishment of spanking, in the little guy's young heart, had always been the most terrible punishment in the world. That's a deal. Since her son said so, what else did Qinghuan have to say? She tore off a piece of paper and wrote something on it with the pen that she had just drawn. The little guy thought that his mother was going to draw again, but he found that it was words that he couldn't understand. He was curious, Mom, what is this? This is a written agreement. I'm afraid that you will forget it. After Qinghuan finished writing, she signed her name in the lower right corner. Then she put the pen in Xianxia's hand and held his hand to write his name. The child's hand was soft. Qinghuan couldn't control her strength well. The words she wrote were crooked. It was the first time that Xianxia experienced this kind of activity. He was very curious, Mom, am I drawing too? This is not a drawing. It's a signature. These words are Xianxia's name. When you write it down, it means that you have confirmed it. After Qinghuan finished speaking, she read the agreement again. The general meaning was that Xianxia promised that he would always like to do his homework on time. If he went back on his word, he would voluntarily accept the punishment. Xianxia was only 4 years old. He couldn't understand many sentences in the agreement. What he cared about most was his name. He kept stretching his head to look at it. After reading it, he narcissistically praised himself. Mom, my name is also beautiful. Seeing that Xianxia was interested, Qinghuan taught him how to write, starting from horizontal and vertical strokes. She first wrote once, then held Xianxia's hand and wrote several times. The little guy saw it several times and felt that he knew how to write, so he eagerly said that he wanted to write by himself. Okay, then try writing by yourself. Qinghuan let go of his hand. Xianxia sat on the chair, holding a pen in his hand. His movements were completely in line with Qinghuan's requirements. The tip of the pen fell on the paper, and he dragged the pen back, then drew a long scratch on the paper. Xianxia was a little confused. Mom? He raised his head and pointed at the thing he made, ugly. It's always like this when you just start writing. Mom didn't know how to hold a pen when she was a child. Xianxia is already very good. Qinghuan touched his head, and in order to comfort her son, she didn't hesitate to ridicule herself. Mom too? The little guy exclaimed. Seeing Qinghuan nod, the discomfort in his heart completely disappeared. He laughed twice, lowered his head, and tried to write the horizontal again. Children's bones were soft, and their control of their body muscles was not in place, so the words they wrote were not neat. Xianxia practiced many times, but the horizontal he wrote was still like a small tadpole. Because he couldn't hold the pen, his hands and face got a lot of ink. Xinhuan didn't let him practice for long. When it was time to go to bed, she took away the pen and paper. She took Xianxia to the sink, wiped his face and hands clean, and laid him down on the bed. She covered him with a blanket. It's very late, Xianxia should sleep. Okay. The little guy pulled the blanket up to his chin, looked at his mother and said, "You can only grow taller when you sleep." Yes, you can only grow taller when you sleep enough. Xinhuan bowed her head and kissed him on the forehead. Good night, baby. Xianxia kissed back. Good night, Mom too. The next day, Xinhuan took her son to the nearby supermarket to buy things. The newly rented house was very complete, but it lacked kitchen utensils such as pots and pans. The original owner basically didn't cook. Now, the house only had an electric rice cooker and a frying pan. The thickness of the frying pan was uneven, so it wasn't good for heating. Xinhuan felt very uncomfortable every time she cooked. Because she felt that she would have to move sooner or later, she could only endure it for the time being. Now that she was moving to a new house, the kitchen was quite big, and she could finally buy all the things she wanted. Xinhuan stood in the kitchen utensil stall and couldn't move. He bought all the kitchen utensils he could think of. There were so many of them that he almost couldn't fit in a shopping cart. After equipping his tools, Xinhuan took Xianxia to the children's goods area and bought him some toys, literacy books, and storybooks. When Xianxia received the toy for the first time, she hugged the Superman and refused to let go. She didn't even want to put it down when she was paying the bill. She would touch the Superman every few steps. The supermarket had a delivery service. Xinhuan wrote down the address and took a taxi to the new house with Xianxia. The new house was beautifully decorated. It was bright and warm. It was much better than the narrow and dark house. When the little guy arrived at the new house, he liked it at first sight. He ran around the room happily. After looking around the room, he ran to Xinhuan's side, grabbed her clothes and asked, "Mom, is this our home?" "Yes, this is our home. When Mom makes money in the future, we will move to a bigger house." "Move to a bigger house?" Xianxia said loudly. He opened his arms to the maximum and opened his mouth wide. "I want this big." Xianxia had worked very hard, but he was short. The longest arm he stretched out was only 1 meter. That big place could only fit a dog kennel. Xinhuan's mouth twitched. She rubbed the little guy's hair. "Well, Xianxia, you have to work hard. In the future, you will make money to buy such a big house." "Okay." Because they were going to make a wedding house, there was no bed in the house. The landlord said that the bed would be brought in at night. Xinhuan didn't intend to stay for long. She introduced each room to the little guy. When the supermarket delivery staff arrived, they were ready to go home. Xianxia had completely fallen in love with the house. When he left, he was still a little reluctant. He grabbed Xinhuan's hand and looked inside before closing the door. Then he looked up to confirm, "Mom, are we going to live here tomorrow?" "Yes, we will live here tomorrow." Thinking that he would live in a beautiful house tomorrow, Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't sleep at night. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, he kept talking. The more he talked, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to jump out of bed. Xinhuan had a headache because of his noise. She felt that the soft little angel had a tendency to evolve into a little devil. She took out the storybook she bought today and interrupted Xianxia's imagination. "Well, it's dark and you have to sleep. Xianxia, don't talk. Mom will tell you a story." After she said that, the little guy finally quieted down. The protagonist of this storybook was an egg. It told the story of how it fought against evil forces all the way and finally became a human being. It was very hot-blooded. Xinhuan didn't read fast. Her voice was very pleasant, elegant and gentle, which could attract people's attention. The story on the paper turned into words from her mouth. Xianxia was attracted by the story she told and gradually forgot about moving house. In the story, Duo was so powerful. Could he really become a man from an egg? If he could become a man, then did Xianxia also come out of an egg? Xianxia had a lot of questions to ask, but his mother told him not to talk. He was a good boy and had to be obedient. The little guy had a lot of questions in his heart, but sleepiness gradually rose as the story unfolded. He closed his eyes and went to Qinghuan's side. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Xianxia wet the bed. When Qinghuan got up in the morning, she felt something was wrong. She felt that her clothes were wet. She originally thought that it was her period, but when she got up, she found that it wasn't. Then she saw that the blanket wrapped around the little guy had dark water stains. In fact, it was understandable. It was normal for children to not get up at night if they went to bed late. With this thought in mind, Qinghuan smiled and pinched the little guy's face. She changed her clothes and took a bath. Then she came back to wake her son up. Xianxia felt very embarrassed. He was woken up by Qinghuan and taken to the bathroom to brush his teeth. After putting on his clothes, he stood aside and watched his mother wash the blanket and heat the mat. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. He lowered his head and felt like finding a place to bury himself. He was already 4 years old, but he still wet the bed. His mother would definitely hate him. Xianxia felt a little want to cry. Tears welled up in his eyes, but they didn't flow out. No, he couldn't cry. His mother didn't like crying children. He raised his head and peeked at the busy woman beside him. He secretly used his fingers to draw out the tears in his eyes. Then he wiped his hands behind his back and pretended that nothing had happened. Qinghuan took the mat to the balcony to dry and took out the blanket to dry. After doing this, she rubbed her waist. When she turned around, she saw the little tail behind her. The little guy had been very silent all morning, probably because his self-esteem had been hurt. Qinghuan wouldn't ignore a child's self-esteem. She walked to Xianxia and squatted down. She didn't mention the bedwetting. Her attitude was as usual. "Baby, are you hungry? Mommy only cooked porridge in the morning. Let's go eat now." "Mommy." Seeing his mother talking to him, Xianxia couldn't help it. The fear and panic swarmed up. He hugged Qinghuan's neck and buried his head in her shoulder, sobbing and crying. Qinghuan was shocked by his reaction. It was the first time she had seen a child cry. She put her hand on Xianxia's back and patted him gently. "What's wrong, baby? Don't you want to eat porridge?" "Woo-woo." "No." Xianxia cried and shook his head. He hugged her tighter and said while crying, "Burp, mommy, don't burp, don't want me." Qinghuan didn't know what had happened. It was just wetting the bed. Why did he have such a big reaction? The little guy cried pitifully. Qinghuan felt distressed. She pulled him out and kissed him on the forehead. "Baby, don't cry. How can mommy not want you? Mommy likes Xianxia the most." Xianxia's eyes were red from crying, and there were drops of water hanging on his eyelashes. He rubbed his eyes and cried again. Xianxia also likes mommy the most." He put his little face close, kissed Qinghuan on the face, and repeated, "I like mommy the most." Qinghuan's memory of the original owner was not complete. There were no trivial things like wetting the bed. However, the child remembered these things. The last time Xianxia wet the bed was when he was 3.5 years old. He still remembered his mother's appearance at that time. She pinched her nose, her eyes full of disgust, and when he came close, she told him to get away. She also said, "Why did I give birth to you?" Adults always felt that children didn't remember things and spoke particularly unscrupulously. In fact, for children, some words could be remembered for a lifetime. Occasionally, they would break into dreams and become nightmares that they wanted to get rid of but couldn't get rid of. In Xianxia's limited memory, his mother hated him very much. He didn't know where these problems came from, but he would subconsciously please the person closest to him. He didn't cry or make trouble. He tried to be as obedient as possible. He slept alone, dressed himself, and ate alone. In fact, he just wanted to show the person closest to him, "Look, I'm so obedient. Just like me." Then one day, his mother, who didn't like him, suddenly loved him very much. The child was happy, but his heart was actually uneasy. He was afraid that one day his mother would become like before. She wouldn't talk to him or smile at him. She would drive him to the previous room and not give him food. Xianxia liked his current life as much as he was afraid of going back to the previous life. He had been trying to perform in a good place, hoping that day would never come. But today he made a mistake. Making a mistake meant that he was not a good child. If he was not good, he would be hated. The little guy came up with this equation in his heart. He naturally thought that his mother would become like before. He was afraid and aggrieved. If Qinhuan ignored him, then these little guys wouldn't show their fear and grievance, because crying was useless. Instead, they would be scolded. But now, the person in front of him was still the mother who talked to him, smiled at him, made him delicious food, and told him stories. The negative emotions that had accumulated in his heart seemed to have found a breakthrough, and all of them surged up. Those who were doted on were always fearless. Xianxia was coaxed. The more Qinhuan coaxed him, the more he felt wronged and uncomfortable. He finally stopped, but after a while, he wanted to cry again. Qinhuan was very distressed. She tried many ways, but to no avail. She held the baby in her arms and said all kinds of good things. In the end, she waited until the little girl was tired of crying and stopped. The soft body in his arms quieted down, and Qinhuan was relieved. She took out a tissue and wiped the tears on the little guy's face. Xianxia cried for too long, and his eyes hurt. He closed his eyes and leaned in Qinhuan's arms, occasionally groaning. His clothes were wet from crying, but Qinhuan didn't care. She got up with the little guy in her arms, went to the kitchen to get a bowl of porridge, and scooped a spoonful to his mouth. "Come on, open your mouth and have a bite." Xianxia cried for too long. His head and eyes were uncomfortable, and he had no appetite. Qinhuan fed him. He barely ate half a bowl, then shook his head and said he couldn't eat. Qinhuan didn't force him to eat. She put the little guy on the sofa and went to get something to eat. After eating and washing the dishes, Xianxia fell asleep again. Qinhuan put a wet towel in the refrigerator before eating, and now the temperature was just right. She took it out, folded it several times, and covered it with Xianxia's glasses. The towel was too cold. Xianxia didn't like it. In his sleep, he reached out and wanted to pull it down. Qinhuan grabbed his hand, held it, and put it aside. After a while, when the towel was warm, she took it down, wrung it dry, and put it in the refrigerator. Xianxia slept soundly. Qinhuan put ice on him several times, but he didn't wake up. She started to pack. Qinhuan packed the things that could be packed first yesterday. There weren't many things to pack today. The things that could be taken away from the house were limited. In addition to the bowls, chopsticks, and bedding, there were only the mother and son's clothes left. The sun was strong, and the blankets and mats that were dried in the morning were already dry. Qinhuan took the things back, put them in the corner, and folded the blankets into the suitcase. While Qinhuan was still busy, Xianxia woke up. When the little guy woke up, he didn't see his mother. He was so anxious that he didn't put on his shoes and looked around. When he saw Qinhuan in the room, Xianxia relaxed. He rubbed his eyes and called for his mother. Without waiting for Qinhuan to respond, he turned around and ran to the living room. When Xianxia put on his shoes, he looked like an obedient child and went to the room. He squatted next to Qinhuan and watched her busy. Occasionally, he would come to help, but he wasn't sure whether he was helping or not. There weren't many things, so it didn't take long to pack. Qinhuan piled the big and small bags in the living room and went out to give the little guy a glass of light salt water. Xianxia had lost a lot of water today, so he was very thirsty. He drank a glass of water in 2 mouthfuls. He held the glass, sat on the woven bag with the luggage, and asked the busy person in the kitchen, "Mom, when are we leaving?" "When the car comes, we'll leave." Qinhuan called the moving company, and the appointment time was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The last meal here was also simple. She made 2 egg pancakes. The people of the moving company came a little earlier than the appointed time. Xianxia was holding his pancake and hadn't finished eating it when the doorbell was rung. The little guy reacted quickly. As soon as the bell rang, he ran to open the door. After Qinhuan's teaching, he was now very polite. He stood at the door and asked the person outside, "Uncle, who are you looking for?" The person outside the door saw such a small child and said cooperatively, "We're looking for your parents. Please wait a moment." After going through the process taught by his mother, Xianxia felt particularly satisfied. He grabbed the door frame and turned his head to call his mother, only to find that she had already come out. "Mom, this uncle is looking for you." He trotted to Qinghuan's side and said. "Okay, Mom knows." "Thank you, Xianxia." The little guy was a little shy. He hid behind Qinghuan and said in a small voice, "You're welcome." The moving company was very efficient. The staff member packed the suitcase in one hand and the woven bag in the other. In a few trips, everything was loaded into the car. Qinghuan locked the door and went downstairs with Xianxia. The two of them were going to follow the moving company's car. It was the first time Xianxia sat in this kind of light truck. He felt that everything was wonderful. The mother and son sat in the front passenger seat. Xianxia stretched his neck and looked out. "Mom." He returned to Qinghuan's arms and praised loudly, "This car is so amazing. It's so big. It's the best. It's better than this and that car." In the direction he pointed, there was a car parked on the side of the road. The front of the car was facing their direction. The logo was shining in the sun, exuding a heavy smell of money. In the black luxury car, the person in the front passenger seat pointed outside and turned to the man in the back seat. "Boss, this is Pingon Village. If you go out from here, walk south for 5 minutes and you'll reach the subway entrance. It's only a 20-minute drive from the CBD. It's very suitable for apartments, but," he looked embarrassed. "It's just that the people here are not easy to talk to. The compensation they ask for is too high." Pingon Village was not a residential area, but a tube-shaped building. These houses were built 40 or 50 years ago. They were originally dormitories for the employees of the factory. Due to some historical reasons, these houses did not have property rights. Later, the factory closed down, and the houses naturally became the property of individuals. The location of Pingon Village was very good. A few decades ago, it was still an industrial area. Later, the city developed, and the factories either closed down or moved out. It gradually became the most prosperous area of the city. The location was good, but the land area was not large. At first, not many developers valued this place. Gradually, the surrounding area became more and more prosperous, and the housing prices rose by 2 levels a day. When businessmen wanted to develop this place, they encountered residents who demanded exorbitant prices. There were several people who wanted this place, but in the end they did not manage to negotiate. A few months ago, Ronghao also talked to someone. These people asked for 50,000 yuan per square meter. The person in the front passenger seat twitched the corner of his mouth, seeming to think that this request was ridiculous. The average housing price of this area is only 50,000 yuan. How dare they ask for such a price? Could it be that the developers could not afford this price? Definitely not. It was just that businessmen wanted profits. If they could pay less, it would be a profit. This place was gradually surrounded by tall buildings. The city's underground official website was being renovated. As long as they used some means, it was not impossible to cut off the water and electricity in this area. Once the water and electricity were cut off, the residents' survival would be much more difficult. When the time came, the initiative would be in their hands. Most of the people who were watching now had this idea, and the person in the front passenger seat was no exception. He said, "We have confirmed with the municipal government. The official website will be renovated before the end of this year, or we can change the land in Chongqing town." "Boss, what do you think?" The person in the back seat did not speak. He looked less than 30 years old. He had a handsome face and a noble temperament. His slender fingers were placed on the laptop keyboard, and the people around him could not help but feel nervous. The screen in front of Jiang Mingyuan showed the city planning map. He looked at it for a while. "This is the place. Don't wait. Go talk to them and try to move all the residents here before the end of the year." "But the price?" "Based on the average price." He raised his head and said to his disapproving subordinates, "The residents are difficult to deal with. The government will also have room for negotiation on the land price." The subordinate was still somewhat hesitant. That's not as much as giving away, what? Is there a problem? Jiang Mingyuan looked up. Looking at the expressionless face, the subordinate swallowed his saliva and suppressed the voice of objection in his heart. He shook his head and said, no problem. I'll go back and arrange it. Jiang Mingyuan turned his head and looked at the rows of tube-shaped buildings outside. He withdrew his gaze and said to the driver, let's go back. The driver started the car, turned around, and drove out. Behind them, a blue light truck started at the same time. Xianxia used all the words she knew to praise this big car, and the employees of the moving company couldn't help but laugh. He closed the door and took a towel to wipe the fog on the bed. After wiping, he asked Xianxia, little friend, do you want to drive a big car when you grow up? Xianxia considered for a moment, then pouted and said no. The driver was puzzled. Why? Don't you like big cars? Because I have a lot of things that I like. I can't do everything. The little guy was still a little afraid of strangers. When he spoke, he hid beside Qinghuan, revealing half of his head. Mom said that I have to be wholehearted. Oh, little friend, you know a lot. Xianxia grinned proudly. The man asked again, little friend, what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to make money. Make a lot of money. Buy a big house for Mom. Xianxia answered without hesitation. He wanted to open his arms, but unfortunately, the space in the car was limited, so he could only shrink the range. It's this big. Wow, then you're really amazing. The man said exaggeratedly, then turned to Qinghuan and said, your son is really filial. Qinghuan smiled. The body of the original owner was really beautiful. It was a kind of strong beauty. In the original book, there were a lot of scenes where the supporting female lead used her beauty to bewitch people. It was said that she was a snake and scorpion beauty. Probably because the soul in the body had changed, the current Qinghuan still looked very beautiful, but this beauty was less aggressive. Every frown and smile had its own soft effect. People were visual animals. When they saw a beauty, they wanted to get close. The driver was dazed by Qinghuan's smile and spoke without thinking. Beauty, why didn't I see your husband? After saying that, he wanted to slap his own mouth. Moving was such a big thing, and the man in the family didn't even show his face. If it wasn't a different place, then it was a divorce. If it was a divorce, wasn't he poking a lung tube by asking? He regretted it, but the person next to him didn't show any signs of anger. He just smiled and said that he had something to do. That won't do. It's too irresponsible to let you do such a big thing by yourself. The young man's heart relaxed. He didn't have a lock on his mouth. He said to Qinghuan and looked at Xianxia. Little friend, you have to talk to your father. You can't, why are you talking to a child about this? Qinghuan interrupted him. The smile on her face disappeared. Her eyes were light and casual, giving birth to a sense of distance out of thin air. The driver choked and swallowed back the second half of his sentence. Even if he didn't have a good eye, he knew that the customer next to him was unhappy. He was annoyed and wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but Qinghuan had already turned her head and played with Xianxia. She showed that she didn't want to communicate. Qinghuan didn't cooperate, and the driver couldn't sing a one-man show. In the car, there was only Xianxia's endless questions and Qinghuan's unhurried answers, as if she would never lose patience. Xianxia was a child after all. After being excited for a while, he began to feel sleepy. Halfway through the car, he leaned on Qinghuan and fell asleep. When they arrived at the new home, Qinghuan carried Xianxia to the sofa, settled the fee with the driver, and began to tidy up the house. They didn't bring much luggage, only a few suitcases. Qinghuan packed up the mother and son's clothes, and then put a mat on the bed. When she was ready to put the dishes and chopsticks, Xianxia woke up. The little guy sat on the sofa and hadn't fully woken up. His big and round eyes narrowed into two small slits. He raised his head and used the corner of his eyes to search for his mother's shadow in the room. When he found her, he turned over and climbed down from the sofa with his butt sticking out. Mom. Xianxia ran to Qinghuan's side, pulled her clothes and called out sweetly. He hugged her leg and rubbed his face on her clothes. After doing this, he finally woke up completely and volunteered to help. Okay, then you pass the bowl in the box to mom. Be careful not to break it. The internet said that this kind of family interaction helped to increase feelings, so Qinghuan didn't refuse Xingxing's help. Two chubby little hands held a bowl and put it in Qinghuan's hand. Xingxing saw that his mother took it firmly, then let go of his hand. He wiped his hands on his pants and held another bigger bowl. The mother and son divided the work, and the efficiency decreased a lot. Xingxing was weak, and he didn't have any strength after holding a few bowls. However, the little guy was very proud, and even if he couldn't do it, he didn't say anything. He handed over the last spoon, and Xingxing breathed a big sigh of relief. He seemed to have completed a great task, and his little face was red with excitement. When he saw Qinghuan put the spoon on the table, he leaned over and acted coquettishly. "Mom, I'm so tired." "Xingxing, you've worked hard. Come, let me rub you." Qinghuan kissed his little face, carried her son to the sofa, turned on the TV, turned to the children's channel, and pinched his chubby arm with her hand. There was a cartoon on the children's channel, which told the story of Xiaoming. In the story, Xiaoming had parents and 3 good friends. The episode that Xingxing was watching was about Xiaoming's parents taking him out for a spring outing. Xingxing stared at the screen for a while, then secretly glanced at Qinghuan's face, and then glanced again. He had a straight face the whole time, as if he was thinking about something very serious. The little guy's movements certainly couldn't escape Qinghuan's eyes. When he secretly glanced at her for the 5th time, Qinghuan also raised her face. "What's wrong, Xingxing?" "Mom." Xingxing climbed onto Qinghuan's body and stretched out his hands around her neck. The little guy leaned his head and whispered in her ear, "Mom, why don't I have a father?" Xingxing had been wondering about this for a long time. Little Bean San downstairs had a father, and Little Ming on TV also had a father. Everyone had a father, but he didn't. He still remembered that the driver uncle also talked about his father before, and then his mother seemed to be angry. Xingxing felt that his mother didn't seem to like this question, but he was really curious. The little guy buried his face in his mother's neck and rolled his big round eyes, thinking, Mom said that she liked him the most, so she shouldn't be angry with him. Qinghuan really wasn't angry. She patted Xingxing's back and thought about how to explain this to him. She definitely couldn't say the truth. She didn't plan to be like the original owner of the body and bring the child to the family. The child's father would definitely be with the female lead. If the 2 of them came to the family, they would become a thorn between the male and female leads. In almost all novels, all the factors that prevented the male and female lead from being together would eventually be eliminated. Although this novel had become a real world, Qinghuan still didn't dare to gamble with their lives. She couldn't afford to lose. After going through the pros and cons in her heart, Qinghuan's hand slowed down. She organized her words, leaned over to Xingxing's ear, and slowly said, "Because Xingxing's father has flown away." Xingxing was obviously stunned, and then he raised his head and opened his eyes. "Flew away?" Qinghuan began to talk nonsense, but her face was serious. "Yes, Xingxing's father is Superman, and he has to save the world. He can't come back until he destroys the bad guys." Xingxing was obviously frightened by her. A 4-year-old child still believed that there was a Superman in the world. After listening to Qinghuan's words, he was stunned for a while, and then he suddenly climbed down from her body and made a gesture of crossing his hands. "Dad is Superman, then will he transform like this?" He made a gesture that was often used by the protagonist of the cartoon. Xingxing was very fascinated by him, and he often dreamed that he became the protagonist's friend and bought him candy. Qinghuan paused, and in the end, she couldn't close her eyes and bring the cold and serious protagonist into this image. She twitched the corner of her mouth and said to Xingxing, "I don't know about this." Xingxing was a little disappointed. "Why doesn't Mom know?" "Because Mommy has never seen Daddy beat up bad guys before." Qinghuan reached out and pulled the little guy into his arms. He continued to make up stories. "Dad, Superman's identity has to be kept a secret. I can't let others know. So when I beat up the bad guys, I sneak out alone." The little guy listened very seriously. After listening, he nodded seriously. His face was chubby, and when he moved, the meat on his face was still shaking. "I know, because there are a lot of bad people. If others know, Mother and Xingxing will be in danger." Xinhuan pinched it and nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's right. Then when will Daddy finish beating up the bad guys? After listening to his mother's description, Xingxing's heart had automatically brought his father's image into the cartoon Superman. He nestled in Xinhuan's arms and looked forward to it. I miss him a little. Xinhuan pondered for a moment. We probably have to wait for Xingxing to grow up. When he grew up, he knew that these were all lies. Are you going to sleep alone when I'm old enough? Xingxing still remembered what Xinhuan had said to him that night when he first came over. A little bit older than that. Ah, even bigger. Xingxing was a little tangled. He wanted to see his father, but he didn't want to sleep separately from his mother. The little guy carefully thought about it with his small head and felt that sleeping with his mother was more important. Then I don't want to grow up. Xingxing tiptoed and kissed Xinhuan on the face. I want to sleep with mommy. Xinhuan smiled and didn't make fun of his child's words. In any case, she had already decided that when he went to elementary school, she would let the little guy sleep alone. It was just that there weren't enough rooms. Xinhuan looked around and set a goal for herself. Strive to earn enough money for the down payment of a 3-bedroom apartment within 3 years. After moving, the problem of making money that had been temporarily put aside was put on the agenda. If she wanted to make enough money for the down payment within 3 years, it was definitely impossible to rely on working. Moreover, the original owner only had a high school degree, so it was difficult to find a good job. But it didn't matter. Xinhuan didn't plan to work. In the original world, Xinhuan was the second child in her family. Because her parents wanted to give birth to a son, she was sent to her grandfather's house as soon as she was born. Her grandfather's ancestor was an imperial chef. Later, when the revolution broke out, he escaped from the palace and took up a gun to start another career. Although he devoted himself to the movement to liberate China, he didn't lose his family's skills. In her grandfather's generation, although he didn't have the glory of the past, he was still a chef that was invited to all the red and white celebrations in the surrounding villages. Her grandfather was old and always wanted to find an heir. He was open-minded and didn't have the idea of passing on his skills to his son and not his daughter. Xinhuan began to use a knife at the age of 3. At the age of 14, she could independently organize a decent banquet. The grandfather and granddaughter didn't have much money. Her grandfather's health wasn't good and he often fell ill. Xinhuan began to learn to make money in junior high school. At that time, she didn't have any connections. She would get up in the early morning every day to steam rice and then take it to the school gate to sell rice balls. She could make 30 yuan a day, which was enough for them to have some savings in their daily life. Because the food she made was delicious, Xinhuan's business had always been very good. By the time she graduated from high school, she had already relied on herself to save for her first year of college tuition and living expenses. In college, other students were either studying, in love, or addicted to games, but Xinhuan's mind was still full of money. She rented a shop next to the college town and hired 2 helpers. After 4 years of studying, she earned more than 1,000,000 yuan. When other students were busy working for a job or the postgraduate entrance exam, Xinhuan took the money she saved and rented a courtyard in the old street to cook her private home cuisine. Xinhuan was very talented in cooking, and it was passed down in her family. The private kitchen had only been open for a year, but it had already become quite famous. She relied on this restaurant to buy a house in just a few years. Unfortunately, the new house had just been renovated. Before she could move in, she inexplicably arrived at this place. Xinhuan's relationship with her family had always been cold. Her grandfather passed away when she was in her 2nd year of college. She had no worries and could live well in a different world with a different identity. What she had to do now was to walk the road she had walked before again. The original owner's savings were so small that it was not even enough to rent a shop. The only food she could make was from roadside stalls. Roadside stalls also made money and didn't make money. Combining the weather and her current personal situation, Xinhuan decided to open a barbecue stall. Setting up a stall was not a very simple thing. First, she had to determine the location. She had to find a place with a lot of people. Secondly, she had to buy stoves, plates, tables, chairs, freezers, and other necessities. Finally, she had to find raw materials. Whether the food was delicious or not, the ingredients were the most important factor. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. A piece of rotten and smelly meat, even the gods couldn't make it into a delicious dish. Qinghuan got up early in the morning to make breakfast. She woke up Xianxia and told the little guy about it while he was eating. Xianxia, Mom is going out today and may not come back at noon. Why don't you go to the neighbor's house for lunch? The neighbors of the new house were a family of 3. The husband and wife were in their 30s and had a daughter in the 6th grade. On the first day Qinghuan moved in, she sent her braised pig trotters to the neighbor. The family was a kind person. Qinghuan asked them to take care of Xianxia and the husband and wife agreed. Xianxia stopped eating. Half of the potato was still hanging in his mouth. He opened his mouth and the potato in his mouth fell on his clothes. Why don't you come back? Because Mom has to make money to raise Xianxia. Xianxia didn't have a deep concept of money. He didn't understand why he had to go out to make money. But he was a good child, so although he wasn't very happy, Xianxia finally agreed. Okay then. Xianxia pinched a potato in the cake and stuffed it into his mouth. He vaguely said, Mom, I will miss you. Xianxia sat on the floor of the living room with colorful blocks scattered in front of him. He picked up the blocks and put them up bit by bit. His movements were very smooth. Obviously, it wasn't his first time playing. The blocks took shape bit by bit and finally turned into the shape of a water wheel. Xianxia put the last block in place and looked up at the door. The security door didn't move. Xianxia sighed and held his chin with his chubby little hand. His mouth gradually pouted. Mom has been out for a long time. Why hasn't she come back yet? In Xianxia's imagination, when they moved to the new house, his mother would accompany him every day. They would play games in the day and sleep at night. They would live a very happy life. However, the reality was that his mother was busy again the day after they moved. She went out for longer and longer periods and didn't come back at noon. Xianxia had lunch at the neighbor's house. The neighbor's auntie cooked very well, but it wasn't as good as his mother's. Xianxia switched to the other hand and continued to sigh. He really missed his mother. Xianxia maintained a thinking posture. When one hand was numb, he switched to the other. On the 3rd time, there was finally movement at the door. He immediately got up from the ground like a puppy and ran to the door. The security door slowly opened in front of him. Xianxia called out to his mother and was about to rush over. However, the big bag in front of his mother blocked their communication. The little guy stopped half a meter away and looked up in a daze. Then, he cleverly bypassed the thing in the way and hugged Qinghuan's thigh from the side. Mom, what is this? He pointed to the thing in Qinghuan's hand and asked. It's something that can be eaten. Qinghuan walked in with a small tail and put the things in her hands on the table. Then she gasped, I'm so tired. Mom, I'll get you some water. Xianxia watched a lot of filial piety content in the children's program. Seeing his mother's face was red, he volunteered to be a filial son. Qinghuan was really tired. She ran to too many places today and brought back so many things. She spread out her hands on the sofa and turned to thank her attentive son. You're welcome. Xianxia was very polite. He took the cup and went to the kitchen to pour a cup of cold water. Then he carefully walked out with both hands. The water was too full, and it was inevitable that it would spill when he walked. Seeing the water that was poured out with great difficulty on the ground, Xianxia felt a little distressed. He was very nervous and his movements were even more careful. It took him a long time to take a small step. However, the water still had to be spilled. When Qinghuan took the cup, there was only half a cup of water left. Qinghuan ran around outside and didn't even eat lunch. She was tired, hot, hungry, and thirsty. After drinking half a cup of water, she finally felt a little alive. She didn't rest for long. Some water was spilled on the floor, and it was easy to slip. She asked Xianxia to sit on the sofa and don't move. She got up and took a mop to wipe the water stains on the floor. Xianxia sat on the sofa and swung his legs to watch his mother work. He pouted and looked a little unhappy. Mom. Qinghuan had just finished mopping the floor when she heard her son call her. She turned her head and saw Xianxia holding the empty cup. he said seriously, I won't spill it in the future. Well, our Xingxing is the best. Xinhuan put the mop away and came back to stroke the child's hair. Xingxing's hair was a little long, and his bangs were over his eyebrows. I'll take you to get a haircut tomorrow. She finished stroking his hair and said. As soon as this sentence came out, Xingxing's face suddenly changed. Many children didn't like to cut their hair. Most of the reason was because children's blood vessels were thin. Occasionally, they would have a headache or a fever. Children's ability to distinguish was not so good. Over time, they confused the infusion with cutting their hair. Xingxing was also one of these children. When he was young, his health wasn't good. He would have a fever every few months. The original owner was impatient to take care of him. Whenever he had a fever, she would take him to get an infusion. Thus, Xingxing was especially nervous about outsiders touching his head. Although she had grown up and knew that cutting hair was different from getting needles, she was still a little scared. He puffed up his cheeks and reached out to touch his hair. The ends of his bangs just reached his eyes. Xingxing looked up at the tuft of hair and felt that it was not very long. Mom, I don't want to cut my hair. He tried to negotiate. This is not negotiable. If you don't cut it, you will become a little sloppy. Xinhuan rejected the little fellow's request, stood up and walked to the dining table. Xingxing looked over with resentment. Unfortunately, his heartless mother only left him with a resolute back view. He looked at her for a while, and when he was sure that his mother was not going to talk to him anymore, he reluctantly said, all right then. After saying that, she climbed down from the sofa and took the initiative to approach Xinhuan. The things Xinhuan bought included seasonings and some ingredients. She had never done a barbecue business before. Although she was confident in her cooking skills, she could not guarantee that it would taste good the first time. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, she was going to try it at home for 2 days. After making sure it was delicious, she would go out and make money. The ingredients were mainly meat. There were mutton, beef, chicken wings, and so on. There were ice packs inside. The weather was hot, and the ice packs had almost melted along the way. Even the originally cold and hard meat had begun to soften. Xinhuan washed the mutton and beef, cut it into strips, and marinated it with the chicken wings. It took some time for the meat to be marinated. Putting the rest of the things in the cold room, Xinhuan played with Xingxing for a while. Half an hour later, the meat was marinated. At this time, there was only a trace of afterglow left in the sun, and the heat in the air had also dissipated. Xingxing didn't eat much at noon, and now his stomach was growling. He leaned on the table and looked at Xinhuan's movements and swallowed. Mom, are we eating this tonight? The marinated meat was attractive and looked delicious. Xinhuan wore disposable gloves and put the meat strips on the skewers one by one. She put the skewers aside. Xingxing looked at the pile of meat, and his saliva kept secreting. He took a sip and poked the pile of meat in front of him. Then he was disappointed to find that it couldn't be eaten. Barbecue was unhealthy. Xinhuan didn't want children to eat it, so Xingxing ate fruit rice at night. The soft-cooked rice was filled with fruits of different colors. The aroma of rice and fruit was perfectly combined. Xingxing took a bite and threw the uncooked meat aside. He held the bowl and ate a full bowl of rice. After that, he held his small belly and still wanted more. Mom, I want to eat this tomorrow. The little guy had lived with her for a long time, and his courage had grown a lot. He used to say what he liked in a roundabout way, but now he directly said it. Okay. Xinhuan had accepted the child's setting of eating every day if he liked it. She casually responded, took the plate of raw meat, and prepared to go downstairs. The barbecue stove Xinhuan bought had arrived. It couldn't fit in the house, so it was placed downstairs. The house she rented was in the corner, and there were walls on both sides. There was a large lawn between the wall and the house. Xinhuan was going to barbecue here. The smell of barbecue smoke was not small. Xinhuan was quite guilty when she made this decision. Fortunately, the wind direction was good today, and it didn't blow into people's houses. Barbecue used smokeless charcoal. Although there were also electric stoves for barbecue, Xinhuan felt that things barbecued with electric stoves were always a little less tasty. In front of food and environmental protection, she chose the former. The charcoal in the stove had been burned, and the surrounding temperature was obviously higher. Qinhuan put the meat on the rack, and when it was white, she brushed a layer of peanut oil on it with a brush. Although she had never barbecued before, she had learned about it before. Her years of basic skills had not fallen behind, and her control of the fire could be said to be perfect. Xianxia was full and came down to join in the fun. Qinhuan felt it was too hot and drove him aside. The little guy didn't make a fuss and entertained himself on the side. He reached out and pulled a handful of grass stems, picked out 2, put them together, and tied a knot. After tying the knot, he put it aside and found another 2. Xianxia played and felt that the smell in the air changed. He wrinkled his nose, stood up and turned around. After confirming that the source of the smell was from his mother's side, he ran over with his 2 short legs and shouted, "Mom, it smells so good." Qinhuan brushed homemade seasoning on the meat and heard his words. The little guy came to the side and pulled Qinhuan's pants with one hand. He stretched his neck and wanted to look, but was stopped by Qinhuan. "It's hot here. Xianxia should stay away." "Oh." Xianxia was an obedient child. Although he was reluctant, he still stepped back a little. He smelled the smell and felt hungry again in his stomach. "Mom, is this delicious?" "It's delicious." Qinhuan wasn't too sure. After all, it was his first time. What if he messed it up? "Then can I eat it?" Xianxia swallowed his saliva and was eager to try. "No." Qinhuan ruthlessly refused. "You've already had dinner. If you eat more, you won't be able to sleep at night." "I'm sure I'll fall asleep," Xianxia hurriedly promised. He swallowed his saliva again and felt that he could eat a lot more. "That won't do." Qinhuan freed a hand and pushed his head. "Go away." Xianxia was so tempted by the smell that he didn't want to leave. He moved a little to the side and stared at Qinhuan's movements with his eyes. He also muttered and bargained. Qinhuan ignored him and sprinkled spices on the meat. The meat had been roasted. The aroma was overflowing and the oil on the meat was shining. Qinhuan took the meat skewers away and was about to take a skewer to taste when he heard someone calling him not far away. "I was wondering why I could smell the aroma from so far away. It turns out that you're barbecuing." The people who came were Qinhuan's neighbor and her daughter. It seemed that they had just come back from cram school. The neighbor came over with her daughter. She took out a candy from her pocket and gave it to Xianxia. Then she asked Qinhuan, "You've been busy with this for the past few days?" "Well, I'm going to set up a stall to try it out." Qinhuan had originally planned to taste it herself. Now there was a ready-made diner. She took a beef skewer from her hand and handed it over. "Help me taste it. Then I'll eat it." The neighbor didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a steaming beef skewer and stuffed it into his mouth. The beef was smooth and tender, and the marinated meat was very tasty. When it entered the mouth, the strong taste burst out. The neighbor had originally praised it for Qinhuan's face even if it wasn't delicious. As a result, she couldn't stop eating. Qinhuan watched as she quickly finished eating a skewer of meat and felt a little nervous. Seeing the neighbor swallow the last bite, she finally couldn't help but ask, "How does it taste?" "It's very good." The neighbor recalled the taste just now and gave Qinhuan a thumbs up. "No one can make better barbecue than you. When will you open your stall?" "I'll be there to support you." "Soon." Qinhuan was happy to be praised for her skills. She gave the remaining skewers of meat to her neighbor and only kept one for herself. The neighbor repeatedly declined, but in the end, she couldn't resist Qinhuan's enthusiasm. She took the skewers and gave 2 to her daughter. Then she asked the little guy who was about to drool, "Does Xianxia want to eat?" Xianxia's saliva was secreted crazily in his mouth. He was very hungry, but he didn't take the meat in front of him. Instead, he turned his head to look at his mother. "I left this skewer for him. You don't have to give it to him." Qinhuan handed the last skewer to Xianxia. The little guy almost couldn't wait to take it. Qinhuan put less seasoning on the skewer for Xianxia, so the taste was relatively light. But the meat was originally marinated, so even if nothing was added, it was still very fresh and tender. Xianxia's mouth was full of oil, but he didn't forget to exclaim between chewing, "It's delicious." Qinhuan stroked his hair and went back to pack things. Today's task had been completed. The charcoal fire could be extinguished. She had already taken a fancy to a location 2 days ago. If there were no accidents, she could set up the stall tomorrow. Thinking that she could finally get rid of the days of sitting and eating, Qinhuan was greatly relieved. There was only one skewer of meat in his hand. Xianxia cherished it very much. He really chewed and swallowed slowly. He tore off a piece of meat with his teeth and swallowed it after chewing many times. Bringing the skewer closer, Xianxia smelled the aroma of the barbecue and swallowed his saliva. Then he forced himself to look away, trotted forward 2 steps, and handed the skewer with half of the meat in his hand to Qinhuan. "Mom, for you." Children would always get food everywhere when they eat. The remaining meat still had saliva on it. Qinhuan glanced at it and looked away. Mom doesn't want to eat it. Xianxia can eat it. Xianxia didn't expect that there would be someone who could resist this kind of delicious food. He swallowed his saliva and tempted. "Mom, it's really super delicious." When Qinhuan refused again, Xianxia happily retracted her hand and tore off a large piece of meat with her teeth. Before eating barbecued meat, Xianxia's favorite food was fruit rice. After eating barbecued meat, fruit rice was forced to retreat to the second line. Adhering to the principle of eating delicious food every day, when Xianxia went back, she asked Qinhuan to eat barbecue the next day. Then, she was rejected by her mother. Why? Xianxia widened her eyes in disbelief. She had clearly said that she wanted to eat it, and her mother had agreed. Qinhuan pressed the elevator button and said to the little fellow, "Because she ate too much, Xianxia won't grow tall." She gestured her position, which was only a little taller than the little guy. Then, she tried to scare him. "When the time comes, Xianxia will only be this tall. When you go out, the other children will laugh at you." Xianxia's eyes widened. He stared at Qinhuan's hand for a while, then turned his head and snorted. "Mom, you liar." "How did I lie? Aunt Yan also ate it. She grew very tall." The little guy puffed up his cheeks and added angrily, "Taller than Mommy." His logical ability was quite strong. Qinhuan's mouth twitched. She pulled a smile and continued to coax him. "Because Aunt Yan is an adult. It's okay for an adult to eat it." Xianxia was puzzled. "Why?" "Because adults have grown taller and won't grow taller. At this time, they can eat it." After hearing this explanation, the little guy's face scrunched up. He tugged at the buttons on his shirt and thought for a long time before he found a loophole in his mother's words. "Big sister Jean ate it too. She's also a child." Little Jean was the daughter of the neighbor couple. She was 11 years old and nearly 1.6 meters tall. Xianxia also saw her eating just now. "Sister little Jean is an adult. You are still a child, so it's different." Qinhuan pinched the little fellow's angry face. "When you can be as tall as sister little Jean, you can eat it." Xianxia felt that he was about the same height as the neighbor's little sister. Hearing this, he nodded confidently. "I will be taller than her soon." Since he said that he would be taller than the neighbor's sister, Xianxia had been concerned about height. Qinhuan installed a height chart at home. The little fellow would measure it every once in a while, but it was the same number again and again. Sometimes it even shrank. Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly ran to Qinhuan, grabbed her arm and shouted, "Mom, I'm shorter." "That's not short. It's short." Qinhuan was busy skewering meat and told Xianxia about the relationship between atmospheric pressure and height. Xianxia didn't understand most things, but he knew that he would be taller in the morning than at night. "I will see it in the morning from now on." After figuring out the logic, Xianxia said. He was afraid to sit on the chair next to Qinhuan. Looking at her movements, he asked, "Mom, are you going to make meat?" "Yes, Mom is going to make meat to make money and buy toys for Xianxia." When the little fellow heard about toys, he was happy for a moment, but then the smile on his face disappeared. "Is Mom going out again?" Xianxia remembered that his mother used to say that she was going to make money, but then she disappeared for a whole day. Xianxia was locked in the room and couldn't get out. He was very hungry, so when he heard Qinhuan say that she was going to make money, he didn't feel very happy. Qinghuan didn't know the details, so she just nodded casually and said, "That's right." As soon as she finished speaking, the little guy next to her pouted. "I want to go with Mom." Qinghuan frowned. Setting up a stall was not a simple matter. There were too many things to do, and she wouldn't have time to take care of the child. She opened her lips and was about to refuse, but before she could say anything, Xingxing hugged her waist. "Mom, I want to be with you." Qinghuan's position was not so firm in an instant. Under the little fellow's coaxing, Qinghuan finally agreed to take her son out to make money. At 6 o'clock in the evening, she packed up her things and rode an electric tricycle, carrying tables and chairs, ingredients, and a son. The tricycle was bought by Qinghuan 2 days ago. It wasn't small, but she had a lot of things. The tables and chairs were stacked high and tied to the tricycle, which looked very dangerous. Fortunately, the place Qinghuan chose was close to the community, and they arrived 5 minutes later. This was a square. It was originally a square sales office, but after the shops were sold out and the sales office was demolished, this place was empty. Half of it became a leisure square, and the other half was a night market. Qinghuan didn't come early. The surrounding stalls were all set up, and there were only 2 places left in the corner. She didn't care. She asked Xingxing to stay aside and unload the things on the tricycle. The things on the tricycle were unloaded one by one, and the shed was shakily set up. It was still early, and the main consumers of the night market hadn't gotten off work yet. The surrounding stall owners were idle. Seeing that she was alone, many of them came to help. With the help of those people, Qinghuan finally set up a small stall. She breathed a sigh of relief and went to the store next door to buy a few bottles of water to thank them. She also brought a few boxes of beer over. The sky gradually darkened, and there were more and more people in the night market. The surrounding stalls also began to be busy. Only Qinghuan's side was not in a good position, and there were unfamiliar faces, so it seemed deserted. Qinghuan was not in a hurry. She prepared in advance, and she took advantage of this time to teach Xingxing some simple arithmetic. The little fellow was very interested in this. He used his 2 chubby little hands to do math problems, and his speed was getting faster and faster. The mother and son's teaching time couldn't continue. After waiting for an hour, Qinghuan finally welcomed the first wave of customers. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, when the flow of people was the highest. Those people probably couldn't find a place elsewhere, so they came here. Because it was the first day of setting up the stall, Qinghuan didn't bring many things. Several customers were noisy, complaining that there was so little choice, and there was some disdain on their faces. It was a new stall, and there were few things. Those people didn't have any expectations for the taste, but since they were already here, they couldn't just turn around and leave. So they symbolically ordered a little, thinking that even if it wasn't delicious, they wouldn't lose much. However, their suspicions disappeared completely the moment they took a bite of the barbecued meat. Barbecue seemed very simple to make, but most of the barbecue was stacked with too many seasonings. The taste was on the surface, and the meat was dry and stuffed. But this barbecue was not like this. The aroma was rich, and the taste was delicious, but the meat was so fresh and tender. When the slightly hot barbecue entered the mouth, the delicious taste burst at the tip of the tongue. With a bite, the meat was easily cut into 2 pieces, and some of the soup in the middle was mixed with the saliva. It was so delicious that they wanted to bite their tongues off. Those diners only took a bite, and one of them, a shirtless man with a big gold chain, called out, "Boss, 10 more skewers of mutton, 10 more skewers of beef." "Forget it, 20 skewers of each." With the first order, other customers also began to come. Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. She barbecued meat and was very busy. Xingxing stayed aside and played with his building blocks. He did not cry or make a fuss. When others came up to talk to him, he was very polite and well-behaved. Because it was the first day, Qinghuan brought very few things. It only took 3 hours for them to sell out. When the last customer left, Qinghuan packed up the things, put them on her tricycle, and called Xingxing. Xingxing's schedule was very healthy. He usually went to bed after 9 o'clock, but now it was 11:30. He was so sleepy that he fell asleep on the table. Qinghuan called him for a long time before he woke up. The little guy muttered and raised his head. Before he opened his eyes, he changed his direction and knocked on Qinghuan's leg. He hugged Qinghuan's thigh and rubbed his head on her pants a few times. He called his mother in a daze and fell asleep again. Qinghuan pushed him twice. Seeing that the little guy would not wake up, she stopped calling him. She picked up Xianxia and put him in the tricycle carriage. Because the tables, chairs, and stove did not need to be brought back, the carriage was much more spacious. Qinghuan put down the canopy curtain, pressed it with a stone, and rode home. Late at night, the city faded away from the warmth of the day. The wind blew through the clothes and hit the skin, brushing away the heat accumulated by the work. The tricycle's anti-shock effect was not good. Even if it was on a flat road, it was still bumpy. Xianxia was awakened. He yawned and opened his eyes. At first, he did not know what night it was. When he turned his neck and saw Qinghuan, he remembered what he had done at night. He got up, changed his position, and called out loudly, "Mom." The child's soft voice went against the wind to Qinghuan's ears. He asked, "Are we going home?" "Yes, let's go home." "Xianxia is sleepy." "You can sleep when we get home." Xianxia was indeed sleepy. He did not sleep well on the table. He leaned in the carriage, facing the wind, and muttered, "Making money is so tiring." He could not sleep when it was dark, and his mother had no time to talk to him at night. The little guy sighed and pretended to be profound, but what he said made people laugh. "Mom, can we not make money?" "I can't." The car turned into the neighborhood and continued to the garage. Qinghuan stopped the car and turned around to carry Xianxia out. She pinched his face. "If Mommy doesn't earn money, then we won't have any clothes to wear or food to eat. Xianxia won't be able to go to kindergarten with the other children. Then I won't go to school." The young family did not have many playmates, so he did not have enough knowledge about school. He grabbed his mother's finger and said, "I don't like kindergarten. But you can make a lot of friends in kindergarten." At that time, Xianxia can play with other children and learn a lot of knowledge. The elevator opened in front of him. Qinghuan walked in with his son and pressed the button for their floor. Only by learning can you be a useful person. You can also earn money to support your mother. Xianxia puffed up her cheeks and frowned. She hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then. Mom, when I earn a lot of money in the future, you don't have to go out anymore." The little guy said, just like Auntie Xiaomei. Auntie Xiaomei was the neighbor who lived across the street. She was a full-time housewife. Qinghuan touched his hair. The little guy's hair was cut short, so it was a little prickly. "All right, then I'll wait for Xianxia to earn money to support his mother." When the mother and son arrived home, Qinghuan washed Xianxia and put him on the bed. She read him a story and coaxed him to sleep. Only then did she go out to tidy up today's harvest. Probably because of the original work, there was no convenient mobile payment in this world. When going out to buy things, they still used banknotes or bank cards. Qinghuan opened the bucket of money, poured the contents on the coffee table, and began to tidy up. Before, her college classmate said that if she was asked to count money, she could stay up for 3 days and 3 nights. Qinghuan agreed with this point of view. The banknotes on the coffee table in front of her were piled into a small bag with different denominations. She spread them out and sorted them one by one. Not only did she not feel tired, but the more she counted, the more energetic she became. By the time she finished counting the pile of money, it was already past 12 o'clock. After deducting the cost, she earned 1,600 yuan today. Considering that it was the first day she set up a stall, she should be able to bring more things in the future. Qinghuan was satisfied with this income. She put the money in the drawer of the room, locked it, and went to take a bath while humming a song. After taking a bath and doing skincare, she climbed into bed, kissed Xianxia's little face, and then turned off the light to sleep. She made a lot of money from cooking, so she was really busy. Qinghuan went to bed at nearly 1 o'clock. The next day, she got up before 6 o'clock. She went to the kitchen to roll out the dough and cut the stuffing. Seeing that Xianxia was still not awake, she quietly went out to buy ingredients. The market in the morning was particularly lively. Qinghuan ran to several stalls and bought fresh beef, lamb, pork, fish, various bean products, and vegetables. She returned home with a lot of spoils. When she got home, Xianxia woke up and was putting on a shirt. During this period of time, he had been taught a lot of knowledge and already knew how to distinguish the front and back of a shirt. He would no longer make a joke of using the cuffs as necklines. Xinhuan saw that he was doing well, so she did not help him. She turned around and went to the kitchen to cook. By the time she was done with breakfast, Xianxia had already washed his face and was applying baby cream. He squeezed some white cream into his palm, wiped it on his face, and rubbed it on his hands. When he was almost done, he clapped his hands and put them under his nose to sniff. He ran to Xinhuan and stretched out his 5 hands. "Mom, it smells good." Xinhuan also bent down and sniffed. "Well, it smells very good." Xianxia laughed happily. Since Xinhuan bought him baby cream, this had become the little guy's repertoire. Xinhuan did not find it troublesome. She played this with him every day to communicate their feelings. At the dining table, Xianxia held his small bowl and scooped the food inside. Xinhuan made small wontons in the morning. The skin was thin and the stuffing was enough. There were some dried shrimps in the soup. It was delicious. Xianxia ate 20 small wontons alone. After eating, he wiped his mouth and burped. He touched his small belly and looked at Xinhuan. "Mom, I won't go out with you today." Xinhuan did not plan to take Xianxia out today, but it was a little surprising that he took the initiative to ask. She put down the spoon in her hand and wiped her mouth with a tissue. "Why?" Xianxia was waiting for this question. He put his hands on the chair and shook his legs. His face was full of pride. "Because I want to learn." Xinhuan. Well, he was very aware. After knowing that knowledge could make money, Xianxia's enthusiasm for learning rose to another level. He took the initiative to run to Xinhuan, counted from 1 to 100, and read some math problems that dwarfs 11 is equal to 2. It was always a good thing that children liked to learn. Xinhuan was also very happy. She taught him a simple ancient poem and asked Xianxia to read it a few times. While the little guy was immersed in reading the poem, she went out to the bank to deposit money. After saving the money, she came back to prepare the ingredients. She had to wash, cut, marinate, and skewer those things. It took half a day. After cooking dinner, Xinhuan bathed Xianxia and asked the neighbor to help take care of him. She was reluctant to part with her son and then set out to set up the stall. The next day's business was much smoother than the first day. Xinhuan had just arranged the ingredients one by one and was about to drink water and rest when she met a wave of customers. 7 or 8 people walked into the canopy noisily. The one in front was shirtless and wore a gold chain. He approached Xinhuan and said with a smile, "Boss, I'm here to take care of your business again." Xinhuan's business was booming day by day. The food she made tasted good, so she had more repeat customers. Coupled with the word of mouth among the customers, she became the most popular stall in the night market in less than half a month. Most of the people in this area were barbecue vendors. Seeing the business of the up-and-coming stall getting better and better, the onlookers were jealous. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Customers only went there once, and the next time, they would choose that stall. Even if the onlookers complained in their hearts, they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't let people smash her stall, after all. However, today was a little special. Xianxia set up the canopy, set up the ingredients, and squatted at the door to smoke. The surroundings were in full swing. The fragrance of the braised pig trotters from the stall opposite him wafted into his nose. Xianxia held the cigarette between 2 fingers, blew out a mouthful of smoke, and turned his head to look to the right. The stall on the right used to be empty. A new customer had arrived half a month ago. Xianxia didn't take the woman seriously at first, but now he was seeing things. As the days passed, the business of that stall was getting better and better, and the customers at his stall were about to be snatched up. Thinking about yesterday's record low turnover, Xianxia was a little annoyed. He didn't understand why the customers were running to that stall for barbecue. Obviously, the food at that stall wasn't that good. Xianxia put out the cigarette but on the ground and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. He stood up and wiped it with his foot. The dark green phlegm smeared a large wet mark on the ground. Xianxia raised his head and saw a young man in front of him looking to both sides. The man was in his 20s, a little taller than Xianxia, and looked like a dog. Xianxia cursed in his heart. The young man turned his head and asked with a smile, "Brother, I want to ask if you know when the barbecue stall next door will open?" Another blind man. Xianxia thought that the people who liked to eat at the stall next door were all blind. Now, this blind man came to him and asked him? Xianxia cursed in his heart and said impatiently, "It's not open. It's empty." Huh? The young man raised his selfie stick, a little dumbfounded. His name was Chen Yen, and he was a food anchor. He usually liked to go to the streets and alleys to search for delicious food. Because he was honest and would not blindly advertise for money, his fans believed in his recommendations. Every time there was a food that was praised, a large number of fans would travel thousands of miles to try it. Chen Yan really loved delicious food, and most of his friends were also foodies. 2 days ago, a friend of his posted a picture of a barbecue on his WeChat Moments. He praised the food he accidentally found and said that it was the best barbecue he had eaten in years. Chen Yan believed in his friend's taste, so he went to ask for the address. However, because he had confirmed that the soup restaurant hadn't recorded the show yet, he delayed coming here for 2 days. In the end, it closed just like that? Chen Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. He confirmed with Xianxia again. The expression on Xianxia's face became even more impatient. He felt that the gigolo in front of him was simply sick. It's closed just like that. The food is so disgusting. Do you want to continue to open it? This statement was far from what he had heard from his friend. Chen Yan was stunned for a moment. His brain turned and he knew that the person in front of him was probably lying. He said oh and looked a little disappointed. He declined the stall owner's invitation and turned to walk out. Walking out of the alley, Chen Yan raised his selfie stick and grinned at the camera. It seems that our search for food today is not very smooth. The stall owner may arrive in a while. I'll find a place to rest first. Chen Yan went to a nearby milk tea shop and ordered a cup of fruit tea. After a while, he went to take a look from afar. It was past 9 o'clock, but the stall still didn't show any signs of opening. After drinking the last mouthful of water in the cup, Chen Huan said helplessly to the camera, "It seems that the uncle didn't lie to me. The barbecue stall is really closed." Did Chen Huan really close? Definitely not. She just gave herself a day off. First, it was because she was too tired during this period. She went out early and came back late every day. Her body couldn't take it. Second, it was because Xingxing was going to kindergarten. The system of this world was somewhat different from that of Chen Huan's previous world. For example, one could enter a school near the house if they rented a house or bought a house. This was also the reason why Chen Huan took a fancy to this place. It was famous from kindergarten to high school nearby. Xingxing was going to school tomorrow. He was very excited. Chen Huan had been busy recently. Xingxing had become familiar with little Jean next door. He heard from little Jean that there were a lot of toys in the kindergarten. There were also a lot of children who could learn to sing. If they learned how to sing, their parents would listen to them and they would be rewarded. Little Jean said that her mother took her to the amusement park to play for a day. The amusement park was very fun. Xingxing had never been to the amusement park. He especially yearned for the things described by little Jean. It would be great if his mother took him to play there. Xingxing felt very happy when he thought of his mother taking him out to play together and even buying him ice cream. He giggled and rolled into Chen Huan's arms. "Mom, I'll sing for you when I go to school." Chen Huan was sleepy. She hadn't rested well for the past half a month. Now that she was lying on the bed, she wanted to sleep. Hearing this, she reluctantly said, "Okay. I'll also draw for you to see." "Okay. I'll also cook for you and earn money." Xingxing rubbed his face against Chen Huan's body. "I'll be a big child when I go to school. I can do a lot of things." Chen Huan frowned when he heard the murmurs that disturbed his sleep. He pulled the little boy into his arms and said, "Go to sleep." "Okay, Mom." Xingxing had a good idea of how to learn this and that and then perform in front of his mother. However, when he really went to kindergarten, those original ideas became nonsense. On the first day of school, the entrance of the kindergarten was very lively. The parents who came to send off and the children who were about to enter school were reluctant to part. Some of them collapsed on the ground and cried to go home. Affected by the surrounding emotions, Xianxia was also a little sad. He hugged Xinhuan's neck and didn't want to get down from her. Okay, we're already at school. Xianxia, you have to listen to the teacher obediently, okay? Mom will pick you up at night. Xinhuan bent down and was about to put him down, but the little boy wanted to stick to her and didn't want to get down. Next to them, there was a little boy who was rolling on the ground. His face was full of tears. The two adults next to him were coaxing him. After coaxing for a long time, they became a little impatient. The father pulled the little boy up from the ground and patted his butt twice. He threatened, "Don't cry." The little boy instantly cried even louder. Xianxia took a look and quickly turned his head. He buried his face in Xinhuan's shoulder and said in an especially soft voice, "Mom, can I not go to school today?" He definitely had to go to school. Mom said that if he didn't go to school, he couldn't earn money. However, he felt a little scared now, so he wanted to go to school in 2 days. Xianxia felt that he was still a good child who loved to learn. He raised his head and kissed Xinhuan's face. "Mom, let's go home." "In your dreams." Xinhuan snorted and put him down. She poked his forehead. "The teacher likes children who are punctual. She said that you have to go to school today. If you're late, you're not a good child." Xianxia was in a daze. "Mom said that I have to come today." "Yes, I said that. Do you want Mom to be a bad person who doesn't keep her promise?" Xinhuan pretended to be wronged. "Mom is not bad." Xianxia shook his head fiercely. He opened his arms and hugged Xinhuan's leg. His little face was full of determination. "I'm going to school today." "Good boy." Xinhuan bent down and kissed his face. After handing the child to the teacher, Xinhuan stuck with Xianxia for a while. Before leaving, she pointed to the watch on his hand and said, "Xianxia, call me if you miss your mom. Just press this button. Do you remember?" Xianxia nodded. He took the teacher's hand and reluctantly walked into the kindergarten. He waved his little hand and said goodbye as he walked. Xinhuan stood in the same place until Xianxia's back completely disappeared. Only then did she withdraw her gaze. She sighed and suppressed the reluctance in her heart. She still had to prepare the ingredients for the stall in the evening. Raising a child was really expensive. Xianxia's half-year tuition fee was more than 20,000 yuan. Even if her recent income was considerable, she still felt a little heartache when she took out the money. Xinhuan prepared the ingredients for the stall in the evening with endless motivation. She now hired a helper to help wash vegetables and skewer meat. Her work was much easier. Xinhuan planned to work for 2 more months, save some money to rent a shop, and hire a barbecue chef. When the time came, she only needed to be responsible for marinating and preparing the sauce. Just thinking about it filled her with enthusiasm. Xinhuan was so busy that she didn't even have time to eat lunch. She put down the things in her hand and looked up at the clock. The hour hand pointed to the position of 11. She didn't know how Xianxia was doing in school. He should have eaten by now. Xinhuan couldn't help but worry when the child wasn't in front of her on the first day. What if he was bullied when he was hungry or thirsty? As if their hearts were connected, she was thinking about it when Xianxia's phone call came. Xinhuan quickly answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, the other side called out for her mother and then cried out. "Woo woo." Hearing the crying, Xinhuan's heart also tightened. All the previous speculations came back to her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. "What's wrong, baby? Did someone bully you?" Xinhuan said. She wiped her hands on the towel, took the key and was ready to go out. She thought about it. If Xianxia was really bullied at school, she would bring him back. At worst, she would change kindergarten. The little guy cried for a while, then sobbed and whispered, I miss you so much." Then he cried even louder. Suddenly in a strange environment, Xianxia was a little scared. Later, when he met many children of the same age to play with, he felt that kindergarten was not bad. But at noon, when he ate something not tasty in his mouth, the little guy felt wronged again. Why did Mom send him to this place? And she didn't come to see him. She definitely didn't like him. The more the little guy thought about it, the sadder he became. When eating, he knocked the watch on the table again. Remembering that Mom said he could use this to contact her, Xianxia tried it. As a result, he could really hear Mom's voice. Xianxia had thousands of grievances to pour out. After crying twice, he began to talk non-stop. He asked Mom if she didn't like him anymore. He said that the kindergarten's food was not as good as Qinghuan's, and said how much he missed her. Finally, the style changed, and he began to talk about how he knew a few children, and that the teacher taught them a song. "Mom, I'll sing it for you." "Okay." Qinghuan was relieved that the things she imagined didn't happen. She let go of the hand holding the door handle, returned to the sofa, and sat cross-legged. She said with a smile, "I haven't heard Xianxia sing yet." The other side immediately sang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go up the mountain to fight the tiger didn't hit. The kindergarten teacher taught nursery rhymes to coax the group of little brats. After teaching it twice, Xianxia only remembered the melody and almost forgot the rest of the lyrics. After singing 2 lines, he started to stammer. In the end, he pouted and cried, "Mommy, I don't know how to sing anymore." Her tone was incomparably aggrieved, but Qinghuan only wanted to laugh when she heard it. She pretended to cough twice and then began to comfort her. It's okay. Xianxia is already very good. You still remember so much. Mom can't even remember." A parent's praise from time to time was conducive to building a child's confidence. When Xianxia heard this, he was immediately coaxed. He raised his little face and said, "Mommy, I will definitely learn it tonight." "Okay, then Xianxia will sing it for me when we get home tonight." The two of them stuck together for a while. After Xianxia confirmed that her mother would come to pick her up at night, she obediently went to sleep with the teacher. After hanging up the phone, Qinghuan exhaled. She shook her head and laughed, then got up and continued to work. The kindergarten ended at 5 o'clock. Qinghuan went there half an hour earlier. When he arrived, there were already a lot of parents outside. Many of them were sending their children to school for the first time, so it was inevitable that they were worried. Qinghuan stared at the time while chatting with someone. The person she was chatting with was the mother of the little brat who had rolled around in the morning. "You don't know. My son is such a troublemaker. His father and I have long wanted to send him to school. If we leave him at school, I can just look for a job." The young woman said disdainfully, but her eyes glanced at the garden from time to time. She was also very worried about her child. She glanced at him and turned to ask Qinghuan, "I saw you send your child here alone in the morning. Where is your husband?" "He's not here." "There was no such thing." "Then you've had a hard time." The young woman thought that Qinghuan's husband was out of town. "My husband, my mother-in-law, and I are tired of taking care of a child. Your husband is not here. Won't you be annoyed to death?" She sighed. "You say, raising a child costs money and energy. If the husband is a hands-off shopkeeper, then what's the point of marriage?" The woman said, then changed the topic and said that it was good that her husband was responsible. Qinghuan listened to her complaining but actually showing off. She smiled and did not say anything. Men, whoever wanted it could have it. Anyway, she did not intend to have it. As they chatted, time passed a lot faster. At 5 o'clock, there was a burst of cheerful music in the kindergarten. The parents outside the door came to the door one after another, wanting to be the first to see their children. Qinghuan was pushed forward 2 steps. She used her hands to support herself so that she did not squeeze into others. She moved a little to the side and looked inside through the crack of the door. Not long after, she saw a teacher coming out with the children. On the first day of kindergarten, these children would be taught to line up. Those who walked over could barely form a straight line. The door opened, and the first group of teachers came out. They called a name and a parent, and one by one, they led the children away. Qinghuan waited for a long time before she heard Xianxia's name. She responded and squeezed forward. The parents on both sides made way for her. Xianxia was standing at the front. The moment he saw Qinghuan, he could not wait to run over. Qinghuan squatted down and caught the little guy's flying pounce. She kissed him on the face and got up to take his hand. Let's go. We're going home. Xianxia carried a small school bag and jumped as he walked. He said that he had learned how to count ducks in the afternoon and that he would sing it to her when he got home. Okay. Qinhuan touched his head and asked him how many friends he had made. The little guy counted with his fingers and stretched out 4 fingers. 4. I met Ruirue, Edamame, and Nyonyo. We played the slide together. We're all 4 years old. Really? Then you're really fated. Qinhuan laughed. She estimated that after a while, this idiot would know that most of his classmates were 4 years old. Yes. Xianxia nodded heavily. Although he did not know what fate meant, he repeated, we're fated. After talking about what he had seen and heard that day, Xianxia asked Qinhuan, Mom, what about you today? The little guy looked at her with sparkling eyes, as if he was expecting something. Qinhuan understood what this meant. She pretended to think for a while and then said, Today, I was thinking about Xianxia at home. I miss Mom too. Xianxia jumped up and hugged her hand. He said something sticky and smiled until his eyes narrowed into a slit. Back home, Xianxia performed the children's song he learned today to Qinhuan. After being praised, he began to run around the house. Qinhuan made dinner and called him to eat. During the meal, the little guy was restless. He picked up a grain of rice stuck in his mouth and put it in his mouth, complaining that the food at school was not as good as the food his mother made. I want to eat what Mom made. Qinhuan also wanted Xianxia to eat better, but the kindergarten had a unified meal and prohibited any food. She could not give Xianxia special treatment and could only persuade him. In order to comfort Xianxia's young heart that was attacked by food, Qinhuan played with him for a while. When she went out to set up the stall, it was more than an hour later than usual. Qinhuan did not know that because of this 1 hour late, she missed an opportunity to make money. Chen Yan did not see anyone yesterday, so he came the next day to try his luck again. But when other people opened their doors to welcome guests, there was still no movement from the shop in the corner. He was a little disappointed, but in his heart, he almost believed what Xianxia said. He looked for another street food that was said to be delicious and waved his hand to stop a taxi. Chen Yan had just gotten into the car when Qinhuan arrived on the tricycle. She opened the curtain of the canopy and moved the signboard outside. Then, she moved the ingredients from the tricycle into the safe and connected it to the electricity. She turned to greet the guests who had just entered. You can choose what you want to eat. Because Qinhuan did not come yesterday, Xianxia's business improved a lot. He was quite happy and wondered if he had really hit the nail on the head. Also, the food they made tasted different. Who knew if there was a poppy shell in it? Maybe it would be investigated. Xianxia maliciously speculated that the shop next to him would be closed forever. It would be best if it was locked up. After setting up his stall, he stood outside the door and watched. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, and there was no sign of anyone coming, he was so happy that he could not help but smile when he smoked. What are you doing here? A guest came in. Baozhen fried a bowl of rice and brought it over. She turned around and saw her husband wandering outside with nothing to do. She was a little angry. She walked over and slapped Xianxia. You don't even entertain guests. Xianxia pouted. Is this shop closed? No way. Baozhen did not believe it. Her business is so good. It will be a loss if we don't do it. Maybe there is something that can't be seen. It's better to close it. Xianxia snorted. Seeing a few more people coming, he threw away the cigarette butt and stamped it out. When he was about to greet them, he saw them walk to the side. This shop is closed. He raised his voice, thinking that these people would definitely be recruited. Then he saw Qinhuan driving a tricycle over. Xianxia's expectation was disappointed. Seeing that it was impossible to recruit those guests, he cursed in a low voice, spat, and glared at Qinhuan. He turned to Baozhen and shouted, Why are you looking here if you don't work? Chen Yan went to another snack shop. As soon as he ordered a bowl of hot dry noodles, his friend called. Didn't you say that you wanted to take a picture of that barbecue shop? Have you done it? If not, let's go today. Chen Yan's friend could not forget Qinhuan's barbecue after eating it once. Since he was free today, he wanted to invite Xianxia to eat it again. After all, eating barbecue also depended on the atmosphere. The more people, the better. Xianxia mixed the noodles and replied, I went, but I didn't manage to take a picture. What's wrong? His friend was puzzled. Xianxia sighed. I went there for 2 days and didn't see the shop open. Someone told me that her shop was closed. He clicked his tongue and asked his friend, is that barbecue really as delicious as you said? Of course it's delicious. Why would I lie to you? His friend couldn't accept that his taste was questioned. He shouted and then wondered, is it really closed? It's closed. I just came from there. Now I'm at the East Ring Road. Do you want to come? Xianxia ate a mouthful of noodles and thought it tasted good. The hot dry noodles here are very delicious. No, I'll go and have a look. His friend had been thinking about barbecue for several days. He couldn't accept that he would not have the chance to eat such delicious food again. I'll go and have a look. Maybe they have changed their shop. Sichuan's house wasn't far from the night market, only a 10-minute walk away. He ended his conversation with Xianxia and went to the night market alone without calling any of his friends. In the night market, the aroma of different foods mixed together, tempting people to salivate. Sichuan looked straight ahead and walked straight into the innermost part of the market. The area inside was filled with barbecue stalls and fried rice stalls. Ingredients were poured into boiling oil, making sizzling sounds. The further in he went, the more pedestrians there were. Many of them were in the same business. Sichuan saw the light from the innermost part of the market from afar. His eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. The small canopy was packed full, and the exhaust fan was working non-stop. In front of the stove, a young woman was brushing oil on the skewers. Her movements were deft. When she was done, she sprinkled spices on another pile. When she was done, she turned around and put the skewers in her hands on a tray next to her. An older woman brought them to the customers. Even though he had seen it once, Sichuan still felt his heart beat wildly. Most of the people who set up stalls in the night market were over 30 years old. It was his first time seeing such a young woman. Not only was she young, but she was also so beautiful. The summer weather was hot, and the temperature around the stove was even higher. Even with the strong wind from the fan, the person barbecuing next to her was sweating. Sweat gathered on her forehead, forming a drop that slid down the bridge of her nose from between her eyebrows. It stopped at the tip of her nose for a moment, then dripped to the ground and shattered. Sichuan stared at the drop of sweat, his gaze lingering on the tip of the other person's nose. He swallowed, feeling his throat dry. The other person's facial features were very good. Her skin was fair and soft, and the corners of her eyes were slightly curved. Her nose was small and sharp, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised and red. It was as if she was constantly seducing people. Because of the hot temperature, her neck was sweating a lot. The sweat rolled from her slender neck to her protruding collarbone, and finally slid into her clothes, wetting a small piece of fabric. Sichuan felt his body heat up even more. He forced himself to look away and picked up the tray to choose the food. He was absent-minded. After picking up 2 skewers of meat, he could not control his eyes. Looking from the back, this person's figure was still perfect. Her waist could be wrapped around with one hand, her buttocks were round and plump, and her slender and straight legs were eye-catching. Sichuan wanted to reach out and lift those legs up and worship them inch by inch with his tongue. A burst of laughter came from the side, and Sichuan came back to his senses. He awkwardly withdrew his gaze and glanced at the person next to him. That person's gaze was also fixed on the person in front of the stove. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and said to Sichuan, "Brother, let's see who's better." Sichuan coughed but didn't say anything. Business was busy, and all the seats were taken. Sichuan stood and waited for a while. When the people at the table paid and left, he quickly took the seat. The person who had talked to him just now also came. He took a bottle of beer, opened it, and took a sip. He raised his eyebrows at Sichuan. "You first, or I first?" Sichuan didn't say anything. The last time he came, he saw no less than 5 people go up to talk to her. Without exception, they were all rejected. Sichuan didn't think he had any hope, so he didn't want to ask for a rebuff. The person next to him was impatient. Seeing that Sichuan didn't respond, he directly stood up and walked forward. He had a smile on his face that he thought was flirtatious. He walked to Qinghuan's side. "Beauty, are you hot?" Qinghuan was still calculating the heat of each skewer. The exhaust fan next to her was too loud, so she didn't hear anyone at all. The person was a little unhappy that he was ignored, so he raised his voice and asked again. When Qinghuan turned her head, he asked again, "When are you closing the stall? Let's go sing." Qinghuan turned her head and stared at the thing in front of her again. "I don't know how to sing." "It's okay. If you don't know, I can teach you. I know a little of most songs." "Not interested." Qinghuan turned the skewers over and turned back. The person next to her thought that she was going to talk to him. Just as he smiled a little, he heard her say, "Excuse me." He gritted his teeth and didn't move. Someone squeezed in behind him. A middle-aged woman was holding a tray and squeezed him with her thick body. After putting the meat on the table, she called out to him, "Handsome, which portion are you taking? Let me see if it's ready." That person was here to pick up girls. He didn't have anything at all. How could they be familiar with each other? He pulled his face and looked at Qinghuan. He wanted to say something, but the woman had already pushed and pulled him away. "Handsome, don't worry. The food will be ready soon." After driving away the flies around them, Suli returned to Qinghuan's side and whispered to her, "You can't do it alone. Those people come here every day. Don't blame me for talking nonsense. Who knows when something will happen." Qinghuan's hands paused slightly. Since Qinghuan set up the stall, she had been hit on non-stop. Some people even waited outside until she closed the stall and said that they wanted to go somewhere. It was impossible to say that she wasn't worried. That was why she invited Suli. Suli was in her 30s or 40s. She had seen a lot of things and had a bad temper. With her around, she really solved a lot of problems. However, Suli didn't live with her. She could help block them when she was working, but she couldn't do anything after she closed the stall. As she said, who knew if those people would dare to take risks? By then, it would be too late to regret. Qinghuan sighed in her heart and thought about how to deal with it. In her previous life, she really didn't encounter such a situation. At that time, she was still young when she set up the stall outside the school. The customers were all classmates from the same school, so no one dared to pester her. Later on, when she entered the university, she rented a stall and didn't go there often. When she graduated and opened a private restaurant, there were even fewer people. The private restaurant's price was high, and those who came to eat were people with a little money. Those people saw a lot of women, so they paid attention to demeanor and mutual consent. The person next to her was still saying, "Why don't you ask your husband to pick you up? It's safer this way." Suli knew that Qinghuan had a 4-year-old child who had just entered kindergarten. She naturally felt that there was a role for a father in this family, so she made this suggestion. "Qinghuan, where could she find a husband?" "Let me think about it." "You have to go back and talk to him. If your husband doesn't want to come, I'll go back with you. I'll just walk 2 more steps." "That's fine. At worst, I'll send him back." Qinghuan nodded to her. "Thank you." Suli went to serve the food. Qinghuan's hands didn't stop moving, but she was thinking about how to deal with this matter. Nowadays, it was too late to get off work, and it was always more dangerous at night than during the day. Even if she accompanied Suli all the time, it wasn't necessarily safe. She remembered her previous plan, to save money to open a shop, hire someone to barbecue, and make the sauce herself. In this way, there was no need to go out at night, and she wouldn't meet those people who pestered her. Her business was good now. The net profit was about 2,000 yuan a day, which was 60,000 yuan a month. The rent of the nearby shops was 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, and there were also renovation and labor costs. In total, anyway, her current savings were far from enough. Qinghuan calculated the account. After deducting the daily expenses, she would have to work for 3 months at the earliest to save enough money. 3 months, It was really a little long. Did she really have to find a partner to be her boyfriend? Xinhuan shook her head fiercely and threw this terrible idea out of her mind. It wasn't worth it. On the other side, Sichuan witnessed another person return in defeat. He shook his head, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and sent a message to his friend on his phone. Chen Yan ate a bowl of hot dry noodles and was walking to digest the food. When he received the message from his friend, he was quite surprised. After confirming that his friend wasn't lying, he reached out and touched his stomach. He felt that his stomach could still be filled with something. Chen Yan said goodbye to Sichuan, got back into the car, and rushed to the night market. After getting out of the car, he took out his foldable phone and turned on the live broadcast. There were already many people waiting in the broadcast room. Chen Yan took care of them. Yesterday, I wanted to try the barbecue shop recommended by my friend, but unfortunately, it wasn't open. How can we give up on delicious food so quickly? So we'll try again today. Chen Yan walked in the passage between the stalls. His footsteps weren't fast. We can see that it's a little late, he introduced as he walked, joking with the audience from time to time. When he reached the outside of the stall, Chen Yan took a deep breath. It smells so good. It was very lively inside the canopy. Chen Yan walked in and took pictures of the ingredients in the safe. He first praised the freshness of the ingredients, then went to the barbecue grill and took a close-up shot of the barbecue. The meat on the grill sizzled as it was grilled. The surface of the meat was glistening. A pair of white hands quickly turned over and brushed the oil. It looked orderly. In the live broadcast bullet screen, many viewers had already expressed that this thing looked appetizing. Chen Yan smelled the aroma and nodded. I think so too. Xinhuan had just dealt with someone who wanted to ask for her number when another person came. She felt a little annoyed and didn't want to talk to him, but the person next to her was getting closer and closer. She couldn't bear it anymore and turned her head. She wanted to scold him, but she saw that the person next to her wasn't paying attention to her at all. But, the barbecue on the stove. Xinhuan was a little embarrassed at her own wishful thinking. She bit her lip and wanted to turn her head, but coincidentally met Chen Yan's gaze. Sorry, I just think that this. When their eyes met, Chen Yan immediately apologized. When he saw the appearance of the person in front of him, he was really stunned. He was stunned by Xinhuan. When he came back to his senses, he withdrew his presumptuous gaze and finished the second half of his sentence. This meat looks delicious. Xinhuan eased from the slight embarrassment, said a word of thanks, and continued to busy herself with her work. Chen Yan turned to look at his phone. The camera just now had clearly captured Xinhuan's face. The people in the live broadcast room were also hit by the beauty attack. At this time, they all went crazy, and the bullet screen covered layer after layer. Damn, beautiful. A beauty of this level is going to set up a stall? That's too wasteful. I'll give you 3 minutes. I want to know all the information about this beauty. Don't have any ideas about her. She's my wife. Thank you. We'll go get the marriage certificate tomorrow. Get out, she's obviously my wife. No matter the time, beauty was a rare resource. Because of Chen Huan's appearance, the fans in Chen Yan's livestream were even more enthusiastic about this trip. They basically never stopped sending gifts. However, the main point was a little wrong. Instead of asking Chen Yan to take pictures of the food, they asked him to take pictures of Chen Huan's face. No matter how good the food is, I can eat 2 more bowls of rice just by looking at this face. Can I take pictures of beautiful women? To be honest, I don't want to see the host's face. If it weren't for the distance, I would have gone there right now. In the same city, I'm already out. Rice cake, you coward. You're just standing there like a wooden stick. Useless. Chen Yan grinned at the camera, walked out of the booth, and aimed the camera at Xinhuan. He only took 1 picture before moving his face closer. Okay, let's not disturb other people's work. Go away. You're so ugly. Bah. The livestream was filled with curses, but Chen Yan ignored them. He found his good friend's seat and sat down beside him. Sichuan had been there for a while, and the food he ordered was ready. The barbecued meat had just been served and was still steaming hot. Qin Yan did not stand on ceremony and took a bite. His eyes widened slightly as he bit on the skewer and gave the camera a thumbs up. This meat is delicious. The audience didn't buy it this time. You're so obsessed. Even if I give you shit, you'll think it's delicious. Although I think this beauty is really good looking, you can't lie through your teeth. To be honest, I haven't seen a woman barbecued meat that tastes good. Is there something wrong with sexism? Who says women can't cook good food? Haha, that's the truth. You women can only cook at home. Those famous chefs are mostly men. The fans started arguing. Qin Yan saw this and quickly interrupted, "Stop arguing. This is really delicious. I swear on my conscience." Before anyone could mock him, he held the selfie stick and aimed the camera at the other tables. If you only look at faces, why are there so many girls here? Although Qinghuan always encountered men with ulterior motives, the majority of the stall's customers were female. Qin Yan patted a table, and there were 3 to 5 girls sitting together. The middle of the table was piled full of barbecued meat, and they were eating and chatting. With the facts as proof, most of the people in the live broadcast no longer had any doubts. Occasionally, there were a few who had other opinions, but they were quickly suppressed. Just like in the past, Qin Yan commented as he ate. "I don't know how this meat is made. It's so tender, and there's even juice inside." He finished off the last skewer, but still wanted more. "It's delicious, but the downside is that it's easy to get fat if you eat too much." He wiped the oil off his mouth and stood up to pay. Holding the change he found, he added, "And your wallet, you're losing weight a little fast." Suli, who was standing to the side, laughed when he heard this. "You get what you pay for. Why don't you say that our barbecued meat is fresh and abundant?" "That's true." After Qin Yan left, Suli whispered to Qinghuan, "This young man seems to be doing live broadcasts. I saw him talking to his phone when he was eating." In the past 2 years, the live broadcast platform had developed rapidly. Suli had also seen some live broadcasts, but she had never seen one like Qin Yan. "Do you think there are people watching this?" "There should be." Before Qinghuan transmigrated, he had heard that some live broadcasts were very profitable, but it seemed that they were the kind of live broadcasts with big stomachs. He really didn't know much about live broadcasts that didn't eat much. The two of them didn't know that Qin Yan was actually quite famous in the world of live broadcasts. He had millions of fans and had launched 2 stores that were popular on the internet. Many businessmen wanted him to promote them with money. Unfortunately, Qin Yan had his own insistence. He felt that if he received money to promote something that wasn't delicious, it would ruin his reputation, so he had never done it even once. That night, Qin Yan's live broadcast today had been recorded and posted on the internet. The title was "Barbecue Shop Meets a Beautiful Stall Owner, Both Food and Beauty." When a live broadcast couldn't always be good-looking, some of the more explosive scenes would be edited. The most edited scene in this episode was the scene where Qin Yan leaned over to look at the barbecue and Qinghuan turned her head. Qinghuan didn't wear any makeup, and she looked a little embarrassed because of the high temperature and sweat. In terms of beauty, it was certainly not as good as the meticulously edited pictures of celebrities. However, celebrities were too far away from ordinary people, so they certainly didn't feel as close as a barbecue stall owner. The edited scenes were forwarded by editors and marketing accounts one by one, and the title, "The Most Beautiful Barbecue Stall Owner," also spread. Qin Yan had mentioned the address of this stall during his live broadcast, so for a time, countless people who liked to join in the fun flocked to Qinghuan's stall. When Qinghuan arrived the next day, she found that her stall was tightly surrounded. She was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. The people crowded outside the stall heard the movement and turned their heads to look. Qinghuan was about to get out of the car. One of her feet was on the ground, and the arch of her foot was slightly stretched. The lines of her calf were perfect, without a trace of fat. When those people saw her face up close, they were just stunned, and their eyes couldn't help but be attracted by her legs. They came with the attitude of joining in the fun, and some people maliciously thought that it was just a publicity stunt. But when they really saw the real person, they found that with this appearance and this figure, there was no need for publicity at all. If she participated in the talent show, she would definitely be guaranteed a place. After a short period of astonishment, there was greater enthusiasm. As soon as Qinhuan got out of the car, she was surrounded by the group of people. Suli came with her, and at this time, he stood in front of her without hesitation. What's wrong? Don't push. The stall hasn't opened yet. If you want to eat, please make way. Most of the people who came here were here to see what this most beautiful barbecue stall owner looked like. Only a small number of people came here to eat. At this time, after hearing Suli's words, these people couldn't directly say their intentions, so they pretended to be here for food and made way. Qinhuan and Suli set up the things. The charcoal fire had just been lit, and it would take a while to roast. Some people went to choose the ingredients, and others who were more active came up to ask if they could take a photo. After living for more than 20 years, Qinhuan had been hit on many times, but this was the first time that so many people surrounded her to ask for a photo. Someone saw that she was at a loss and didn't seem to know what was going on, so he explained enthusiastically, "Yesterday, a food anchor came to live broadcast and filmed you. Now you are popular." He took out his mobile phone, opened the app, searched for a keyword, and clicked on the first message to show Qinhuan. It was a message forwarded by a popular entertainment account, excerpted from a screenshot. It said that with this face, she could totally go to the entertainment circle and was prettier than a certain flower. There were good and bad comments under the post. The flower's fans who were compared said that with this ordinary face, how could she be qualified to be compared with their idol? She was simply a scammer. A certain flower's fans said that their idol lived under a high standard, and that if she had the ability, she couldn't be compared with them. The two groups of people quarreled until the sky darkened, and some passers-by expressed their opinions. Qinhuan looked at them and felt that these people were really bored to death. She was a little dissatisfied with Chen Yan's practice of secretly taking photos without permission, but when she saw that the customers were almost unable to stay in the canopy, and that almost half of the ingredients in the preservation cabinet were missing, her anger dissipated just like that. Forget it, forget it. It's not all bad. At least the business is better, right? Although the economic effect brought by these people was indeed a good thing, Qinhuan didn't agree to the request of taking a photo. I'm just a barbecue cook. Taking a photo or something, she didn't finish her sentence, but the people around her already understood what she meant. Most people could understand that not everyone liked to live a life of being the center of attention. Although they were a little disappointed, the people around her gradually dispersed. A small number of people who felt that they couldn't come for nothing secretly took photos of Qinhuan and posted them on social media, saying that the beauty on the internet was really beautiful, and that she was 10 times prettier in person than in photos. After bragging to their friends, those who came for Qinhuan felt that this trip was worth it. It was time for dinner, and it was just right for them to eat before leaving. Just take it as a visit fee. Qinhuan moved quickly, and didn't let people wait for too long. Those who came for the beauty didn't have high expectations for the taste of the food. They felt that as long as it wasn't too bad, it would be fine. But the moment the food entered their mouths, their original thoughts disappeared. Those who ordered less still secretly hated themselves for hesitating just now. Why was the food so delicious when she was so beautiful? Those who got the barbecue seemed to have been hungry for a few days and lowered their heads to eat. Those who didn't get to eat smelled the strong fragrance in the air and watched others eat with relish, and secretly swallowed their saliva. They were too greedy. When it was their turn, they also became one of the people who wolfed down the food. The result of joining in the fun this time could be said to be extremely satisfying. Whether it was their eyes or their mouths, they all enjoyed it. There was still a steady stream of people coming from outside. Because there were too many people, they couldn't stay inside, so they lined up outside. Qinhuan was the fastest to close the stall today. Everything was sold out a little after 9 o'clock. When he was about to close the stall, there were still people rushing over. They were particularly disappointed when they heard that there was no food to eat. When he got home, the bedroom light was still on. Xianxia was not asleep. He was lying on the bed, reading the comic book Qinhuan bought for him. The story in the comic book was vivid and interesting. Even if he couldn't read, he could roughly guess the meaning. Xianxia held his chin with one hand and turned the pages with the other. When one hand was tired, he would switch to the other. He was reading very seriously. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Qinghuan habitually went to the room to take a look, and then took a bath. She was slightly dissatisfied when she saw that Xianxia was not asleep. When he saw that the little fellow was actually lying on the bed reading a book, the anger in his heart rose with a whoosh whoosh. Qinghuan walked into the room, took the comic book with one hand, and knocked on Xianxia's head. She scolded with a straight face, "Who taught you to read like this? How many times has your mother said that you can't read too close? If you do, you will become nearsighted." When the little guy saw his mother come back, he didn't have time to be happy before he was scolded. He wilted like a grass without water. He lowered his head and clasped his fingers. He added, "I can't see my mother if I'm nearsighted." "You still know." Qinghuan poked his forehead angrily. "You're doing it knowingly." Xianxia pouted, obviously a little unconvinced. He lowered his head. Qinghuan wanted to say something, but Xianxia suddenly raised his head and hugged her waist on his knees. He said with tears in his eyes, "But I'm afraid of being alone." Qinghuan's anger was suppressed in an instant. After all, it was the first time she was a mother, and there was no one to remind her. Qinghuan often didn't do enough, such as now. At first, she also thought about whether the child would be afraid at home alone because she rarely heard the child complain. She was too busy, and it was late at night when she came back. At that time, Xianxia was already asleep. Gradually, Qinghuan ignored this problem. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." She apologized and hugged the little boy back. "Call me if you're afraid at night." "But Mom is busy." Xianxia only went out with Qinghuan once and watched his mother work for several hours. Although he was young, he knew that he shouldn't disturb her at this time. "I'm not busy if you look for me. But you have to promise me that you won't read in bed in the future. Do you understand?" Xianxia nodded. Qinghuan patted him on the shoulder and let the little boy lie on the bed. "I'll tell you this story. Go to sleep after listening to it, okay?" Xianxia lay on the bed and looked at her with bright eyes. "Mom, aren't you leaving?" "I'm not leaving today." Qinghuan turned to the beginning of the comic book, which was about the story of the three kingdoms. She slowly said, "At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Mom." Xianxia's eyes were still open. "What is the Eastern Han Dynasty?" "The Eastern Han Dynasty is the name of a dynasty a long, long time ago. Xianxia will know when he goes to school." Qinghuan reached out a hand and covered the little boy's eyes. "Okay, close your eyes and listen." "Hee hee." "Okay." Xianxia seemed to find this very interesting. He grabbed Qinghuan's little finger and blinked his eyes twice. His long and curled eyelashes were ticklish in the palm of her hand. "Mom, I'm closing my eyes." "Okay." Qinghuan didn't withdraw her hand. She sat on the bed and turned the page with one hand, reading the following story. The low and rhythmic voice had a good hypnotic effect. After a few minutes, the little boy let go of her fingers. Qinghuan waited for a while and made sure that he was asleep. Then she slowly pulled her hand back and took her close to the bathroom to take a shower. Thanks to Chen Yan's live broadcast, Qinghuan's business was booming during this period. Every day, there would be a long queue outside. The two of them were too busy, so Qinghuan hired 2 more people and added a few more tables and chairs outside for the guests to rest. There were too many people coming to eat, so the consumption of ingredients was also a lot higher. Qinghuan had to spend a lot of time preparing these things every day. After a busy day, he almost didn't even have the strength to talk. However, her efforts always paid off. Because of these customers, her daily income had increased by several times. The agreement with Xianxia had been carried out. No matter how busy he was, Qinghuan would take a while to call the little fellow. When she made the call, the job of barbecuing meat was handed over to Suli. Suli had been watching for a long time, and she knew some of the essentials. Qinghuan was guiding her from the side. At first, she was a little flustered when she took over the work, but gradually, her performance became better and better, and her actions were orderly. According to the feedback of the guests, the new master's craftsmanship was also quite recognized. Since Suli could do it, Qinghuan deliberately lengthened the time she took over. During this period of time, Qinghuan also knew a little about Suli's family situation. She was just 40 years old this year. Her husband was in poor health, and her mother-in-law was paralyzed in bed. There was also a child in high school. She had to support the family by herself, working 2 jobs during the day and at night. Qinghuan didn't plan to barbecue for a lifetime. Suli was a good person, but she was also quite pitiful. She planned to let others try it first. When she stopped cooking in the future, she would tell her the secret recipe. With her own exclusive secret recipe, it would be much easier to open a shop or set up a stall than now. From the beginning of the stall until now, Qinghuan had earned more than 100,000 yuan. Most of the money was saved in the second half of the month. One step closer to her goal, Qinghuan's heart became more and more relaxed. Today was the kindergarten's parent-child activity. Qinghuan got up earlier than usual. After making breakfast, she went to buy ingredients for barbecue. After sending Xianxia to the kindergarten, she came back and began to marinate the meat without stopping. It wasn't easy to finish these things before 11 o'clock. Qinghuan didn't even have time to take a breath. She put on makeup and changed clothes as quickly as possible and went out. On the parent-child activity day, the kindergarten was rarely open to the public. In order to ensure the safety of the children, there were many more security guards in the kindergarten today. Lunch was eaten in the kindergarten. The parents waited in the cafeteria early, and the teachers brought the children of each class over. Since knowing that his mother was coming, Xianxia had been in a state of excitement. He had been looking forward to it all morning. Finally, he saw Qinghuan and couldn't wait to run over. "Mom!" He shouted loudly, his cheeks red with excitement. Qinghuan touched his head and saw that he wasn't sweating. "Are you hot?" Xianxia shook his head and stuck to her. I've been waiting for you. You miss me so much?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "I miss you so much." The kindergarten cafeteria wasn't big. The parents of the lower classes were all participating in the parent-child activity. After confirming that every child had found their parents, someone began to distribute the food. The kindergarten also had the intention of letting these parents come over for lunch so that they could feel more at ease. The tuition here was high, and the food was good. There were special nutritionists in charge. They tried to match the food with bright colors so that the children would have more appetite. Lunch was 3 dishes and 1 soup. The portions weren't much, just enough for 2 or 3 people. Qinghuan placed the bowls and chopsticks and took a bite. She felt that it was good. "Xianxia." She called out and asked in a low voice, "Is there a difference between what you eat today and what you eat before?" Xianxia thought for a moment and shook his head. Then he said, "It's not as good as what Mom cooks." Qinghuan laughed and felt relieved. She felt that the tuition was well worth it. At least she didn't treat the little guy badly. Unlike Qinghuan, Xianxia had always been dissatisfied with the kindergarten's lunch. He kept muttering while eating, saying that this was not good and that was not good. In short, in this world, only his mother's cooking was the best. Qinghuan was overjoyed by his praise, but on the surface, she still pretended to say that he couldn't be picky. Xianxia listened and thought for a while. Then he ate a carrot stick with an indescribable expression. "I'm not picky." After lunch, the children went to take a nap, and the parents were taken by the teacher to visit the kindergarten. The kindergarten was not much different from the one Qinghuan saw when he signed up. The only difference was that there were many more children's doodles in the classroom. The teacher introduced which children had drawn each work. The parents whose names were called stopped their eyes on their children's drawings, and their faces were full of pride. Qinghuan also looked at one of the drawings, which was drawn by Xianxia. The name was simple and crude, "Mother and Me." The little guy had only learned to draw for a short time, and he was weak and couldn't control the pen. The people in the drawing looked strange, and the color was also very eye-catching. But for some reason, when Qinghuan looked at this painting, she felt that it was beautiful everywhere. She even wanted to take it back for her collection, but she was rejected by the teacher and gave up in disappointment. She thought that when she was free, she would definitely paint a painting with Xianxia and frame it. After the parents finished visiting the school, the children also woke up from their naps. The two sides met again, and it was time for the real parent-child activity. The parent-child activity was to cultivate the communication skills of children and parents and deepen the feelings between each other. Therefore, cooperation between the two sides was always indispensable during the game. The game settings were somewhat deceptive to the parents. For example, a game asked the parents to turn around 10 times, and then the children directed the parents to use the specific animal patterns on the top of their noses. Some parents with poor balance were confused after turning around 10 times. They walked unsteadily and even fell on the ground, causing bursts of laughter. The little guys were particularly happy during the afternoon's game, and the parents were all in a mess. Qinghuan's hair was like a chicken's nest before she went out, and her clothes were covered with dust. She felt exhausted, and her legs were weak when she walked. Xianxia played for the whole afternoon, and he was still very energetic. He played so many games with his mother today, and he felt very happy. Since he left kindergarten, he had been looking forward to the next parent-child activity. Back home, Qinghuan began to prepare dinner. Xianxia sat in the living room and doodled on the paper with a crayon. He drew for a while, and before Qinghuan finished cooking, he put away the paper and pen and picked up a Rubik's Cube to play. Because of Xianxia's complaint at noon, Qinghuan made a particularly sumptuous dinner today. After dinner, she was ready to go out as usual, but Xianxia made a request. "Mom, can I go out with you?" Qinghuan hesitated. Seeing Xianxia's expectant eyes, she thought about it and agreed. "Okay, tell me when Xianxia is sleepy." "Okay." In the night market, people came early outside the stall. They were surprised to see Qinghuan bring a child. Qinghuan didn't hide it, and generously responded, "This is my son." In the crowd, there was a young man who looked like an elite who was stunned the moment he saw Xianxia. Li Kangyi learned about the existence of Qinghuan's barbecue stall from his colleagues. In the mouths of those people, the barbecue stall's proprietress was very beautiful, and the food she made was also very delicious. He was also a glutton, and was not interested in the proprietress's appearance. He just wanted to know what the legendary barbecue tasted like. He finally didn't have to work overtime, so he couldn't wait to come over. But instead of seeing the delicious food, he saw a little kid who looked so much like his boss. Li Kangyi felt that he was frightened. He closed his eyes and opened them again. That's right, under the light, he looked even more like his boss. In an instant, all kinds of melodramatic plots such as the little wife running away, entering the wrong room and sleeping in the wrong bed, and so on came to mind. Li Kangyi was so immersed in his own imagination that he almost forgot the purpose of his visit. He just kept staring at Xianxia. The child seemed to have sensed his gaze and turned his head. Li Kangyi looked at the cute expression on the miniature version of his boss's face and couldn't help but shiver. The child looked so much like his boss that Li Kangyi couldn't convince himself that it was just a coincidence. He took out his phone, found an angle, and took a picture of the little guy's face. Then he logged into the chat app, found a user with the nickname Boss, and sent the picture. The top floor of a landmark building in Sea City was brightly lit. Jiang Mingyuan finished reading a document and rubbed his eyes tiredly. The phone on the table vibrated. Jiang Mingyuan frowned and looked at it. After thinking about it, he took the phone and unlocked it. The message was sent by one of his assistants. It was a picture and a sentence. Li Kangyi, a picture of a child. Li Kangyi, boss, does this child look like you? People always lacked enough understanding of their own appearance. After seeing this photo, Jiang Mingyuan didn't feel any familiarity or resemblance. He only felt that the assistant was too boring. Jiang Mingyuan, are you very free? Li Kangyi looked at these short words, and the expressionless face of the boss appeared in his mind. He shrank back and deleted the original words one by one. Forget it. Since the boss doesn't think so, then so be it. Li Kangyi glanced at the child not far away, and then looked at the beauty stall owner who was busy. The suspicion in his heart couldn't be dispelled. The child looked to be about 3 or 4 years old. Judging by the time she was pregnant, the boss didn't have much power at that time. He seemed to have a reputation for being a playboy. Perhaps this was the consequence of not taking proper protective measures. It was said that recently, the boss's mother was urging him to get married and have children. There was some discord between them. If this child was really her grandson, she should be very happy. Thinking of the well-maintained and generous lady, Li Kangyi's mind became active. If he brought back the next generation of the Jiang family, he believed that he could get a lot of rewards. Maybe his position could be changed. It was said that the branch company still needed a business director. Xianxia wanted to come with Qinghuan. It was just that he was occasionally presumptuous in his excitement. But he was a sensible child. He was satisfied to come with them. He wouldn't cry and make a scene to ask adults to accompany him. When they arrived at the night market, Xianxia stayed in front of Qinghuan for a while. Seeing that she was busy, he found a place to sit down and played with the Rubik's Cube he brought. He was good-looking, and the way he played obediently was very likable. From time to time, people came to chat with him. "Kid, do you know how to play this?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. His chubby face was full of seriousness. His hands were small, and he was playing with a 4-grid Rubik's Cube. Even so, he couldn't completely grasp it. When he twisted it, his movements looked a little clumsy. The person who talked to him smiled. He thought that the child was just fooling around. He just looked at the color and didn't know anything. He had learned the rules of the Rubik's Cube and thought that the 4-grid Rubik's Cube was very simple. He wanted to show off in front of the little guy. "Do you know how to play the Rubik's Cube?" "Come on, uncle." Before he could finish his sentence, the star twisted again, and the side facing upwards turned into the same color. The person who came was a little stumped, but the people who were watching the stars sighed at his intelligence. "Little friend, you're amazing." Xianxia was a little happy to be praised, and then went to another side. Perhaps it was because the praise had boosted his confidence. Xianxia's condition was off the charts today. The difficult problem that had been blocking him in the past was solved just like that. After spending more than half an hour, he finally made each side the same color. This was actually his first success, and Xianxia couldn't wait to show off. He held up the small Rubik's Cube and jumped to Qinghuan's side. "Mom, look." He tugged at Qinghuan's clothes and motioned for her to look at the thing in his hand. Xianxia succeeded. Qinghuan knew that the little guy had recently learned to play with the Rubik's Cube. He was young and didn't understand those complicated rules. When he played according to his imagination. He tried many times but didn't succeed. Sometimes, he would get angry and throw the thing aside. After calming down, he would take it and continue to play. The little guy's rare success needed encouragement. Qinghuan handed the work in her hand to Suli and walked to the side with Xianxia. She squatted down and took the Rubik's Cube from Xianxia's hand. The little guy stood straight, obviously waiting for praise. Qinghuan was not stingy with her words. She kissed the little guy's face and said, "Baby, you're so smart." "Hee hee." Xianxia put his hands behind his back and smiled. He kissed back and said, "Mom is smart too." It was only 7:30, not the usual time for Xianxia to go to bed. Recently, the temperature had dropped, and at night, the temperature had dropped below 20 degrees. Qinghuan touched the little guy's hand and felt that it was a little cold. She took a coat for Xianxia to wear and asked him if he wanted to drink water. Xianxia was indeed a little thirsty. He drank half a glass of water from Qinghuan's hand. After drinking, he waved to her and said, "Mom, you go to work. Don't worry about me." There were many people at night, and Suli really couldn't help. Qinghuan also couldn't play with the little guy all the time, so she agreed. The tables and chairs in the shed were full. Qinghuan found a small stool and let Xianxia sit on it. She said again, "Baby, you play here. If there's anything, call Mom. Don't go out with others, okay?" "I know, Mom." Qinghuan went to work, leaving Xianxia sitting there alone to play with the Rubik's Cube. Li Kangyi saw the opportunity and went over as if nothing had happened. "Little boy, you're so smart." Xianxia heard the voice and looked up and smiled at him. Li Kangyi stood aside, gathered his emotions, and asked calmly, "Little boy, are you in school?" Xianxia nodded. "I'm in kindergarten." "Are you 4 years old this year?" Li Kangyi guessed after calculating the age of entering school. "Huh?" Xianxia looked up in surprise, as if to say, "How did you know?" "I guessed." At this time, someone happened to leave. Li Kangyi moved a stool and sat down next to him. He continued to ask, "Are you bored playing alone?" "No." Xianxia felt that this uncle was a little talkative, similar to the bad people her mother said, so he spoke more briefly. Li Kangyi didn't know that he had been hated. He had been laying for so long and finally asked the main question. Where's your father? Why doesn't he play with you? He was a little nervous, and his hands on his knees were even sweating. If his guess was true, this might be the future little boss. Xianxia glanced at him. Her mother said that except for the police uncle, the other people who wanted to take him to find his parents were all bad people. Many of the people who had been asking about his family were also bad people. This uncle looked particularly like one. He glared at Li Kangyi, snorted and turned away, deciding to ignore him. Li Kangyi was puzzled by the stare. He didn't know how he had offended him, but Xianxia's reaction made him understand that he didn't want to face it, which confirmed his guess. Don't you have a father? Xianxia put down his toys, stood up and ran to Qinghuan. Before Li Kangyi could react, the little boy had already hugged his mother's leg and complained, Mom, this uncle is a bad person. Qinghuan frowned and looked at the embarrassed Li Kangyi. He put down the things in his hand and walked over. I didn't do anything, just said a few words. Li Kangyi explained. Qinghuan nodded, I'm sorry, my child is a little shy. Before Li Kangyi had time to generously say that it was okay, he heard Qinghuan say, he is timid. Now he is scared when he sees you. There are many people in line today. Why don't you come another day? Xianxia's voice was not low before, and many people heard it. Now that they heard the boss driving him away, they looked over even more openly. Li Kangyi was regarded as a lively scene, and he was angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to do anything. Not to mention that so many people were watching, the possible relationship between the little boy and his boss made him have to be careful. I'm sorry to scare the child. He laughed dryly, raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist, and found a way out for himself, I'm in a hurry. I can't wait in line now, so I'll come another day. At 8:30, Jiang Mingyuan finished his work for the day. He turned off the computer and picked up the suit beside him. The phone rang at the right time, and the caller showed on it made him feel irritated. But even though he was annoyed, he still had to answer the phone. Jiang Mingyuan picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Mom. Are you off work? The voice on the other end of the phone was soft and weak, but there was no room for negotiation. I asked the chef to make your favorite dishes. Come back for dinner tonight. I still have things to do. I asked Xiao Zhang, and he said you don't have any social engagements today. Mother Jiang said, let's put work aside first. It's too busy. We haven't seen each other for a long time and I miss you. Okay. As a mother, Gu Mingli could always easily grasp his weakness. Jiang Mingyuan was a little discouraged. I know, I'll go back later. In the car, the assistant reported tomorrow's itinerary. There's a ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. I have an appointment with Wenhua's President Li at noon, and I have to go in the afternoon. Halfway through, he was suddenly interrupted by Jiang Mingyuan. Is the shipping company still lacking a general assistant? The shipping company was a subsidiary of the Jiang Group. It hadn't been open for long, and its performance was mediocre. It usually didn't have much of a presence. The assistant was a little puzzled. Why would a small general assistant position in a subsidiary alarm the boss? Could it be that the general manager was special? He tried to recall who the shipping company's manager was, but before he could remember, he heard Jiang Mingyuan say, I have enough people here. Send Xiao Zhang over. So that's it, the assistant understood in his heart. Xiao Zhang was someone sent over by the boss's mother. His work ability was average, but his ability to snitch was first class. The boss had tolerated him for a long time, and now it seemed that he couldn't bear it anymore. He nodded and replied, okay. The car drove on the mountain road for a long time before finally arriving at the villa on the top of the mountain. This was the highest mountain in Sea City. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the entire city's skyline could be seen. The door in front of them slowly opened, and the car drove in and stopped in front of the door. As soon as Jiang Mingyuan got out of the car, the woman inside came out to greet him. You're back. I calculated the time, and the dishes are still hot. It's just right to eat now, she said to Jiang Mingyuan. She couldn't hide the pride in her eyes when she looked at him. Her son was young and promising. He forcefully took back the company from the hands of those old farts. In the past few years, the business had been doing better and better. Who wouldn't praise her for teaching her son well? However, this child was good in everything, but his marriage was too worrying. She didn't know if it was because he played too much when he was young, but in the past few years, so many women had come to him, but he didn't like any of them. As a mother, she had to be more worried when her child wasn't in a hurry. Gumingli smiled and reached out to hold her son's arm. She felt that she had made the right decision. The crystal chandelier in the villa's living room shone brightly. There were 5 or 6 dishes on the table in the small dining room. Just as they entered the door, a woman walked out of the kitchen. She put the things in her hands on the table and turned around. She first greeted Mother Jiang, then looked at Jiang Mingyuan and said shyly, "President Jiang." Jiang Mingyuan frowned and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Gu Mingli grabbed him. "I'm going back to the company," Jiang Mingyuan said. "I still have a video conference to attend." "Do you think your company will go bankrupt tomorrow?" Gu Mingli refused to budge. "Since you're back, you have to finish this meal today." "Mom," Jiang Mingyuan felt a headache coming on. "You know what I mean." "Of course I know what you mean. You just don't want me to have a good life." Gu Mingli suddenly became agitated. As she spoke, tears fell. "Your father passed away so early. I raised you. My greatest wish is to see you start a family and have a son or a daughter." She said, "Even if you don't think for me, you should at least think for your father. Doesn't your father want you to have children?" Jiang Mingyuan took a deep breath and suppressed his voice. "We'll talk about this another day." "There's no another day. Today." Gu Mingli pointed at the chair in front of them. "Eat with me." Mother and son could never agree on their marriage. Gu Mingli wanted him to find a wife with a gentle and virtuous family background, but Jiang Mingyuan was tired of this kind of half-forced relationship. Both of them had strong personalities. They had quarreled more than once over this matter and parted on bad terms every time. But this time was different. This time, there were outsiders present. Jiang Mingyuan didn't want to make things too ugly with his mother in front of outsiders. Gu Mingli calculated this and acted first and reported later. In the end, Jiang Mingyuan sat at the dining table. The woman who came to the Jiang family's house was called Chu Sun. She was the eldest daughter of the Chu family in a province. The Chu family started as a daily cosmetic business. Although its scale couldn't be compared to the Jiang family's, it could still be considered a wealthy family. Chu Sun was 25 years old this year and had just returned from studying abroad. His appearance was Gu Mingli's favorite type, an oval-shaped face, big eyes, full lips, and thick earlobes. He looked very blessed and was suitable for a family. From Gu Mingli's point of view, Chu Sun was a good match for her son in terms of looks, family background, and personality. Gu Mingli had fallen in love with this girl the moment she saw her. After asking around about her past and not having any messy love history, she contacted her behind Jiang Mingyuan's back. The Chu family was different from the Jiang family. Jiang Mingyuan's father was a workaholic and had little interest in the affairs between men and women. With Jiang Mingyuan as his successor, he felt that he had completed his task and devoted all his passion to his business empire. The head of the Chu family was the complete opposite of Jiang Mingyuan's father. He was the third generation of a wealthy family and had taken over the family business from his parents. He had some ability, but there was no way for him to advance the family business. He didn't have much ambition or pursuit. Most of his energy was spent on women's bellies. The number of his lovers who had seen the light was more than 8, and the number of his illegitimate children was in the double digits. There was a daily palace drama in the family. Chu Sun's father valued sons over daughters and felt that the family business must be left to his son. Chu Sun's eldest illegitimate brother was only 3 months younger than her and had already gone to the family business. No matter how capable she was, it was almost impossible for her to inherit the family business. Since that was the case, why not find a family more powerful than the Chu family? When the time came, no matter which of her brothers and sisters inherited the family business, wouldn't they have to bow to her? In the past few years, Jiang Mingyuan's reputation had been growing. Chu Sun had also heard of his name overseas. It was said that he was shrewd and ruthless and had a good eye for investment. Although he had been ridiculous for a period of time when he was young, he was getting further and further away from these scandals. It was good that he had changed. He was much better than her father. Chusun's pair of beautiful eyes were like hooks as she stared at Jiang Mingyuan's face. She smiled slightly and raised the wine glass beside her. It's the first time we meet. Let me propose a toast to Mr. Jiang. Chusun said, Auntie told me that Mr. Jiang likes to eat fish. I'm not sure if my culinary skills are good enough for Mr. Jiang. Jiang Mingyuan's expression was indifferent. He didn't clink glasses with her. He glanced at Chusun and said, the family chefs have been paid. They can cook whatever we want. Miss Chu is a guest. How can we let a guest enter the kitchen? If word gets out, people will say that we have forgotten how to treat our guests. Chusun was speechless. Chusun felt a little embarrassed that her blind date didn't give her any face. Her hand that was holding the wine glass was half raised and the smile on her face gradually froze. What are you talking about? Chusun made the food because she saw that you liked it. How can she be the same as a chef? Gu Mingli patted Jiang Mingyuan and reprimanded, why aren't you apologizing to her? It's okay, it's okay. I was rude. Chusun put down the wine glass and quickly spoke up for Jiang Mingyuan. She looked magnanimous and gentle. Look at how good Xiaosun's personality is. Gu Mingli echoed her words. Where else can you find such a good girl nowadays? You'll regret it if you miss this opportunity. Following her praise, Chusun on the other side lowered her head and revealed a shy side profile. I won't. Jiang Mingyuan stared at the area in front of him. Chusun's actions were all for a blind person to see. Gu Mingli was puzzled. Won't what? I won't regret it, Jiang Mingyuan said and paused for a moment. He raised his wine glass and said to Chusun, I'm sorry. After he finished speaking, he put the wine glass to his lips and raised his head to finish the wine in the glass. The movement of the man's Adam's apple when he drank was particularly attractive. Chusun shyly picked up the serving chopsticks and was about to pick up some food for him when Jiang Mingyuan stood up. I'm done eating. Excuse me. After he finished speaking, he strode away. Hey, hey. You only drank a glass of wine. How is that considered full? Gu Mingli reached out to stop him but was a step too late. She watched her son's back disappear at the door. Auntie. Chusun didn't expect this to be the result of their first meeting. She was anxious and called out to Gu Mingli. It's okay. He's just throwing a tantrum with me. He's not targeting you. Gu Mingli could be said to be pleasant in the face of her daughter-in-law candidate. She picked up some food for Chusun and said, you must be tired after working for so long. Hurry up and eat. Jiang Mingyuan's assistant and chauffeur who came back with him hadn't eaten dinner yet. When they saw the mother and son enter the house, the servants of the Jiang family invited them to eat together. The food was also prepared by the chef and tasted quite good. However, the two of them had only taken a few bites when someone came over and said that Director Jiang needed to use the car. The assistant and chauffeur looked at each other and guessed that the mother and son had fallen out with each other again. In recent years, the relationship between the mother and son in the Jiang family had been getting worse and worse. Gu Mingli wanted to control her son, but Jiang Mingyuan, who had grown up, refused to be trapped. As the two of them pulled at each other, the net woven by family affection was full of cracks. Boss, where are we going? The car door closed and the chauffeur turned around to ask. Let's go back to the apartment, Jiang Mingyuan supported his head with his hand and said faintly. The car drove out of the villa and Jiang Mingyuan felt the pressure in his heart lessen. He rolled down the car window to take a breath of air and asked his assistant, did I interrupt your meal? No, no. The assistant quickly denied. I told old Lu that I wanted to eat the beef noodles at the restaurant next to the company. Since you're going there, we don't have to take a detour. Jiang Mingyuan smiled and tapped the corner of his lips with his finger. The assistant looked puzzled and reached out to touch it. A small piece of vegetable was knocked off. He probably didn't wipe it clean when he hurried over. His lie was exposed, and it was such an embarrassing thing. This made the assistant, who had always been an elite, feel a little embarrassed. He reached out to touch his chin and wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. Send me back. You and old Lu can go eat. Put it on my tab. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the scenery outside the car and said to his assistant. Thank you, boss. We're going to have a good meal tonight. In order to make it easier to travel, Jiang Mingyuan's apartment was right next to the company. It was only a 5-minute walk. Jiang Mingyuan rejected his assistant's kindness to bring him food. He put his hand in his pocket and swiped his card to enter the elevator. This apartment was also a project of the Jiang Group. It was specially prepared for high-income people. The apartment was located in the most prosperous area. The density of the houses was small, the greenery was good, and the space was large. Each apartment was at least 100 square meters, but it was equipped with 2 bedrooms and a living room. It ensured that people wouldn't feel depressed living there. As the boss, Jiang Mingyuan monopolized the top 3 floors of the apartment. The first floor was for office work, the second floor was for fitness, and the highest floor was where he rested. Sea City was near the river. Standing in front of the window, the brilliant lights on the other side of the river reflected in his eyes. Jiang Mingyuan exhaled, took off his suit, pulled off his tie, and threw it to the side. He unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of his shirt, revealing the honey-colored skin on his chest. Jiang Mingyuan stripped off his formal suit and changed into sports equipment. He walked on the treadmill on the side, set the time and speed, and followed the movement of the track. Running was only a warm-up. After that, there were many other activities. After spending more than an hour here and sweating profusely, Jiang Mingyuan finally suppressed the impatience in his heart. After sweating and taking a shower, Jiang Mingyuan wore a loose bathrobe and went downstairs to continue working. When his father died, Jiang Mingyuan was only 18 years old. Although he received the shares that he deserved and became a real major shareholder, the seniors in the company didn't take his words seriously and vaguely wanted to make him a mere figurehead. Jiang Mingyuan didn't have any siblings, only an orphan and a widow were left in the family. Gu Mingli came from a big family, but knew nothing about business. All he did was talk about clothes and jewelry with a group of rich ladies, and drink tea and arrange flowers. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't rely on anyone but himself. While resisting the endless malice of the people around him, he crazily studied and accumulated strength, hoping that one day, he would take back what belonged to him. To achieve this goal, Jiang Mingyuan spent 8 years, from 18 to 26. He finally lived up to his father's expectations. Probably because people mentioned him, Jiang Mingyuan thought of his father again. He was very serious and looked very unapproachable, but he would take time out of his busy schedule to attend his parent-teacher meetings like an ordinary parent. There was a photo on the desk. It was a rare family photo of the 3 of them. In the photo, he was only 6 years old, and his parents looked particularly young. Jiang Mingyuan picked up the photo frame and stroked his mother's face on the left side of the photo. He stared at it for a while, then slightly raised the corner of his lips and let out a sigh. Forget it. She's my only family. I'll just bear with it for a while longer. After making this decision, Jiang Mingyuan prepared to continue working. He put down the photo frame, but when his gaze swept across his face, he stopped. It seemed that today, his assistant had said that he saw a child who looked very similar to him. He didn't know if it was because of his mother's urging to get married, but Jiang Mingyuan, who originally thought it was complete nonsense, couldn't put this matter to the back of his mind no matter what. He wasn't someone who mistreated himself. Since he cared about it, he had to figure it out. The photo sent by his assistant was still there. Jiang Mingyuan clicked on the photo that was obviously taken secretly, and compared it with himself in the middle of the photo. It was very difficult for people to completely picture their own appearance in their mind, but photos weren't affected by this. Jiang Mingyuan compared the person in the 2 photos inch by inch, and the more he compared, the more shocked he became. The assistant didn't lie. They really did look so similar. What exactly had gone wrong? As he sorted through his memories, a detail that he had deliberately forgotten reappeared in his mind. It was when he was 25 years old. Due to a change in policy, the development of the group was not smooth. The financial report did not satisfy the shareholders, and the stock fell a lot. After a few years of hard work, Jiang Mingyuan also made a name for himself and was known as the most capable young entrepreneur of the generation. The money in his hands did not increase, and the attitude of the shareholders who originally supported the elders began to become ambiguous. They said that it might be more suitable for the Jiang family to manage the group. Of course, the elders whose interests were threatened could not tolerate someone threatening their position, let alone someone they had always looked down on. Because of fear and jealousy, they became even crazier and more unscrupulous in their targeting of Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan's own company was suppressed. The place where he usually lived was monitored. His car brakes were out of control, and he would hit drunk drivers when he was walking. He was lucky. He did not die an unnatural death as they had expected. Instead, he made the company bigger. He was not at a disadvantage even in a head-on battle with the Jiang group. He even found evidence and sent several descendants of the old guys to prison. Jiang Mingyuan's tough counterattack woke them up. The person in front of them was no longer the person who could be bullied by them. They changed to a more gentle way. They took the initiative to get close to him, expressed friendliness in various social occasions, and invited him to some business leaders' gatherings. They said that the Jiang group would definitely be under his control in the future. Jiang Mingyuan knew that those people did not have good intentions, but he needed these opportunities. He basically did not refuse those invitations. Every time he attended an event, in addition to developing his own connections and business, there were also many women. These kinds of public or private gatherings, women who accompanied him to drink were almost an open, unspoken rule. Jiang Mingyuan would not have any further relationship with them, nor would he pretend to be aloof and reject them. It was also from then on that there were more and more scandals related to him. One day, it was said that he had booked a room with someone. The next day, it was said that he had a hot relationship with another model. There were even 2 female celebrities who were jealous of him on social media. These messy news did not have any impact on him, and Jiang Mingyuan did not care. His silence probably gave those people confidence and made them bolder. During an event, he drank wine that had been spiked. Jiang Mingyuan was still young at that time, so he let his guard down in a moment of high spirits. When he was half forced into the room, there was only endless regret in his heart. That night, he hugged a girl, and nothing happened the next day. After that, he found out that those people had initially arranged for an AIDS patient to accompany him. They had even specifically told him that the more intense it was, the better. It would be best if there were some wounds. The person they found still had some conscience. At the last moment, he went back on his word and didn't come. The middleman couldn't bear to part with the huge sum of money and found another girl to replace him. Only then did he escape. Jiang Mingyuan was both glad and scared. After this incident, he was much more cautious in his actions. Those people didn't find any gaps in his position. A year later, he took back his position. Those elders were sent to prison one after another for economic crimes. It was unlikely that they would be released in this lifetime. He didn't let go of those who were involved in this incident, except for 2 people. One was the prostitute who went back on her word in the end, and the other was the woman he had one night with. Jiang Mingyuan asked someone to investigate and found that there was no problem. He gave them some money and let them go. Jiang Mingyuan inherited his father's personality. He was not interested in sex. When he was young, he had a few girlfriends. After his father passed away at the age of 18, he spent all his energy on his career. Counting the women he had really slept with, there was only one. The child in the photo looked to be around 3 or 4 years old. If it was really that time, the timing would match. He frowned as he stared at the photo on his phone. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Li Kangyi, "Where did you take this photo of this person?" Li Kangyi was still at home thinking about how to quietly investigate this matter and then tell his boss to get some benefits when he received another message from his boss. He turned over and got out of bed. Looking at the message, he opened his mouth. He pretended not to care, but now he was exposed. He was proud of himself, but he didn't dare to delay his actions. After a while, Jiang Mingyuan received a reply. Li Kangyi, at a barbecue stall in the night market of 65, Chongning Street. He should be 4 years old this year. His mother is a stall owner. The food she cooks is delicious and beautiful. She seems to be a little famous recently. Li Kangyi, boss, I have a photo of the stall owner. Do you want it? He was afraid that Jiang Mingyuan would forget what the woman looked like because he had too many women, so he added a sentence. Jiang Mingyuan really didn't remember what Qinghuan looked like. That night, he was delirious. When the drug wore off, he was busy dealing with the plot. By the time he was done, he had already been sent away by Zhou Hengyuan. Jiang Mingyuan, yes. Li Kongyi acted quickly. As soon as he received the reply, he sent the photo he had prepared. Attached to the photo were some basic information about Qinghuan, such as her name, age, and so on. Because of the popularity of the previous live broadcast, many guests would more or less inquire about her when they went to eat barbecue. Several of the original owner's former classmates also came forward to say that they knew her. So now, it wasn't difficult to find information about Qinghuan on the internet. However, this information was limited to the simplest. Ordinary people couldn't inquire about more in-depth information. Jiang Mingyuan received the photo and turned to contact another person. The voice on the other end of the phone was sloppy. "Oh, what made a busy person like you think of me?" Jiang Mingyuan didn't want to waste time with him. He said directly, 5 years ago, the girl in E-City. Do you remember? Why do you think of her? Although it had been a long time, Zhou Hengyuan immediately knew who he was talking about. After all, he had known Jiang Mingyuan for so many years, but that was the first and only time he saw his friend in such a difficult situation. What, after a few years, you found that she was good and couldn't leave? Jiang Mingyuan ignored his teasing. His friend had never been serious, but he could be trusted. Do you still remember her name? How would I remember if you don't remember? I only met her once. Zhou Hengyuan asked lazily, why do you ask? There's something. Jiang Mingyuan didn't elaborate. The money you transferred to her at the time should have a name, right? Yes, there is. Since it was a friend request, Zhou Hengyuan couldn't refuse this small favor. He went to the study, turned on the computer, and said to the person on the other end, wait, I'll check. It had been less than 5 years since that incident. Zhou Hengyuan searched for a while, and finally found this in the last few months. Found it. Her name is Qinghuan, he Qingqing, Huan is enjoy. Hearing his friend say the name, Jiang Mingyuan's hand slightly tightened. A guess in his heart made it difficult for him to breathe. He suppressed his voice and reluctantly said, okay, I got it. Thank you. Who are we? Just tell me why you're looking for this person. Zhou Hengyuan still didn't give up. I still have something to do. I'm hanging up. On the other side, Qinghuan didn't know that someone had taken a fancy to her son. After all, in the original plot, the male protagonist only found out about his bloodline 2 years later when the female supporting lead brought her son to his door. Now, Qinghuan didn't want to get between the male and female leads, so she didn't expect the male protagonist to find out about their existence through other channels. The barbecue business was the best in summer. The colder the weather, the fewer people were willing to come out to eat at night. Because of the booming business, Qinghuan had saved almost all her money. The matter of renting a shop was also on the agenda. In her plan, it was better to have a bigger shop so that she could do other business in addition to barbecue. For example, lamb scorpion hot pot or something like that. In winter, the cold wind was terrible, so eating delicious and warm hot pot was very suitable. Looking for a shop was more troublesome than looking for a place to set up a stall. Qinghuan looked for a few days but didn't find a suitable one. She was not in a hurry. She entrusted an agent to help her look for a shop and continued to immerse herself in the joy of making money. The weather gradually turned cold. Xianxia had been in school for a month, and also ushered in the first holiday of her student life, the 8-day-long holiday of the Mid-Autumn Festival and the National Day. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival was on September 30th, and the next day was the National Day. For Chinese, festivals were always related to food. Qinghuan lived with her grandfather when she was a child. Every festival, the grandfather and grandson would always make snacks by themselves. Most of the traditional snacks were time-consuming and laborious, and she would feel annoyed in the end. But when she grew up, the days when she prepared the festival food with her grandfather became a treasured memory. Occasionally, when she couldn't sleep, she would take it out and recall it again and again. Qinghuan had experienced this herself, and also hoped that Xianxia had some memories worth remembering. She wasn't going to make those troublesome things. After all, the snacks she liked when she was a teenager didn't taste very good according to her current taste. Qinghuan planned to make fresh meat mooncakes, which were a kind of Soviet-style mooncakes. The fresh meat mooncakes were golden yellow when they were just out of the pot, and the skin was crisp and pink. The mooncakes were slowly soaked in the gravy during the baking process. When eaten, the outside was crispy and the inside was tender, and the saltiness and sweetness were appropriate. It could be called a unique dish. For her mother's proposal to make mooncakes together, Xianxia held great enthusiasm. In her opinion, anything that could be done with her mother was very interesting, such as brushing teeth, school games, and cooking. Xianxia was young, and the kindergarten was afraid that she couldn't digest the mooncakes, so the little guy was particularly curious about the taste of mooncakes. She asked about it when she was sleeping at night. "You'll know when it's done." Xianxia came back early today, after 9 o'clock. It was exactly 10 o'clock when she went home and took a bath. However, it was already past Xianxia's resting time. Seeing that the little guy was still chattering, Xianxia hugged him, patted him on the back, and requested, "Don't talk, go to sleep." "Okay." Xianxia was held in her arms and obediently closed her eyes. The Mid-Autumn Festival was such an important festival, and Xianxia also planned to give herself a day off. Before going to bed, she turned off the alarm, thinking that it didn't matter if she got up late tomorrow. Probably because her spirit was relaxed, Xianxia slept very soundly. When she woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The curtain was opened a little, and a ray of light came through. Xianxia stood by the bed, her hand still on her arm. Seeing her mother open her eyes, the little guy withdrew his hand and urged, "Mom, get up quickly, let's make mooncakes." Xianxia made a sound of "oh" and turned to look at the room. In the dim room, the sunlight was particularly dazzling. Xianxia frowned, covered her eyes with her hand, and ordered her son, "Help me draw the curtains." "Okay." Xianxia hopped over to pull the curtains. After a few tugs, the two sides finally met. After doing this, he returned to the bedside and greeted Xianxia. "Mom, I'll wait for you outside." "Hurry up and get up." "I know." Xianxia lay on the bed and closed her eyes again. After Xianxia went out, Xianxia lay on the bed for a while. The next time she woke up, she was finally completely awake. She quickly put on her clothes and went out to look for her son. She saw Xianxia playing in the study. The little guy wore his own clothes today. Except for the wrinkled jacket, everything else was decent. "Baby, I'm sorry. Mom got up late." Xianxia tidied up the little guy's clothes. She wanted to give him a morning kiss, but remembered that she hadn't brushed her teeth, so she stood up and hurriedly said, "You must be hungry. Wait for me to brush my teeth and then I'll go and make food." "I'm not hungry." Xianxia followed her out. Xianxia brushed her teeth, and he said, "Mom, I ate this morning. It was from little Jean's sister. I also brushed my teeth. I sent a few brushes." He stared at Xianxia like a little adult. "Mom, you're so busy. It's normal to sleep a little longer." Xianxia had a toothbrush in her mouth, so she didn't say anything. She smiled and rubbed the little guy's hair with her other hand. She felt that she raised her son well. Since Xianxia was not hungry, Xianxia was not in a hurry. She leisurely solved her personal hygiene problem and made herself a bowl of noodles. After eating, she put on a beautiful makeup and then went out with Xianxia. Because of the festival, there were so many people in the supermarket that it was almost crowded to walk. Xianxia held Xianxia's hand tightly and took him to buy the ingredients needed for mooncakes. Xianxia was very curious about many things. He took 2 steps and stopped for a while. Xianxia didn't urge him. She just waited while he looked. It took nearly an hour for the mother and son to come out of the supermarket. When they came out, the shopping cart was full. Only a small part of it was ingredients, and the rest were Xianxia's books and toys. Xianxia was also holding a doll in his hand. He faced Xianxia and pointed to the blonde doll with blue eyes and big breasts and said to her, "Mom, this looks like you." Xianxia's mouth twitched. She didn't understand her son's eyes. She took the doll and threw it into the cart. "You don't look like me at all. You look like me." The little guy was not convinced and stretched out his hand again. Xianxia was afraid that he would fall, so she could only stop. Xianxia tiptoed and took the doll again. He pointed to the doll's face through the packaging and said to Xianxia, "Mom, look, its eyes are as big as yours. Is it? Yes, that's right. Xianxia nodded seriously. I want to put it on the bed. In the future, I won't be afraid when my mom is gone. In a car by the roadside, Jiang Mingyuan looked at the mother and son who were gradually disappearing. He watched for a long time until the two figures disappeared around the corner. The assistant in the passenger seat turned around and called, "Boss." Jiang Mingyuan withdrew his gaze and pinched his eyebrows. He asked tiredly, "How's the Pingon Village project?" The Pingon Village project was decided by Jiang Mingyuan. He had a lot of things to do, and this was not a big project. After it was decided, he didn't ask much. The assistant was a little surprised that the boss suddenly cared about Pingon Village. Fortunately, he did his homework well and quickly found the progress of the project in his mind. I have communicated with the government. In October, we will be ready to negotiate with the residents. Okay. Jiang Mingyuan looked out of the window with an unclear expression. Speed up the progress. Okay. Qinghuan pushed the shopping cart full of groceries back home with Xianxia. She unloaded everything and went back to return the cart. When she came back, Xianxia had already unwrapped the doll. He held the doll with both hands and put it in front of the bed, talking to it. You have to be good. Don't run. Qinghuan stood outside the door and laughed. She walked in and looked at the doll lying on the pillow. She asked Xianxia, "It's sleeping here. Where am I going to sleep?" The bed provided by the landlord was quite big, 1.8 meters. There were 2 pillows on the bed, one for each mother and one for the child. Xianxia put the doll on Qinghuan's pillow and pushed the pillow to the middle of the bed. Let him sleep for a while. The little guy was ruthless. He patted the mattress and said to Qinghuan, "When mommy goes to sleep, I'll drive him down." Qinghuan. Was he so cruel? Xianxia didn't know that he had already established an image of a scumbag in his mother's heart. After deciding the fate of the doll, he took Qinghuan's hand again. "Mommy, let's make mooncakes." Qinghuan was sad for the doll for a moment. She looked at the time and said to Xianxia, "Let's make lunch first, and then we'll make mooncakes, okay?" Okay. Breakfast was late. Qinghuan wasn't hungry now, so she made a children's meal for Xianxia. Xianxia was thinking about the mooncakes and didn't even want to eat the rice. He reluctantly put the last bite in his mouth. Before chewing, he jumped off the table and ran over. "Momo, I'm done. Finish the food in your mouth first before you talk." Qinghuan poked the little guy's puffy face and said with a smile. Xianxia chewed the food in his mouth. Qinghuan cleaned up the dishes. When she was done, she took out the flour and put some on the clean table, ready to make the dough skin. There were 2 kinds of dough skin for fresh meat mooncakes, dry pastry and water pastry. There was no need to add water to the dry pastry. She only needed to add a little lard to the flour and wipe the lard with the web between her thumb and index finger. She used the temperature of her palm to let the lard and flour blend, and knead it into a smooth dry pastry dough. After making the dry pastry, he would make the water oil skin. The flour was placed in a circle on the table. The middle of the circle was hollowed out, and the crushed lard was placed on top. Then, the hot water was poured in. As usual, he used his hands to wipe the dough. After the dough was kneaded into shape, he covered it with plastic wrap and let it rest for 15 minutes. While waiting, Qinghuan began to make the stuffing. The pork used for the stuffing was from the hindquarters, with 3 fat parts and 7 lean parts. The stuffing was minced, salt, sugar, soy sauce, black pepper, and sesame oil were added, and then scallion and ginger water were poured into the stuffing in batches, stirring while pouring, to remove the fishy smell in the meat. The minced meat absorbed all the water and still needed to be smashed to increase its strength. Qinghuan held the minced meat in his hand and smashed it down. Xianxia was curious and wanted to try it herself. "All right, here you go." Anyway, Qinghuan was not afraid of children spoiling the food she ate. After she washed her hands with Xianxia, she let the little guy stand on the stool and pinched a small piece of meat to beat. Xianxia was young and weak. When he smashed the meat, it was soft. Qinghuan had already smashed the meat into a ball. The meat on Xianxia's hand was still in a scattered state, and many of it stuck to the table. He picked up the scattered minced meat with his hand, looked at Qinghuan, who had finished her work, and stared at the small ball of meat in his hand that was still loose. He was a little anxious. "Mom, wait for me." "Well, don't worry, you can take your time." Qinghuan put the minced meat into the refrigerator to chill, picked up the water oil skin that had been dried and wrapped it around the dry pastry. The two kinds of dough needed to be soft and hard to the same degree. After wrapping it, she rolled it with a rolling pin. When the dough was rolled to a certain extent, she picked it up and folded it in half and then continued to roll it. Rolling the dough was a very laborious work. Qinghuan felt a little hot after doing it for a while. She stopped to take a breath and saw Xianxia looking from the side. She said to him, "Baby, I have no strength." Xianxia hurriedly got down from the stool and ran to the side anxiously. "Mom, you should rest for a while." "There's no need to rest." Qinghuan pointed at the little guy's nose with a finger stained with flour. "Just give me a kiss." Xianxia held his white nose and nodded without thinking. "Mom, come down, I can't kiss you like this." Qinghuan bent down and put her face over. Xianxia stood on tiptoe and kissed her, the flour on his nose rubbing back on her face. The dough was rolled into a thin and large square, and then it could be rolled up. When rolling, it should be as tight as possible. The dough was rolled into a long strip, and a 3-finger-wide mixture was pinched out, flattened, and put in the minced meat. Xianxia didn't succeed in throwing the minced meat before, and the pile of minced meat had been squashed. Now he wanted to make a mooncake, and he was eager to try. "Mom, I learned it too." "Then try it." Qinghuan took a mixture and handed it to him. "First flatten it, then put in the minced meat." "I remember." Xianxia seemed to have a card up his sleeve, but when it came to the actual operation, he was dumbfounded. The dough, which looked very obedient in his mother's hands, became particularly difficult in his hands. He patted it a few times, but it didn't become big. Xianxia was slightly stunned and looked up at Qinghuan. Qinghuan was putting in the filling and didn't notice his gaze. The little guy pouted and thought for a while, then withdrew his gaze, turned the dough over in his hand, and patted it a few times. The table was hit by him with a clatter. The dough was finally patted, and Xianxia seemed to have completed a great task. He exhaled and looked at the people next to him. Well, his mother was still busy. Qinghuan held back a smile at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be busy with the things in her hands, but in fact, her eyes were always looking at the side. Xianxia wanted to ask for praise, but didn't get it, and he felt a little disappointed. This mood came and went quickly. When he saw that Qinghuan had wrapped another mooncake, he hurriedly took a spoon and smeared the minced meat on the dough. He had never done this before, so he didn't know how to do it. The dough was piled high with a layer of minced meat. The little guy stared at the movements of Qinghuan's hands, while copying her to roll the dough together. He put too much minced meat, and his hands were small. When he pinched the dough, the minced meat kept falling. Xianxia was very anxious. When the minced meat fell, he wanted to pinch it with his hands and stuff it in. Okay, I'll do it." Seeing that Xianxia was about to bend down to pick up the minced meat on the ground, Qinghuan finally couldn't stand it anymore. She took the thing in Xianxia's hand, removed some of the fillings, and closed the dough in a few strokes. Pressing the wrapped mooncake with her hand, Qinghuan handed it to Xianxia. "Look, it's wrapped." Xianxia took the mooncake and looked at it over and over again. He liked it very much. He wrapped the mooncake in his hand and swallowed his saliva. "Mom, can I eat this?" "Not yet. The mooncake is raw now. It has to be baked before you can eat it." Qinghuan wrapped the best one. She dug out the battered mooncake in the little guy's hand and put it on the plate. Xianxia looked especially reluctant. His gaze followed the mooncake's trajectory. He followed Qinghuan closely to the kitchen and said as they walked, "I made that." "Yes, Xianxia made it. I'll give it to you when it's cooked." However, after hearing this, Xianxia shook his head and said crisply, "Give it to Mom." Qinghuan looked down at him and felt a little moved. She opened the oven door and put the things in. After setting the time and temperature, she closed the door and bent down to take Xianxia's little hand. "Okay, Xianxia's mooncake will be for Mom, and Mom will also make it for Xianxia." The mooncake had to be baked for 20 minutes. Every 10 minutes, it had to be turned. The mooncake that had just come out of the pot was steaming hot. The crust was soft and sweet, and a delicious soup would flow out with a bite. Xianxia liked the taste very much. After eating one, he still wanted more. "Mom, I want to eat more." "You've already eaten one. You can't eat more." Xinhuan held the plate and nodded at him with her chin. "If you don't believe me, feel your stomach." Xianxia really reached out to touch his stomach. He hadn't digested the lunch he had at noon. Now that he had eaten a large amount of mooncake, his stomach was bulging. He patted his stomach and put down his clothes. His expression was a little melancholy. "I'm full." Fresh meat mooncakes were the best when they were fresh out of the pot. They were not good when they were cold. Xinhuan made 8 mooncakes. She sent half of them to the opposite door, ate one herself, and put the remaining 2 in the refrigerator for when Xianxia wanted to eat them. The reheated mooncake was not as popular as it was at first. Xianxia didn't want to eat any more after eating half of it. He put the rest of the mooncake on the plate, climbed onto the sofa and lay in Xinhuan's arms. "Mom, why doesn't this taste good? Freshly made food is the best. After that, it will get worse and worse. Think about it. If you eat lunch at night, won't it taste bad?" The little guy thought about it and nodded. He had eaten the leftovers. It was really bad. "Mom, when will we make mooncakes again?" He was a little expectant. Making mooncakes was fun. Xinhuan hugged him and changed the channel with the remote control. The TV was broadcasting the Mid-Autumn Festival party, and a famous singer was singing on the stage. The full moon hung high outside the house. The moonlight was clear. Xinhuan withdrew her gaze and said to Xianxia, "Wait for the next Mid-Autumn Festival." Xianxia didn't know when the next Mid-Autumn Festival would be. He hugged Xinhuan's neck and hummed. He hoped that the day would come sooner. The next day, Xinhuan had to go to work again. Xianxia didn't go to school. The family next door had gone abroad. Xinhuan was worried about leaving the little guy alone at home, so she took him to the stall. During the National Day holiday, Sea City, as a famous tourist city, attracted a large number of foreign guests. Her small barbecue stall was busier than before. Xinhuan's stall was now twice as big as the original one. The stall next to her didn't cook well. After Xinhuan set up the stall, the business became worse and worse. The stall owner once came over and quarreled. He also reported that she added prohibited items to the barbecue. People from the food administration came over, but they didn't find anything from her. Instead, they found spoiled meat next door. The stall next door was ordered to be rectified and closed for a period of time. After a few days, someone moved all the tables and chairs away, leaving an empty space. Xinhuan took the opportunity to rent the seat next door and hired another person. Now, there were already 4 temporary workers in her small stall. Including her, there were 5 people. In this night market, it was a big business. There were many things to do at night. Xinhuan couldn't stay with Xianxia all the time. Fortunately, the little guy was used to it and could play happily by himself. He sat at a table near the door and drew on the paper with reference to the moon in the sky. These days, Xianxia's drawing skills had improved a lot. Now the moon he drew was quite round. He bowed his head and painted the moon. Halfway through, a person blocked the light. Xianxia raised his head discontentedly. The person's back was against the light, so he couldn't see his face clearly. He could only see that he was very tall. He looked up for a long time. His neck was a little sore, but the man still didn't move away. Xianxia pursed her lips and said angrily, "Uncle, you're in my way." Jiang Mingyuan looked at the child who was looking up at him, and he wanted to reach out to touch him. He had just received the test results that day, and even though he was mentally prepared, when he saw the results, Jiang Mingyuan was still at a loss. He had a child, and the child grew up in a place that he had never seen before. The child was healthy and carefree, and it seemed like the child did not know or need his father's existence. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the drawing that he had gotten from the kindergarten. There was no place for him and his mother on it, and there was no place for him. He forgot how he felt at the time, and when he came back to his senses, he was already on his way to the night market. After calming down, Jiang Mingyuan regretted his rash actions and felt that he should not have gone there. What was he supposed to say? Should he say to Qinghuan that he knew Jiang Xingchen was his son and wanted to take him away, or should he say that he knew this was his child and was willing to marry him for the sake of his child? Neither of these options was suitable. Firstly, he had not participated in the lives of this mother and son for the past few years. To the child, he was just a stranger, and to the child's mother, he was just a sperm provider and a one-night stand. He had no reason and no right to keep this child. On the other hand, Jiang Mingyuan admitted that he could not bring himself to marry a stranger just to give his child a complete family. This decision was rash and irresponsible, and even if he was willing, the other two involved might not agree. Jiang Mingyuan thought about it for a long time. He wanted to ask the driver to turn around countless times, but in the end, he still came. When he came, his steps were hesitant, and with each step, a new idea popped up in his mind, but he overturned it again and again. This state continued until he stood outside the stall and saw the child sitting by the door. The night market was filled with the fragrance of various foods, and the color of the floor was no longer recognizable because of the smoke and dirty water. This was a place that he would not have come to in the past, but his child was living a good life here. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't control his footsteps. He walked up to the child and wanted to call him, but he held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He was just a stranger, and if he did that, he would scare the child. "Uncle, you're blocking me," the child said. Perhaps it was because he had been awake for too long that his eyes were sore. After he finished speaking, he reached out to rub his eyes. This was the first time he had seen her from such a close distance. Jiang Mingyuan's heart was filled with warmth, mixed with a trace of joy. "I'm sorry." He opened his mouth and stepped aside. The light shone on the area again, reflecting the dust on Xingxing's face and Jiang Mingyuan's appearance. Xingxing finally saw what this uncle looked like. He was quite good-looking. She was as pretty as the new doll he had bought, just a little worse than his mother. Thinking of this, Xingxing lowered her head to trace the moon again. She decided to forgive this uncle this time. Jiang Mingyuan didn't go far. He sat down beside them. He was wearing a well-ironed suit and shiny leather shoes. His hair was meticulously combed, and the watch on his wrist was worth 6 figures. He looked completely out of place in the night market. He sat at a position that was neither too close nor too far from Xingxing. Looking at the side of the child's face, he felt a rare sense of uneasiness. He wanted to say something, but after thinking for a long time, he finally started. "What are you drawing?" Xingxing had finished painting the moon and was drawing the part on the ground. He first drew a square and then drew 4 legs below it. It looked like a table, but it was a little deformed. Jiang Mingyuan believed that if a table was made according to his drawing, it would definitely fall apart before it was completed. "I'm drawing my mother and me." Xingxing felt that the uncle next to him was good-looking and was quite happy to talk to him. After answering the question, he moved his seat to the side and introduced it to Jiang Mingyuan. "This is the moon, this is the table, and on the table are mooncakes. I made them with my mother. My mother is very beautiful. I haven't finished drawing yet." "Uncle, wait a moment." As Xingxing spoke, he moved his seat to a brightly lit place and continued to finish his masterpiece. Jiang Mingyuan felt that this child was very cute, but he also felt a little disappointed because of the way the child addressed him. How could he call him uncle? After all, Jiang Mingyuan was an adult, so he didn't let the sense of loss stay for too long. He collected himself as fast as he could and took the opportunity to move closer to the star so that he could watch him draw. Xingxing's attitude was very serious. He didn't pay attention to the outside world. When he was drawing, his small body was straight, unlike some children who couldn't wait to lie on the table. His mother taught this child very well, Jiang Mingyuan thought, and his impression of Qinghuan improved by another level. Because of the deal 5 years ago, he didn't have a very good opinion of the child's mother at first. Later, he investigated her past and found that her interpersonal relationships were more complicated and she didn't have a fixed job, so his impression of her became even worse. He even secretly suspected that the reason why she didn't abort the child and gave birth to it alone was because she wanted to use the child to ask for some benefits in the future. Now it seemed that he was narrow-minded. The child's mother obviously cared about him. Just from the scene in Xingxing's drawing, it could be seen that his previous actions were probably because he was young. Well, he was still young. He was only 24 years old this year. It wasn't a big deal that he liked to play when he was young. What's more, he was steady now, and his small business was quite prosperous. Jiang Mingyuan looked around the small stall and thought to himself. This stall was a little bigger than the other stalls, and it was full of customers. There were even some people queuing up outside. Most of the people had a satisfied look when they ate, so the culinary skills of the person who cooked here must not be bad. Probably infected by the surrounding atmosphere, Jiang Mingyuan also became a little curious about the barbecue. He called the driver waiting outside. When the driver heard his request, he was a little surprised, but still went to line up according to the boss's instructions. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Mingyuan continued to watch the child next to him draw. With the outline of Xianxia, the figure of a woman gradually appeared on the drawing paper. But it was different from what Xianxia said. The person he drew looked a little strange. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes overflowed with a smile. He remembered the drawing he got from kindergarten. The person in the drawing was square, like a matchbox. Compared with that drawing, although the current appearance wasn't very good, it had improved a lot. Well, he was worthy of being his son. Before Xianxia could draw his mother, the barbecued Jiang Mingyuan asked the driver to buy had arrived. The freshly barbecued, still steaming hot meat was placed on a plate, and it was brought over by a slightly plump woman. In this environment, Xianxia was almost immune to the smell of barbecue, but the smell was not easy to ignore at such a close distance. He followed the smell and raised his head, looked at the meat inside, and smiled at the person holding the plate. "Hello, Auntie Sue." "Oh, good Xianxia." Suli put the barbecue in front of Jiang Mingyuan, smiled and asked Xianxia if he was tired and hungry. Suli liked the son of the boss, whom she had only seen a few times. He was beautiful, well-behaved, and had a sweet mouth. Why couldn't she give birth to such a child? "I'm not tired." Xianxia shook his head. Because the light was blocked, he put down the brush and talked to Suli. He said, "Auntie has worked hard. Auntie, you have to drink more water. Auntie, tell my mother not to let her be too busy." Suli was amused by his 2 or 3 words. She smiled and kissed him on the face, then happily went back to work. Jiang Mingyuan watched their interaction from the side and felt a little jealous. This little brat, it was fine if he was close to his mother, but why was he so close to others? Look at how sweetly he called Auntie, why was it so dry when he called him uncle? Moreover, he was unhappy when he blocked the light, but that person blocked the light and didn't feel anything. He gritted his teeth, swallowed the unreasonable sourness in his mouth, and asked Xianxia with a slightly flattering attitude, "Do you eat meat?" "I don't eat." Xianxia stared at the meat skewer and shook his head firmly. His mother said that he couldn't eat food given by strangers. If he ate it, he would be cheated. Xianxia didn't want to be cheated. If he was cheated, he wouldn't be able to see his mother, so he carried out this warning very thoroughly. No matter how delicious it was, he wouldn't eat it. His son didn't buy it, so Jiang Mingyuan could only eat the barbecue alone. Barbecue had never appeared on Mr. Zhang's table before today. The smell of spices was too strong, and he wasn't used to it, so he gave up after tasting one skewer. However, he didn't eat it, nor did he throw the barbecue away. The smell of the meat was still there. Xianxia was surrounded by the strong smell. The more he smelled it, the hungrier he became. He couldn't even draw anymore, so he turned his head and said to Jiang Mingyuan with some disdain, "Uncle, you should go somewhere else." Jiang Mingyuan was puzzled. "Why?" Xianxia sighed like a little adult, "If you eat here, I can't draw properly." As he spoke, his eyes glanced at the barbecue from time to time. Jiang Mingyuan instantly understood and felt a little funny. He had clearly said that he didn't want it, but now he couldn't stand it. Although his son's eager look was pitiful and cute, Jiang Mingyuan didn't intend to let him eat it. There was too much spices, and it was unhealthy. "Oh," he said. He didn't throw it away in front of the child. Instead, he made a phone call and asked the driver to pick it up. The barbecue and the tray disappeared in front of him, and the lingering smell faded a lot. Xianxia finally walked out of his infatuation with the barbecue. He glanced at Jiang Mingyuan, then fixed his gaze on the drawing paper in front of him. However, the gluttony in his stomach had been aroused, and it wasn't so easy to suppress it. Xianxia felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. After drawing for a while, he clapped his hands, put down the pen, and stood up with a whoosh. "Where are you going?" Jiang Mingyuan stood up and asked. There were people coming and going here. What if the little guy got lost? I'm going to find Mom. Xianxia replied and trotted to the far right. Jiang Mingyuan followed him from a distance. Xianxia ran to Qinghuan's side, but he didn't go forward. Everyone said that he looked like Xianxia. What if he was recognized when he went over? He still hadn't figured out how to deal with the child that suddenly appeared, and it wasn't suitable for him to meet the child's mother. Jiang Mingyuan took a step to the side and let others block his figure. Qinghuan, who was in front of the barbecue grill, turned her head to look. She didn't see the beautiful uncle that Xianxia mentioned, but she didn't take it to heart. She opened the box she brought, took out a box of pastries, and handed it to the little guy. You can't eat all of them. You can only eat 2, okay? Inside the box was a soft cookie made by Qinghuan. The cookie was decorated with a few cranberry coals. It tasted soft and not too sweet. It was a kind of pastry that Xianxia liked very much. Hearing that he could only eat 2, Xianxia was very disappointed. He pouted and looked at his mother. After a while, he reluctantly said, okay. He opened the box of cookies and counted the pastries inside several times. He took out a piece and handed it to Qinghuan. Mom, eat it. Qinghuan had been cooking barbecue and had been surrounded by smoke, so he didn't have much appetite. However, she couldn't disappoint her son's filial piety. She took the cookie and rubbed Xianxia's head with her other hand. Okay, Mom wants this one. Xianxia, go eat it. Xianxia ran back with the box of cookies. Jiang Mingyuan went back before him. He sat in his original seat and watched Xianxia come over. The little guy put the things in his arms on the table and carefully opened it. He took a piece of pastry from inside and took a bite. He closed his eyes happily and sighed. It's delicious. As if to take revenge on Jiang Mingyuan, Xianxia was particularly restless when he was eating. He ate and talked, and his purpose was very obvious. Of course, Jiang Mingyuan couldn't be greedy. He looked at Xianxia's straightforward and undisguised small movements, and there was a gentleness in his eyes that he didn't know. Xianxia was too complacent and finished the 2 cookies in a short while. He ate the last bit in his hand and reached out to grab another piece. When he grabbed it, he counted the number inside. After counting, Xianxia was stunned and looked as if the sky had fallen. Jiang Mingyuan saw his big change in a short time and felt a little strange and a little worried. What's wrong with you? I ate too much. Xianxia looked sad and felt that he had failed to live up to his mother's trust. He put the cookie in his hand into the box and counted again. Hey, it matched again. What was going on? Xianxia was a little confused for a moment. He scratched his head and decided to count again. Xianxia spread out her hands in front of her. She stretched out 8 fingers and broke off 1 for her mother. Then, she broke off 2 for herself. The 5 fingers on her left hand were spread open. Xianxia counted her fingers and then lowered her head to count the number of cookies in the box. After making sure that there were no fewer cookies, she beamed. Although he was still not satisfied after eating only 2, he listened to his mother again today. Xianxia patted the box with 5 cookies left and closed the lid with satisfaction. He put the things aside and picked up the pen again to continue his unfinished painting. Jiang Mingyuan didn't know what had happened from the beginning to the end. He only saw the little fellow sighing one moment and being happy the next. Now, she was painting as if the sky had cleared up after the rain. It was hard to read a child's mind. He sighed in his heart and sat closer. Xianxia had finished drawing his mother's outline and was coloring it. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't bear to look at it. He pinched the tip of his nose, took out a dark brown pen, and handed it over. Xianxia didn't care about the pen poking at him. He was still coloring his mother's hair with the green one in his hand. On the drawing paper, there was a strangely shaped beauty with green hair. Jiang Mingyuan closed his eyes and couldn't help but say, "Don't you think this color is a little strange?" Xianxia finished the last stroke and was admiring it with satisfaction. When he heard Jiang Mingyuan's voice, he turned his head and said, I don't think so. Jiang Mingyuan, Xingxing didn't think there was anything wrong with green hair. In fact, he thought it was very beautiful. He tilted his body and took out a purple pen from the pile of pens next to him to color his clothes. Jiang Mingyuan was speechless. He felt that his aesthetic sense was quite good. Why didn't his son inherit it? Could it be that the medicine he took at that time caused a genetic mutation? Although he knew that this guess was very unreliable, Jiang Mingyuan still believed it a little. He cursed the group of culprits in his heart and prepared to go back and find someone to let them live a happier life in prison. Xingxing couldn't finish the drawing today because he was sleepy. When it was 9 o'clock, the little guy couldn't open his eyes. He rubbed them several times and yawned. His spirit was visibly dispirited. The little guy looked very pitiful when he was so sleepy but still forced to stay awake. Jiang Mingyuan's heart softened. He wanted to take him back to sleep now, but he couldn't. He didn't want to go back to his own house. This kind of busy stall at night was still not enough. Jiang Mingyuan stretched out his hand and patted Xingxing's back twice. He heard that the child's mother had been looking for a shop recently. She should have some plans. As the child's father, he couldn't do nothing. He thought, took out his phone and sent a message to his assistant. Qinhuan was particularly busy today. When she was done, she saw that it was already 9:30. She hurriedly handed over the work to Suli, took off her apron and went to find her son. Xingxing had fallen asleep on the table with some drool hanging from his mouth. Qinhuan didn't wake him up. She just carried him to the car. The tricycle had a canopy added to block the wind. Qinhuan put Xingxing on it, covered him with clothes, and started the car to rush home. A car slowly started and followed the tricycle from a distance. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the green car and frowned. Old Zhang. He asked, do you know what kind of van is better? Van? Old Zhang didn't think that when his boss needed this kind of car, it should have something to do with the person he was following. He turned around in his mind and said, I'm not too sure about this, but I have a nephew who opened a shop to sell second-hand cars. If I need one, I'll call him and ask. Okay, you call. Jiang Mingyuan swallowed the rest of his words and leaned back in his chair. Forget it. They shouldn't need a car for the time being. When they needed one, they would naturally buy one. He really didn't need to worry about this. If he interfered too much, it might arouse suspicion. Let's go back. Jiang Mingyuan said to the driver as he watched the car enter the community. Xingxing woke up after arriving home. Qinhuan took him to take a shower. After washing, she was splashed with water. She wiped Xingxing clean and carried him to bed. After thinking about it, she called Suli and told him that she wouldn't go over tonight. Suli also understood that she was taking care of the child alone. He hurriedly said that it was okay and that he could leave it to her. After hanging up the phone, Qinhuan took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. She thought about raising Suli's salary this month. Xingxing had slept for a while before, but now he was not sleepy. When Qinhuan came out of the shower, he was still awake. When the little boy saw his mother, he threw the doll aside and rolled twice to make room. After that, he rolled back into Qinhuan's arms. Why didn't you tell me that you were sleepy today? Qinhuan turned off the light, slid into bed, and covered the child with a quilt. Xingxing hugged her arm and rubbed his head against her. Mom, you're busy. It doesn't matter if I'm busy. You're the most important. Next time, tell me first if there's anything, okay? I know. Xingxing replied obediently. Then, he talked to Qinhuan about the beautiful uncle he saw today. He complained that the uncle said that his painting was not good looking. Humph, don't think that he can't see it. He's smart. Xingxing muttered in Qinhuan's arms, saying that the uncle had bad taste. As he talked, he pulled Qinhuan to stand in the street for him. Mom, do you think green hair looks good? Unlike Jiang Mingyuan, Qinhuan had accepted her son's strange aesthetic. Xingxing was very enthusiastic about painting. Every time he finished painting, he would take it out for her to comment. After many times, Qinhuan could praise people without batting an eyelid. It looks good. Qinhuan had never seen the painting, but she could almost imagine what it looked like. She closed her eyes and praised it. Then, she immediately said, "It's late. Go to sleep." After Xianxia received his mother's approval, he became even more arrogant. When he saw Jiang Mingyuan the next day, he put his latest masterpiece in front of him, put his hands on his waist, and said, "My mom said green hair looks good." Jiang Mingyuan, who didn't know why he came over again, was speechless. So this strange aesthetic was inherited from the child's mother. The National Day holiday was for ordinary people. For Jiang Mingyuan, it was a working day all year round. He had a video conference in the afternoon and was very tired. According to his usual habits, he should go back to the apartment to exercise for a while. Now, he should be lying in the bathtub with a massage function, relaxing his tight muscles. That was the life he was used to. However, when Jiang Mingyuan got in the car and heard the driver ask him where he was going, he subconsciously said the address. After saying that, he was stunned for a moment and then convinced himself as quickly as possible. After all, he was his biological child. It was right to spend more time to see him. The second time they met, Xianxia seemed to be much more open than yesterday. He didn't draw today, but played with the Rubik's Cube. After the last game, the Rubik's Cube that Xianxia played with changed from 4 squares to 9 squares. It was more difficult, and he still didn't understand it. Failure for a long time was a blow to one's self-confidence. As usual, Xianxia felt irritated after playing for a while. Now that there was an outsider next to him, he didn't lose his temper. He just put the Rubik's Cube aside and turned his head away. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Mingyuan asked. Xianxia ignored him and pretended not to hear him. He even hummed a song. It was a children's song taught in kindergarten. It was simple and catchy. Jiang Mingyuan listened to it once and couldn't help but sing along in his heart. He snorted twice in his heart before he reacted. He quickly stopped and thought of something related to work to distract himself. He only stopped when he felt that he had escaped from the children's song. After singing for a while, Xianxia's anger was almost gone. He came back to play with the Rubik's Cube again. After playing for a while, he threw it aside and turned his head away. His behavior made Jiang Mingyuan have some guesses. When Xianxia threw the Rubik's Cube for the third time, he reached out and caught it. The little guy pouted and looked at him angrily. "Uncle, this is mine." He was quite protective of his food. "I know it's yours, but do you know how to play?" Jiang Mingyuan held the Rubik's Cube in both hands and said with temptation, "I know how to play. Do you want me to teach you?" Xianxia thought for a while and nodded slightly. It was easy to deal with now that he agreed. Jiang Mingyuan was relieved and felt that he was finally useful. He held the Rubik's Cube and played with it while explaining the principles to Xianxia. He didn't spend much time with children, so the little guy didn't understand much of what he said. Xianxia didn't care. He just watched his movements. Xianxia saw that more and more faces of the Rubik's Cube were the same color as his movements, and Xianxia's mouth was getting bigger and bigger. After the last rotation, all 6 faces of the Rubik's Cube became the same color. Xianxia took the Rubik's Cube and exclaimed, "Uncle, you're so awesome." Jiang Mingyuan's lips curved slightly. He didn't know what he was thinking and asked, "Am I awesome or is your father awesome?" "My father," the little guy answered without hesitation. Jiang Mingyuan felt a little uncomfortable and felt bored. He asked himself, why? Xianxia felt that this uncle was a good person and could reveal some secrets to him. He looked left and right like in the TV series, then leaned over to Jiang Mingyuan, tiptoed, and whispered something in his ear. The little guy's body had the fragrance of baby cream, and his breath when he spoke made him feel a little itchy. Probably because he was afraid of leaking the secret, Xianxia's voice was very low. Jiang Mingyuan had to use all his attention to hear what he said. "Because my father is Superman." The little guy's face was serious, and it seemed that he was talking about a very important thing. He stepped back a little and described his imaginary father to Jiang Mingyuan. "My father is amazing. He can catch bad guys and fly. He can do everything." Xianxia looked at Jiang Mingyuan and said in a tone. "That said, uncle, you are also very amazing." Jiang Mingyuan continued the second half of the sentence. "But not as amazing as your father, right?" Xianxia nodded in agreement. "Yes." Jiang Mingyuan looked at him, somewhat amused and somewhat emotional. The words just now were full of children's words, but it revealed the child's confidence and cheerfulness. He sighed. Your mother is very good. She raised you very well. Although he didn't know why this uncle suddenly mentioned his mother, Xianxia immediately agreed with Jiang Mingyuan's words. My mother is the best, the most amazing. The most beautiful, the most. Xianxia paused twice and couldn't find the right words. Thinking of what he had just praised his father, he had an idea and added, more amazing than my father. That's very amazing. Jiang Mingyuan echoed. Jiang Mingyuan didn't think much about the child's undisguised worship and attachment to his mother. It was a child's nature to be close to his mother. If they weren't close, there would be a problem. After talking about his parents, Xianxia began to fiddle with his Rubik's Cube again. He had seen Jiang Mingyuan play with it before, but he still didn't understand half of it. When he played with it himself, he still couldn't find a clue. The little fellow didn't lose her temper this time. She tried for a while but couldn't find a way, so she stuffed the Rubik's Cube into Jiang Mingyuan's hands. Uncle, I still don't know how to do it. His familiarity with him made Jiang Mingyuan both happy and worried. He was happy that this child didn't regard him as an outsider, but he was also worried about this. If she trusted others so easily, what would happen if she got cheated in the future? With this in mind, Jiang Mingyuan picked up the Rubik's Cube and fiddled with it. This time, he was much slower. He explained as he walked. Before he spoke, he went through it in his mind and changed it into words that Xianxia could understand. Xianxia listened to him a few times and felt that she more or less understood. He took back the Rubik's Cube and rotated it according to the method Jiang Mingyuan taught him. Gradually, the color of each side became the same. After the last side was restored, Xianxia jumped up and couldn't wait to show off to her mother. Jiang Mingyuan was thrown to the ground by him. Looking at the figure of the little fellow who didn't look back, he smiled helplessly. He stood up, straightened his sleeves, and walked out of the small barbecue stall. When Xianxia came over, his movements were not small. Chenghuan couldn't ignore it. The little fellow ran to his side and showed him the thing in his hand. The expression on his face was exactly the same as when he restored the second-order Rubik's Cube. Mom, look. Xianxia is really amazing. Chenghuan praised and led the little fellow to the side. He took the third-order Rubik's Cube in his hand and looked at it. How did Xianxia do it? An uncle told me. Xianxia said. He turned and pointed to his seat. It's that uncle. He also came yesterday. The little fellow's eyes were a little slower than the movement of his fingers. When he finished speaking, he looked at the place where he had been sitting. There was no trace of Jiang Mingyuan in that place. It was occupied by a new table of guests. Xianxia scratched his head and withdrew his fingers awkwardly. He said to Chenghuan, Uncle is gone. He probably went back. It's dark. Uncle also needs to sleep. When Chenghuan was busy, he would pay attention to his son from time to time. He had some impression of the uncle that Xianxia mentioned. The man came twice in formal clothes. He looked out of place with the surrounding environment and had no interest in barbecue. Chenghuan remembered that Suli had muttered to himself yesterday that the man had barbecued a bunch of things and only had one bite. It was too wasteful. Chenghuan didn't see the man's appearance and didn't know his purpose. Thinking of the criminal cases in the news where traffickers got familiar with children and took them away, he was a little worried. She squatted down, straightened Xianxia's wrinkled clothes, and said to him, Baby, you can change to this side to play tomorrow. Mom can also see you. Xianxia didn't care much about where he played. He nodded and said okay. Good baby. Chenghuan kissed him on the cheek, got up and looked at the time. She said something to Suli and was ready to take Xianxia back. Chenghuan, who took her son home, didn't know that the trafficker she thought was actually a poor old father who had just found out that he had a son. Jiang Mingyuan came to the barbecue stall the next day and found that Xianxia had changed to another place to play. The little guy was still playing with the Rubik's Cube today. He was very serious and didn't notice the person watching him from a distance outside the door. The place where Xianxia stayed today was too close to the barbecue grill. If he went over, he would definitely attract Chenghuan's attention. Jiang Mingyuan wasn't ready to face the child's mother. He stood outside and watched for a while. Before he was noticed, he turned and left. Qinhuan finally made progress on the last day of the holiday on the shop that she had asked the agent to keep an eye on. Early in the morning, Qinhuan received a call from the agent. The young man on the other end of the phone was enthusiastic. "Ms. Qing, you asked us to keep an eye on the shop before, right? Now there are a few suitable ones here. Would you like to come and have a look? Have you found them?" Qinhuan was very happy and said thank you several times. "I'll be right there." After putting down the phone, Qinhuan went to Xingxing, who was still eating, and pinched his chubby little face. Xingxing held a spring roll in his hand and looked up blankly. "Mom? Baby, hurry up and eat. After eating, let's go to see the house." Qinhuan pinched the other side of his face again and said in a light tone. Xingxing still had some impression of the word house. The last time his mother said to see the house, they moved soon. "Are we moving again?" Xingxing asked. He was a little reluctant. "Mom, I don't want to move." He liked the house now. "It's not moving, it's moving a store." Qinhuan sat down next to him and explained to the little guy, "Xingxing, you see, Mom is making money outside now. When the wind blows, it's very cold, right?" The canopy of the night market did not block the wind. The temperature at night was about 15 degrees, and the wind blowing was a little cold. Xingxing nodded and looked a little anxious. "Mom, you have to wear more clothes." "Okay, Mom knows. I'll wear more clothes." Qinhuan was interrupted and almost forgot what to say. She rubbed her son's hair and said, "This time, we're going to see where the shop is. In the future, Mom can make money in the house and come back to accompany Xingxing at night." Xingxing looked forward to his mother playing with him at night. When he heard the last sentence, he immediately became excited. He finished the spring roll in 2 or 3 bites and pulled Qinhuan out without wiping his mouth. "Mom, let's go quickly. Don't worry. The house is there. We can't run away." Qinhuan took out a tissue and wiped Xingxing's oily mouth clean. "Mom hasn't put on makeup yet. You can't go out like this. Mom, go put on makeup." Xingxing pushed her to the room again. "You have to go out beautiful." "Yes, you have to go out beautiful." Qinhuan was pushed back to the room. After putting on makeup and changing clothes, she took the little handsome Xingxing out of the door. The real estate agency was not far from where they lived. It was on the street outside the community. During the holidays, the shop looked deserted, and only a few employees on duty sat in their respective positions. Qinhuan walked in with Xingxing, and someone immediately came to greet them. "Ms. Chung, right? I'm Wang Chuankong, the real estate manager here. This is my business card." He handed over a business card with both hands and took Qinhuan to see the shop. There were a total of 2 shops recommended by the real estate agency. Both of them were not far from here, and the location was very good. This shop is on the 3rd floor of the Huirong Center on Chunjiang Road. It has an area of 250 square meters. It used to be a hot pot restaurant, but it has been closed recently. Wang Chuankong took out a tablet and opened the album to show Qinhuan one by one. The decoration of this shop was more Chinese. The lights were not very bright, and the tables and chairs were placed in it. It looked a little crowded. You must know about the Huirong Center. The flow of people is very large. The reason why this shop closed was not because of bad business, but because of other reasons. If you open a shop here, you will definitely make a lot of money. Wang Chuankong complimented her and introduced another shop to her. This is at 73 Xianxia Road. It's a shop facing the street. It has 2 floors and is a little bigger. It has a total area of about 400 square meters. The locations of the 2 shops were not bad. They were in crowded places. As long as the shop opened, it would be impossible to lose money. Qinhuan looked envious and was very tempted. But when she thought of the savings in her hands, the temptation disappeared. "How much is the rent for these 2 places?" 70,000. Qinhuan was a little incredulous. "What did you say?" 70,000 a month for both of these places. Wang Chuankong stared at her face, his eyes probing. If you think it's expensive, no. Qinghuan waved her hand. How can I think it's expensive? It was not that she did not think it was expensive at all. It was just that the rent was too cheap. The two places that the agent introduced to her were in very good locations. A bunch of people were rushing to buy them. When Qinghuan looked at them before, she was already prepared for Wang Chuankong to quote a price of 1 to 200,000. In the end, it was only 70,000. She was a little dizzy from the pie that fell on her head. She almost agreed to rent them, but the hot-bloodedness only lasted for a short moment. After calming down, Qinghuan could not help but have some doubts. It was not that she looked down on herself, but how could such a good location shop not be sold? It was left for her to see, and the price was so shockingly cheap. Could it be a scam? She looked at the agent who was staring at her and seemed to be a little nervous. The suspicion in her heart increased a lot. She heard that there was a kind of rental scam now. The second landlord rented the house to someone else, saying that he could rent it for as long as he wanted. In fact, the contract with the real landlord had already expired. When the time came, the landlord would come to collect the house, but the person who signed the contract with you was long gone. The more Qinghuan thought about it, the more she felt that this guess was possible. Her fiery heart seemed to have been poured with a bucket of cold water. She reluctantly smiled at Wang Chuankong and said to him, I'll go back and take a look first. I'll contact you when I'm sure. Okay. Call me when you're sure. I'll turn on my phone 24 hours a day. Wang Chuankong was a little disappointed that she did not confirm it on the spot. However, he did not think that Qinghuan would give up these two places, so he sent her out with satisfaction. Walking out of the agent's shop, Qinghuan let out a long sigh. Mom. Xianxia did not speak until they were out of the door. She asked, Mom, when are we moving to the shop? We may not be able to move for the time being. Qinghuan sighed again. Why? Xianxia did not quite understand. Is it because the house is not beautiful? No. Qinghuan touched Xianxia's chin. She did not know how to explain to her that she might have encountered a scammer. She thought about it and felt that she was not willing to give up so easily. She picked up Xianxia and walked to the bus stop. Let's go and take a look. Let's see what was going on here. The two shops were not far away. It was only 1 or 2 stops by car. Qinghuan took Xianxia to Rongjiang Square first and went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd and 4th floors of Rongjiang Square were places to eat. It was not dinner time yet, but many people had already come to eat. Qinghuan walked around and found the closed King Hot Pot that the agent had mentioned. The Hot Pot restaurant's doors and windows were closed. The antique plaque was still there, and it looked very new. Mom, are we here to eat? We are not here to eat. Mom is here to take a look. Qinghuan replied and continued to walk forward with Xianxia. Next to King Hot Pot was another Hunan restaurant. There was a waiter standing in front of the restaurant with nothing to do. Qinghuan walked to the side and asked, Hello, do you know why the Hot Pot restaurant next to us is closed? She smiled shyly. I have an appointment with a friend to eat here. It was 2 days ago. It suddenly closed. The waiter asked, Did you apply for a membership card? It doesn't matter. You can use it in other branches. Or you can call the phone on the wall. Someone will refund it to you. Because the Hot Pot restaurant closed too suddenly, there had been people coming to look for it in the past few days. The waiter had seen a lot of people and was very clear about the refund plan. Qinghuan thanked him and went back to take a look. She found that there was indeed a white piece of paper on the wall with a phone number written on it. She wrote down the phone number and returned. She asked the man, Do you know why the restaurant closed? I don't know. After all, they were not from the same restaurant. The waiter didn't know more about the situation. Qinghuan was not disappointed. After thanking him, she found a cake shop with Xianxia and bought him a mango mousse. Children always found it difficult to resist the temptation of sweets. When they saw the cake, they forgot everything else. Qinghuan could make other things, but she couldn't make Western pastries well. She didn't trust the food made outside, so the little guy didn't often eat these. While Xianxia was eating the cake, Qinghuan dialed the phone number she had just written down. The phone was connected after a while. A young woman answered the phone and asked Qinghuan what she needed. Qinghuan explained the purpose of her call and said that she wanted to ask about the transfer of the shop. The other side was slightly stunned and asked her to wait a moment. After a while, the voice on the other end of the phone was heard again. Another person answered the phone. You said you want to rent the shop? Yes. Qinghuan said, I want to open a shop. I just saw that you were selling it, so I wanted to ask. Oh. The other side of the phone asked, did you get the news from the intermediary? Yes. Hearing the affirmative answer, the other side of the phone was obviously a lot more enthusiastic. It's not clear on the phone. Let's make an appointment to talk about it in detail another day. How about tomorrow? Let's meet at Rongjiang Square. Sorry, wait a moment. Seeing that the other side was already confirming the time, Qinghuan had to interrupt him. She said with a little guilty conscience, that. I want to ask, how much is the transfer fee of the shop? The fee. It's cheap. At that time, there was a discount when the shop was rented. It was only 2.4 million yuan for 3 years. I still have 1 year left in the contract. If I transfer it to you, I'll charge you less. How about 800,000 yuan? Don't worry, everything is complete. I promise I won't cheat you. 800,000 yuan a year, Qinghuan was a little stunned by this number. Such a good thing actually happened, so the intermediary before didn't want to cheat her and just charged a little intermediary fee? 800,000 yuan a year was already a very discounted price for a shop in this location, but Qinghuan still couldn't afford it. Her business had been very good during this period, but she had only saved about 100,000 yuan, which was still a long way from the transfer fee. What's more, in addition to the installation fee, the renovation of the shop was also expensive. Qinghuan was a little disappointed. Why couldn't she have transmigrated earlier? She felt sorry and said to the person on the other end of the phone, I'm sorry, I don't have enough money now, so, that's okay. I'm not in a hurry. The person on the other end was still smiling. It's not too late to find me when you have enough money. Your contract will probably expire before I can save enough money. Qinghuan sighed in her heart, but still thanked him. After hanging up the phone, Qinghuan's enthusiasm disappeared completely. No matter how good the shop was, it was useless without money. She was not in a good mood and did not have the interest to continue shopping. When Xingxing finished eating the cake, she took him back. Xingxing was quite concerned about the shop. He was a sensible and filial child. When he heard that he would not be so tired after moving the shop, he asked almost every day how it was going. Qinghuan only said that it was not done yet. After she went back that day, she asked the agent to help pay attention to it. The area did not need to be too big, and the location did not need to be so good. The main point was that the rent should not exceed 50,000 yuan a year. The agent agreed very well, but he could not find a transfer for a while, so he only asked her to wait. After waiting, she did not see a shop, but another piece of news came. What did you say? Qinghuan slowed down, but still could not calmly deal with the news she had just heard. Demolition? Yes, Pingon Village is going to be demolished. The person on the other end of the phone said a lot of terms and conditions, and said to her, if you think it's okay, come back when it happens that they are measuring the house. If you don't want to, forget it, he thought for a while and added, the price given this time is very suitable. If you miss it, it may not be so good next time. Qinghuan responded and said that she would go back when she was free. After hanging up the phone, Qinghuan still could not react. The person who called just now was the street director of Pingon Village. He said that the houses there were going to be demolished. Pingon Village was the house where the original owner lived before. It was a factory dormitory built in the last century. It was originally given to the original owner's grandparents. Later, when the grandparents died, they had no other relatives, so the house fell to the original owner. Although he knew that this house belonged to the original owner in name, Qinghuan never had any ideas about it. Firstly, the land in Pingon Village was scarce and the price was high. It was a famous nail house in the city. No one would think that anyone could tear it down in a short period of time. Secondly, because of some special regulations in the last century, the houses there were no property rights and could not be inherited as inheritance. In other words, as long as the original resident passed away, the house would automatically be taken over by the state. It would have nothing to do with Qinghuan. Even if the developer demolished the house directly, she would have no reason to say anything. Qinghuan didn't think that the developers didn't know about this matter. Businessmen valued profits. If they could get rid of one company, they could save millions of yuan in demolition fees. How could anyone refuse such a good thing? Mom, what's wrong? Xianxia had already looked at his mother several times, but she still didn't move. The little guy was a little worried. He gave up the toy at hand and ran to Qinghuan's side and asked carefully. Qinghuan came back to her senses and looked at Xianxia beside her. She frowned and said, "There is a pie falling from the sky." "Where is it?" Xianxia knew that the pie could be eaten. He looked around but couldn't find it. Finally, he looked up at the sky, but there was still nothing. He said to Qinghuan with some disappointment, "Mom, I don't see it." Even if Qinghuan's mood was complicated, she was amused by the little guy's performance. She smiled and pinched Xianxia's little face. "It's not a pie to eat." "Then what is it?" Xianxia didn't understand. Qinghuan said, "It's a description. It means a good thing. A pie falling from the sky means a good thing has fallen from the sky." "Oh, so it's like that." Xianxia suddenly understood, and then he didn't understand. Why is Mom unhappy about a good thing? Mom is not unhappy. No one would be unhappy if they were told that they could get a few million more out of thin air. Qinghuan just felt that it was unreal and she was flustered. She always felt that things seemed to be going too smoothly. When she wanted to change the store, there was a store in such a good location and the price wasn't high. When she was short of money, there was news of demolition. Although Qinghuan had read the novel, the original novel was mainly about the love story between the male and female protagonists. There wasn't much talk about the several female supporting characters. The original owner appeared at the banquet as a rich man's mistress. She didn't know if the original owner had encountered demolition. There should be. Qinghuan thought with uncertainty, otherwise, according to the original owner's appearance, it wouldn't be easy to climb up the ladder of a rich man. Although the rich man was short, fat and bald. Xianxia was held in her arms and raised his small hand to touch his mother's eyebrows. Qinghuan frowned when she was thinking. He used a little strength to smooth out the wrinkles between her eyebrows. He looked into her eyes and said, "Then Mom shouldn't frown. If you frown, you won't be beautiful." Qinghuan smiled and suppressed the strange feeling in her heart. She cheered up again. She took Xianxia's small hand and kissed his palm. Okay, don't frown. Baby, you play here by yourself. Mom will make lunch for you." "Mom, let's do it together," Xianxia shouted from behind. Since making mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xianxia had a great interest in cooking. When he had time, he would come to the kitchen to help. He didn't know how to do anything. Although he said he was helping, he was actually making trouble. Qinghuan didn't have the heart to break his confidence, so she could only agree. She moved a low stool for Xianxia and handed him a green vegetable. "Xianxia, wash this vegetable. Mom will do the rest." "Okay." Xianxia took the green vegetable. The vegetable was bought from a vegetable farmer in the morning. The farmer grew the vegetable himself, so it was very fresh. Xianxia stood on the stool, broke off half a leaf, and put it under the faucet to wash. He did it very carefully. He washed it inside and out several times. When he was satisfied, the vegetable that was originally very lively had become a soft lump. He didn't even know where the skin went. After sending her son away, Qinghuan quickly washed the rice and cooked rice. She stir-fried shrimp with asparagus, steamed a small bowl of eggs, and stir-fried some vegetables. When she put the vegetables on a plate, she turned her head and saw that Xianxia's vegetable had not been washed yet. The whole small vegetable that was sent to his hand had already fallen apart, turning into a finger-length section. When Xianxia washed it, he would tear off the 2 layers of membrane. The washed vegetables completely lost their vitality and were neatly arranged by him on the side of the sink. It seemed that they had no other use other than being thrown away as garbage. Qinghuan sighed helplessly. She secretly hoped that Xianxia's interest in the kitchen would fade sooner. She put the dishes on the table and turned her head to call Xianxia. "Mom, wait." Xianxia did not raise his head. "I'll be done soon." Qinhuan walked behind him, took the little guy down and put him on the ground. She raised her hand and turned off the faucet. Xianxia was startled. He looked up at her blankly. Qinhuan poked him on the forehead. "I've finished cooking." "Ah." Xianxia looked at the last bit of crumpled vegetable in his hand and turned to look at the table. He thought about it and raised his hand to give the vegetable to Qinhuan. "Mom will cook this tonight." "Okay." Qinhuan rubbed the thing in her palm, patted Xianxia's head and asked him to go to the table. Xianxia trotted out. Qinhuan turned around, gathered the vegetables by the sink into her hand, and threw them into the trash can. Then she took out the bowls from the cupboard and took out 2 bowls of rice. After dinner, Qinhuan was ready to go back to Pingon village. She also thought it through. She had no power and no influence. Others really did not need to scheme against her. Maybe she thought that millions of yuan was a huge sum of money, but the developers did not care about it at all. Because she heard that part of Pingon village had been demolished, Qinhuan felt that the place was not safe, so she was not going to take Xianxia with her. She entrusted the little guy to the neighbor next door and went out after taking care of him. Before going out, Xianxia waved at her and asked her mother to come back early. Until the elevator door closed, the little guy was reluctantly taken back by the neighbor aunt. Qinhuan had transmigrated for more than 2 months and only stayed in Pingon village for a few days. When she left, it was still lively. Now that she came back, half of the tube-shaped building in front had been demolished. The steel bars were exposed and the bricks were scattered on the ground. It looked very desolate. The demolition office set up by the developers was in Pingon village. Qinhuan asked someone about the place, knocked on the door and went in. There were many people in the temporary office, and it was noisy. She waited for a long time. Finally, a group of people left, and then she went to the desk. The staff here was quite enthusiastic. After asking where she lived, they introduced the compensation for the demolition to her. The compensation conditions were almost explained to her by the street director before. There were 2 kinds of compensation, the house or the money. If they wanted the house, the resettlement house was in the suburbs, which belonged to the urban area under development. According to the standard of 1 for 3, 1 square meter of the tube-shaped building could be exchanged for 3 square meters of suburban commercial housing. If they did not want the house but the money, it would be 50,000 yuan per square meter, which was not much different from the surrounding market price. This demolition subsidy was very generous. Most of the demolition households agreed very quickly. Occasionally, there were almost people who wanted to ask for more money, but the developers did not care. It was up to them. Anyway, it was impossible to give more compensation. Qinhuan could not be more satisfied with this condition. She agreed almost without much consideration. After that, the things were even simpler. She just had to register, measure the house, sign the confirmation, take the money and leave. Qinhuan originally thought that the house was at most 60 square meters. However, when she measured it, she did not know how she measured it to be 75 square meters. According to the calculation of 50,000 yuan per square meter, Qinhuan received 375 yuan as compensation. She signed, took the check, and walked out of the demolition office. She returned to the rented house, looking like she was sleepwalking the whole time. When the elevator reached the floor, Qinhuan took the key to open the door. She checked the lock several times before she found it. She stood at the door and looked at the familiar decoration in the house. Then, she woke up in a trance. She took out the flat check from her bag and checked the amount on it several times. Finally, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She got the money just like that? 375 yuan? It was only 3 hours from the departure to the return. Qinhuan looked down at the number on the check again and breathed a sigh of relief. This efficiency was too high. No matter what, he had gotten the money. Qinhuan spent more than half an hour adjusting her mood and went to the bank to transfer the check to her bank card. The staff warmly received her and recommended her many financial products. However, Qinghua knew nothing about financial management, so she was destined to have no fate with them. She could only refuse. When she got home, Qinghua wanted to call the person in charge of King Hotpot, but she hesitated after finding the person's phone number. The agent recommended 2 places to her. At that time, she only looked at one and didn't look at it again. Anyway, she had the money now, so why not check it out more, Qinghua thought to himself and immediately took action. She called Suli and told her that she didn't have to go to work today. She also asked the neighbor to take care of Xingxing. Xingxing also wanted to go out with her, but Qinghua felt that it was too far, so she refused. At 5:30, the road gradually began to get congested. There was no direct bus or subway from here to 73 Xianxia Road, and she couldn't get a taxi. Qinghua ate a mouthful of dust on the side of the road and finally decided to walk. Xianxia Road was the road behind the community. Qinghua walked out and looked at a building on the side of the road. It was number 296. She kept walking forward according to the house number. The numbers were getting smaller and smaller. There was a section that looked quite desolate and almost no one could be seen. Qinghua was puzzled. She walked a bit more and saw that the flow of people was gradually increasing, so she was relieved. 73 was close to a bar street, and the flow of people was particularly large at night. When Qinghua arrived, he happened to catch up with some people who were preparing to go to work. On the narrow sidewalk, handsome men and beautiful women, either walking alone or in groups, brushed past him with bursts of fragrance. Occasionally, there would be some people who looked like hooligans standing by the roadside, whistling at the girls who walked past. Even Qinghua was not spared. She almost eliminated the option before she found the shop. However, since she was already here, Qinghua didn't have the habit of giving up halfway. She looked for the shop one by one according to the house number. Just as the agent had said, number 73 was a 2-story storefront. The storefront was still open for business. It was a lobster restaurant. In fact, it wasn't just this shop. Along the way, Qinghua also noticed that most of the shops on this street sold lobsters. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 hot pot or chicken stew shops. The business of the restaurant was good. Before dinner time, there were already 4 or 5 tables in the lobby. Qinghua stood at the door and looked around. He didn't stay for long before he turned around and left. When they returned, the sky was even darker, and the street lamps were lit up. After walking past the bar street, there were very few pedestrians on the road. The green trees on the side of the road cast dim shadows under the moonlight. The autumn wind blew, bringing goosebumps all over. For some reason, Qinghua thought of many ghost stories. She had never been brave. In the past, when she watched a horror movie, she didn't even dare to get up at night to go to the bathroom. Now that she had transmigrated, she became even more timid. She always felt that ghosts were around her. When she first went out to set up a stall, she madly recited the core socialist values when she came back. Later, when she got used to it, she wasn't so scared anymore. Qinghua thought about all kinds of things in her heart, but she didn't slow down her pace. In front of her, another street lamp was broken. This one was broken in a special way. It wasn't that it didn't light up, but it flashed a few times every 2 seconds. When Qinghua first saw it, she was so scared that her heart almost stopped, her footsteps paused slightly, then she sped up. She stared at the road in front of her and didn't dare to look outside. The street lamp flashed a few more times. At first, Qinghua was still trembling, but after she figured out the pattern, she wasn't so scared anymore. She raised her eyelids and stared at the street lamp not far away to study it for a while. She counted silently in her heart. When she counted to 3, she saw the street lamp quickly dim and then light up again. Qinghua was satisfied. She lowered her head and continued to walk forward. She had to call the municipal government tomorrow to report this. This kind of street lamp could easily cause traffic accidents. The wind blew, and the shadows of the tree swayed. The lights began to flash again, and the atmosphere was still very scary. Qinghua quickened her pace and jogged out of the area illuminated by the street lamp. After passing that area, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and looked back again. She didn't know why, But this place didn't seem to have anything to do with the prosperity of the city center. Even the road was a little worse than other places. Qinghuan turned her head and didn't pay attention to her feet. When she raised her foot, she tripped on a protruding stone slab. When she lost her balance, the street lamp flashed again. Before Qinghuan had time to turn back, she saw what seemed to be a flash of a figure between the light and darkness of the street lamp. Qinghuan. She subconsciously held her breath and immediately turned her head. Countless ghost stories flashed through her mind. Qinghuan was scared to death, but she didn't dare to run. She could only try her best to quicken her pace. She desperately walked forward, not daring to look back. Finally, she passed the deserted area. When she saw a figure on the road, Qinghuan was finally not so scared. She remembered the figure she saw before. There were so many people here. Even if there was a ghost? It wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Qinghuan thought and boldly turned her head again. There was nothing. She wondered if she was hallucinating because of her nervousness. Thinking about it, it was possible. At that time, there was wind, and the street lights were flashing. Maybe it was the wind that made her hallucinate during that short period of darkness. Fortunately, after mentally preparing herself, Qinghuan finally broke away from her fear. She felt especially tired. After this trip, the excitement of spending a huge sum of money in the sky was mostly extinguished. In a car not far away, the driver was waiting for instructions from the other person in the car. Let's go back. Okay. Jiang Mingyuan met several city leaders today. During the conversation, they talked about the problem of Xianxia Road. This section of the road was also strange. The front and back were very lively, but the middle section didn't develop. They talked about this problem during the day. After work, Jiang Mingyuan asked the driver to take a detour here to take a look. He got out of the car and walked around. Some ideas came to his mind. When he was about to go back, he saw a somewhat familiar figure. At first, he thought he was mistaken. After confirming several times, he was sure that it was really Xingxing's mother. Jiang Mingyuan was a little confused about why she would come to this place. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. At that time, he asked his assistant to prepare the shop. In order not to arouse Qinghuan's suspicion, he specially added some of the worst conditions. Looking at the direction she came from, she must have gone to look at the shop. There were few passers-by on this section of the road, and it was also the area with high incidence of various vicious cases. Jiang Mingyuan was a little worried about her walking alone at night, but it wasn't appropriate to invite him to the car. He wanted to walk with her for a while and make sure nothing happened to her. As a result, he ruined things. When Qinghuan turned back, Jiang Mingyuan was also temporarily distracted by the flashing lights. When his vision recovered, he saw a woman in front of him who was in a panic and didn't know where to go. Although he didn't see it, Jiang Mingyuan could roughly guess the process. He was a little annoyed and felt that what he did was a little brainless. Because of Qinghuan's reaction, Jiang Mingyuan didn't dare to follow her anymore. He returned to the car and asked himself to drive slowly. He didn't dare to follow too close, for fear of scaring people again. When he saw that they were in a crowded place, Jiang Mingyuan asked the driver to turn the car around. However, when he thought of Qinghuan, he felt a little sorry. He wanted to give some compensation, but he didn't know what to give. Unlike Jiang Mingyuan, Qinghuan had a big heart and almost forgot about those things when she went home. She picked up Xingxing from the neighbor's house and began to cook dinner. In order to deal with the little boy's inquiry about his poor vegetables, Qinghuan had no choice but to cook a plate of vegetables in the evening. After being busy, it was almost 8 o'clock when the mother and son finished eating. Qinghuan thought that it was too late to make a detour, so she endured her eagerness to try and waited until the next day to make a phone call. As usual, the staff transferred the call to the person in charge. The person's tone was enthusiastic. He gave Qinghuan his personal phone number and made an appointment with her. Okay, see you then. Qinghuan put down the phone and turned to Xingxing, who was eating, and said with a smile, "Baby, we're moving to a new store. It's the mall we went to last time. Do you remember?" "Really?" Xingxing was eating the egg yolk in pain. When he heard this, he threw the thing in his hand away and jumped up and said, "Mom, I want to go too." He still remembered that there was a delicious cake there. You can't. Chenghuan ruthlessly refused. Today is Monday. You have to go to kindergarten. Chenghuan supervised the little boy to drink the last bit of milk and wiped his mouth with a napkin. She picked up his small school bag and rubbed his son's head. Let's go. Xingxing raised his head and said, oh. For the first time since he entered school more than a month ago, he had a feeling of boredom. After sending Xingxing away, Chenghuan changed her clothes and went to Rongjiang Square where she had agreed to meet with Hu Tianhua. They had agreed to meet at King Hot Pot. When Chenghuan arrived, Hu Tianhua had already arrived. Hu Tianhua was in his 30s. He was of medium height, slightly plump, and had a square face. He looked quite amiable. When he saw Chenghuan coming over, he took 2 steps forward. Are you Ms. Cheng? He asked with a smile. Have you eaten in the morning? If you haven't, I know a good place. Chenghuan smiled and replied, no need, boss Hu. I've already eaten. Okay, then let's go take a look at the place first. Hu Tianhua didn't beat around the bush. He turned around, took out a key from his pocket, opened the door of King Hot Pot, and waved his hand. Please. Chenghuan followed him in. The hot pot restaurant had been closed for several days, so it was inevitable that the inside was a little dirty. Hu Tianhua turned on the lights and took Chenghuan around. King Hot Pot had an area of 250 square meters. Excluding the kitchen, it was about 230 square meters. The density of tables and chairs in the restaurant was quite high. Chenghuan looked around and saw that there were about 50 tables. Hu Tianhua looked around and said to Chenghuan, the things in the restaurant are very new. If Ms. Cheng is going to make hot pot, I can give these things to you. He smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. This is free. Chenghuan thanked him and said with some regret, but I don't plan to open a hot pot restaurant. Oh, then forget it. Hu Tianhua was a little disappointed that he had lost an opportunity to make money. He smiled and asked, after looking at the place, what do you think, Ms. Cheng? It's very good. Hu Tianhua was half relieved. He found a rag, wiped the tables and chairs next to him, and invited, then let's sit down and talk. Hu Tianhua was well prepared. As soon as Chenghuan sat down, he took out something from his briefcase and handed it over. Chenghuan looked very carefully. If he had any doubts, he would raise them. Hu Tianhua also answered frankly and generously. After reading the documents and contract one by one, Chenghuan felt that there was no problem, so she symbolically cut down the price. She didn't expect Hu Tianhua to be so easy to talk to. With just a little consideration, Hu Tianhua reduced the price by tens of thousands. Thank you so much. Chenghuan said excitedly. As little as possible was better than nothing. It's fine, it's fine. Hu Tianhua waved his hand as if he didn't care about tens of thousands of yuan. Can we sign the contract now? Okay. Chenghuan was also quite anxious. There were 3 copies of the contract, Hu Tianhua, Chenghuan, and the owner of the store. Hu Tianhua made a phone call, and the property owner soon came over. He looked very young, less than 30 years old. He was tall and thin, wore a pair of glasses, and wore a meticulous suit. He looked like an elite. When he came over, he didn't beat around the bush. He directly showed Chenghuan his certificate of ownership, ID, and so on. Then, Hu Tianhua started, and the 3 of them signed the contract. Seeing that the contract was signed, Hu Tianhua looked very happy. He suggested that they go for a meal together. Chenghuan thought about it and agreed. The other thought about it and also nodded. They ate at the Hunan restaurant next door. Hu Tianhua was very familiar with the place. When they came over, he introduced them to the more delicious dishes. The other 2 didn't have any objections and said that it was up to him. The atmosphere at the table was quite good. Hu Tianhua was a talkative person, and the young man called Xiao Shan was also good at talking. The 2 men talked nonsense on the side. Chenghuan listened most of the time and didn't interrupt. Because she had only been here for a short time, she didn't know a lot of things. After the meal, Hu Tianhua and Chenghuan went to do the transfer. The 2 sides separated at the entrance of the mall. Xiao Shan returned to the company and went up to the top floor of the building. The person inside was working. He knocked on the door and went in. He handed the signed contract to him. "Boss, it's done." Jiang Mingyuan took the contract and looked at it. His gaze paused on a certain name at the end. He put the contract away and gave his assistant a task. "Go and find a renovation team." Qiao Shan. "Okay." As a confidant, Qiao Shan roughly knew why his boss cared so much about the mother and son. But what he didn't understand was, since he knew that it was his son, why didn't he just go and acknowledge him? They wouldn't know if he did these things. He shook his head in his heart and glanced at his boss who was working at his desk again. He went out with a head full of confusion. After going to the bank with Hu Qinghua, Qinhuan lost half of the huge sum of money she received yesterday. She didn't feel much, maybe because the money came too easily. After signing the contract, Qinhuan still had a lot of things to do. First, she had to determine the scope of her business in the future. When she first set up the stall, Qinhuan wanted to do it step by step. After making money, she would open a smaller shop and still make barbecue. After a few years, she would save some money and rent a quieter place to continue opening her private restaurant. However, the current situation was completely different from what she had imagined. First of all, it was definitely not suitable to make private dishes in a busy city. Then, with the location and size of the shop, it would be too wasteful to make barbecue. Qinhuan had looked around before. There were almost 100 shops on the 2 floors of Rongjiang Square, including almost all kinds of cuisines. If she wanted to make a name for herself, she had to have something special. This wasn't too difficult for her. Qinhuan and her grandfather had learned palace cuisine. One of the rules of palace cuisine was that the selection of ingredients was strict. In her previous life, Qinhuan had gone to many places to find the best ingredients and had eaten many memorable delicacies. Sheep banquet was one of them. Sheep banquet was one of the most expensive banquets in the Qing dynasty. It was as famous as the Manchu Han imperial banquet. A sheep could make more than 80 dishes from top to bottom. According to the distribution of different parts of the sheep's body, different cooking methods were used. The first time Qinhuan ate a sheep banquet, she was shocked. In order to steal the knowledge, she lived in the local area for more than half a year and consciously learned 90% of Kung Fu. She was going to make her restaurant a specialty of mutton. She didn't need to put all of the 80 dishes in the sheep banquet. She only needed to put more than half of them, plus some vegetarian dishes, and the menu was almost ready. After the menu was set, it was time to decorate. Qinhuan didn't know much about decorating, so she could only leave it to others. She didn't know any reliable designers, so she asked Hu Qinghua. He recommended someone to her. Qinhuan met with the person. After the two of them discussed, they set the basic tone of the decoration. After the designer went back, he quickly gave her a drawing. The result of the drawing was very good, and the cost of the decoration was also indicated one by one. In total, the cost of the decoration was a little more expensive than the rent. Qinhuan was generally very satisfied. She proposed a few places that she wanted to change and decided on the final plan. The engineering team for the decoration was also found by the designer. Qinhuan basically didn't need to do anything. She was just a shopkeeper. She didn't stay at home. While waiting for the decoration, she began to recruit people, train them, and look for raw materials and equipment. As for the most important business license, because the decoration was not completed, she couldn't get it. Money was spent like flowing water. More than half of the demolition money she received had been spent. This kind of situation made Qinhuan feel a little flustered. She often worried that she couldn't get back the money she invested. 2 strands of her hair had turned white. At this time, Suli came to find her. Since Qinhuan's barbecue stall closed, Suli also lost a source of income. Qinhuan was generous and gave her more money than the job she had during the day. Without this income, the family's life was tight. During this period of time, she helped to collect money. She knew that cooking was really profitable. There were so many places where the family needed money. Suli didn't want to be paid a fixed salary. She went back and thought about it for 2 days. She came up with the idea of setting up her own stall. She talked to her family about it, and they all had a supportive attitude. It was easy to set up a stall, but it was not easy to do it well. There were so many shops in the night market. Why was Qinghuan's stall the best? Wasn't it because it was delicious? Suli knew that the secret of Qinghuan's barbecue lay in the previous pickling stage. Without the previous step, their barbecue couldn't have stood out from so many other shops. Thinking of Qinghuan's previous words that she wouldn't make barbecue again, Suli had some expectations in her heart. She hoped that the other party would give her some simple advice. She prepared herself mentally for several days before knocking on Qinghuan's door. Qinghuan heard her intentions and didn't say anything. A method of barbecue was not a big deal for Qinghuan. She had thought that when she stopped making barbecue, she would teach this method to Suli. It was just that she had been too busy recently, so she had forgotten about it. Now that Suli came to her door, she remembered it again. Her silence made Suli a little nervous. She sat on the sofa with her legs together. She stuck out her tongue to wet her dry lips and said, I don't want to take advantage of you. What do you think? If this stall opens, I'll give you half of the profits. If you're afraid of going back on your word, we can sign a contract. No need, no need. Qinghuan came back to her senses and waved her hand. This method of pickling meat is not a great secret. I'll give it to you. You don't have to pay for it. Just treat it as a reward for sending me home. That won't do. You have to pay for it. Qinghuan said no, but Suli's attitude was firm. It's not a big deal for me to send you home. How can it be compared to the secret recipe? She said, if I ask for your secret recipe for free because of these few hours, what kind of person would I be? This thing is really simple. No matter how simple it is, no one else can make it. If you don't want to take money, I can't take your thing. Suli said as she got up and pretended to leave. Halfway through, she was pulled down by Qinghuan. The two of them pulled back and forth for a long time. In the end, both sides took a step back and agreed to use 30% of the future profits of Suli's stall as the transfer fee for the secret recipe. Suli did what she said. When she came back, she really brought the contract. The contract was the same as what the two of them had discussed before. Her family's names and fingerprints were signed on the contract. Qinghuan signed his name on it and returned it to her. That's it. Suli took the contract and carefully folded it. She promised Qinghuan, don't worry, I'll write down every account in the future. I'll never do anything ungrateful. Qinghuan smiled and said he believed in her. Then she took Suli to pickle meat. She bought the meat in the morning and had already cut it. Qinghuan put the meat in a basin and told Suli what she needed to pay attention to while adding seasoning. She didn't speak quickly. Suli listened and wrote down notes. Her attitude was even more serious than that of a primary school student. If there was anything Suli didn't understand, Qinghuan patiently explained it to her one by one. Suli didn't come early and took a long time to pickle the meat. When Qinghuan sent him off, she looked at the time and realized that it was already past Xianxia's school time. She was a little annoyed. She simply washed her hands and hurried out. It took less than 10 minutes to walk from home to the kindergarten. When Qinghuan arrived at the entrance, most of the children had already been picked up by their parents. The front of the kindergarten was empty except for a black car parked on the side of the road. Qinghuan didn't see anyone at first glance. She was so panicked that her hands and feet were a little weak. She quickly ran over and asked the guard while panting, do you know where Xianxia from the 3rd class is? There weren't many people in the kindergarten, so the guard could remember the parents who often came to pick up the children. He recalled a little and said, he was brought back to the classroom by the teacher. Thank you. Hearing this answer, Qinghuan let out a long breath. Only then did she remember that Xianxia had a watch that allowed her to talk. She was really worried and confused. She walked into the kindergarten through the small door opened by the guard. Thinking that the little guy still hadn't seen her, he should be anxious. As she walked, she dialed Xianxia's phone. The phone rang twice before it was picked up. Xianxia's voice came from the other end of the phone. He said, Mom, the other children have all gone home. Why haven't you come to pick me up yet? Qinghuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The teacher must have taught him to say that. Sorry, baby. Mom was delayed by something. I'll be there soon. she said as she walked into the kindergarten building. Xianxia said a few words and hung up. He looked up and said to his uncle, "My mom will be here soon." Okay. Jiang Mingyuan left early from time to time during this period, just to wait at the entrance of the kindergarten to see his son. He also came today, but unlike before, the figure who used to wait at the entrance of the kindergarten early in the past did not appear today. Seeing the children being picked up one by one, leaving Xianxia standing alone with the teacher holding his hand, Jiang Mingyuan thought for a while, but in the end, he could not restrain his desire to get close to the child, so he got out of the car. After half a month, Xianxia still remembered this smart uncle. When he saw Jiang Mingyuan, he did not avoid him, but took the initiative to greet him. This made Jiang Mingyuan even happier. Previously, when he wanted to test DNA, he had asked the kindergarten for help, but Xianxia's teacher did not know him. Although Xianxia and Jiang Mingyuan seemed to know each other, she did not dare to ask him to go out. Seeing that Qinhuan did not come, she was afraid that the child would catch a cold in the wind, so she wanted to bring him back to the classroom. She walked in front with Xianxia, followed by Jiang Mingyuan, who came uninvited. Xianxia's teacher did not dare to bring anyone in casually, so she wanted to stop him. But the assistant, who was good at figuring out the boss's intentions, had already arranged everything. The teacher was only halfway through her words when the principal rushed over and invited him over. So Jiang Mingyuan naturally got along with his son for a while. When Jiang Mingyuan first learned that he had such a son, he was more shocked and helpless. But now, he loved Xianxia from the bottom of his heart and wanted to protect him. Xianxia was a very well-behaved child, smart and beautiful, and never made trouble easily. Every time Jiang Mingyuan looked at him, his heart would soften a little. When he got along with Xianxia, it was rare for him to feel relaxed. Unfortunately, this kind of opportunity to get along was too rare. Jiang Mingyuan looked at his son, who was a little excited because his mother was coming over, and a recent idea gradually overwhelmed his original plan. How about finding a chance to meet with the child's mother and talk about this? Once he was clear about this matter, regardless of whether he could bring the child back or not, his identity would be revealed. He wouldn't have to act like a thief when he interacted with his son for a while. With that in mind, Jiang Mingyuan didn't plan to stay for long. Even if he wanted to talk about it, he wasn't in a hurry. He had to find a more formal occasion. With that thought in mind, Jiang Mingyuan stood up and prepared to leave. However, he had only taken 2 steps when the classroom door opened. Qinhuan rushed in from the outside. His eyes swept around the classroom, and he was relieved when he saw the stars. The little guy was naturally pleasantly surprised to see his mother. He jumped up from his seat and rushed into Qinhuan's arms like a small cannonball. Qinhuan took 2 steps back to catch him and kissed Xianxia on the cheek. "Darling, you must be anxious from waiting. Mummy will definitely not be late next time." Xianxia chuckled and kissed Qinhuan's face. He hugged his mother's neck and pressed his cheek against hers. He said softly, "The teacher said that Mommy is busy. That's Mommy's fault. I have to apologize." Qinhuan got up, took Xianxia's hand, and thanked the teacher who was still in the classroom. "Sorry to trouble you, teacher." "You're welcome." The teacher replied with a smile. She was a little confused. Xianxia and Mr. Jiang seemed to be very familiar with each other. Why didn't his mother seem to know him and didn't even say hello? However, she just thought about it in her heart. She had just been taught a lesson by the director, who said that this person couldn't be provoked. Now, she didn't dare to speak more for fear of causing trouble for herself. After thanking the teacher, Qinhuan prepared to leave with Xianxia. Before leaving, Xianxia thought of Jiang Mingyuan again. He turned his head and waved to him. "Goodbye, uncle." Qinhuan also turned his head. She didn't pay much attention to the person in the room at first. She thought that he was also a parent of a child. Now that she heard Xianxia's greeting, she took a closer look. She was a little stunned by what she saw. The other party was very tall, about 1.85 meters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. A pair of long legs were wrapped in suit pants. Occasionally, people would catch a glimpse of them and couldn't take their eyes off him. Not only did he have a good figure, but he was also good-looking. His facial features were exquisite, but he didn't look feminine at all. Just standing there, his body revealed an amazing momentum. He was a good-looking person who was not to be trifled with. Xinhuan labeled this person in her heart. She nodded and smiled at him. Her eyes swept over the two legs again, and then she turned his head and left with Xingxing. On the way back, Xinhuan gradually felt that something was wrong. The person just now was too good-looking. She didn't dare to look at him more. She only glanced at him. Now that she thought about it, she felt that the person always gave her a familiar feeling. Xinhuan frowned. She thought for a long time but couldn't remember where she had seen him. The more she couldn't think of it, the more tangled she was. She thought about it all the way and didn't speak much. But fortunately, Xingxing didn't notice, and the little guy could play happily by himself. It was now September of the lunar calendar. The osmanthus flowers on both sides of the street were in full bloom, and the fragrance was strong. Xingxing liked the fragrance of osmanthus flowers very much. He also liked the tender yellow petals that peeked out of the osmanthus tree's branches and leaves. He sang the nursery rhyme that the kindergarten teacher had taught him and danced as he walked. Occasionally, he would pull Xinhuan to the side of the green belt and walk up by himself. He plucked a bouquet of fragrant flowers from a low branch and handed it to Xinhuan. "Mommy, I'll give you a little flower." Xinhuan returned to her senses and looked at the 4 or 5 tender yellow flowers that had spread out in her palm. She smiled and thanked the little guy. "Mom likes it very much, but Huahua needs one." "What's that?" Xingxing didn't know. The kindergarten taught little, and Xingxing hadn't learned the use of quantifiers. Xinhuan briefly explained it to him. The little guy was very smart. After 2 times, he understood. He tiptoed and picked some flowers from a higher branch and handed them to her. "Mom will give you a little flower." "Thank you, baby." Xinhuan thanked her. Seeing that Xingxing still wanted to pull the flowers, she quickly stopped him. "These little flowers won't be fragrant if you pick them. Why don't you let them bloom on the tree so that everyone can smell the fragrance?" Xingxing's eyes widened. He couldn't understand the truth for a while. Xinhuan slowed down and explained it again. Only then did he almost understand. He looked at the flowers in his mother's hand and turned his head. He put his face next to the osmanthus tree and sniffed deeply. Then he turned back and nodded to her. "It's fragrant. Others can smell it too." Pfft. As soon as he turned his face, Xinhuan couldn't help laughing. There was a spider's web on the osmanthus tree. When Xingxing came over, the spider's web all covered his face. The spider's web had been made for a long time and had turned black. There were also 2 small insects that had died a long time ago hanging on it, making the little guy's face big. The spider's web hung on his face. Xingxing felt itchy and wanted to touch it with his hand. Xinhuan was afraid that he would get the insects into his mouth, so she quickly pulled his hand and picked them for him. After cleaning up the spider's web on his face little by little, the little cat became a little handsome boy again. The little handsome boy looked up at her and smiled foolishly. Xinhuan also smiled and reached out to pinch his face. She was stunned when she pinched his face. That amazing face suddenly appeared in her mind. Her eyes widened slightly, and she finally understood where the familiar feeling came from. It wasn't because she had seen it before, but because the person she was with day and night had a face that was very similar to that person's. After figuring out the things that troubled her, Xinhuan didn't feel relieved. Instead, her heart became heavier. She remembered a plot in the novel that she had forgotten. The supporting female lead brought her son to the door to recognize him. Everyone who saw Jiang Xingchen said that he looked very similar to the male lead. Mother Jiang looked at his face and saw the birthmark on his back. She was sure that he was her grandson before he was tested. Everyone in the novel said that the father and son looked alike. Then the man she had just seen, Xinhuan didn't want to believe it. This was completely different from the plot she knew. How could the male lead know that she had this son now? Xinhuan was immersed in her own thoughts. She didn't even hear Xingxing calling her. The little guy saw his mother squatting there with her hands outstretched. He was about to obediently offer his face, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't make any other movements. He was a little puzzled. "Mom, Mom?" Xingxing called twice. Seeing that Xinhuan didn't respond, he waved his hand in front of her eyes again. She still didn't respond. He rolled his eyes and had a bad idea. The little guy stretched out two tender white claws and gestured at Qinghuan's cheeks. He waited and made sure that his mother really didn't respond. Then, he quickly pinched her face. After pinching a little, Xianxia withdrew his hand and put his hands behind his back with a guilty conscience. He was a little disappointed. He felt that it was just like that. Why did his mother like to pinch his face so much? The touch on her face finally made Qinghuan come back to her senses. Her eyes converged and fixed on Xianxia's face again. She reached out and touched his face. Then, she got up and sighed. "Mom, what's wrong?" Xianxia was ready to be taught a lesson. However, his mother actually had such a reaction. He was a little confused and asked directly. "Nothing." Qinghuan pulled him back. She still didn't know what went wrong. Xianxia was only 4 years old now. According to the timeline in the novel, the male and female leads hadn't met yet. Her heart seemed to be pressed by several mountains, and all kinds of guesses were stirred up in her heart. For the second half of the journey, Qinghuan didn't say a word. When they got home and arrived at a familiar place, her heart relaxed a little. She threw away those messy guesses and decided to sort out the order from the beginning. First of all, how did the male lead know that Xianxia was his son? According to the little guy's performance today, the two obviously didn't know each other for the first time. She could just ask him directly. Just during the holidays. Hearing his mother's question, Xianxia answered almost without hesitation. He had a deep impression of this uncle. "It's the smart uncle who can play with the Rubik's Cube." When she said this, Qinghuan remembered that Xianxia did tell her that there was an uncle who played with him. At that time, Qinghuan was afraid of encountering human traffickers, so she let Xianxia change to a place close to her. After that, the man didn't appear again. At that time, it was the first day of the National Day. Now, it was late October. That was to say, the male lead had known about it for at least half a month, maybe even longer. Qinghuan gritted her teeth and secretly hated herself for not paying attention before. But this male lead was also too much. He clearly knew, but he didn't come out. Did he not want to recognize Xianxia? Although she wanted to be as far away from the male and female lead in the novel as possible, Qinghuan still had a lot of dissatisfaction with the male lead's approach. She clenched her fists and asked Xianxia another question. "Did that uncle say anything else to you?" "What?" Xianxia didn't quite understand. "Did he ask you about your parents?" Xianxia lowered his head and thought. After a while, he looked up with a blank face. He was still young and his memory was just like that. He had already forgotten the things that happened more than half a month ago. He didn't remember that a smart uncle had asked him who was more powerful between him and his father. Seeing that Xianxia couldn't remember, Qinghuan wasn't disappointed. She asked Xianxia some other questions. Seeing that the little guy was impatient, she put him aside to play. Xianxia went to play by himself. Qinghuan found a pen and paper and sorted out this timeline. First of all, the male lead knew about Xianxia's identity. It should have been on October 1st or before. For unknown reasons, he didn't say it directly. A few days later, she received a call from the intermediary, saying that a suitable shop had been found. Qinghuan had been puzzled about this matter for a long time. When she first looked for a shop, she clearly told the intermediary that no matter what, the other side shouldn't recommend a shop that cost hundreds of thousands a year. At that time, she thought that the intermediary might be a blind cat trying to get a dead mouse. Now, it seemed that the male lead might have done something. In addition to the shop, there was also the demolition fee. At that time, she felt that things were going too smoothly. What was missing was given to her, and even the developer became so generous. Thinking of the more than 3 million that she took back like a fool, Qinghuan almost broke the pen in her hand. She gritted her teeth and thought fiercely in her heart, what is this money? Is it the reward for having a child? Or is it the buyout fee for taking the child back? Originally, because she didn't intend to follow the plot, Qinghuan almost forgot the plot of the novel. She thought very well. Regardless of whether it was a novel or not, she was a real person, and so was Xianxia. She didn't need to be a supporting role in someone else's story. She could take care of her child, work hard, and live an ordinary life without worrying about food and clothing. But she didn't expect the plot to be so powerful. She didn't go, but the other party actually found her, and 2 years ahead of schedule. Did that mean that Xianxia would still die, and so would she? Qinhuan felt that she was almost out of breath. She threw away the gel pen that had been cracked by herself, stood up and turned a few times. The cool autumn wind blew from the balcony, cooling her brain that was about to explode a little. Calm down, I can't get angry. It's easy to die suddenly if I get angry. Qinhuan took a few deep breaths and pulled herself out of those miserable endings. She patted her face, sat back on the sofa, and thought about how to solve this problem. First of all, the money that the male lead sent through someone else. This money must be returned, otherwise, when she faced the Jiang family in the future, she would be short of breath before they said anything. But the problem was how to return the money. Although she didn't want to admit it, Qinhuan really didn't have the ability to repay it now. Her shop had almost bought all the things she needed to buy, and she only had less than 500,000 yuan left of the 3 million yuan in her hands. It was almost impossible for her to gather 3 million yuan in a short time. Even if she sold the shop that was about to be renovated, she wouldn't be able to gather half of the money. Moreover, it would be too stupid to do that. Qinhuan bit the pen cap and thought of a solution. Her right hand unconsciously slid on the paper. When she came back to her senses, the paper had been scribbled messily. But she thought of a way, which was to repay it in installments according to the bank's interest rate, or even higher. She believed in her ability to pay off the money in 1 or 2 years at most. But she didn't know if the male lead would agree to her method. In Qinhuan's view, the other party was definitely up to no good by secretly sending money. When the time came, he would definitely make things difficult for her. If the other party insisted on making things difficult for him, Qinhuan had no good way to deal with it. He could only prepare for the worst, sell the shop again and pay off some of the money, or, in any case, he could not hand over his son. Not to mention that they had really developed feelings for each other after spending a few months together. Even when they had just met, she could not drag this child into the fire pit for such a small amount of money. Qinhuan thought for a long time. She felt that she had thought of all the problems she could think of. She even simulated several scenes of her meeting with the male lead. However, she couldn't use these ideas for the time being because she couldn't contact the other party. Thinking of this, Qinhuan became even more depressed. This feeling was like punching the air, making him feel so stifled that he wanted to vomit blood. She crossed her legs and thought for a moment. Since she rented the store from Hu Qinhua, he might have the male lead's contact information. Thinking of this, she cheered up, found the other party's number, and dialed it. The phone rang many times, but no one answered. Qinhuan frowned and tried a few more times, but to no avail. She could only give up for the time being. In addition to Hu Qinhua, there was also a problem with the intermediary. Qinhuan did not give up and called the intermediary again. Someone answered the intermediary's phone, but when Qinhuan asked, she was told that the person who had received her at the time had already left. Qinhuan, after working for half a day in vain, she gained nothing. She was full of exhaustion, and what was even more uncomfortable was the fear of the unknown. It was as if a big knife was hanging over her head, and she didn't know when it would fall. Xianxia didn't feel Qinhuan's mood at all. He played by himself for a while and felt hungry. He stood up and moved a small stool to wash his hands, climbed to the table, and waited for dinner. After waiting for a while, Xianxia still didn't see his mother. He was a little confused. He touched his stomach and called in the direction of the living room. Qinhuan rubbed her face and turned her head. She saw that Xianxia had already sat in his exclusive seat. He touched his stomach and said to her, "Mom, I'm hungry." Qinhuan. Oh no, she forgot to cook. She got up awkwardly and forced a smile at Xianxia. She walked into the kitchen without saying a word and began to prepare dinner. After coming back, she had wasted too much time thinking about random things. She was afraid that Xianxia would be hungry, so Qinhuan made a very simple dinner. She only boiled half a pot of porridge and baked 2 egg pancakes. The porridge was fresh shrimp porridge with mushrooms and peas. The pure white porridge was dotted with light red shrimp, tender green peas, and brown mushrooms. It looked very appetizing. The porridge in the pot emitted an aroma after cooking for a while. Xianxia was already hungry, and he couldn't stand the aroma even more. He jumped down from the chair and followed Qinghuan. Every 1 or 2 minutes, he would ask if he could eat. Qinghuan blamed herself more and more. She felt that she was too unqualified as a mother. Not only did she not find the biological father with bad intentions in time, but she also missed the end of school because she forgot the time, so the male lead took the opportunity to have further contact with the child. Now, she forgot to cook dinner because of him. Alas, the loss outweighed the gain. After cursing the male lead several times in her heart for being insidious, Qinghuan sprinkled some green onions on the pancakes and took out the food. Xianxia was very hungry. When he saw the food coming out of the pot, he immediately grabbed it. It was as if he had been hungry for several days. He reached out and wanted to have enough. Qinghuan was afraid that he would be scalded. She tore a small piece of pancake, blew on it twice, and put it in the little guy's mouth. Xianxia began to eat as soon as he got it. He finished it in 2 or 3 bites. He wiped his mouth and looked at Qinghuan eagerly. "Mom, I want more." Qinghuan could only tear a small piece for him. Probably because he was very hungry, Xianxia ate very happily today and kept saying that he wanted more. Qinghuan felt guilty, but she would not blindly indulge him. Seeing that it was about time, she rejected the little guy's request. Recently, Xianxia had become a lot bolder. After being rejected, he secretly wanted to catch it. When he was caught, he tearfully accused, "Mom, you don't like me anymore." Qinghuan's face sank. Xianxia was a little scared, but then he saw his mother gently hand him half a piece of pancake. Thus, he threw his fear aside. After eating 1½ pieces of pancake, Xianxia finally stopped. He burped and finally changed his words. "Mom, I'm full." Qinghuan was considering whether to make another pancake. When she heard Xianxia's words, she dispelled the idea. Xianxia ate too much and his stomach was uncomfortable. Qinghuan fed him a digestive tablet and let him eat it. Then she pointed to the side, "Go stand there for a while to digest. Don't jump around." Oh. Xianxia felt uncomfortable and didn't have the energy to jump around. According to Qinghuan's request, he stood aside obediently. Xianxia was full, and the porridge in the pot was almost cooked. Qinghuan turned off the power and filled a bowl with porridge. With the half piece of pancake, it was her dinner. She ate at the table, and Xianxia looked at her eagerly. Smelling the fragrance, he began to drool again. "Mom, what are you eating?" He stretched his neck and stared at the food in Qinghuan's bowl. "I want to eat too." "You can't eat it." Qinghuan didn't even look at him. She picked up a shrimp and ate it. "You ate too much. Now you need to digest it." "I can still eat." "You can't." Qinghuan looked back at him. "I said you can't, so you can't." The little guy pursed his lips and wanted to come over, but he was stopped by Qinghuan. He was a little scared and looked over with his eyes wide open. In the end, he didn't dare to move again. Qinghuan went to wash the dishes after eating. When she came out, she wiped her hands and touched Xianxia's belly. It didn't look so bulging. "Are you still uncomfortable?" Xianxia shook his head. Qinghuan asked again, "Do you still want to do this next time?" Xianxia looked at him and didn't speak. "What did Mom say when you wanted to eat?" "I said that you can't eat other delicious things now if you're full." "You don't want to." When Qinghuan said this, there was no expression on her face, and she looked very serious. "Then you ate a piece of pancake. Mom said that you would feel uncomfortable if you ate more, but you didn't listen. Now you know you're wrong?" Xianxia pouted, "But I'm hungry." "You weren't hungry later, but you still wanted more." The little guy still didn't speak, but his raised head slowly lowered. He had been taken care of for a few months, and some of the bad habits of children gradually emerged, such as gluttony. She didn't know where he heard it from. A while ago, he said that he wanted to eat fried chicken every day. When he thought of it, he nagged once. Qinghuan didn't take him there, and he also said that Mom didn't like him anymore. Today, she was soft-hearted. Later, when she saw the little guy making a scene, she wanted to teach him a lesson so that he would remember it. Xianxia lowered his head and slowly held one of Qinghuan's fingers. Qinghuan continued, "You said that Mom doesn't like me when I don't like you. Then you don't listen to me." Does that mean you don't like Mom anymore? I like Mom the most. The little guy quickly retorted. But you don't listen to me. Huh? I'm sorry. As if he had made a great decision, Xianxia finally said these words. He raised his head, and there was a teardrop on his eyelashes. I'll be obedient in the future. It's not that Mom can't bear to let you eat some things, but it's not good for you to eat. When you encounter this matter, you say that Mom doesn't like you, and Mom is sad to hear it. Qinghuan sighed and wiped the tears on Xianxia's face. Let's go, I'll take you to take a bath. Xianxia nodded, sobbed twice, and followed Qinghuan step by step. The mother and son quarreled quickly and made up quickly. When Qinghuan took a bath and went to bed, the two began to be intimate again. Xianxia lay on the bed, and Qinghuan read him a story. The little guy fell asleep not long after listening. He lay on the bed with his limbs spread out and snoring. Qinghuan glanced at him and helped to cover him with a quilt. She turned off the light and lay on the bed, listening to the breathing next to her, but she couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was in a mess. The night before, she stayed up until early in the morning. When she was woken up by the alarm clock the next day, Qinghuan's face was very bad, and her scalp was numb from sleepiness. She washed her face with cold water to wake herself up, made breakfast and woke Xianxia up. While the little guy was eating, she called Hu Qinghua again, but the phone was still unanswered. Qinghuan was very upset, but she had to go on. After breakfast, she took Xianxia to school. The gate of the kindergarten was as lively as usual. Qinghuan handed Xianxia to the teacher, and the mother and son were often intimate for 2 days. Watching the little guy's figure gradually disappear, Qinghuan sighed and prepared to go back. As soon as she turned around, a car stopped next to her. The window was lowered, and a handsome face that she had seen yesterday and poked many times in her imagination appeared in front of her. The man looked at her, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Miss Qing, I wonder if you're free now. Qinghuan's expression changed abruptly. She hadn't expected to see him here. She stared at him for a long time, her emotions churning. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, yes. After she finished speaking, the car door opened. The driver got out and opened the back seat, inviting her to get in. Qinghuan got into the car and looked straight ahead with a straight face. Jiang Mingyuan glanced at her but didn't say anything in the end. They didn't speak for the rest of the journey. The car didn't drive for long before it stopped outside a courtyard. Qinghuan got out of the car and looked around. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a quiet place in the busy city. The courtyard didn't look small, and it was surrounded by tall buildings. The courtyard door was closed, and there were a few pine and cypress trees poking out of the courtyard. The driver knocked on the door. After a while, the courtyard door opened. Jiang Mingyuan walked to Qinghuan's side and gestured for her to enter. Qinghuan still didn't say a word and followed Jiang Mingyuan in. The courtyard was quieter than the outside. The walls were white and the tiles were gray. The pine and cypress trees in the courtyard looked lush in the late autumn. There was also a small pool dug in the courtyard. There were a few lotuses in the pool, and a few koi fish were swimming in it. The courtyard was very quiet, and only the sound of a few people walking could be heard. The woman who opened the door led them into a room and then left. The driver didn't follow them in. The furnishings in the room looked a little retro. After entering the door, there was a screen blocking the view. There were tables and chairs inside. There was a tea set on the table, which looked expensive. Qinghuan sat down on the chair. She wasn't in the mood to appreciate the furnishings. She asked directly, "What do you want to do?" When she said this, the corners of her mouth drooped, and her eyes stared straight at Jiang Mingyuan. She looked very aggressive. Jiang Mingyuan looked at her and knew that she had guessed his identity. And she was very dissatisfied. This was similar to what he had expected. Jiang Mingyuan sighed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He took out a well-kept inspection report and handed it to Qinghuan. Qinghuan pretended not to see it, but the person opposite him had no intention of stopping. She lowered her head and rolled her eyes. Finally, she took the papers. "What is this?" When Qinghuan asked, she had already seen the title of the document. Her expression became more and more unsightly. She ignored the technical terms that she didn't understand and read directly to the end. In the column for the appraisal opinion, it was clearly written, without considering the possibility of multiple births, close relatives, and external interference, based on the results of the DNA analysis, Jiang Mingyuan is supported as Jiang Xingqian's biological parent. Fine, they had already prepared the evidence. Qinghuan was even angrier when she saw this. She crumpled a corner of the report. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Mingyuan with a mocking expression. I wonder when Mr. Jiang will take my son to the hospital? It's a hair sample from the kindergarten. Jiang Mingyuan didn't hide Qinghuan's accusation. He took out a porcelain cup, poured a cup of tea for Qinghuan, and handed it to her. When I first heard the news, I couldn't calm down. I was anxious to verify it, so I forgot to tell you. Sorry. Qinghuan sneered. Then your memory is really bad. She didn't expect Jiang Mingyuan to nod in agreement. Indeed, you're old. Qinghuan didn't know how to continue criticizing Jiang Mingyuan. The plan that she had previously demonstrated in her mind many times didn't work. In an instant, Qinghuan thought of a lot of things. In the end, she could only ask dryly, what do you want to do? I came to you because I want to acknowledge this child. Seeing the woman's expression change, Jiang Mingyuan added, of course, acknowledging the child doesn't mean that I want to snatch it from you. He will still stay with you. I just want the child to know that he has a father, and then I will fulfill my responsibility as a father. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. After all, the lie that his father is a Superman can't be deceived for long. The last sentence really hurt. Xingxing was now 4 years old, and he would still believe such a poor excuse. But when he was older and didn't need to go to primary school, he probably wouldn't believe it in a year or two. Children from single-parent families were always easier to be teased or teased by others. Qinghuan also thought about this. Sometimes late at night, she also thought about whether to find a man to marry and form a normal-looking family, but in the end, she denied it. She had no interest in men, and she didn't believe that there were many stable family relationships in this impetuous society. What's more, if she got married again, it would be troublesome whether she had children or not. If she didn't get married, it would be a good thing to let Xingxing have both parents. But this person was wrong. From the beginning of her transmigration, Qinghuan didn't want to have anything to do with the male and female protagonists. Perhaps others might want to hug their thighs. After all, the male protagonist's net worth was described in detail in the novel. Even a little leaked from his hands was not a small fortune. But Qinghuan only regarded this person as the source of trouble. So for Jiang Mingyuan's words, she was only moved for a moment, and then she suppressed her thoughts. Qinghuan curled her lips and raised her eyebrows. Xingxing and I live a good life alone. It doesn't mean much to him whether he has a father or not. And he is so old and can remember things. If someone suddenly intervenes in his life, he probably won't be used to it. If it was Jiang Mingyuan who poked Qinghuan's heart before, then now it was Qinghuan who stabbed Jiang Mingyuan with a knife. He didn't have any feelings at first, but now that he liked him, he regretted that he couldn't participate in Xingxing's previous life. And don't look at his calm face, he really didn't have much confidence in whether Xingxing could accept him. If you don't try, how will you know whether you can get used to it or not, and whether you can accept me as your father? Jiang Mingyuan lowered his eyes and twirled the teacup. His long eyelashes, which were the same as Xingxing's, covered the emotions in his eyes. His tone didn't change, and it looked like he was discussing with Qinghuan. If you suddenly tell the child this kind of news, he definitely won't be able to accept it. It will be much easier to talk about it after a long time. He raised his eyes and looked at Qinghuan. I can see that this child likes me very much. We should get along well. Indeed, Xingxing liked Jiang Mingyuan very much. He didn't know if it was because of the blood connection, but Xingxing didn't like Jiang Mingyuan at first sight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to play with a stranger for a night, and he wouldn't have recognized him at a glance after half a month. Qinghuan bowed his head and didn't say anything. The other party was still talking, and every sentence was about the benefits of him recognizing Xingxing as his son. There were no businessmen who didn't know how to talk. As Jiang Mingyuan spoke, Qinghuan actually began to agree with him. She almost nodded and agreed. Fortunately, at the last moment, she remembered the plot of the novel. Qinghuan reluctantly calmed down and asked a different question. You are willing to recognize Xingxing, but what about your family? Qinghuan smiled. They won't steal my son? In the novel, Mother Jiang wanted to keep only the child and drive the supporting female character out. Later, the supporting female character used some means to take the child away from the Jiang family again. When Qinghuan asked this, Jiang Mingyuan was silent for a while. He knew his mother. If she knew about Xingxing's existence, she would definitely snatch him back. But, Jiang Mingyuan knocked on the table and slowly said, I won't let others do anything rash. His guarantee still had some weight. In the original novel, the female lead took the child away. Mother Jiang wanted to chase after her, but she was stopped by the male lead. He said that after all, the child was raised by himself. It was normal for him to follow his mother. He made the decision, and Mother Jiang didn't ask for it. It was also because of this that the supporting female character deliberately delayed the child's treatment, causing his son to pass away. He blamed himself even more and felt that he had caused the child's death. It was also during this time that the female lead used her gentleness to heal the scars in the male lead's heart. The two of them finally got together. Thinking about it, the male lead was actually the most innocent person in this matter. He was a very good father. Even when he was busy with work, he would take time to interact with his child. When he went on business trips, he would remember to bring various gifts for his child. They were all personally selected. Later, when Jiang Xingchen fell ill, he directly sent the child to the hospital. However, because of the original owner's selfishness, she deliberately froze the child at night. This way, the child's cold dragged on and didn't recover. In the end, when the male lead went on a business trip, the child couldn't be saved. I know that Miss Qing has doubts in your heart, and you don't want a stranger like me to suddenly intrude into your life. I can understand all of this. The person on the other side continued, but I hope that Miss Qing can also understand that as a father, I can't just ignore the identity of my child. That person's face was sincere, and it seemed that he wasn't lying. Qinghuan's heart wavered a little. She lowered her head, thinking about something. Jiang Mingyuan didn't rush her and sat there calmly. The room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Qinghuan's mind was in a mess. She reorganized the plot she remembered. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that she had no reason to stop the father and son from acknowledging each other. Her original idea was that the original owner and the child were obstacles between the male and female leads, so they had to be removed. But now that she thought about it, the author used the supporting female character to remove this obstacle. Now that she was the supporting female character, she couldn't purposely let Xingxing freeze, so this pushing hand was gone. In other words, according to the current development, whether the male lead acknowledged Xingxing or not, Xingxing wouldn't die. According to the male lead's personality, as long as they didn't cross his bottom line, even if the female lead couldn't tolerate them in the end, he wouldn't do anything to his child. Then what reason did she have to stop him from acknowledging each other? There really didn't seem to be any reason. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the woman who was deep in thought and felt slightly relieved. He knew that his plan should be able to succeed. Sure enough, Qinghuan thought for a while and raised her head. Her complexion was much better. She returned the report, opened her mouth, and whispered, "Do whatever you want." This meant that she didn't object. Jiang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and was a little happy. He got up and invited, "The scenery in the backyard is also good. Do you want to take a look?" "No need." Qinghuan didn't have a good impression of this man who would steal her son's attention in the future. She was ready to go out after saying that. "I'll go back first. I still have things to do." Speaking of being busy, Qinghuan recalled the matter of the demolition payment. She had wanted to question him, but she was led astray by the other party's words and forgot about it. Qinghuan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the man again. "Did you give me money, the compensation for the demolition?" Jiang Mingyuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect her to ask this. He paused. Before he could say anything, Qinghuan asked again, "And that shop, did you get it?" She already had a guess in her heart. It would be too fake to deny it at this time. Jiang Mingyuan thought and nodded. "You've worked too hard before. For some reason, Qinghuan was relieved when she saw him nod. She pursed her lips and said, I have nothing to do with you. I shouldn't accept this money. It's just that I spent part of the compensation and can't pay it back for the time being. Can you see if I can pay you back in installments? You don't have to pay it back. In Jiang Mingyuan's opinion, it was natural for him to give money to the child's mother. Just treat it as alimony for Xingxing. Alimony doesn't cost that much. It does. If Qinghuan hadn't mentioned this, Jiang Mingyuan would have almost forgotten. He said, as Xingxing's father, I have an obligation to pay alimony for the child. He said, in the future, I'll transfer money to your account every month. If you don't have enough, ask me. I really don't need, you don't have to be so polite with me. Jiang Mingyuan didn't plan to stay here any longer. He said to Qinghuan, shall I take you back? Sure enough, rich people think differently from others. He gave away a few million just like that. Qinghuan was dumbfounded. He felt like he was about to kneel before money, her mind wavered, but in the end, she persisted. Xingxing is Xingxing, and I am me. I didn't use this money on Xingxing. I will still return it to you. Qinghuan followed behind Jiang Mingyuan and told him about his repayment plan. Jiang Mingyuan listened and did not comment. After sending him to the place, he said, Pingon village is going to be demolished anyway. Every household will get a demolition payment. You're not the only one. I just brought the time forward. You don't have to feel anything. After that, he said goodbye to Qinghuan and rolled up the car window. Jiang Mingyuan said that he wanted to get close to the child first, but Qinghuan didn't see any movements. She observed every day when she picked up Xingxing from school. There was no suspicious car nearby. On Friday, she suddenly received a phone call. The phone number was unfamiliar. Qinghuan had some guesses in her heart. She pressed the answer button, and a pleasant male voice came from the other end of the phone. Miss Qing, I'm Jiang Mingyuan. Sure enough. Qinghuan didn't want to ask how this person knew her phone number. She replied and asked, Mr. Jiang, what can I do for you? I don't know if you're free tomorrow. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the information in his hand and looked relaxed. If you're free, let's take Xingxing to the amusement park tomorrow. This was a good idea. There was no child who didn't like amusement parks. Taking him out to play, Xingxing would be very happy. He had never been to an amusement park before. Thinking of this, Qinghuan also felt a little guilty. She didn't think as much as this cheap father, so she happily agreed. Okay, where are we going? I've already arranged it. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Jiang Mingyuan said that he still had something to do and hung up the phone. In the evening, she told Xingxing about them going to the amusement park tomorrow. Just as she thought, the little guy was really happy. But it's not just the two of us who are going to play tomorrow. There's another uncle. Qinghuan bent and said to him, do you remember? It's the uncle who taught you how to play the Rubik's Cube. I remember. Xingxing nodded and asked her, Mom, why are we taking uncle to play? Doesn't he have a mom? Qinghuan, of course, his mom is your grandma. Qinghuan cursed in her heart. She ignored the little brat, rubbed his hair, and sent him to sleep. Xingxing couldn't sleep when he was excited. In the middle of the night, he rolled on the bed. In the end, he was slapped twice on the butt by Qinghuan before he finally stopped. He obediently curled up in bed and fell asleep. It was late at night. The next day, the mother and son woke up at 8:30. Yesterday, Jiang Mingyuan only said that he would pick them up in the morning. He didn't say what time, so Qinghuan wasn't in a hurry. After washing up unhurriedly, she began to make breakfast. Before breakfast was ready, Jiang Mingyuan came and directly pressed the doorbell. When the doorbell rang, Xingxing ran to open the door. When he saw the person outside, he was stunned. Uncle? Yes. Jiang Mingyuan pinched his son's little face and walked in. As soon as he stepped in, he saw Qinghuan holding a bowl. Qinghuan saw him and was also puzzled. Why are you here so early? Have you eaten? Jiang Mingyuan had naturally eaten. He woke up at 6 in the morning, exercised for 2 hours, and came after eating. Then wait for us. Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. After all, he was still a stranger. She looked away, put the things in her hands on the table, and called Xianxia. Come and eat. Xianxia made a no sound and walked to his exclusive chair. Just as he was about to climb up, Jiang Mingyuan reached out and carried him up. Xianxia turned his head and said sweetly to Jiang Mingyuan, "Thank you, uncle." Then he sat upright and waited for his mother to put the food in front of him. Today's breakfast was no different from usual. The only difference was that there was one more person watching them eat. Qinghuan was full of uneasiness. She thought that she had already promised to let the father and son get along, so she had to endure this. After breakfast, the three of them set off. The amusement park was in the suburbs, and it took an hour by car. Jiang Mingyuan's car had been modified, and the back seat was very spacious. He didn't know when the safety seat was installed, but Xianxia was fixed as soon as he got on. At first, the little guy was very curious. He touched here and there, pointed to something and asked, "Mom, what is this?" Most of the time, Jiang Mingyuan answered on his behalf. This strong curiosity faded after he got on the car for 10 minutes. The safety seat was always uncomfortable, and Xianxia felt restrained. He shouted at the top of his lungs to get down. However, the two adults didn't agree. Jiang Mingyuan got along with the child openly for the first time, so he naturally had to show off. He grabbed Xianxia's hand and patiently talked to him. However, the child didn't want to talk to him, and he would cry if he didn't agree. Jiang Mingyuan was a little at a loss and could only look at Qinghuan for help. Qinghuan received his gaze, pulled the corners of her mouth, and glanced at Xianxia. The little guy was very smart. When he saw his mother looking over, he immediately stopped crying. He pouted and said to Qinghuan, "Mom, I want to get down." "Okay." Qinghuan nodded. "But you can't go to the amusement park if you get down." Xianxia was stunned. He stared at his mother's face and made sure that she wasn't lying. Then he closed his mouth. He made a difficult choice between getting out of the car and going to the amusement park. In the end, his desire to go to the amusement park prevailed. Xianxia wiped his eyes and said to Qinghuan, "Then I won't get down." "Okay." Seeing that Qinghuan solved the problem with a few words, Jiang Mingyuan couldn't help but feel relieved. He looked at Qinghuan and sighed. "You still have a way." On weekends, the amusement park was full of tourists. Most of them were traveling with their families. The three people walked on the road. Xianxia was in the middle. His two hands were held by his mother and uncle respectively. It looked like a family of three. He didn't feel anything wrong. His body and mind were attracted by the amusement park. He pointed to one of the tower-shaped buildings and shouted to Qinghuan, "Mom, look, it's a magic tower." "Does Xianxia want to go?" "Yes. We can go in right away," Jiang Mingyuan said to him. Jiang Mingyuan bought tickets in advance. Now they could go in directly. As soon as Xianxia came in, he went straight to the magic tower. Qinghuan and Jiang Mingyuan naturally followed behind. The magic tower was really a tower. It was divided into 7 floors. Each floor was a story scene. The tower didn't need people to walk. They went in and sat on the small train. The staff distributed equipment to them. Xianxia put on his glasses and lowered his hand. He turned back and asked, "Mom, do I look good?" He was wearing a child's glasses. They looked a little big. A pair of eyes covered most of his face. Only his mouth could be seen. Qinghuan glanced at him and nodded perfunctorily. "You look good." "Mom, you look good too," Xianxia boasted back. He turned to see Jiang Mingyuan and flattered him equally. "Uncle, you look good too." As he spoke, the small train began to move. Feeling the train moving forward, Xianxia quickly turned around. The scene in front of him changed. The originally dark tower seemed to have become another world. In front of Qinghuan was a budding flower. The leaves were huge, and there was still a drop of dew on the petals. An insect climbed down from the ground and climbed to the top of the petals. It accidentally fell in. The flower gradually opened in front of him. There seemed to be a fragrance at the tip of his nose. The moment the flower completely opened, a beast roar suddenly came from the distance. A huge foot stepped over and crushed the flower into the mud in an instant. Xianxia let out an ah. He was obviously frightened. Qinhuan subconsciously patted his back. When he reached out his hand, he touched another person's hand. It was warm to the touch, and the fingers were slender. She didn't know why she could make comments on other people's fingers in such a short time. Qinhuan moved his hand away and turned his head. Through the light, he saw that Jiang Mingyuan was also looking at him. He nodded, and the corners of his mouth curved a little. The other person seemed to be smiling at him. The small train climbed from the first floor to the 7th floor, and then came down from the 7th floor. Xianxia had experienced more than a dozen stories. He was fascinated and his little face was red. Coming out of the magic tower, Xianxia pointed to a building in the distance. "Mom, let's go play that." The place he was pointing at was a roller coaster. It was very large and spiraled together. The highest point looked to be nearly 100 meters. Naturally, the two adults would not let the little guy play such an exciting game. Xianxia talked all the way and tried his best, but he did not succeed. Jiang Mingyuan got a travel guide from somewhere. After he finished reading it, he took the mother and son to another building. This game was called Star Wars. The gameplay was very simple. It was to sit in a game chair and control the steering wheel with a laser gun to fight small monsters. Xianxia was really interested in this game. After he went up, he did not stop talking. He even played background music for his movements. However, he was small and his hands were short. His skills were rubbish. He could not even control the steering wheel well, let alone aim the laser gun at the small monsters. The little guy played several times, but he did not get a single point. He was very frustrated. Jiang Mingyuan wanted to show off in front of his son, so he volunteered to play the two-player version with him. Xianxia did not want to play with him. In the little guy's eyes, he was just an unfamiliar uncle. He wanted to accompany his mother, but Qinhuan was really not interested in this game. She clearly refused. The little guy gave up and reluctantly followed Jiang Mingyuan. With the addition of Jiang Mingyuan, Xianxia's score began to rise. Jiang Mingyuan played twice and got the skill. The laser gun was accurate. Xianxia had completely forgotten his previous unwillingness. He stood up, jumped on the chair, clapped his hands together and shouted. Xianxia would never be satisfied playing this game. He asked to play again and again. Jiang Mingyuan did not refuse. When Qinhuan urged them to come down, the little guy shouted until his voice was hoarse. Jiang Mingyuan was controlling the direction and fighting the small monsters. He did not have time to rest. Now his hands were soft, but he was in a good mood. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Among the three, only Qinhuan looked calm. Seeing the two come down, she took Xianxia's small school bag and asked them to go out. "Mom, let's go fight the small monsters again." Xianxia was still unwilling to go. "It's fun to fight the small monsters." "No." Qinhuan flatly refused and walked out of the building with Xianxia. Compared to inside, the air outside was much fresher. Qinhuan took a deep breath and asked his son, "Are you going to eat?" Xianxia was hungry. He patted his belly and nodded to Qinhuan. "Mom, let's go eat." He had cast Jiang Mingyuan aside again. Jiang Mingyuan felt a little helpless about the little fellow's behavior of forgetting him in the blink of an eye. He glanced at the guide and said to Qinhuan, "I know a restaurant here that tastes good. Do you want to eat there?" Qinhuan nodded indifferently. "Whatever." Generally, the food and tourist attractions all had one thing in common: exorbitant. It was the same here. Food that cost less than 1,000 outside was sold for 3,000 to 4,000 here. The taste was not bad. Anyway, Xianxia was very dissatisfied with the food and said that it was not as good as what her mother cooked. After eating, Jiang Mingyuan went to pay the bill. Qinhuan took Xianxia out first. When she walked out of the restaurant, she looked back at the shop sign. "Do you want to open a shop here?" Jiang Mingyuan paid the bill and asked her. The two basically did not communicate. Qinhuan did not expect him to talk to her. She was stunned for a while before shaking her head. "I'll just take a look." She didn't make a name for herself in her first shop. She was thinking too far ahead. The afternoon was still spent in the amusement park. They didn't go out until the park was about to close. After playing for a whole day, the relationship between Xianxia and Jiang Mingyuan also improved by leaps and bounds. He called him uncle very sweetly. When Jiang Mingyuan sent them home, the little fellow kept waving his little hand and saying goodbye. Then he turned to ask her, "Mom, are we still going to play tomorrow?" "No." Qinghuan decisively refused. She was a person with poor balance. Many facilities in the amusement park would rotate. She felt very uncomfortable after playing for a while. She felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. She turned to go home. The little fellow was still talking behind her, saying how fun the amusement park was. Qinghuan just pretended not to hear. She endured until she finished cooking. Then she blocked Xingxing's mouth. In the evening, Qinghuan bathed Xingxing and sent him to bed. She told him a story to coax him to sleep. She went to take a bath herself. When she was about to go to bed, she received a message. The sender's phone number was a string of numbers. It looked a bit familiar. Qinghuan opened it and looked at it. There was only a very simple sentence on it. "Thank you." Qinghuan raised her eyebrows. She was a little puzzled. She didn't reply. She threw the phone aside, went to bed and turned off the light. The next day, Jiang Mingyuan came again. This time, he didn't go to the amusement park. Instead, he took him to the mall. When he came back, he brought several bags of toys. Looking at the toys piled up on the sofa, Qinghuan frowned and said, "Don't spoil the child so much." "It's okay." Jiang Mingyuan didn't seem to care. As long as he likes it. Since others said so, Qinghuan didn't say anything. She just waited for Jiang Mingyuan to leave. She put away most of the toys. Xingxing was still wandering in the sea of toys. Suddenly, those things were confiscated by his mother. He couldn't react. He looked up at the big and small bags stuffed on the cupboard. Qinghuan stuffed the things, came down and clapped her hands. She glanced at Xingxing and turned to leave. The little fellow was still in a daze. He stayed in the study for a long time before he came out against the wall. Qinghuan was busy in the kitchen. Xingxing came over and hugged her leg. "Mom." "N." Qinghuan responded. Her hands didn't stop moving. She thought Xingxing was going to cry for toys. She was a little annoyed. Xingxing asked, "Mom, are you angry?" The child's mind was very sensitive. He could tell at a glance who liked him and who didn't. Qinghuan's attitude today was a little cold. In the little fellow's eyes, Mom doesn't like him. Hearing this, Qinghuan's hand stopped moving. She put down the kitchen knife in her hand and looked down at Xingxing. The little fellow's eyes were wide and full of fear. It scared him. Qinghuan sighed in her heart and regretted it. She bent down and hugged him. "Mom is a little angry." "Why?" Xingxing didn't understand. Qinghuan took him out. The mother and son sat on the sofa facing each other. She sighed. "Mom is a little angry." "Xingxing, do you know why?" The little fellow looked at her, his fingers digging into the sofa. He felt that his mother's unhappiness must have something to do with him. Qinghuan caught his hand and asked as slowly as possible, "Baby, why did you let others buy so many toys today?" Xingxing's face was blank. "Uncle gave them." Obviously, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with accepting gifts from others. Qinghuan thought that she didn't teach him enough. She said to him, "But it's wrong to do so." "Why?" Xingxing didn't quite understand. There was certainly no problem with accepting gifts from his father. The key was that Xingxing didn't know that this person was his father. Qinghuan stared at him. She could only be patient and reason with him, saying that it was wrong to ask others for things. She was afraid that the little fellow would develop the habit of reaching out to others. She was also afraid that in the future, others would give him something to cheat him. Qinghuan talked for a long time. Her mouth was dry. The little fellow nodded. "I know. Mom will buy me toys in the future." After he finished speaking, he leaned over and whispered, "Mom, I don't want to throw away those toys." He picked them one by one. "Only this time." In the future, you can accept the things Uncle Jiang buys for you. You can't accept other people's gifts, do you understand? Chenghuan said this reluctantly. She felt that her molars were itching. Xianxia nodded and said that he understood. Chenghuan didn't intend to teach the little fellow a lesson once. She decided to mention it a few more times in the future. She went back to the kitchen to cook. When the food was ready and put on the table, she thought of something and took out her mobile phone to send a message to another person. Don't buy so many things in the future. It's easy to teach children bad things. Jiang Mingyuan went back to work after shopping with his son. For people like him, weekends didn't exist. When Chenghuan sent the message, he was about to go to dinner. Hearing the vibration, he picked up his mobile phone and looked at it. He didn't quite understand what that person said. In Jiang Mingyuan's knowledge, he didn't buy many things for Xianxia today. He had several cousins who also had children. Each little guy had a large toy room with all kinds of toys piled up. Jiang Mingyuan didn't want his son to have less than others. When he saw that his son liked something, he would definitely buy it. He thought so, but he didn't say so. Jiang Mingyuan thought that since it was his first time being a father, there should be a lot of things that he didn't do well. The child's mother must have her reasons for saying so. He just listened. After sending the message, Chenghuan didn't care about it. After dinner, she looked at her mobile phone and saw that person's reply. She curled her lips. She didn't know if she was satisfied or not. In the evening, the mother and son were lying in bed and chatting. Xianxia grabbed her clothes and suddenly asked, "Mom, do you like amusement parks?" Why did he think of this thing now? Did he want to go and play? Chenghuan thought and reminded him tactfully, "You have class tomorrow." Xianxia turned over and faced her. His childish face was serious. "Why don't you like amusement parks?" Chenghuan was helpless. How could she be so sure? "I don't dislike it." "Mom is lying." Xianxia said firmly, "You just don't like it." Well, Chenghuan didn't argue with him. She patted the little guy's back with her hand and hummed a lullaby. Finally, the child fell asleep. When Xianxia fell asleep, Chenghuan remembered what he had just said. The little guy thought that she didn't like amusement parks because her attitude was too obvious. Now that she thought about it, she was really out of it yesterday. Although she promised Jiang Mingyuan to get along with Xianxia, Chenghuan felt uncomfortable in her heart. This feeling was like a treasure that originally belonged to him was coveted by someone else. That person said that this treasure should be shared, or else this treasure would be broken by someone else. She knew that he was right. She couldn't find a reason to refuse. Although she pinched her nose and accepted it, she always felt uncomfortable in her heart. Chenghuan was in this state now. On one hand, she knew that having a father was a good thing for Xianxia. In the future, she could avoid those possible strange looks. On the other hand, she was angry that Xianxia was too close to Jiang Mingyuan. She felt very conflicted. With a stomach full of jealousy, Chenghuan fell into a deep sleep. The next day, she sent Xianxia to school and went to Rongjiang. The renovation of the shop was more than half done. It would be completed in about November. The staff training was also going smoothly. The chef was originally from Shao County, so he was very familiar with the whole lamb feast. The taste of the food was also good. After spending most of the day in Rongjiang, Chenghuan went to the kindergarten to pick up the child. On the way back, Xianxia wanted to buy watercolor pens, so the two took a detour. When they came out of the supermarket, they saw the night market opposite. It got dark early now, so the night market was set up early. When Chenghuan looked over, she saw Suli riding a tricycle over. The canopy and tricycle they used to set up the stall were left behind by Chenghuan. They were sold to them at a second-hand price. Because the taste had not changed, Suli's barbecue stall was also doing well. He could earn a few thousand yuan a night. When they got home, she cooked while Xianxia painted. Halfway through the meal, the phone rang. Chenghuan went out and saw that it was not her phone, but Xianxia's watch. The sound of the watch was external. The low and pleasant male voice could be heard from the kitchen. "Xianxia, what are you doing?" "I'm painting," Xianxia said while still painting. When it came to painting, Jiang Mingyuan thought of Xianxia's mother with green hair and purple clothes. His eyebrows jumped and he asked, "What are you painting?" "The sun, the stars, and the moon." The little fellow drew a crescent moon next to the disc-like sun and added many stars in the middle. "The sun is yellow, so the stars should also be yellow," Xianxia muttered as she drew. On the other side, Jiang Mingyuan would occasionally respond. After he finished painting, he admired his masterpiece and showed it to Qinghuan. "Mom, I'm done." This was an assignment given by their kindergarten. After drawing it, they had to give their parents an autograph and grade it. Of course, most of them scored 100 points. Qinghuan looked at it and felt very satisfied. The little guy's drawing of the moon was very realistic now. She put down the things in her hand, found a pen and wrote 100 under it. Then she returned the painting to Xianxia. "Go, don't lose it." While they were talking, Jiang Mingyuan didn't hang up the phone. He listened to the voice on the other end of the phone as he processed the documents. When he heard Qinghuan give him 100 points, he chuckled and said, "Xianxia is amazing." Xianxia forgot that he was on the phone with someone. When he heard the voice, he was startled. He widened his eyes and leaned close to the watch. "Who are you?" "Jiang Mingyuan," he choked. "I'm your dad. Uncle Jiang." Xianxia remembered who Uncle Jiang was, and the two began to chat casually again. On the other side, Qinghuan was about to die of laughter. Did Xianxia not know who he was talking to? She rubbed the twisted muscles on her face, took the things back to the kitchen, and started the fire to cook. When she was done, Xianxia was still chatting with Jiang Mingyuan. The little guy only talked about a few things: kindergarten children, food, and his mother. Jiang Mingyuan listened to his son talking about his mother, saying what she was going to cook. He couldn't remember the names of any dishes. He only knew meat, shrimp, and vegetables. The description of these things was always delicious, and very delicious. Jiang Mingyuan heard him talking about this and that again, and he was hungry. He looked at the time, picked up his coat, and walked out. When Qinghuan called for dinner, he hung up the call with Xianxia. Jiang Mingyuan was going to attend a business banquet in the evening. There were many such banquets every month under different names, but the actual content was almost the same. They were all very boring. It was already quite late when he arrived, and the banquet hall was filled with wine. Jiang Mingyuan was discovered as soon as he came in. The banquet host invited him to say a few words. He couldn't refuse, so he said a few words. After that, he declined the people who came up to him to make friends and found a corner to sit down. In the corner, Zhou Hongyuan was also there. He was still as casual as ever. When he saw Jiang Mingyuan come over, he took a glass of wine and handed it to him. "Why did you think of moving today?" Jiang Mingyuan took his wine and put it down. He was a little helpless. "I can't avoid it." He didn't have the patience to attend this kind of banquet, but the banquet host and Jiang group happened to be at the stage of cooperation. He couldn't refuse the other party's invitation, so he could only come. Jiang Mingyuan was a famous young entrepreneur. Wherever he stood, he was the focus of the crowd. After hiding in the corner for 2 minutes, he was surrounded by wave after wave of people. The banquet hall was filled with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol. After dealing with the people with difficulty, Jiang Mingyuan found an opportunity and slipped out. He walked to the balcony and took a few breaths of fresh air. The night wind was cold. When the wind blew, his muddled mind felt much clearer. The banquet was in the form of a buffet, but almost no one ate. Jiang Mingyuan had been craved by Xianxia's words for a long time and drank a lot of wine. His stomach was not feeling good. He was ready to leave, so he called the driver. Just as he turned around, he saw Chu Sun, whom he had met once before, walking over. Chu Sun had specially dressed up today. She wore a wine-red deep V-neck long dress. Her waist was slender, and her hair was loosely tied up behind her head. A few strands of hair hung down, adding a lot of temptation. She held 2 glasses of wine in her hands and wore a huge pink diamond ring on her index finger. She walked in front of Jiang Mingyuan and said to him with a smile, "President Jiang, we meet again." Ever since he had a falling out with Gu Mingli at home, Jiang Mingyuan hadn't gone back. During this time, Mother Jiang found many excuses, but they were all ignored. Mother Jiang was also anxious. When she heard about the banquet today, she asked Chusun to hurry over. Chusun came early. She saw Jiang Mingyuan as soon as he came in. However, at that time, he was surrounded by people and she couldn't find a good time to approach him, so she didn't go up to him. During this period of time, she really didn't have a good time at home. She was being bullied by her family. She urgently needed a stronger backer to get herself out of her current situation. Therefore, even though she knew that Jiang Mingyuan wasn't interested in her, she still followed Mother Jiang's instructions and came. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the woman in front of him and frowned slightly. He had a good memory and didn't forget this blind date arranged by his mother. Now that she was here, it was most likely his mother who told her. He was a little annoyed, and the expression on his face turned cold. He nodded at Chu Sun and said, "Miss Chu. I didn't expect President Jiang to still remember me." Chu Sun smiled. Her delicate face showed a touch of beauty under the light. Her eyes flashed slightly and she handed over the other glass of wine in her hand. "President Jiang, let me toast to you." "No." Jiang Mingyuan refused and prepared to leave. He had only taken 2 steps when Chu Sun seemed to lose her balance. She let out a sigh and fell towards Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan subconsciously stepped aside. Chu Sun grabbed him and steadied herself. Because of this accident, the wine glass in her hand fell. The wine glass shattered on the ground and the wine in the glass soaked the bottom of Jiang Mingyuan's suit pants. "I'm sorry." Chu Sun quickly apologized. She bent down as if she wanted to wipe her wet pants. The neckline of her dress was low. In this position, standing next to a fat person, the view of her chest could be seen clearly. Jiang Mingyuan accidentally glanced and looked away. His face was so cold that it looked like ice shards were about to fall off. He stepped aside and was about to leave when Zhou Hingyuan suddenly appeared. He had a cigarette in his hand. He glanced at the balcony and revealed a surprised expression. Then he said to Jiang Mingyuan, "Oh, it seems like I'm disturbing you." "Don't talk nonsense." Jiang Mingyuan didn't care about Chu Sun, who tried to stand up but couldn't stand steadily. He strode out of the place. Zhou Hingyuan immediately followed. He got into Jiang Mingyuan's car and told him the name of the place. Then he said to him with a cheeky smile, "You don't mind giving me a ride, right?" Jiang Mingyuan ignored him, but he didn't feel awkward. He minded his own business and made up a story about what he saw on the balcony. When he felt like he was about to be beaten, he stopped talking and changed the topic. "Oh right, did you find the person you were looking for?" Hearing this question, Jiang Mingyuan relaxed his expression and said, "Yes." "Did you really rekindle your old flame?" Zhou Hingyuan's face was full of gossip. "I couldn't tell that you liked this type." TSK. Because Jiang Mingyuan had asked him to look for information about Qinghuan, Zhou Hingyuan also looked for a photo of that person. She was a gorgeous beauty. Those old men must be regretting it. "Looking at your sanctimonious appearance, I thought you would like the little white flower type. If they had sent you someone with big breasts, wouldn't they have achieved their goal long ago?" "Don't talk nonsense." Jiang Mingyuan scolded. "Hey, you're defending her?" Zhou Hingyuan was a little surprised. "Little Jiang, you're not like yourself anymore. Is this woman so charming?" Charm, he wasn't very interested in women, but he still had the basic ability to distinguish. The mother of his child, according to the judgment of a normal person, was indeed a very charming woman. But they didn't have that kind of relationship. Feeling that he couldn't let Zhou Hingyuan slander others, Jiang Mingyuan finally opened his mouth to explain. "It's not what you think." "What I think." Zhou Hingyuan winked. Jiang Mingyuan glanced at him and made a big move. "She's the mother of my child." "What?" The power of this big move was extraordinary. Zhou Hingyuan almost jumped up in shock. He widened his eyes and looked Jiang Mingyuan up and down. His words were shocking. "Brother, you're amazing." Soul imprint. Jiang Mingyuan knew that the expression on his face was definitely not pleasant. With a gloomy face, he asked the driver to stop by the roadside and got out to drag Zhou Hingyuan out. Then, he got into the car and closed the door in one go. "Let's go." Zhou Hongyuan was outside banging on the window. He symbolically chased after the car for 2 steps, but his face was sprayed with car exhaust. He snorted and straightened his clothes that were wrinkled by Jiang Mingyuan. He waved his hand and a particularly flashy bright purple sports car stopped by the roadside. Taking the keys from the driver, Zhou Hongyuan started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The sports car rushed out in an instant. He drove fast and caught up with the black car in front of him in a short while. Zhou Hongyuan did not continue to provoke him. He followed him all the way to the apartment and quickly rushed into the elevator. Jiang Mingyuan did not even bother to look at him. Zhou Hongyuan did not feel embarrassed. He followed with a cheeky grin. After entering the door, he first patrolled the room. Seeing that there were no traces of other people living here, he boldly asked, "You're not going to acknowledge that child?" Jiang Mingyuan loosened his tie and threw it aside. He walked into the room with a cold face and changed out of the clothes that reeked of alcohol. When he came out, Zhou Hongyuan was right outside the door. The two of them almost bumped into each other. The corner of his eyebrows twitched and he kicked him out. After kicking him, he opened his mouth and briefly told him what had happened recently. After listening to his friend's gossip, Zhou Hongyuan's curiosity was greatly satisfied. He peered at Jiang Mingyuan's expression and did not say anything that would make him want to beat him up. Instead, he changed the topic and talked about Jiang Mingyuan's mother. "I heard that Auntie has been bringing the Chu family's daughter everywhere recently. It seems that they are very close." He found a few oranges in the fridge that the hourly worker put in. At this time, he was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and peeling oranges. He still looked like he was watching a good show. "Many people think that this is a good thing. I'm not going to marry her." Jiang Mingyuan had also vaguely heard these rumors, but he had secretly rejected them a few times. His mother only pretended not to see it. As a son, he couldn't slap his mother's face in public. It seemed that other than enduring it, there was no other way. "No matter what, she can't force me to get married even if I don't agree." "What you said is funny." Zhou Hongyuan sneered, "If you can't get married, can't you send her to bed? When you have a relationship with him, do you think you can get rid of him?" He and Jiang Mingyuan had known each other since they were young. When Jiang Mingyuan was in trouble, Gu Mingli almost never helped. She only asked her son to bear with it. Now that she was successful, she was throwing her weight around as a mother. He looked down on her from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't care when he spoke to her. Jiang Mingyuan frowned slightly but did not refute. He leaned back on the sofa and pinched the space between his eyebrows. "Let's wait and see." "Wait for what?" "Actually, if you ask me, you don't have to care too much about your mother. You can just find a place to raise people overseas and let her move there. That way, she won't be thinking of ways to make you unhappy at home." Zhou Hongyuan said a lot in one go. When he saw Jiang Mingyuan's disapproving look, he waved his hand. "Forget it. Why am I telling you this? Anyway, she's not my mother. I'm not the one who's at a disadvantage. I know what I'm doing." Jiang Mingyuan knew that his friend was doing it for his own good. However, as the person involved, some decisions were not so easy to make. He raised the corner of his lips and changed the topic. "I heard that you've been working on a hot spring winery recently?" Zhou Hongyuan saw that he didn't want to talk about it, so he played along and said, "The old man just asked me to keep an eye on it." "I don't have any rights." The two talked about work again. Since they hadn't seen each other for a while, Zhou Hongyuan stayed here for the night. The next day, when Jiang Mingyuan woke up to go to work, he told him another piece of news with a cheeky smile. Yesterday, he and Chu Sun had been photographed at the banquet and posted online. Ordinary people were always interested in gossip about wealthy families. Moreover, not only was Jiang Mingyuan young and rich, but he was also very handsome. As soon as the photo of him and Chu Sun was posted, it went viral on the internet. The photo was taken from a good angle. It was taken when Chu Sun couldn't stand steadily and was about to fall. At that time, Jiang Mingyuan took a step back and reached out his hand. The two of them were very close at that time. When this moment was frozen in the photo, it looked like Jiang Mingyuan was reaching out to hug Chu Sun. It looked very ambiguous. After Zhou Hongyuan finished talking, Chu Sun called to apologize and said that he didn't know what happened. Jiang Mingyuan didn't ask how the other party got his private number. After hanging up the phone, he called Xiao Shan over and gave him a few instructions. Xiao Shan acted very quickly. The scandal with Chu Sun broke out less than 2 hours ago. Before it had time to spread, it was completely cleaned up. That wasn't all. The Chu family started out as a daily cosmetics company, but now they relied on real estate. In the following month, the Chu family's real estate company had several accidents. It was either the land they wanted was snatched away, or the engineering and quality problems that had been suppressed were exposed. For a time it made people panic, and the company's stock price plummeted. The people who targeted the Chu family didn't hide at all. Father Chu investigated and found out that he couldn't deal with Jiang Mingyuan, so he vented his anger on the culprit. That day, he called Chu Sun over and scolded him. After scolding him, he personally went to Jiang Mingyuan to apologize. Chen Huan didn't know about these things. She didn't care about gossip. Jiang Mingyuan didn't show it either. He still called Xingxing every day to chat with him and took him out to play on weekends. At first, Chen Huan didn't like Jiang Mingyuan's behavior. Every time she heard his voice, she was jealous. But after a long time, she seemed to be used to it. Her attitude gradually calmed down. Looking at Xingxing's increasingly cheerful personality, she felt that there was nothing wrong with having a father. On November 13th, Chen Huan's shop was finally renovated. She had to busy herself with all kinds of licenses. By the time she got the business license, it was already December. This year's winter was particularly cold. It was only December, but the lowest temperature was already around 0 degrees. Chen Huan got up and washed up. After she finished cooking, she went to wake Xingxing up. The temperature in winter was low, and the little guy became a difficult person to get out of bed. After a cry, he shrank into the quilt and wanted to bury his head in it. Chen Huan called twice. Seeing that Xingxing pretended not to hear, she put her hand into the quilt and put it on the little guy's neck. She was afraid of the cold. After getting up for a while, her hand was already cold. The little guy was shivering from the cold. He quickly opened his eyes and shouted at her, "Mom! Get up! Today is the opening of Mom's shop. Xingxing, don't you want to go and have a look?" Chen Huan said with a smile. Of course, Xingxing wanted to, but he also wanted to stay in the quilt. The two ideas were in a tug-of-war in his mind. The little guy thought carefully and felt that the opening of the shop was more attractive. Then he reluctantly got up from the quilt. On Saturday, Rongjiang Square was particularly lively. Chen Huan took Xingxing up and went straight to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, outside a Chinese restaurant, the door of the restaurant seemed to be made of bamboo. There were big red lanterns hanging on both sides of the door. On the plaque above the door, there was a big yang character. The door of the restaurant was still closed. There were several flower baskets on both sides. Some were sent by the mall, some by Suli, some by Jiang Mingyuan, and some by Chen Huan to make up the number. At 9 o'clock sharp, the restaurant held a simple opening ceremony and officially opened for business. There were not many customers in the first batch. After all, mutton was not suitable for breakfast. Chen Huan was not in a hurry. At noon, the number of customers gradually increased. Jiang Mingyuan had been paying attention to the situation here. When he heard that today was the opening ceremony, he prepared to come and support. He felt that this was very important, so he chose the most pleasing suit. As soon as he went out, he met Zhou Hengyuan, who came uninvited. Zhou Hengyuan came to freeload. What's the matter? He stood outside the door and asked. Yes. Are you going to eat? Jiang Mingyuan, his silence was the best answer. Zhou Hengyuan said with a smile, I haven't eaten yet. Take me with you. As a good friend of many years, Jiang Mingyuan could not refuse him if he wanted to follow him. So he silently took him to Rongjiang. Isn't this the mall your family set up? Zhou Hengyuan did not stop talking all the way. What are you doing here? Are you going to meet your little lover? Jiang Mingyuan, he was not going to meet his little lover. He was just going to eat at his child's mother's restaurant. But for some reason, when Zhou Hengyuan said that, Jiang Mingyuan felt a little guilty. His good friend was still talking behind him. He followed Jiang Mingyuan to the outside of the restaurant. He looked up at the plaque and said, "Little Jiang, you're really stingy. You invited a girl to eat at a place like this?" Zhou Hingyuan deliberately showed a look of disdain. He looked around the restaurant from the outside and made a tisk-tisk sound. His gaze moved from left to right. When he saw Qing Huan behind the cashier with a smile on his face, his tisk-tisk suddenly stopped. "Let's go in." Jiang Mingyuan glanced at him and walked inside. A waiter came over to ask them. "Both of you," Jiang Mingyuan said. Qing Huan behind the cashier looked over. The two of them looked at each other and pretended that nothing had happened. One followed the waiter to the table, and the other continued to talk with the customer at the cashier with a smile. "Hey, why didn't you say that I'm here to see you?" After sitting down, Zhou Hingyuan came back to life. He frowned and made a you-know expression to Jiang Mingyuan. "Why? Are you really interested? Don't talk nonsense. I'm just here to support you." Jiang Mingyuan lowered his head and looked for something to eat on the menu. He didn't like the taste of mutton, so he mostly ordered raw meat. Zhou Hingyuan, on the other hand, also ordered a lamb scorpion hot pot when he saw others eating. The restaurant had a 20% discount on the first day of opening, so business was very good. They had only been in for a while, but the seats were already full. There were still people waiting outside. Although there were many people, the speed at which the dishes were served was not slow. After a while, the hot pot ordered by Zhou Hingyuan was served. The hot pot was a copper pot heated with alcohol. Large pieces of lamb scorpion were soaked in soup with coriander leaves sprinkled on top. As soon as it was heated, the aroma went straight to people's faces. The lamb scorpion was already ready. After the soup in the pot boiled a few times, it was ready to eat. Zhou Hingyuan picked up a piece of lamb scorpion and bit off a piece of meat. It was a little hot when it first entered his mouth. After chewing, the mutton was soft and tender, soaked in the delicious soup, making him want to take another bite. Zhou Hingyuan finished several pieces of lamb scorpion in a row, then slowly recommended it to Jiang Mingyuan. "This meat is good. It doesn't smell bad. Try it." Jiang Mingyuan was skeptical, but the vegetarian dishes he ordered were still not served. He was a little hungry after being smelled for so long, so he tentatively picked up the smallest lamb scorpion. After being cooked for so long, the meat on the lamb scorpion was almost separated from the bones. Jiang Mingyuan picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After tasting it, he nodded. It was really delicious. The mutton Qing Huan chose was a lamb raised on the grassland. This kind of mutton meat was fresh and tender, and it didn't have the rank odor of ordinary mutton. Other than being expensive, it had no other shortcomings. Zhou Mingyu ate more than half of the mutton scorpion hot pot alone. He still wasn't satisfied, so he ordered another portion. After ordering, he said to Jiang Mingyuan, "Your little lover is quite amazing." Jiang Mingyuan lowered his eyes. "Don't call her that. She's not a little lover." He picked up a piece of mushroom of an unknown species and put it in his bowl. He said lightly, "Call her by her name. Her name is Qing Huan." Okay. I won't call her that." Although Zhou Hingyuan looked unreliable, he knew when to joke and when not to. He opened a bottle of beer and clinked glasses with Jiang Mingyuan. "Let's have a drink." Jiang Mingyuan basically didn't drink except when he was socializing. At this time, Zhou Hingyuan's glass was filled with beer, but his was a glass of water. The two brothers clinked glasses and chatted for a while. Then, the second portion of the pot that Zhou Hingyuan ordered was served. Along with the pot was a doll-like little boy who looked very similar to Jiang Mingyuan. The air conditioner in the restaurant was turned on, so the temperature was quite high. Xianxia took off his down jacket and only wore a white woolen sweater. He was originally good-looking. In the past few months, Qing Huan had put on some weight and made him look even more likable. As soon as Xianxia arrived, he sat beside Jiang Mingyuan and pointed at the meat in the pot, saying that he wanted to eat. When the pot was served, the soup inside was still cold. Jiang Mingyuan asked him to wait until it boiled. Then, he picked up a piece of mutton scorpion meat, blew it a little cold, and put it into Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia opened his mouth wide and ate it in one bite. After eating, he said that he wanted more. Jiang Mingyuan fed him again without any impatience. The two of them, one feeding the other, looked happy and harmonious. When Zhou Hingyuan saw this scene, his mouth opened wide in disbelief. Since when had he seen Jiang Mingyuan being so patient with others? Was he possessed? Xingxing was not hungry in the first place. After eating a few chopsticks, he said that he was full. Jiang Mingyuan put down his chopsticks and took a piece of tissue to wipe his mouth. His movements were skillful. It seemed that this was not his first time doing this. After Xingxing finished eating, he noticed that there was an uncle on the opposite side. He blinked and showed a sweet smile to Zhou Hingyuan, revealing two small dimples. "Hello, uncle." "Hi, nice to meet you too." This kid looked so much like Jiang Mingyuan that he felt close to him. This was the first time that Zhou Hingyuan had seen Xingxing. He felt that he couldn't say no if he didn't give Xingxing a greeting gift. He searched his body but couldn't find anything to give. In the end, he pulled out a card from his wallet. "Here, this is a greeting gift from uncle." Xingxing stared at the card, then glanced at Jiang Mingyuan. When he saw him nod, he accepted the gift. "Thank you, uncle." He didn't know what the card was. He thought it was an ordinary card and played with it in his hand. Jiang Mingyuan watched him play and didn't stop him. He only told him not to stuff it into his mouth. "Okay." Xingxing sat on the sofa, swinging his legs and playing by himself. On the other side, Zhou Hingyuan was so focused on looking at him that he even forgot to eat. He watched for a while, then whispered to Jiang Mingyuan, "You haven't said anything yet?" Jiang Mingyuan knew what he meant and shook his head. "No." "Why are you dawdling?" "Don't worry about it." Jiang Mingyuan's expression was indifferent. "I have a plan." "Okay, it's not my son anyway." He rolled his eyes at Jiang Mingyuan, then turned to Xingxing and asked enthusiastically, "Little friend, where's your mother?" "My mother is there." Xingxing turned and pointed to the cashier. There was no barrier between the cashier and here, so they could see at a glance. Zhou Hingyuan glanced and asked again, "Where's your father?" His question was so sudden that Jiang Mingyuan didn't have time to stop him. He glared at him and wanted him to shut up. Zhou Hingyuan chuckled and didn't shut up. He rolled his eyes in his heart and thought, "Who am I doing this for? It's all for you." "My father." Xingxing glanced at Jiang Mingyuan, then turned back to look at Qinghuan at the cashier. He looked a little confused and didn't say that his father was Superman. Children were simple, but they also liked to compare with each other. The children in the class often got together and talked about their toys, clothes, snacks, and family. Most of the children in the kindergarten were from 3 generations. 4 elders and a pair of parents doted on a child. Xingxing didn't have grandparents. He only had his mother and a father who was Superman that he had never seen before. When his mother said too much, the children didn't like to hear it and asked where his father went. Xingxing thought for a long time before revealing that his father was Superman. Then he was laughed at the next day. Those children heard Xingxing bragging about how powerful his father was and went home to pester their parents. Qinghuan's lie could only fool the children. In the eyes of the adults, it was a joke. For other people's family problems, most of the parents just laughed it off, but there were also a few who had to break things up and tell their children. Children were the worst at hiding things. If they were bragged about one day, they would definitely laugh at them the next day. Xingxing was accused of being a liar by his friends. He said that his mother said that there was no Superman in the world, that his father didn't want him, and that his mother was lying to him. As soon as these words came out, they received a lot of agreement. Many children said that there was no Superman in the world. Some who believed it refuted, saying that there was Superman in the cartoon. Both sides refused to give in and ended up fighting. When the kindergarten teacher heard the dispute, she hurriedly came to stop it, but what should be said had been said and there was no way to take it back. Xingxing didn't get hurt because of this incident, and he didn't cry. He was stunned for a day and didn't have the energy to play games at night. He wanted to ask his mother many times if she lied to him, but the word father was a strange word for Xingxing. He was depressed for 2 days and forgot about it. Now that Zhou Hingyuan mentioned it, Xingxing remembered it again. Although Jiang Mingyuan wasn't satisfied with Zhou Hengyuan's random questions, he didn't say anything. He still remembered how Xing answered this question last time. Thinking about it made him feel good. It was a proud thing for parents to be regarded as an omnipotent Superman by their children. But this time, Xing's answer was different. The little guy looked at his mother not far away and seemed to have infinite courage. He looked at Zhou Hengyuan and said indifferently, "I don't have a father." "What did you say?" Before Zhou Hengyuan could react, Jiang Mingyuan eagerly opened his mouth. He grabbed Xing's hand and looked at him. "Who told you that?" "Crab's mother said it." Crab was the child who accused Xing of lying. Jiang Mingyuan was very attentive to children. He remembered the names of 20 children in a class. When he heard this answer, his expression eased a little and he strangely breathed a sigh of relief. He's lying. Xing has a father. Xing was puzzled. But I've never seen a father. He had seen other fathers play with them, buy toys, buy food, and ride on their fathers' shoulders. Of course, they would also be beaten by their fathers. Xing had never tried these. He pouted and looked at Uncle Jiang. Crab's mother said there is no Superman in the world. My father doesn't want me. He doesn't want me, and I don't want him. The little guy said angrily. He doesn't want you. Jiang Mingyuan didn't know how to describe his current mood. The food in front of him also became tasteless. He reached out and slowly touched the little guy's head. Your father also likes you very much. But I've never seen my father. You've seen him. Jiang Mingyuan opened his mouth. Under Xing's puzzled gaze, he picked him up and walked to the cashier to pay. Chenghuan was busy paying the bill. When she saw Jiang Mingyuan coming over, she asked him with her eyes. Are you free? Yes, wait a moment. There was someone at the cashier. Chenghuan was idle and came to help. She put down the work in her hands, told the staff on the side, and went out to the man's side. What's wrong? On the first day of the new store opening, Chenghuan was very serious. She had on light makeup and her hair was tied up behind her head. She had specially ordered a professional suit. The fitted suit accentuated her perky chest and slender waist. The skirt ended at her knees, revealing a pair of round and straight legs. Even if there was something on his mind, Jiang Mingyuan was still amazed. This Chenghuan looked different from usual. There was a kind of capable beauty. He opened his eyes and calmed down. It's about me and Xing. Chenghuan understood that Jiang Mingyuan wanted to expose their identities. More than a month was enough for Chenghuan to be mentally prepared. Now that she heard it, she didn't feel uncomfortable. She nodded and said, It's not convenient here. Let's go to my house. It wasn't the first time Jiang Mingyuan went to Chenghuan's house. He was familiar with the road and didn't bring a driver. He drove his son and his son's mother. When they arrived at the community, Jiang Mingyuan parked the car and the three of them walked into the elevator together. Xing didn't know why he stopped eating halfway. He was held in Jiang Mingyuan's arms and didn't get off the ground. When they arrived home, he was put on the sofa. Chenghuan sat on one side and Jiang Mingyuan on the other. Xing, there's something Mom wants to tell you. Chenghuan spoke first. On the way, Jiang Mingyuan told her a little about the matter. Chenghuan also recalled that Xing was a little abnormal in those days. She was annoyed and felt that she had neglected the child. She was also annoyed that those people had to say this to the child. His mother's expression was very serious. Xing looked at her and sat down on the sofa. He looked at her and said with a serious face, Mom, tell me. Although Chenghuan had preset many times, she still didn't know how to say it. She looked at Jiang Mingyuan, took a deep breath, and said to Xing, Mom lied to you when she said Dad flew away. I know. Xing had been prepared for this for a long time. He nodded. Dad doesn't want me. As he spoke, he wanted to go into Chenghuan's arms to ask for comfort. On the other side, Jiang Mingyuan was a little sad. He looked at Chenghuan. Chenghuan was also a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said to the little boy, Dad didn't abandon you. He just didn't find Xing before. Jiang Mingyuan tightened his hand and heard Chenghuan continue, Xing's father also likes Xing very much. He will take Xianxia to play games, buy toys, teach Xianxia how to play the Rubik's Cube, and draw for Xianxia. These things were made by Jiang Mingyuan with Xianxia recently. Of course, the little guy still remembered. When Qinghuan finished speaking, he had already turned his head and stared at Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan also looked at him. The father and son looked at each other for a while. Xianxia turned his head again and said, "Mom is talking about Uncle Jiang. Baby is right." Qinghuan touched his little face. In fact, Uncle Jiang is Xianxia's father. Xianxia was a little confused for a moment. How did an uncle become a father? He looked at Jiang Mingyuan and then at Qinghuan, trying to see something from the adults' expressions. The expressions on their faces were very serious. It didn't seem like they were joking. Xianxia pouted and twisted his butt. He took Qinghuan's hand and turned his body to Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan kept looking at him with undisguised expectation in his eyes. Xianxia moved his mouth, straightened his legs, and put them on Jiang Mingyuan's body. Then he asked softly, "Are you really my father?" "Yes." Jiang Mingyuan grabbed his little feet with a soft expression. "Then why did you?" Xianxia pouted and said angrily, "You didn't come before." "I'm sorry." The child couldn't understand the things between adults. Jiang Mingyuan didn't intend to let him know. He apologized happily with a sincere expression, but he was a little nervous. "Dad came late. I definitely won't leave in the future." In the past, Xianxia also envied others for having a father. Now that he heard that he also had one, he was actually quite happy. It was just that the matter of his uncle becoming a father was too sudden. He didn't fully accept it for a while. He looked at Jiang Mingyuan many times before he said shyly, "I forgive you." "Good son." Jiang Mingyuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned over with a smile and reached out to hold the little guy in his arms. Smelling the fragrance of baby cream on his son's body, he felt very satisfied. Jiang Mingyuan spent the whole afternoon communicating with Xianxia. The father and son didn't go out. They just played with his toys in the living room. Xianxia had a lot of toys now. In addition to all kinds of cars and Superman, which were relatively childish, there were also Rubik's Cube, 9 linked rings, building blocks, Huarongdao, and other puzzle toys. Jiang Mingyuan was very good at these games. He expressed himself in various ways. In just one afternoon, Xianxia was completely convinced and worshipped him. The two of them played from noon until sunset. When the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Mingyuan got up and said that they should go out for lunch. "No. I've already cooked." Qinghuan came out of the kitchen. He first looked at Xianxia, who was lying on the floor, and then glanced at Jiang Mingyuan. "Let's eat here tonight." This was the first time that Qinghuan had asked Jiang Mingyuan to stay for dinner, which made him feel a little flattered. He was not the kind of person who was particularly arrogant. Hearing this, he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go in and help. Qinghuan had almost finished cooking and put all the dishes on the chopping board. The range hood was working non-stop, and the smell of the braised pork in the pot was strong. Jiang Mingyuan stood aside and didn't know what to do. The kitchen space was not big. It was difficult for one more person to turn around. Qinghuan looked up and rolled his eyes. He pointed to the side and said, "Help me take the dishes out." "Okay." At least he could help a little. Jiang Mingyuan was relieved. He took the dishes one by one and consciously set the bowls and chopsticks. When these were done, the braised pork in the pot was also ready. Qinghuan took the meat out, put it away, and called Xianxia. The little guy felt very good. When he heard his mother call him, he immediately got up from the ground, patted the invisible dust on his body, and moved a small stool to wash his hands. It was the first time that Jiang Mingyuan got along with Xianxia as a father. He had nowhere to vent his fatherly love, and even when the little guy went to wash his hands, he followed him. Xianxia played with him for the whole afternoon, and the awkwardness in his heart was almost eliminated. The way the little guy got along with his father was different from that of his mother. The two of them were more like playmates. When they played, they had no scruples. After washing his hands and coming out, Jiang Mingyuan's clothes were wet. The air conditioner was on at home, and the temperature was just right. Jiang Mingyuan only wore a shirt. He had a good figure. The shirt was wet, and it stuck to his body, showing his full chest muscles. Chenghuan only glanced at it and then looked away. He stared at the short man in front of Jiang Mingyuan. His face darkened, and the little guy hid behind the man in fear. He hid behind Jiang Mingyuan, and the man covered for him. If he took a wrong step, the little guy would be completely blocked. Chenghuan glared at him and said in a bad tone, "Don't spoil him." "It's okay." Jiang Mingyuan took Xingxing's hand and didn't care about the wet clothes sticking to his body. He smiled at Chenghuan and seemed to have a good temper. "Xingxing is a good boy." "Well, Mom, I'm very good." Hearing his father praise him, Xingxing also showed his head from behind and praised himself. "That's enough, you too." Chenghuan was a little jealous that his son, who had been raised for so long, turned to others in the blink of an eye. She put the spoon into the bowl and said to the two people, "Come and eat." When the head of the family spoke, the father and son dared to sit down and eat. Although Xingxing looked good with Jiang Mingyuan, in fact, he was closer to his mother. This was shown during the meal. He asked his mother to sit next to him and drove his father to the opposite side. The little guy was very obsequious. Before eating, he scooped a piece of meat for his mother and put it in the bowl. "Mom, you eat." Chenghuan faintly hummed and didn't give Xingxing any face. In fact, she was quite happy. She glanced at the opposite side and said, "These are all home-cooked dishes. See if they are to your taste. Mom's cooking is very delicious." As soon as Chenghuan finished speaking, Xingxing immediately followed. He grabbed the spoon and got himself a piece of braised pork. The meat, which was the size of a mahjong tile, was stuffed into his mouth. The little guy chewed and said it was delicious, and his saliva flowed down. "Don't talk when you're eating." Chenghuan wiped the saliva off his chin. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the mother and son on the opposite side, and a smile overflowed from his eyes. He also picked up a piece of braised pork. The meat was top-grade streaky pork, which was stewed in the crock for 2 hours. The braised pork was fat but not greasy, thin but not dry. It was not an exaggeration to say that it melted in the mouth. The taste of the soup was completely immersed in the meat, and there was some sweetness in the saltiness. It was so delicious that people could bite off their tongues. There were several chefs in the family, and their skills were not bad. However, Jiang Mingyuan compared them and it seemed that Chenghuan's cooking skills were better. He gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, "It's really delicious." Chenghuan was also very happy to be praised for her cooking skills. Her expression was a little better, and she even smiled at Jiang Mingyuan. Because it was inconvenient for her to move, Chenghuan went home and changed out of the dress. She was now wearing the same white woolen sweater as Xingxing's on the upper half of her body. The woman's neck was slender, and there was a very thin collarbone chain. Because she had been keeping a straight face, her smile was like melting snow, dazzling people's eyes. He didn't know if the atmosphere was too good, but at this moment, Jiang Mingyuan felt that the heartbeat in his chest became a little chaotic. There were 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup in a meal. Even if the amount was not much, the 3 of them could not finish it. After the meal, Jiang Mingyuan volunteered to pack up. He went abroad to study for a year when he was 18, so he was still able to take care of himself, and he could pack up decently. After putting away the washed dishes and chopsticks, Jiang Mingyuan got up and said goodbye. Xingxing was still a little reluctant to part with him, and he chased after him to the door. The father and son were reluctant to part at the elevator entrance. "Dad, are you coming tomorrow?" "Yes." Jiang Mingyuan's affirmative reply made Xingxing beam with joy. He touched the little fellow's head. The elevator door opened in front of him. Jiang Mingyuan turned his head, said goodbye to Chenghuan at the door, and then walked in. Coming out of the elevator, Jiang Mingyuan turned on his mobile phone. His mobile phone had not been turned on all afternoon, and there were more than a dozen missed calls, most of which were from Zhou Hengyuan, and 2 from Gu Mingli. Jiang Mingyuan ignored those messages and contacted his assistant. "Cancel the dinner with Mr. Du tomorrow. I have something else to do." The assistant didn't ask what it was and said that he got it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Mingyuan unlocked the car. As soon as he got in the car, the phone rang again. He glanced at the caller, closed the door, and answered the phone. Jiang Mingyuan, F***CKU. Zhou Hingyuan shouted over there, you're a guy who forgets his friends when he sees a girl. Do you still remember where you left me? After Xianxia said, Dad doesn't want me, and I don't want him either. Jiang Mingyuan hurriedly took his son to find the child's mother, completely forgetting his good friend who followed behind. Zhou Hingyuan originally thought that he went to find the child's mother to communicate, so he didn't care. However, when he finished eating, he looked up and found that he was gone. Not only could he not find him, but he couldn't even get through to his mobile phone. He didn't think that there would be any problem with his good friend, so he made a few symbolic calls and called the driver to pick him up. However, of course, he couldn't say that. Now, he had to show his anxiety. Zhou Hingyuan madly complained over there, and his words made Jiang Mingyuan look like a heartless man. Jiang Mingyuan was silent. In the end, he said faintly, don't you have legs? Zhou Hingyuan was choked by him. Is it the same if I walk back and you walk me back? This is called irresponsible. That's enough. Jiang Mingyuan didn't have time to listen to him. If you have something to say it quickly. The other side hummed and said, I paid for today's meal, so it's my treat. Next time, you have to treat me back. Jiang Mingyuan. Are you crazy? Did he have to specially say this kind of thing again? Of course, Zhou Hingyuan didn't ask about this matter. He dawdled for so long and finally asked what he really wanted to ask. How are you and your son? Hearing this question, Jiang Mingyuan's eyes naturally showed a hint of a smile. He didn't hide it and said in a relaxed tone, I've already admitted it. Hey, that's a good thing. Zhou Hingyuan didn't expect him to admit it so quickly. He was also happy for his good friend. Brother, this is such a big matter. It's not right if you don't treat us, right? Call a few people later and let's have a meal together. I say, this time, you can't just fool around. Zhou Hingyuan had already decided on a candidate in his mind, but he heard the other side refuse. Another day. I already ate today. He said, I ate at the child's mother's place. Zhou Hingyuan, F***CK. Zhou Hingyuan was embarrassed and hung up the phone angrily. Later, he thought that something was wrong. Didn't this person say that he didn't have any other thoughts about the child's mother? Then why was he showing off now? He pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. He didn't know what he thought of, but he laughed out loud. Jiang Mingyuan was hung up on and finally drove the car out of the garage. Upstairs, Xianxia leaned against the window and watched the black car slowly drive away. She turned to Qinghuan and said, That's Dad's car. You know that? Qinghuan was a little surprised. The car was already out of sight. Xianxia looked away and nodded. I remember. Jiang Mingyuan returned home and went straight to the study. He still had work to deal with. The excitement in his body hadn't completely faded. Today's work was particularly efficient. The work that was originally expected to be completed at 12 o'clock was finished before 10 o'clock. The long hours of work made his eyes a little sore. He pinched the root of his nose, closed his eyes, raised his head, and leaned against the chair. The phone rang again. Jiang Mingyuan closed his eyes and didn't move. The phone rang for a while and stopped. After 2 seconds, it rang again. He finally opened his eyes, grabbed the phone, and pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded gentle. Did I disturb your work? Jiang Mingyuan raised his head and said faintly, No. Child, you're always busy until so late. You have to pay attention to your health when making money. The person was long-winded and said words of concern. Jiang Mingyuan only listened and occasionally responded, but his words were concise and comprehensive. After the person on the other side finished speaking, the phone fell into silence. Jiang Mingyuan felt a little sleepy. After a while, he heard him ask, Are you still angry with Mom? Jiang Mingyuan said, Don't think too much. I know you're not happy that I brought someone home without permission, but you have to understand Mom. You're already so old, and you still don't have a partner. I'm also worried. The man sighed. You can't be alone for the rest of your life. Every time the mother and son talked about this issue, Jiang Mingyuan felt exhausted. He didn't want to argue, so he just said, I have a plan for this. If only I had a plan, I wouldn't be unable to hold a grandchild until now. Gu Mingli sighed and asked tentatively, you really don't have a girl you like? A figure flashed through his mind. Jiang Mingyuan paused for a moment and said no. If you don't, then forget it. If you do, bring it back for me to see. Gu Mingli didn't notice his momentary hesitation. Instead, he brought up another matter. I heard that you've been on bad terms with the Chu family recently? She said, I heard about this from Chu Sun. She didn't do it on purpose. Why did you have to treat her like that? You really put me in a difficult position. You should find a time to meet someone another day. You don't have to talk about it. Jiang Mingyuan interrupted her. I'm sleepy. Mom, you should go to bed early too. With that, he hung up the phone. Every call with his mother was filled with unhappiness. Jiang Mingyuan was almost used to it, but being used to it didn't mean that he was happy. He leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. After a long time, he got up and walked to the bathroom. In the bathroom, the hot water flowed down from the top of his head, along his cheeks, to his chest, waist, and stomach. It then split into two streams between his legs and flowed down his ankles to the floor. Jiang Mingyuan raised his head and let the water hit his face. He closed his eyes and held his breath. After a full 2 minutes, he touched his face with his hand and opened his eyes. After the shower, Jiang Mingyuan wrapped a bath towel around his body. He dried his hair and got ready to go to bed. There was a family photo of the three of them on the bedside table. It was taken when he was young. The combination of a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a cute child looked very warm. It just looked good. Jiang Mingyuan's mouth twitched, and his expression was a little sarcastic. He pressed the photo and didn't want to look at it anymore. He reached out and turned off the light. Lying in bed, Jiang Mingyuan still couldn't fall asleep. His mind kept replaying the scene of him getting along with the two people in the afternoon. The depression in his heart also subsided a lot. The beautiful memories made him sleepy again. In a daze, another idea suddenly popped up in his mind. When he, Xianxia, and Xianxia's mother also took a photo together. Jiang Mingyuan came again the next day. He took Xianxia to play at home for the whole day. Naturally, he had lunch at home again. Originally, it was just him and Xianxia. Chenghuan basically only cooked 2 dishes. It was too wasteful to cook more. But when Jiang Mingyuan came, he felt that 2 dishes were a little shabby. At least 4 or 5 dishes were needed. Unlike a restaurant, cooking at home was very troublesome. Chenghuan was a little unhappy and was ready to drive him away at night. However, Jiang Mingyuan didn't feel unwelcome at all. He had no intention of leaving at all. When it was time to eat, he even got up and asked if he needed help. Chenghuan was a little annoyed. She glared at Jiang Mingyuan and felt that this person probably couldn't be driven away, so she really assigned him a job. Help me wash the vegetables. The vegetables bought from the farmers were not as clean as those grown in the greenhouse. Every leaf was muddy. Jiang Mingyuan didn't have any opinion. He took the vegetables and found a basket, ready to wash them. I know how to do this. Xianxia felt that he had washed the vegetables before and washed them very well. He jumped up and followed behind Jiang Mingyuan. He stood on his tiptoes and volunteered to help. It was cold. Jiang Mingyuan didn't dare to let the little guy play in the water. He persuaded the little guy to go back to play. The water in the pool was very cold. Jiang Mingyuan broke open the stems and washed the mud inside. He didn't move quickly, but he was very careful. He washed all the vegetables and put them in the basket. He rinsed them with water again, drained the water powder, and then took it to Chenghuan. Chenghuan was making steamed fish. This dish was very simple. The base was placed on a plate, piled with chopped peppers, and then steamed in a pot. The chopped peppers were made by herself. When paired with the bass, it could not only enhance the freshness and taste, but also cover up the fishy smell of the fish. It was a very good combination. She put the plate into the steamer, added water, and covered it. After connecting the power and setting the intensity of the time, she could do other things. Seeing Chenghuan turn around, Jiang Mingyuan handed her the basket and asked, "Is there anything else you need help with? Help me wash the taro." After the first order, it was much easier. Qinghuan pointed in a direction and said, "Help me wash the taro." Jiang Mingyuan took the things in the direction she pointed and continued to wash them. The taro was very small, and there was a lot of mud on it. He poured it into the pool and turned on the tap. Seeing that the taro had been submerged in the water, Jiang Mingyuan reached out and picked up the brush beside him. Just as he was about to wash it, he saw Qinghuan running over in a hurry. "Don't move." She held a pair of gloves in her hand and handed them over. "Wash with gloves, or your skin will itch easily." Jiang Mingyuan took the gloves and thanked Qinghuan with a smile. "It's okay." Qinghuan waved her hand and went back to blanch her pork ribs. It was the first time Jiang Mingyuan had worn such kitchen gloves. It was a novel experience. The taro was easier to wash than the vegetables, so it didn't take long for him to finish brushing them. The taro still didn't look good after the mud was brushed off. It was dark. Jiang Mingyuan gave the things to Qinghuan and asked how to eat it. "Stew it with the pork ribs." Qinghuan took out a pressure cooker, filled it with water, threw the taro in, and covered it. "Just like that?" Jiang Mingyuan felt a little strange. Qinghuan glanced at him and didn't say anything. After the pressure cooker was steamed and the fire was turned off, she said to him, "This is for peeling the taro." After cooking for a while, the skin and meat of the taro were separated, so it was very easy to peel. Jiang Mingyuan took the bowl of taro from Qinghuan and continued to help. This is indeed a lot more convenient. He peeled the taro while Qinghuan washed the pot. The two of them stayed in the small kitchen and were very close to each other, so they didn't feel awkward. The dinner in the evening was also thanks to Jiang Mingyuan's efforts. After it was ready and served to the table, he took Xianxia to wash her hands. After learning from yesterday's lesson, the father and son didn't dare to play too wildly today. When they finished washing their hands and came out, their bodies were dry. Probably because of the fruits of his labor, Jiang Mingyuan felt that today's meal was particularly delicious. After dinner, he went to wash the dishes as usual. There was a news broadcast on the TV. Qinghuan and Xianxia were watching it together. The little guy basically couldn't understand it and asked everything he saw. Jiang Mingyuan wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen. He looked at them from the side and was a little reluctant to leave. He didn't think for long and decided to follow the choice in his heart. He took 2 steps forward and sat on the sofa. Feeling the collapse of the sofa next to him, Qinghuan turned his head and glanced at him. He didn't say anything and continued to stare at the TV. When Xianxia asked another question, there were more people answering the question. After the news broadcast, Xianxia was about to take a bath and go to bed. Qinghuan asked Xianxia to wait outside the bathroom and went to find him a change of clothes. She came out with the clothes. Jiang Mingyuan stood at the door and reached out to her. "Let me do it." Qinghuan didn't move. "You go to rest. I'll help Xianxia take a bath." Jiang Mingyuan looked at her with a smile. "As a father, I can't just play with him." Hearing this, Qinghuan's attitude was a little relaxed, but he still doubted. "Will you?" Jiang Mingyuan touched his nose and said that he hadn't done it before. "There has to be a first time." "That's okay." What he said made sense. Qinghuan handed over the things in his hand. "If it doesn't work, call me." "Don't worry," Jiang Mingyuan said and walked into the bathroom with Xianxia. Before going in, Jiang Mingyuan didn't think that it was difficult to bathe a child. When it was really done, he found that he was wrong. The house Qinghuan rented was not big. There was only a shower in the bathroom. It was the first time Xianxia let his father bathe him. At first, he was a little uncomfortable and kept moving. After getting used to it, he began to make trouble again. With a head full of foam, he shook his head under the shower. The foam and water droplets flew around. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't stop it in time and his body was wet. The little guy who did something bad was still giggling. Jiang Mingyuan was angry and helpless. He asked him to stand still with a straight face. Xianxia was not afraid of him at all. He hid everywhere like a loach. Jiang Mingyuan was reluctant to do anything to him. Before the shower was finished, his body was wet. After a shower, Jiang Mingyuan was exhausted. He dried Xianxia's body and put on his clothes. He opened the bathroom door and went out. Chenghuan was standing outside the bathroom. When he saw Jiang Mingyuan's appearance, he was stunned. The man was tall, with broad shoulders and long legs. Even if he didn't go to work, he wore a suit. When he went in, the suit was taken off. There was only a thin shirt. The sleeves of the shirt were rolled up a few times. Now it was all wet and clinging to his body. The white shirt was almost translucent after it got wet. It didn't have any blocking effect. Under the light, the man's smooth muscles were undoubtedly exposed through the cloth, with a strong temptation. His hair was also wet and dripping with water. He looked a little embarrassed, but there was another kind of flavor. Chenghuan looked at him and felt the temperature on his face rise a little. He coughed and looked away. He pulled Xianxia and said to him, "It's easy to catch a cold wearing wet clothes. You should take a shower too." "No need." Jiang Mingyuan refused. "It's not far away. I can go back and wash." There was only a woman and a child living in this house. It was obvious that there was no change of clothes for a man. After Jiang Mingyuan finished speaking, he pushed Xianxia to Chenghuan and was ready to leave. "It's very cold outside. You can't go back like this." Chenghuan took Xianxia and dried his hair. The little guy's hair was very short. It was dry in 2 minutes. He patted his son and asked him to lie on the bed. He stopped Jiang Mingyuan. "There is a supermarket in the community. I'll buy you some clothes to change. It's not troublesome." Wet clothes were really uncomfortable. Although the air conditioner was turned on at home, the body temperature was almost taken away in just a while. Jiang Mingyuan thought about it and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." "You're welcome." The person who just came out walked back into the bathroom. The sliding door opened and closed. A shadow appeared on the frosted glass. The sound of running water could be heard. Chenghuan didn't know what to think. Her face was slightly red. She took a deep breath and patted her face with her hand. She turned to the room and tucked Xianxia in. Then she took the key and went out. There was a commercial street near the back door of the community. There was a small supermarket on the street that sold a lot of things. Chenghuan left in a hurry. When she came out, she forgot to bring a scarf. In the past 2 days, the temperature had dropped sharply. The wind poured in from the collar. Chenghuan shrunk her neck, put her hands in her pockets, and ran into the supermarket. On the first floor of the supermarket, near the checkout counter, clothes were sold. There were both men's and women's clothes. Chenghuan didn't have time to slowly choose. She chose a t-shirt, sweater, and trousers that looked about the same size. Then she went to the other side of the shelf that sold underwear and took a box of underwear. Because she didn't know the size, she chose by guessing. After taking the things and paying, Chenghuan shrunk her neck and walked home quickly. The sound of running water in the bathroom hadn't stopped. Chenghuan breathed a sigh of relief. She opened the box of underwear and took a piece of underwear to wash it. The clothes that she had just bought were very dirty. She could put up with other clothes, but not this kind of close-fitting clothes. After washing the clothes, he wrung them dry and threw them into the dryer. He turned on the power and the dryer started to work. Chenghuan closed the lid and said to the person inside the door, "You wash them for a while. I'll bring them to you when they're dry." The dryer was right outside the bathroom. Even though there was a door between them, the sound of the dryer reaching the bathroom didn't diminish much. Jiang Mingyuan replied with a muffled "hm." He had been showering for a long time, and it seemed like he had to continue showering. Probably because the water temperature was too high, he felt that his face was a little hot and his head was a little dizzy. There was only one piece of clothing, so it didn't take long for it to dry. Chenghuan opened the lid and took out the piece of clothing that didn't have much cloth. She held the freshly dried underwear in her left hand and the other 3 pieces of clothing and a clean towel in her right hand. She walked out of the bathroom to deliver them to Jiang Mingyuan. Just as her hand was about to touch the bathroom door, she hesitated. It seemed quite awkward to send them in like this. What if they were exposed? With this thought, Chenghuan put down her hand and put the clothes into the laundry basket. She turned and went into the bedroom to call Xianxia, "Go and bring the clothes outside the bathroom to your father." The sound of footsteps came closer and farther away. Jiang Mingyuan suddenly realized that he had just held his breath. He took a deep breath and felt inexplicably nervous. His eyes fell on the wet clothes hanging on the side. He wanted to put them on and go out. Xianxia pulled out of the warm quilt and put on a small cotton-padded jacket and fluffy slippers to deliver the clothes to his father. He took out the clothes from the laundry basket one by one and held them in his arms. Because he was short and his hands were small, the sleeves of the clothes were about to drag to the ground. However, Qinghuan didn't come out at this time, so no one talked to him about this problem. Xianxia stood outside the bathroom with the clothes and shouted inside, "Dad, open the door. I'm here to deliver the clothes." "Coming." A steady male voice came from inside, and then the sound of running water disappeared. Jiang Mingyuan walked to the door and opened it slightly. He reached out a hand and said, "Give the clothes to Dad." Xianxia's line of sight was blocked by the clothes, so he couldn't see the hand at all. He looked up at the door in front of him. Seeing that it didn't open, he shouted again, "Dad, open the door." Jiang Mingyuan was a little helpless. He reached out a little more and said, "Xianxia, just put the clothes in Dad's hands." "There are no hands." Xianxia turned around and didn't see anything. He was a little tired holding the clothes in his arms. Xianxia didn't want to wait anymore. He went straight forward and squeezed his body against the door, trying to move it open. Jiang Mingyuan stood behind the door, and for a moment, the door was really pushed open by Xianxia. The cold wind outside blew in, and goosebumps appeared on his body. He was stunned for a moment and hurriedly took a step back. His heart was beating wildly for a moment, and he suspected that the people outside didn't see anything. While he was letting his imagination run wild, Xianxia had already come in. He raised his hands and handed the clothes over. "Dad, your clothes." "Thank you, baby." Even if Jiang Mingyuan was embarrassed, he couldn't show it on his face. He took the clothes, thanked him with a smile, and coaxed the little guy out. As soon as he left, he immediately closed the door. The heat in the bathroom had almost dissipated, and the temperature on his body was quickly dissipating. Jiang Mingyuan was not in the mood to think about other things. He put the clothes on the shelf at the side, found a towel, and dried the water on his body. Hearing the sound of the sliding door being opened again, Qinghuan came out of the bedroom. Jiang Mingyuan stood outside the bathroom, looking a little strange. The two of them looked at each other, and both of them were a little embarrassed, but they hid it very well and didn't show it. There were no large slippers at home. At this moment, the man was standing barefoot on the floor. The clothes that Qinghuan had bought for him were quite fitting. Although the things in the supermarket didn't have any designs, he was good-looking and looked good in anything. His hair was still wet, dripping water. Jiang Mingyuan asked him for a hairdryer to dry his hair, then took a towel to dry the water on his feet and put on the shoes outside the door. When he bent down, it was obvious that he hesitated. "What's wrong?" Qinghuan saw his pause and asked. Jiang Mingyuan put on the other shoe unhurriedly, straightened up, and said in a faint voice, "The size is small." "I don't think it's small." Qinghuan was a little confused. The clothes didn't look very tight. Jiang Mingyuan glanced at her and didn't say anything. He went back to the bathroom to pack up his clothes, asked her for a bag, and prepared to take the clothes back to wash. There were a few paper bags in the wardrobe for new clothes. Qinghuan took out a bag and handed it to him. The man had already folded the dirty clothes, and they looked very neat. He put them in one by one, and put them in the last one. Qinghuan finally understood what he meant by the size was small. So, she blushed again. For a single dog who had never been in a relationship before, discussing the size with another adult man was a very embarrassing thing. The words "the size is small" replayed in her mind over and over again, making Qinghuan extremely embarrassed. However, her eyes couldn't help but drift to the man's restrained part. Ahem. Qinghuan cleared her throat and forced herself to look away. She stared at the ceiling and said, "Are you going back?" After taking a shower, Jiang Mingyuan really had no reason to stay. He nodded, carried the bag of dirty clothes in his hand, and went to the bedroom to say a few words to Xianxia. They exchanged a goodnight kiss and then prepared to go out. "Goodbye, go to bed early." Jiang Mingyuan stood outside the door and said warmly to the person inside the door. You too. Xinhuan said perfunctorily, staring at the door handle, and quickly closed the door. The anti-theft door closed with a bang. Jiang Mingyuan didn't leave immediately. He stared at the door with an ambiguous smile on his face. The shyness that couldn't be concealed was fresh and interesting. It was also particularly attractive. When he returned home, he put the clothes in the dirty laundry basket. There were cleaners coming every day to take care of it regularly, so he didn't need to worry. There was a control system in the apartment that automatically adjusted the temperature to the most comfortable. Jiang Mingyuan walked into the cloakroom and took off his clothes one by one. After taking off the last one, the tightness disappeared, and he sighed comfortably. The clothes that didn't have much fabric were thrown on the ground. He opened the closet and put on the clothes again. After buttoning the top button of his shirt, Jiang Mingyuan opened the door and prepared to go out. He had indulged himself during the day, and there were still many things to deal with at night. The door opened, and the man stepped out with one foot. He paused, then went back, picked up the clothes on the ground, and threw them into the laundry basket. Because of a certain size problem, Xinhuan couldn't sleep for half the night and didn't fall asleep until early in the morning. She slept late at night, and when she woke up the next day, she was listless. Xinhuan yawned as she made breakfast, woke Xianxia up, sent her to kindergarten, and immediately came back to catch up on sleep. There was still a little warmth left in the quilt. Xinhuan wrapped herself in it, and her mind was in a daze. Her last thought was, I'd better stay away from that person for the next few days. Fortunately, these were working days. During this period, Jiang Mingyuan was very busy and didn't have time to come over. Even the time he spent on the phone with Xianxia at night was greatly reduced. Often, he would look for her after a few words. Xinhuan overheard a few words from the side. It was said that he was on a business trip and wouldn't be back for more than 10 days. It was good that he couldn't come back. Hearing this news, Xinhuan breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart calmed down a lot. After deliberately forgetting for a long time, she put the embarrassing topic of that day to the back of her mind. The restaurant had just opened. During this period, Xinhuan was also very busy. She had to take care of all aspects, for fear that something would go wrong. When one was busy, time always passed quickly. Xinhuan's restaurant gradually went on the right track. Because of the good taste, the business there was also very good. When it was time to eat, it was impossible to find an empty seat. After getting a number plate, one might have to wait for an hour or two before they could eat. Jiang Mingyuan went on a business trip for 10 days and came back on December 16th. The day he came back was Friday. It was drizzling in Sea City, and the air was wet and cold. As soon as he got off the plane and returned to the company, Jiang Mingyuan called for a meeting. There were many things to be discussed at the meeting. The meeting lasted until the evening. After a topic was finished, he looked at the time. It was already 5:30. At this time, Xianxia should have been out of school. Jiang Mingyuan hadn't seen his son for more than 10 days, and he also missed him very much. He put down his hand and waved his hand to stop the executive who wanted to speak. That's all for today. We'll talk about other things tomorrow night. Now the meeting is over. No one was willing to work overtime if they didn't have to. After Jiang Mingyuan finished speaking, the people in the meeting room immediately stood up and said goodbye to him. Jiang Mingyuan walked at the front, followed by his assistant. He glanced at him and said, "You should go back too." The assistant responded, pressed the elevator button for him, and said that the driver had already arrived. Jiang Mingyuan nodded and took the private elevator downstairs. The car stopped at the door. Jiang Mingyuan sat in the back seat and closed the door. The driver asked him where he was going. Jinzhou. He opened his mouth and wanted to say the address of Xinhuan's house. After saying 2 words, he changed his mind. Go to the apartment first. He still had some things to take. The restaurant had been running for more than 10 days. Xinhuan didn't have to spend so much effort. He just went around every day. On a rainy day, it seemed that even the walls were wet. Even if the air conditioner was on, he didn't feel much better. This kind of weather was the most suitable for eating hot pot. When Xinhuan went to the store, he brought back some ingredients and prepared to cook hot pot at home in the evening. It was not difficult to cook hot pot. The most important part was to boil the soup. The bones were blanched and put into the pot with water. Then, the fire boiled and turned to the medium heat to simmer for an hour. Then, the bones were taken out and mixed with milk. Then, the scallions, salt, red dates, wolfberries, and tomato slices were added. The soup base was boiled in advance. When Xianxia came back, it had already been cooked. The house was full of a strong fragrance. Before Xianxia entered the door, he smelled the tempting fragrance. The food he ate at noon was almost digested. The little guy was hungry. When the security door opened, he rushed into the living room, took off his earmuffs and gloves, threw his school bag on the sofa, and ran to the kitchen. The fire of the gas stove had been turned off. Xianxia stood on tiptoe and looked into the pot, but he couldn't see anything because he was too short. He put down his hand regretfully, swallowed, and turned to ask Qinghuan, "Mom, what is this?" "I want to eat it." "This is the soup base of the hot pot. You can't eat it now. You have to put food in it later. It can only be eaten when it's cooked." Qinghuan took off his cold-proof equipment and came over. He drove Xianxia aside and put the last few things in. The bottom of the pot was boiling. The red dates and wolfberries were rolling in the water. Qinghuan turned off the fire, found an alcohol stove, and put the pot with the soup base on the table. The dishes for the hot pot had been prepared. The beef and mutton were made with fresh meat slices. The dumplings were made in the afternoon. The thin egg skin wrapped the pork. There were also some chestnuts and carrots in the meat. It was refreshing and greasy. In addition to meat, Qinghuan also bought a lot of vegetables and bean products. Fresh baby cabbage, broccoli, tender tofu, and so on were neatly placed on the plate. There were no bowls or plates, but there were more than a dozen plates. Just by looking at the quantity, it was obvious that the mother and son would not be able to finish all these things. The alcohol stove lit up with a blue flame, and the water in the pot boiled again. Qinghuan picked up a few pieces of beef and put them in. He stirred them with the serving chopsticks and said to Xianxia, who was wiping her saliva, "Wait a little longer. This meat cooks quickly. We can eat it in a minute." Just as she finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Xianxia only cared about the food in front of her and didn't care about anything else. Qinghuan could only get up and open the door. A person she hadn't seen for 11 days was standing outside the door. He greeted her, "Good evening. Are you having dinner?" As soon as Qinghuan saw him, memories from the weekend before surfaced in her mind. Her hands itched to close the door, but the person had already squeezed in. Qinghuan regretted missing the opportunity. She coldly grunted, closed the door, and asked from behind, "Have you eaten?" The man was carrying a few paper bags in his hand. When he heard the question, he turned around and said no. He was wearing a full suit. He looked a little tired, but his expression was very gentle. He tentatively asked Qinghuan, "Can I eat here?" "Of course not. Hurry up and leave." Qinghuan gritted her teeth and wanted to drive him away. Unfortunately, before she could say anything, the little traitor in the family became a guide. Xianxia had been staring at the meat in the pot and counting the time to eat. However, before he counted to 60, he heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw that his father was back. After not seeing him for so many days, Xianxia missed him a little. The little guy didn't care about the meat anymore. He immediately climbed down from the chair and ran over with his short legs. He pulled the man's pants and called, "Daddy." "Hey, baby." The man cooperated and put down the things in his hand. He bent over and kissed Xianxia on the face. After a day, a little stubble appeared on Jiang Mingyuan's chin. When he kissed Xianxia, it pricked Xianxia's face and itched. The little guy giggled and dodged. He still grabbed his pants and pulled him to the dining room. He said, "Daddy, Mommy made hot pot. It's super delicious." Although it was the first time Qinghuan made hot pot at home and Xianxia didn't know what it tasted like, it didn't matter. Anyway, what his mother made must be delicious. Jiang Mingyuan was pulled by Xianxia and followed 2 steps forward. He touched the little guy's face and turned to look at the one who spoke, as if waiting for instructions. The smile in the man's eyes was almost undisguised. Qinghuan snorted and glared at the little traitor in front of him. He reluctantly said, then let's eat together. While they were talking, the beef that Qinhuan had put in the pot was cooked. Xianxia climbed back into his exclusive seat and stared at the meat in the pot. He said, Daddy, I want to eat meat. Okay. There were 2 pairs of chopsticks on the table. One pair was Qinhuan's, and the other pair seemed to be the serving chopsticks. Jiang Mingyuan used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat for Xianxia and put it in the sauce bowl in front of the little guy. He rolled it up and fed it to him. The sauce in Xianxia's bowl was made of sesame sauce, peanut sauce, and so on. There were some crushed peanuts in it, which tasted very delicious. The beef slices were very thin. They had absorbed enough of the freshness of the soup and had a unique toughness. They were wrapped in the sauce and were very delicious. Xianxia chewed quickly. After eating a piece, he still wanted to eat more. Jiang Mingyuan continued to give him more. Qinhuan glanced at him from the side and turned to the kitchen to make the sauce for him. What flavor do you like? The same as you. Jiang Mingyuan turned back and said, I'm not picky. Compared with Xianxia's sauce, the sauce Qinhuan made for himself was a little heavier. He added homemade beef mince and spicy oil to it. It tasted a little saltier and more fresh. Putting the sauce in front of Jiang Mingyuan, Qinhuan said coldly, Here you go. The man looked at the sauce and chopsticks in front of him, then turned his head and smiled at him with a good temper. Sorry to trouble you. He was good-looking, and his smile was even more charming. Qinhuan was stunned for a moment when he saw his smile. He came back to his senses and snorted again. He pulled the chair roughly and sat down. The meat in the pot was finished by Xianxia, and Jiang Mingyuan added some more. Several ingredients were mixed in the milky white soup. It looked really good, but it was a pity that it was still raw. The first thing to cook was still the meat. The thin slices of beef began to turn white after 2 rolls. Qinhuan held the chopsticks and was about to reach out to pick it when the person next to her picked up a piece of meat and put it in her bowl. Meeting her gaze, Jiang Mingyuan said, I haven't used these chopsticks yet. Oh. Qinhuan responded dryly. She didn't look at him and stuffed the meat into her mouth. Hot pot was the most suitable food for winter. They sat around the table and ate the delicious food in the hot soup. After a while, the coldness in their bodies was dispelled. Halfway through the meal, some sweat appeared on their foreheads. Jiang Mingyuan took off his coat and hung it on the back of the chair. He unbuttoned his shirt cuffs and rolled them up, revealing the smooth lines of his forearms. Qinhuan also took off her coat and pulled up the sleeves of her sweater. The two were very close, and there was always friction when they moved. It wasn't so obvious with the coat on, but now that the coat was taken off, the contact became impossible to ignore. There was a piece of dumpling in the bowl, and the 2 people's chopsticks touched. Qinhuan's movements paused slightly, and her body moved away a little. She opened her mouth and ordered someone, go take off Xianxia's coat. The little guy was also very hot, and his nose was sweating. When he heard Qinhuan's words, he finally raised his head, put down his spoon, and said, Dad, take off my clothes. Jiang Mingyuan stood up, took off his coat, and reached out to touch his back. Xianxia's back was also sweating, and his autumn clothes were wet. Jiang Mingyuan pulled his hand back, returned to his seat, and said to Qinhuan, his clothes are wet. After dinner, I have to give him a bath. When he said bath, Qinhuan remembered the incident that day, and then replayed the words, the size is small over and over again. The tips of her ears covered by her hair were slightly hot. Qinhuan bowed her head and ate. After a while, she said, I'll take a bath. There was another chuckle in her ear. Because of the addition of Jiang Mingyuan, the food that they thought they couldn't finish was swept away. After eating so much, the 3 of them were a little full. Qinhuan stood up for a while, and then took Xianxia to take a bath. She was a veteran, and she was very skilled in bathing. Xianxia didn't dare to disturb her, and it only took her 10 minutes to finish the bath. She changed the little guy into the panda pajamas she bought a few days ago. The pajamas were furry, with black limbs and white in the middle. There were bear paw gloves on the cuffs, a short tail behind the buttocks, and 2 big Mickey ears on the hat. After putting on the pajamas and shoes, Qinhuan opened the door and took Xianxia to dry her hair. After drying her hair and putting on the hat, Xianxia's whole body was covered except for her little face, which looked very cute. This was the first time she had worn these pajamas, and it was just as she imagined. Chenghuan's heart trembled. She squatted down and kissed Xianxia many times. "Baby, why are you so cute?" Xianxia smiled foolishly and pouted his little mouth to kiss her. "Mommy is cute too." Chenghuan pinched his little face. "Mommy is not cute, she is beautiful." The little guy immediately changed his words. "Mommy is beautiful." That's right. The mother and son were sick of kissing each other. After kissing for a while, the third wheel in the room finally came to disturb them. Jiang Mingyuan washed the dishes and wiped his hands. He stood outside the bathroom for a long time. Seeing that the two people didn't notice him, he had to disturb them. "I brought you gifts. Do you want to see them?" "Yes." Before Chenghuan could speak, Xianxia ran over cheering. "Daddy, where are the gifts? Come here." Jiang Mingyuan took him to the living room, picked up one of the packages, and took out the things inside. It was a new Superman figurine. The joints of the whole body could be bent at will, and it was also equipped with various weapons. As soon as Xianxia got it, she held it and didn't let go. After giving Xianxia the gift, Jiang Mingyuan picked up another paper bag and took out another sky blue gift box wrapped with a ribbon. He got up and handed the gift box to Chenghuan. "This is for you." Chenghuan opened the box. Inside was a very thin bracelet. The bracelet was like a winding vine, decorated with a few green leaves. "I bought it especially for you. It's not expensive." Probably afraid that she would refuse, Jiang Mingyuan added another sentence. "Most women like beautiful jewelry." Chenghuan also glanced at it. She looked at the bracelet in the box and thought about it. She didn't return it. "Thank you." Jiang Mingyuan came with a total of 3 paper bags. In addition to the gifts for the two of them, there was another bag. Chenghuan accepted the gift, pointed to the last gift box and asked, "What is this?" "This is the clothes you bought last time." Jiang Mingyuan turned his face to the wall and said, "I washed it and brought it here." "Why did you bring this here?" Chenghuan was baffled. "No one at home can wear it." Jiang Mingyuan didn't know how to explain his actions for a moment. He frowned and looked at the wall. After a while, he said slowly, "You bought it." Chenghuan felt that this person's way of returning the clothes was definitely crazy. It wasn't like other things could still be used. She glanced at the person disapprovingly. The person's back was facing her, so she didn't receive the gaze attack at all. She felt depressed and stared at the suit on the person's body. On second thought, she felt that she understood. She guessed that the big CEO had never worn the cheap clothes from the supermarket and disliked putting these things in the wardrobe to reduce the price. "Forget it. Give it to me." After figuring this out, Chenghuan felt a little uncomfortable. She bent down and picked up the paper bag with the clothes. She turned and went to the bedroom to put it in the wardrobe. When she came out, she said to the person, "It's good to put it here. Otherwise, you won't be able to find clothes when you need them next time." Chenghuan's words were just casual politeness, but in Jiang Mingyuan's ears, it had a different meaning. He nodded and smiled gently. "That's true. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go." This smile was a little dazzling. Chenghuan glanced at it and then looked away. She squatted down and played with the ears on Xianxia's hat. The other two at home were sticking to each other. He was next to them and couldn't get a word in. Jiang Mingyuan stood on the side for a while, sighed, and said goodbye in the end. "Goodbye." Chenghuan waved her hand and didn't even look at him. She even diverted Xianxia's attention and didn't let him see her off. The security door closed behind her with a sound. Chenghuan snorted and reached out to pinch Xianxia's face. "Little bastard." This was a little hard, and the little girl's face turned red. Xianxia covered her face and was stunned. "Mom, why did you pinch me?" "I'm taking my anger out on you." Chenghuan stood up and took Xianxia's hand to the bedroom. As she walked, she said her fallacious reasoning, "Because your father is too annoying, so I don't like him now." "Mom, I don't hate it." Xianxia was carried to the bed and finally understood what his mother meant. The little boy turned around and knelt on the quilt. He said seriously, "Daddy is annoying. Let's ignore him." "Fine, ignore him." Hearing her son's words, Qinghuan was happy again. She pulled the quilt and tucked Xingxing in, giving him a goodnight kiss. "We're on the same side." "That's right, we are one." Xingxing was a man of his word. If he said he would ignore his father, he would. The next day, when Jiang Mingyuan called him, he didn't say anything. "Darling, what's wrong? Who made you angry?" Jiang Mingyuan said a few words, but there was no response. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He softened his voice and asked, "Can you talk to Dad?" The kitchen hood was still working. Her mother had been in there for a long time. Xingxing stretched her neck to take a look. After making sure that she was not paying attention, she whispered to her watch, "Dad, Mom said she doesn't want to talk to you." Jiang Mingyuan. "Why?" "Mom said you're too annoying." Xingxing felt a little pain in his face when he said this. He covered his cheek with one hand and secretly complained, "Mom also pinched my face." Jiang Mingyuan didn't understand the logic in his son's words, but he knew that he had made Qinghuan angry. Although he was smart, he was really not good at getting along with women. It was a bit of a headache when he encountered this kind of situation. If it were someone else, Jiang Mingyuan wouldn't care why they were angry as long as they didn't get in his way. However, Qinghuan was not someone who could be ignored casually. This person was the mother of his child, so he always had to be patient. He carefully discussed yesterday's interaction and guessed that the matter might be about the clothes. Did Qinghuan not like men's clothes in her house? Jiang Mingyuan frowned slightly. He was not sure what the matter was. After thinking about it, he went to ask his son for help. "Darling, can you do Dad a favor?" "What favor?" "It's like this. Dad accidentally made Mom angry, but I don't know why Mom is angry." "Xingxing, can you help Dad ask?" "Dad, you're so stupid." Xingxing complained, "I know why Mom is angry." Jiang Mingyuan. Was he despised by his own son? Xingxing is so smart. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't be angry with his son. He said kindly on the other end of the phone, "Can the smart Xingxing help Dad?" "Okay." Although his father was very stupid, Xingxing also loved him very much. Although he was young, he also knew the importance of family harmony, so he patted his chest and promised, "Dad, don't worry. I'll tell you if I know. Then I'll leave it to you, darling." Jiang Mingyuan raised the corner of his lips. "Dad will wait for your good news." After hanging up the call with Xingxing, Jiang Mingyuan refocused his energy on work. The end of every year was the busiest time of the year. He had to summarize the development of the year and set goals for the next year. Every day, there were countless documents to read and meetings to hold. Jiang Mingyuan had always been able to clearly distinguish between work and personal life. He was rarely distracted by personal matters at work, but today was a little different. He stared at the documents in front of him and was a little distracted. He thought of the clothes he brought yesterday. There were a total of 4 pieces of clothes. The t-shirt, sweater, and pants were all bought by Qinghuan. Only the underwear that was too small was privately changed into a suitable one. When he went to get the clothes, he didn't think much. Just as Qinghuan said, just in case. But he didn't know why, but when he thought of those clothes now, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, besides just in case, he also understood that he wanted to stay overnight. Jiang Mingyuan pursed his lips and put down the documents in his hand. His eyes were a little unfocused. Xingxing patted his chest on the phone and agreed to his father's request. He put down the phone and was ready to take action. He didn't ask rashly. The little guy was smart. He knew that if he made his mother happy, she would be easy to talk to. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Xingxing climbed down from the sofa and ran into the kitchen. He found a corner and stood there. He asked the woman who was busy in front of the stove, "Mom, I'll help you." "I don't need your help. Darling, go play." The soup was simmering in the pot. Qinghuan opened the lid of the pot and looked at it. He lowered the fire and put other ingredients in it. "Mom, I want to help." Xingxing was not so easy to get rid of. His mother didn't let him help, so he looked for work himself. The little guy stood on tiptoe and saw a plate of cooked dishes on the chopping board. He went around from behind and reached for it. The dish was placed a little outside. He really pulled it out little by little. Xianxia was a little tired from standing on tiptoe. He put down his feet and rested for a while. He stretched out his hands and carefully took the dish down. The plate and the amount of food inside were very heavy for a 4-year-old child. As soon as the dish was taken off the chopping board, Xianxia's hands sank. The vegetable soup inside spilled out and poured on his body. This movement finally attracted Qinghuan's attention. She grabbed the lid of the pot and turned around. She saw her son holding the dish and his clothes were wet. "What are you doing?" Qinghuan asked in a dangerous tone. The vegetable soup stuck to his body. The washing machine couldn't wash it off. He had to wash it by hand. Winter clothes were thick and wet. It was troublesome to wash them. At the thought of this, Qinghuan's hands were a little itchy. "Why don't I give him a beating? The little guy has to be beaten. He won't be obedient if I don't beat him." Xianxia had no foresight of the crisis that was about to happen to his butt. Instead, he felt that he had done a big thing. He grinned and smiled at his mother. "Mom, I'll help you." His attitude was very proud. He was weak and it was a little difficult for him to hold the plate. Qinghuan was a little worried. She was afraid that he would drop the dish. It was a small matter that there was no food to eat, but it would be bad if the porcelain plate was broken and pricked someone. "Xianxia doesn't need to help. You go play. Mom can carry this." Qinghuan bent down and wanted to take the dish from his hand. She stretched out her hand, but Xianxia twisted his body and dodged. He walked with his short legs, holding the dish, and carefully walked to the table. The table was higher than Xianxia. He couldn't put it on the table. The little guy raised his hand and pushed the plate forward with trembling hands. The plate with the dish touched the edge of the table and was about to topple over. At the critical moment, Qinghuan took the dish from her son's hand and steadily placed it on the table. Xianxia didn't know the danger just now. Seeing his mother take the plate away, he was a little unhappy. He pouted and said, "Mom, I can sense some." Qinghuan chuckled and sat down on the sofa. She waved at him and said, "Come here." The little brat didn't have any sense of crisis at all. He eagerly walked over. As soon as he walked in, his mother pulled down his pants and slapped his butt a few times. Everything happened too quickly. Xianxia didn't even have time to beg for mercy before he felt the pain on his butt. He pursed his lips and widened his eyes. He looked at his mother in disbelief. His eyes gradually filled with tears. Finally, as the first tear fell, Xianxia also opened his mouth and howled, "Mom. Why are you crying?" Qinghuan pulled up his pants and let him take off his clothes. Xianxia cried and cried, but he was obedient. The little cotton-padded jacket that was stained with vegetable soup was taken off and put to the side. Qinghuan got up and left. Not long after, she came back with a jacket. Xianxia was still crying. When he saw the jacket, he consciously opened his hands to let his mother put on the clothes. Qinghuan's expression was cold. Seeing that he was crying, she didn't coax him. She zipped up the jacket and asked, "Do you know how dangerous your actions were just now?" The little brat didn't feel that he had done anything dangerous at all. Qinghuan said it over and over again. After saying it several times, he was a little scared. He wiped the last drop of tears with his little hand and admitted his mistake. "Mom, I won't dare to do it again." It wasn't that Qinghuan didn't feel sorry for her son after crying for so long. Seeing that he knew his mistake, she finally eased her expression and took out a tissue to wipe the tears on his face. She leaned over and kissed his little face. "Be good. Don't let mommy worry." The little brat had shed too many tears. Qinghuan poured a glass of water and let him drink a little. She got up and went to the kitchen. The soup in the pot was still simmering. She had to go take a look. The people in the kitchen wouldn't come out for a while. Xianxia pouted. After waiting for a while, he dialed a phone number. Jiang Mingyuan had just thrown those messy thoughts aside when his phone rang. It was the ringtone he set for Xianxia. He was a little surprised. Did he get the answer so quickly? Hello, Xingxing? Dad. Xingxing's voice was very soft, as if he was sneaking around. He called out with a sobbing voice. Mom hit me. Did he come to complain? Jiang Mingyuan had no experience of complaining. He was not good at this kind of family dispute, especially when it was his own family dispute. He did not know how to express his opinion for a while. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Where did you hit him?" Spanking. It seemed that the same feeling on his buttocks had not disappeared. Xingxing reached out and touched it, then cried, "It hurts." Why did Mom hit you? Hearing the little boy's pitiful little voice, Jiang Mingyuan felt a little distressed. He had never been beaten since he was a child, and he did not agree with the education of sticks. He thought that he should mention this to Qinghuan, but before that, he had to figure out the reason for the child's beating. Because. Xingxing stuttered, because I helped Mom. Huh? Jiang Mingyuan was a little confused. Why was he beaten when he helped his mom? The purpose of Xingxing's call was to complain. He knew that what he had just done was wrong, but he could not repeat what his mother had just said. Over and over again, he was beaten because he helped his mom. Jiang Mingyuan was confused. He guessed that there should be something hidden, but he could not say anything. He coaxed his son and promised him a lot of gifts. After making his son happy, he hung up the phone. After the call ended, Jiang Mingyuan held the phone and thought for a while. Then, he sent a message to Qinghuan. The style was exactly the same as usual. Are you free? Qinghuan saw this message after eating and bathing Xingxing. He was a little speechless at this familiar beginning. He tapped his finger on the screen a few times and replied. What's the matter? Not long after the two words were sent, a call came. Looking at the familiar string of numbers, Qinghuan pressed the answer button. You called me. Qinghuan asked first, are you going to take Xingxing out to play tomorrow? Apart from this, she could not think of any other reason for them to contact in private. No, I may not have time recently, so I can't take the child out. Jiang Mingyuan was a little apologetic. I called you today for another matter. He paused for a moment and continued, I heard from Xingxing that you hit him? He even knows how to complain. Qinghuan sat by the bed and poked the little fellow's face with his hand. His tone was not very good. Why? Are you here to denounce me? No. Jiang Mingyuan denied, the child called me today and said that he was beaten up for helping with work. I don't think he explained it clearly, so I wanted to ask. His speech was not fast, and it was not aggressive. It was very comfortable to listen to. Qinghuan got up and walked out of the bedroom. The conflicting emotions in her heart had almost dissipated. She spoke in a casual tone and repeated what had happened. So that's how it is. In that case, he should indeed be taught a lesson. Jiang Mingyuan was amused. He paused for a moment before continuing, the child is still young, so he can't speak clearly. Today, he even said that you told him to ignore me and made me worry all night. Qinghuan, why did this brat tell his father everything? Qinghuan had the urge to drag him up and beat him up again. Yesterday, he said that they were on the same side. Today, he betrayed her. She did not know what the little brat said to Jiang Mingyuan. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Jiang Mingyuan waited for a while. From Qinghuan's silence, he knew that this matter was true. He could not rely on his son, so he could only do it himself. He changed his posture and asked, did I do something wrong? Qinghuan, she could not say that she suspected that he did not like the clothes she bought and was unhappy, could she? The phone was silent for a while. Jiang Mingyuan heard a reply from the other side. It's nothing. Don't think too much. As if to cover up, the woman on the other side of the phone yawned and said to him, I'm sleepy. If there's anything, let's talk another day. Wait a minute. Jiang Mingyuan stopped her before she hung up. There's something I want to discuss with you. Can I leave a few sets of clothes with you? No. Qinghuan refused without thinking. The man did not feel embarrassed at being rejected. He continued, since I'm the child's father, I can't be a shopkeeper. Those accidents might happen again in the future. It's more convenient to have spare clothes. Don't worry, I won't take too much. They won't take up too much space. What he said made sense, but Qinhuan was still unwilling. Didn't you bring a set yesterday? I'm still missing a jacket and slippers. Jiang Mingyuan reacted quickly. He asked tentatively, why don't I bring them the next time I come? Do you need to bring slippers here? Qinhuan felt that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Can't you just buy them here? What's your size? Then I'll have to trouble you. The voice on the other end of the phone seemed to be a little happy. I'm wearing 43 shoes. After the call ended, Qinhuan held the phone in front of her eyes. She did not understand why she agreed to buy him slippers. She frowned and threw the phone away in annoyance. Her fingers messed up her hair like a lunatic. After venting, Qinhuan reluctantly returned to normal. She took a towel, squeezed some toothpaste, and prepared to wash up. She came out, put on a facial mask, washed her face, and prepared to go to bed. Just as she lifted the quilt, she remembered something. She turned back, took out the bag of clothes in the corner yesterday, and hung it on the hanger. The clothes were the ones she had bought. Qinhuan hung it up. First, it was the t-shirt, then the sweater, and then the pants. At the bottom, there was a pair of underwear. Qinhuan hung the hanger on the crossbar and took out the last one. The fabric of the underwear was very comfortable to the touch. The creases on it showed the fact that the owner had not worn it. She curled her lips. She remembered that there was still one pair left in the box of underwear she had bought before. For some reason, Qinhuan suddenly had the idea of comparing them. She found the underwear in the box and compared it with the one on her left hand. With one comparison, it was obvious that the one on her left hand was indeed a little bigger in the crotch. He was not lying. Qinhuan finished the comparison and nodded. She shook the two pairs of underwear in her hand. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped and threw the underwear aside as if it was scalding her hand. She was a psychopath. Qinhuan did not know why she had done this. Thinking back, she felt that she was a pervert. She blushed, grabbed the smaller pair of underwear, stuffed it into the box, and threw the box into the trash can. As for the pair that Jiang Mingyuan had brought over, he threw it into the paper bag casually. Out of sight, out of mind. Although she was not happy, Qinhuan would not go back on her promise. The next day, she went to the supermarket to buy shoes for him. The place where she bought the slippers was about 4 meters long. There were pairs of cotton slippers hanging on the shelf, for both men and women. The shoes in the supermarket did not need to be good-looking. It was enough that they could be worn. Qinhuan looked around the men's shoes section and found something that was barely acceptable to buy. After buying it, she went to the supermarket's tallyman and asked if there were any cold slippers for sale. After all, she could not wear cotton slippers when taking a shower. There were very few cold slippers in winter, so there were only those two styles. Qinhuan chose a pair of shoes that were not so ugly. She took the slippers home, opened the shoe cabinet, and put the shoes in. The shoe cabinet was almost full. Most of them were her shoes. Qinhuan tidied up a bit to make some space and put the 2 pairs of slippers she had just bought at the bottom. The bottom row was for slippers. There were 3 pairs of slippers and 6 pairs. Next to the pair of cold slippers she had bought for Jiang Mingyuan were Xianxia's shoes. The 2 pairs of shoes, one big and one small, had the same color and style. They looked like father and son's shoes. Qinhuan glanced at them. She was about to close the door when she stopped and looked to the other side. It was her shoes. The color was different from the 2 pairs next to it. The characters on the shoes were also different. Qinhuan had bought these pairs of shoes. A person's taste would not change much in a short period of time. So these 3 pairs of shoes were actually family models. The pattern on the shoes was a family of 3. They were Mother Rabbit, Father Rabbit, and Little Rabbit. Qinhuan, if she had known, she would have been more careful. She was a little regretful. It was so cold and she was too lazy to go again. She thought about it and let it go. It was just a pair of shoes. He probably would not think too much about it. Besides, that person probably would not wear it often. Qinhuan was right. Jiang Mingyuan did not have many opportunities to wear this pair of shoes. He was so busy in December that he could only spare 2 hours to come over on weekends. He did not even have much time to eat, let alone change his clothes. This weekend, the man had just finished a meeting and did not even have lunch. He called the driver and went to Qinghuan's house. When he arrived, it was 12:30 in the afternoon. The mother and son had just finished lunch. Xianxia was squatting on the sofa and playing with 9 consecutive rings. Qinghuan was sitting cross-legged and watching a cooking show. Neither of them disturbed the other and were very harmonious. The doorbell rang. Qinghuan got up to open the door. He was not surprised to see the person. "Why are you here now? Have you eaten lunch?" "Not yet." Jiang Mingyuan's suit seemed to never leave his body. It made people tired just looking at it. He looked at the woman in the door and a ripple appeared in his eyes. "Can you give me a meal?" Because of the busy days, the man looked a lot thinner. The lines of his face looked sharper and his aura was amazing. Even if he said that he was giving out alms, he looked like he was giving orders. At first, Qinghuan was occasionally surprised by his aura. Now that they had been together for a long time, he did not find it scary. She curled her lips and moved aside. "Come in." Xianxia had already noticed the movement outside the door. He put down the toy in his hand and took his father to play with him. Qinghuan poked Xianxia's forehead a little unhappily and said, "Little traitor." Then he went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. There was not much food left after lunch, but the beef that he had prepared for dinner was almost stewed. There was still a little noodles left from breakfast. Qinghuan found it and cooked a bowl of noodles with soup. He added 2 vegetables and mushrooms and covered it with a spoon of beef. The very thin noodles were soaked in the light yellow soup, decorated with mushrooms and vegetables. On the side of the bowl, there was a pile of sharp beef. The beef was cut into thin strips and stewed in the pot for 3 hours. It was time for the flavor to enter. It took about 10 minutes for a bowl of noodles to be ready. Qinghuan took the bowl out and put it on the table. He turned around and was about to call someone to eat. However, he found that Jiang Mingyuan had fallen asleep on the sofa. The house Qinghuan rented was not big, and the sofa in the living room was not long either. The total length was less than 2 meters. Removing the width of the armrests at both ends, the real space for a person to sit was about 1.6 meters. Jiang Mingyuan was not short, about 185 centimeters. Sleeping on this small sofa, he could not even straighten his legs. He was curled up on his side, looking very pitiful. Xianxia sat next to his father's head and played with his toys. His little hand held the 9 rings and swayed above Jiang Mingyuan's head. If he was not steady, it would fall down. Qinghuan walked over and pulled the little guy down, removing the danger of the child's father being disfigured. She looked at the person on the sofa and thought for a while. She reached out and pushed him, calling his name, "Get up." Jiang Mingyuan was not sleeping too soundly, so a push was enough. He first frowned, then opened his eyes and sat up on the sofa. The sofa was short and narrow. People who did not sleep enough could not control their balance and almost fell down. "Sorry." Jiang Mingyuan staggered a little and sat down firmly on the sofa. He pinched his nose with 2 fingers and said in a hoarse voice, "I don't know how I fell asleep." "I know." Xianxia understood again. He rushed out from behind Qinghuan, still holding the 9 rings in his hand. "Daddy said to play games with me after resting." He pouted and looked very wronged, then Daddy fell asleep. "Okay, you should play games by yourself. How can you be a man if you let Daddy do everything?" Qinghuan pushed the little boy to the side and said to the person on the sofa, "Get up, wash your face and eat. I made a bowl of noodles for you." "Sorry to trouble you." Jiang Mingyuan thanked her and bent down to put on his shoes. Xianxia was just called not a man by his mother, so he was anxious to show off. He quickly ran to the shoe cabinet and took out the last pair of slippers. He put them in front of Jiang Mingyuan. "Daddy, change your shoes." Previously, there were no extra slippers at home. When Jiang Mingyuan came over, he did not change his shoes. Later, Qinghuan bought cotton slippers, but because the pattern was a little awkward, she did not take the initiative to mention it. In the end, he was tricked by his son again today. Qinghuan was no longer angry about this. She reached out and poked Xianxia's little head. When she met the man's gaze, she looked quite calm. "Then change into slippers. Wearing leather shoes is really uncomfortable." "Thank you." Jiang Mingyuan naturally remembered what he had told Qinghuan before. He thanked him with a smile on his face. He took off his leather shoes and put on the cotton slippers with the rabbit's father printed on them. Xingxing, who was at the side, actively put the leather shoes back into the shoe cabinet. In order to keep the slippers warm, the fur on the outside was very long. Although it was a men's style and the color was a little more stable, the rabbit tattoo on the upper of the slippers, which was the same as the one in the anime, completely destroyed the calmness of the slippers and made the entire pair of slippers exude a cheerful atmosphere. Generally speaking, it was not compatible with Jiang Mingyuan. He was wearing a custom-made suit. The color was the simplest black, and there was a dark gray tie around his neck. His hair was just the right length and was combed back with hair gel. His face was sharp and his facial features were deep. His whole person had nothing to do with liveliness. However, Jiang Mingyuan did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong. He put on his shoes and stood up. After taking 2 steps, he praised that it was comfortable. Qinghuan heard it and did not say anything. Instead, Xingxing ran over again and showed off his little slippers. "Dad, mine are comfortable too." Jiang Mingyuan was always very patient with children. He put his big hand on Xingxing's head and rubbed it. "Dad's and Xingxing's shoes are the same. They are both comfortable." "That's right." Xingxing had not seen his father for a long time. He was a little excited today. He jumped around Jiang Mingyuan and introduced the rabbit on the shoe to him. "Dad, yours is Dexiong. Mine is Xiaoji. Mom's is Mei Mei." He lifted his foot and was very happy. "Dexiong, Mei Mei, and Xiaoji are a family. We are also a family." Xingxing's words seemed to have touched him. Jiang Mingyuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Qinghuan. Their eyes met, and after a long time, Qinghuan looked away. The man turned back and looked down at the shoe with a gentle expression. "Yes, we are a family." Qinghuan's ears were a little hot. She coughed and said, "Okay, don't be bored. Go and eat. The noodles are about to be soaked." Since the head of the family had spoken, the other 2 naturally had to listen. Xingxing stuck out his tongue at his father and ran back to Qinghuan. As for Jiang Mingyuan, he went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water. After wiping his face clean, he sat down at the dining table. Qinghuan made the noodles herself, so they were very chewy. She used a big bowl of noodles, and more than half of it was filled with soup. The noodles looked like they had just been fished out. In winter, things cooled down quickly. The temperature of the noodles was just right. After drinking a mouthful of the delicious and slightly hot soup, it warmed up from the throat to the stomach. The tiredness of the past few days seemed to have been dispelled. Jiang Mingyuan got up early in the morning for a meeting. He didn't even have time to eat. At this time, he was very hungry, and his eating speed was much faster than usual. After the noodles were finished, even the soup was drunk. Jiang Mingyuan went to wash the dishes and played games with Xingxing according to the previous agreement. It was easy for people to feel sleepy when they were full. The temperature of the air conditioner in the house was very high. When the warm wind blew on the body, it made people sleepy. Jiang Mingyuan didn't have enough sleep. After playing with Xingxing for a while, he leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes. As Xingxing played, she lost her playmate. When she looked up, she saw that her father had fallen asleep again. This time, her father didn't sleep sideways, leaving him a lot of space to move. Xingxing took off her shoes and stood on the sofa. She moved in front of her father, stretched out her small hand, and slapped him. Jiang Mingyuan was shocked awake by the slap. "Sorry, baby." He rubbed his face. "Daddy is a little sleepy. Go to bed if you are sleepy." Xingxing lectured him seriously. "Mommy said that you can't sleep on the sofa. You will get sick." "Mommy is right. I can't sleep on the sofa. Xingxing can't learn from daddy." Jiang Mingyuan didn't know what was wrong with him. He looked fine in the morning, but why did he become so sleepy when he got here? He rubbed his face with his hands again, trying to wake himself up. "Then daddy will go to bed." Xingxing was a sensible child. She wouldn't let her sleepy father play with her. She stood on the sofa and pushed Jiang Mingyuan to stand up. Then she pushed him in the direction of the bedroom. Jiang Mingyuan went to the bedroom half-heartedly. The bedroom door was closed. Xianxia went up and knocked on the door. "Mommy, open the door." "Wait a minute." Qinghuan's voice came from inside the door. The father and son waited for a while, and the bedroom door opened in front of them. The person inside had changed her clothes. She was wearing a camel-colored coat that reached to her calves. Inside the coat was a white turtleneck sweater and skinny jeans. Her legs were astonishingly long. Her long hair was scattered, and the big waves at the end of her hair added a touch of charm to her. Her eyes could seduce people's minds. Looking at her dress, Jiang Mingyuan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He came back to his senses and asked, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I'm going to the store to have a look." Qinghuan picked up the bag and asked the person outside the door, "When are you leaving?" "About 3 o'clock. "What's wrong?" "Then help me take Xianxia. It's so cold outside." "Don't let him run with me." "Yes, that's what I should do." Jiang Mingyuan took Xianxia's hand and made way. "It's windy outside. I'll ask the driver to take you." It was better to have a driver than to take a taxi. It was so cold in winter. No one wanted to wait for a taxi in the wind. Qinghuan thought it was feasible, but he still asked hypocritically, "Isn't that too troublesome?" "It's not troublesome. The driver is downstairs." Jiang Mingyuan let go of Xianxia's hand and left him at home. He followed them to the door, pressed the elevator first, and went down to send them to the car. "Goodbye. Be careful." The two people inside and outside the car waved goodbye. The car started and drove out of the underground parking lot. Jiang Mingyuan watched for a while, then turned and walked back to the elevator. When he reached the door, he took out the key to open the door. Qinghuan had just given it to him. When Xianxia saw Jiang Mingyuan coming back, he immediately greeted him. He still remembered that his father said that he wanted to sleep. Now that his mother was gone, he had the final say at home. So he pulled his father to the bedroom. Jiang Mingyuan didn't follow him this time. He took his son's hand, picked him up and put him on the sofa. "Well, son, I'm not sleepy now. Let's play games." He couldn't break his promise to the child's mother. Compared with his father going to sleep, Xianxia was certainly more willing to play games with him. The little boy happily accepted the invitation and raised the 9 rings that he had been unable to open. "Dad, let's play this." "Okay." Qinghuan came back later than scheduled. He didn't get home until nearly 4 o'clock. When she entered the door, Jiang Mingyuan had already taught Xianxia to open the 9 rings. When the mistress of the house came back, the father and son both greeted her. Xianxia hugged her thigh and called her mother. He showed the 9 rings that he had opened to Qinghuan. Jiang Mingyuan stood aside. When she looked over, he nodded and smiled, indicating that he had done an excellent job. It was drizzling again. Qinghuan still had some cold air on his body. There were half-dry water stains on his shoes, and his scattered hair was not as fluffy as when he first went out. She carried a cake box in her other hand. She handed the box to Xianxia, and the little boy happily took the food to the side. "Sorry, I wasted some time." Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. "Did I delay your work?" "It's okay. There's not much work in the afternoon. Besides, I asked the driver to wait." He joked. "If there's no time to rest, what's the point of making money?" "That's right." Qinghuan agreed. "We should still strike a balance between work and rest." It was getting late. It was time to prepare dinner. Qinghuan took off his coat, put on cotton slippers, and prepared to cook. "Are you eating here tonight?" "No. Today's work was not finished." Jiang Mingyuan's leisure time was paid by working overtime at night. If nothing unexpected happened, he should not be able to sleep before 12 o'clock today. "I still have something to deal with. I have to go back now." "In such a hurry?" Qinghuan frowned. She was not far away and could see the blood vessels in the man's eyes. It was obvious that he had not slept well for a while. "When will you be busy?" It was rare for her to show concern. "Soon. I'll be busy this month." Jiang Mingyuan bent down to take out his leather shoes from the shoe cabinet and put them on. He got up and said, "How about we go on a vacation together in January next year? Find a warm place. Sea City is too cold this year." Qinhuan was also a little moved. This city was similar to her hometown in her previous life. The winter was dark and wet, making people very uncomfortable. But, the New Year's Day holiday is only 3 days. Isn't it too short? It's not short. It's not short either. We can stay for 1 night. Jiang Mingyuan already had a few options in mind, but now was not a good time to talk about it. He buttoned his suit, adjusted his tie, and said goodbye to Qinhuan. "I'll go first. I'll see where to go another day." As he spoke, he was about to open the door. "Wait." Looking at his tired face, Qinhuan thought of something. She stopped him and turned to get a jar from the fridge. Handing over the plastic jar, Qinhuan said, "There are mint candies I made myself. It's refreshing. I see that you're very sleepy. You can eat too if you're free." Jiang Mingyuan took the box of candies and clenched his fists. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Qinhuan sent him outside and was about to follow him into the elevator when he was stopped by the people inside. He stood in the elevator near the door and looked at the person outside. "It's cold. You don't have to send me off. You can go back." Qinhuan had just taken off her coat. It was really cold to go out and be blown by the wind. It was good that she didn't go down. She crossed her arms and waved to the people inside, "Goodbye." The elevator closed in front of her eyes. Qinhuan returned home and went to the fridge to take out ingredients to cook. The fridge was next to the window. She took out the things and looked out of the window. She just happened to see a black car leaving through the camphor leaves. Jiang Mingyuan returned to the company and fell into a seemingly endless work. His assistant knocked on the door and came in. He put down the documents that needed to be reviewed and told him that he had an appointment at 8 in the evening. "Got it." Jiang Mingyuan also remembered this. He responded, put down the pen in his hand, and said to his assistant, "Help me find a few travel brochures. They have to be in the country. They have to be warm. Prepare them and help me send them to a place." He gave the address of Qinhuan's home. The assistant nodded. As a capable subordinate, he was one of the first to know that the boss had a son. He also knew that the boss had set up a shop for the child's mother. Now he was going to send the travel brochures. He should be preparing to go out and play. It seemed that the boss valued this son very much. As Jiang Mingyuan's chief assistant, Qiu Shan didn't need to do everything himself. He went out and ordered someone to run errands. The people below were very efficient. In less than an hour, Jiang Mingyuan's request was all prepared. At 5:40, Qinhuan was eating with Xingxing when the doorbell rang. "Is Dad back?" Xingxing's eyes lit up. He jumped down from the chair and ran to open the door. Qinhuan followed behind. When she walked over, she found that it wasn't Jiang Mingyuan, but a somewhat familiar man. The man saw her and smiled eagerly. "Miss Qing, is it? The boss asked me to send you the travel brochures." He handed over the things in his hand. He had no intention of entering the house. He said goodbye and left. There were a few more booklets in his hands and they were heavy in his arms. Qinhuan stood at the door and looked out. He finally remembered where he had seen him before. Wasn't this the property owner from the previous contract? Originally, he thought that Jiang Mingyuan had only spent some effort on the demolition fee, but he didn't expect that all the shops were his. It must have been hard for this person to give him something in such a roundabout way. Qinhuan stopped and sighed. If they had just met, she would have suspected that Jiang Mingyuan had some ulterior motives. But now that they had known each other for a month or two, they had some understanding of each other. Qinhuan knew that the other party was only doing this to help. Knowing that someone was helping her in such a roundabout way, Qinhuan didn't know how to describe her current mood. She wasn't angry, but it didn't seem like she was happy either. She felt strange and just wanted to laugh. She cleared her throat, pressed down the corners of her mouth, and put the travel brochures on the coffee table. For the first time, she took the initiative to send a message to Jiang Mingyuan. "Sorry to trouble you." Jiang Mingyuan was in a meeting. His phone was in his pocket. When he felt it vibrate, he took it out and glanced at it. It sounded like she was talking about a trip. It seemed that he had made the right decision. Jiang Mingyuan was also very happy about Qinhuan's initiative. He looked at the person who spoke at the meeting. His fingers moved slightly under the table, and he blindly typed a few words back. "You're welcome. As long as you like it." Qinhuan, who received the message, snorted, threw away her phone, sat on the sofa, and asked Xianxia to look at it together. Xianxia had never been out of the city since he was so old. He had the greatest expectations for traveling. The photos and the travel brochures were all selected from the best side of the city. Xianxia looked at this and that and wanted to go. "Mom, can't we all go?" Xianxia sat cross-legged on the sofa with a brochure open on his lap. This was the third brochure he had read, and he liked every one of them. "There are only 3 days off on New Year's Day. We can only choose one place to play." Qinhuan closed the brochure she had just finished reading and said to her son, "Xianxia can choose the place he wants to go the most. We'll go the other places one by one in the future." The little guy immediately said, "I want to go the most." "No." Qinhuan raised a finger. "The most is the only one. You have to pick one from among them." Xianxia stared at the finger for a while, pouted, lowered his head, and said reluctantly, "Okay." The mother and son read all the travel brochures and finally chose the Red Coral Island. The island was some distance from the mainland. It was located in the tropics. It was not large, but the scenery was beautiful. The island was rich in marine species, and there was a famous red coral reef. It was originally a military base. Later, the base was withdrawn, and the tourism industry gradually developed. On the Red Coral Island, in addition to the natural scenery, there were also traces of the existence of the base at that time. There were barracks, sculptures, tunnels dug by the officers and soldiers on the island, and small sentry booths on the coast. Going there to play was also a patriotic education. The boy had a love for military uniforms since he was a child. Qinhuan was not surprised by his choice. After confirming it, she replied to Jiang Mingyuan's message. Jiang Mingyuan was still in the company. The boss took the initiative to work overtime, and the people under him certainly had to do something. Even if they had nothing to do, they had to stay at the desk and pretend to be very busy. Li Kangyi was one of them. As a member of Jiang Mingyuan's huge main force, Li Kangyi's position was a bit awkward. To outsiders, the chairman's assistant sounded good and had a bright future. When he went out, he would be a confidant. When he was sent to a subsidiary company, he would at least be a director. However, this had nothing to do with Li Kangyi. His ability was average. When he first came in, he used some connections, and his colleagues did not think highly of him. Li Kangyi wanted to climb up, and usually paid attention to building a good relationship with his colleagues. He was very good at socializing. As long as he had the heart, he could almost call everyone his brother. However, this talent that had always been successful was broken by the boss. For his flattery, the boss would not even look at him, let alone give him any other preferential treatment. Li Kangyi had stayed in the company for 5 years. He had witnessed 3 seniors and 1 junior being sent to a subsidiary company. 2 seniors became department heads of the head office, and the one who was hired at the same time was now the chief assistant. The people around him were all soaring. It was impossible to say that Li Kangyi was not anxious. Recently, there were rumors in the company that the boss was not very satisfied with the person in charge of the construction material company. Li Kangyi was a little itchy. The construction material company was backed by Jiang Real Estate, and there was no possibility of losing money. It was just a matter of how much money they earned. In that position, it was obvious how much money they could make. However, there were too many people in that position. There were colleagues in the same office as him, and heads of other departments in the head office. Li Kangyi knew that he had no chance of winning against others. He sat at his desk, and his heart was burning. What could he do to squeeze those people out? Li Kangyi's brain worked as fast as it could, and he wanted to dig out his own advantages. Suddenly, he thought of something. He took out his phone, found the chat history with the boss, and found a photo. This was it. Previously, he saw a child who looked very similar to the boss. He was going to ask for credit, but the boss did not believe him. He was going to report it to the Empress Dowager, but the boss came to ask him again. After asking, there was no follow-up. After a long time, he forgot about it. Recently, he did not seem to have heard that the boss had a son. There were some rumors about him with another rich family's daughter, but Li Kangyi was sure that the child must be related to the boss. There was no such coincidence in the world. If they were not related by blood, why did they look so similar? Li Kangyi did not know why the boss wanted to hide this news, but he did not care. As long as he thought about the benefits that this news represented, his heart was burning. He was a man of action. Once he decided to investigate, he did not pretend to be in the office. He packed up his things, punched out, and drove to the night market. The last time he came, he did not get to eat barbecue. After that, he was delayed by various things, so Li Kangyi did not come again. The weather was cold in winter, and the business in the night market was not as good as in summer. Li Kangyi shrank his neck and walked to the last stall. This stall's business was not bad. In addition to barbecue, they also sold some casseroles. Qinghuan walked in and ordered a pile of barbecue. A slightly plump woman handed him a tray. Li Kangyi put the food in the tray and asked tentatively, "Why haven't I seen the boss today?" "I am the boss," the plump woman said. After saying that, she realized, "Are you talking about the previous boss?" She quit. Why? Li Kangyi was a little agitated. If she quit, how was he going to find her? Suli had encountered many people who asked this question. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with Li Kangyi. She put the meat on the grill and explained, she opened a new shop in Rongjiang. It sells mutton. Business is good. She was happy to introduce Qinghuan's new shop to all the customers, and this time was no exception. Li Kangyi, like most customers, also asked her for the address of the new shop. Suli gave the address, and the customer beside her looked like he was about to leave. "Hey, don't you want the barbecue?" Suli pulled him back. "I have something to do. I'll leave first." Li Kangyi was anxious and did not have the appetite to eat. He took out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Suli. "The money is paid. You can do whatever you want with the food." According to the address given by Suli, Li Kangyi successfully found Qinghuan's new store. The store's business was very good. At 9 o'clock in the evening, nearly 60% of the seats were occupied. Li Kangyi walked into the store and casually ordered a few dishes. Then, he sat down and kept his eyes on the surroundings. He waited until 10 o'clock. The mall closed at 10:30. The stores inside closed a little earlier. At 10 o'clock, most of the customers in the store had already left. Only Li Kangyi's table was left. If the customers didn't leave, they couldn't get off work. Seeing the employees of other stores close and leave one by one, the employees in the store became a little anxious. A group of people stood by the cashier and communicated with each other through their eyes. Finally, a tall waitress walked out from the crowd. She walked to Li Kangyi's side and said politely, "Hello, sir. Do you need anything else? The mall is about to close." Li Kangyi was also anxious. After waiting for more than an hour, he didn't see the person in question. He suspected that Suli had given him a fake address, but he didn't want to ask. When he heard the waitress chase him away, he felt a little uncomfortable. However, he also knew that she was telling the truth. Thus, he stood up from his seat unwillingly and went to the cashier to pay. There were many employees gathered at the cashier. They were all waiting to leave. Li Kangyi glanced around but still didn't see the person he was looking for. He handed the card to the cashier and pretended to say casually, "You guys got off work a little late. You could have left earlier if you hadn't been here so late." The cashier complained in her heart, but her face was still full of smiles. She took the card, swiped it, and asked him to enter the password. Li Kangyi paid for the meal and wanted to inquire about the boss's situation, but the staff next to him dispersed to clean up. Even the cashier was no exception. After returning the bank card to him, she took a rag and began to wipe the cashier. The words that he wanted to ask were stuck in his throat, and Li Kangyi's face turned even uglier. He put away his wallet, took 2 deep breaths, and left the mall with a stomach full of grievances. Li Kangyi didn't plan to give up. In the next few days, whenever he had time, he would go to Rongjiang and stay there until night time. Unfortunately, after so many times, he didn't meet Qinghuan even once. There were few customers at night, so he was particularly conspicuous. In just 2 days, all the waiters in the shop knew this customer. Occasionally, when there was no one in the shop, someone would come over to chat with him. Li Kongyi was also very happy to chat with these people. He looked down on them and felt that they had no ambition to work in a restaurant. But for his own purposes, he acted very friendly. In less than 2 days, there were male waiters who called him brother. Li Kongyi knew a lot about Qinghuan now that he was familiar with the employees in the store. He only needed to occasionally change the topic to work during their chats, and Li Kongyi would know a lot about Qinghuan. He also knew why he didn't meet Qinghuan even once after so many times. Because she didn't come at night. After knowing this, Li Kongyi was very depressed. He casually said a few words to end the topic and got up to pay. "Hey, why are you leaving so early today?" the employee beside him asked. "I have something to do today." Knowing that Qinghuan wouldn't come, Li Kongyi didn't want to waste time here. He said perfunctorily, paid, and left without stopping. When he walked out of the mall, the cold wind outside suddenly poured in. Li Kongyi shrunk his neck and cursed in a low voice, "Damn weather." He trotted all the way to the car, got in, and left. The employees in the store said that the boss usually came to the store on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Li Kongyi knew this time. He was busy at the end of the year and couldn't make time on weekdays. Only Sunday happened to coincide with the New Year's holiday, so he could take a few days off. Because of this, Li Kongyi called his parents in advance and said that he wouldn't go back this holiday. On the weekend, he drove to Rongjiang Square early in the morning. After waiting for a day, he still didn't see anyone. At this time, Qinghuan had already taken her son and the child's father to go on vacation. The New Year's holiday was Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. In order to save time, they planned to leave on Friday afternoon and arrive at their destination at night. After sleeping, they could still make it in time for the next sunrise. For this trip, the three of them had different degrees of expectations and began to prepare a few days in advance. Jiang Mingyuan's car appeared downstairs on time at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He came directly from the company and had just finished a meeting. The car stopped downstairs and the driver came down to open the door for him. "Wait here," he ordered, and went upstairs alone. Jiang Mingyuan had the key to the door of Qinghuan's house, but he hadn't used it. He stood outside the door and pressed the doorbell. Footsteps sounded inside the door, and after a while, the door opened in front of him. Qinghuan was wearing loose home clothes and family-style fur slippers. She must have just put on makeup because her 2 eyebrows looked a little different. She wore a wide hairband with pink rabbit ears on her head. She looked very young, like a college student who hadn't left school. "Why are you here so early?" Qinghuan was familiar with him. When she saw him, she didn't bother to be polite. She stepped aside and let him in. She walked back to the bedroom. "Wait for me. I still have to change." "Take your time. There's no need to rush." Jiang Mingyuan walked into the living room and immediately saw the 2 suitcases next to the coffee table. The 2 suitcases were really big. They didn't look like they were on vacation, but more like they were moving. Jiang Mingyuan was a little surprised. "Why did you bring so many things?" Qinghuan stopped and looked at the 2 suitcases. "It's not a lot. I think it's just right." The 2 suitcases looked big, but in fact, they were stuffed full. There were mother and son's change of clothes, bathing suits, bed sheets, quilt covers, her skincare products, Xianxia's toys, slippers, toothbrushes, some homemade snacks, and eye masks and earplugs. It could be said that they had brought everything they could think of. Qinghuan felt that these things couldn't be missing from the suitcases. She originally wanted to bring a pillow, but later, it really couldn't fit in, so she gave up. The woman next to him opened her eyes wide and looked pure and innocent. The rabbit ears on her hairband shook up and down with her movements, making people want to pinch them to fix them. Jiang Mingyuan looked away and said, "Oh." She didn't care about this. She carried a suitcase in one hand and prepared to go out. "Go do your work. I'll take the suitcases downstairs." "Thank you for your hard work." Xinhuan said without sincerity and went to the bedroom to continue fiddling with her makeup. She sat in front of the mirror and drew her eyebrows. Xianxia stood aside and watched her do her makeup. He looked at himself and wanted to try it. "Mom, I want to do it too." He seemed to think that makeup was a very interesting game. After saying that, he picked up the lipstick at the side, twisted it open, and applied it on his eyebrows. Xinhuan didn't take Xianxia's words seriously and continued to draw her eyebrows. When the eyebrows were perfect, she turned her head and saw that her things were gone. The lipstick in Xianxia's hand was bought a few days ago and hadn't been used yet. Xinhuan took it out and prepared to use it with today's makeup. During this period of time, the little guy had been drawing with crayons. It was not as easy to color with crayons as it was with watercolor. He had to use a lot of strength every time. Now, Xianxia used this strength on her lipstick. Her fingers moved, and a thick and long red mark appeared on her eyebrows. It looked very funny. Jiang Xingchen didn't think it was ugly. He was very beautiful. He looked left and right in the mirror and wanted his mother to praise him. In the end, when he looked up, he saw his mother's gloomy face. "Jiang. Xing. Chen." Xinhuan enunciated each word. Her face was so dark that it could drip ink. She gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. "Are you itching for a beating?" Xianxia was no longer the fearless child from before. He had been beaten before and knew that spanking was very painful. When he saw his mother like this, he felt bad. He was so scared that he threw the things in his hand away. The lipstick that didn't retract fell to the ground and broke into 2 pieces. It was completely ruined. Because of inertia, the lipstick slid a little on the ground and dragged a long red mark on the carpet. If Xinhuan's face was just dripping ink just now, it was now as if she wanted to eat someone. She slammed the table and stood up. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to hit him. "I think you have to hit me." Xianxia didn't know what he had done. He turned around and ran out. As he ran, he shouted for support. "Dad! Dad, save me!" Jiang Mingyuan had just walked out of the elevator when he faintly heard his son's shouts. He was still calling for help. What had happened? He was anxious. He strode to the door and took out the key from his pocket to open the door. When the door opened, Xianxia had just run out of the bedroom. When he saw him, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He ran behind him, grabbed his pants, and hid behind him. Before Jiang Mingyuan could ask what had happened, he saw Xinhuan also walk out of the room. Her expression was very ugly, and she had an attitude that said, "I'm not someone to be trifled with." Seeing that both of them were fine, Jiang Mingyuan's heart relaxed a little. He roughly guessed that the little brat had done something to annoy Xinhuan. He wanted to mediate, so he grabbed Xianxia's arm and dragged him into the house. Xianxia didn't want to go in at all, but his father had already gone in. Wouldn't it be more dangerous for him to stand outside? His little brain was very smart. He knew who could protect him, so he followed behind Jiang Mingyuan and grabbed his pants tightly. He didn't even dare to show his head. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mingyuan walked in and asked the people not far away. "Did Xianxia do something wrong?" Xinhuan was too lazy to explain. She pulled the corners of her mouth at Jiang Mingyuan, walked to the sofa and sat down. She raised her chin like a queen. "You'll know when you see." "Huh?" Jiang Mingyuan was a little confused, but he still pulled his son out. The little guy was very unwilling, but because he was too weak to resist, he was unwillingly exposed in front of others. Seeing his face, Jiang Mingyuan understood everything. He was also a little helpless. He wiped his son's eyebrows with his hand, and his hand was stained with red. He twisted his fingers and knocked on Xianxia's head with some amusement. "Why are you so naughty?" After saying such a casual sentence, Jiang Mingyuan looked at Xinhuan again and interceded for his son. The child didn't do it on purpose. He shouldn't be an object that can't be touched. You can teach him slowly. Don't scare him. Just as Jiang Mingyuan said, Xinhuan was scaring Xianxia. In fact, she wasn't very angry. It was just a lipstick, and it wasn't expensive. She could just buy it again. The reason why she said this was only because her son had been too naughty recently, and she wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Qinhuan didn't want to let go of her son so easily. She snorted coldly. He's very disobedient now. He can be taught well. Jiang Mingyuan still said the same thing. His tone was gentle, like a good person. Xingxing stood in front of Jiang Mingyuan and hugged his thigh tightly. His face was pressed against his leg, and the lipstick on his eyebrows was all stuck to his pants. He didn't dare to look at his mother's face. However, this was all in the past. Now that his father was speaking up for him, the little guy's courage grew again. His ears twitched, and his face tilted back. He turned his head and hurriedly said to his mother, "I'm fine." After saying that, he buried his head back in. When he buried his face in Jiang Mingyuan's leg, he was restless. He kept moving around. The lipstick on his eyebrows was rubbed on his clothes, and then on his face. He looked like a little kitten. Qinhuan twitched the corner of her mouth and couldn't bear to look at it. She got up and walked over. She reached out and pulled the little boy down from Jiang Mingyuan's body under his helpless gaze. When Xingxing heard the footsteps, he nervously hugged his father tighter. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was futile. And his father, who he had high hopes for, couldn't protect him. "Look at your dirty pants. You're still speaking for him." Holding the restless son in her hand, Qinhuan stared at the stain on his pants. "Do you want to change them?" It was clear that she wanted to send him away. She also meant that she couldn't ignore the little boy. "All right." Jiang Mingyuan was well aware of her plan, but he didn't refuse. His son was indeed a little naughty, and it was right to teach him a lesson. He nodded. "I'll go down and get clothes." Qinhuan smiled and waved at him. "Go." Hearing that his father was going to leave, Xingxing immediately became worried. He raised his head and called timidly, "Dad?" "Dad is going to change clothes." Qinhuan glanced at Xingxing and smiled gently. After that, she looked at him and motioned him to leave quickly. Jiang Mingyuan smiled good-naturedly and didn't dare to look at his son again. He turned and went out. His luggage was packed by his assistant. It was not a big suitcase. Jiang Mingyuan took out a pair of trousers and changed in the car. Seeing that it was still early, he waited for a while before going upstairs unhurriedly. When she went up, Qinhuan was still educating Xingxing. She didn't know what she said, but when Xingxing saw her come in, the little girl only glanced at her and then shrank back. She didn't dare to run over to ask for protection like before. The conversation between the two came to an end. Xingxing promised to get rid of the dirty things. Qinhuan leaned on the sofa, nodded slightly, and said, "Then go. Be quick. Mom and Dad have to catch the plane. If we're late, you'll have to stay at home alone." Xingxing looked like he was about to cry. His eyes were filled with tears, but he was strong enough not to let them flow out. He nodded aggrievedly and pouted his little mouth. "Got it, Mom." Qinhuan wanted Xingxing to deal with the floor, carpet, and Jiang Mingyuan's pants. Hearing that his son had to wash his pants, Jiang Mingyuan subconsciously wanted to plead for him. "I don't need to." Before he could finish his words, the rest of his words disappeared in Qinhuan's eyes. Okay then, Qinhuan was serious about letting Xingxing clean up his mess. Her son was young and didn't have the concept of money. In his eyes, lipstick was no different from the crayons she played with before. Saying how much money he wasted was like playing the lute to a cow. She didn't want to always use corporal punishment. It was not a good thing for a child's growth if she hit him too much. So it became like this now. She had to clean up the bad things you did. At most, Xingxing would bring shoes and a glass of water for his mother at home. Occasionally, she would push a mop and let him wipe the floor seriously. This was the first time. He was small and couldn't use a mop. Qinhuan wrung a wet towel for him and let him lie on the ground to wipe the floor. The little boy took the towel, lay on the ground, lowered his head, and wiped the red marks on the floor little by little with the towel. Jiang Mingyuan watched from the side. He couldn't bear it, but he didn't say anything. He glanced at Qinhuan, took a paper towel, took 2 steps forward, and picked up the broken red packet on the ground. The lipstick tube was not broken. The top was engraved with the manufacturer's logo and a few numbers below. Jiang Mingyuan wrote down this string of numbers and threw the item into the trash can along with the paper towel. When he looked up, he just happened to meet Qinghuan's gaze from the trash can. Xianxia wiped for more than 10 minutes and finally wiped the floor clean. The whole towel was dyed pink. Qinghuan didn't say a word. She changed a new one for him and let him continue to wipe the carpet. Xianxia had been lying on the ground for so long. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tired, but he was stubborn. His mother didn't say anything, so he didn't say he was tired. He grabbed the clean new towel and continued to wipe the carpet. The two adults stood on the side and their eyes stopped on the little guy on the ground. The carpet was much harder to wipe than the floor. The fur on the stall was dyed and couldn't be wiped off with a wet towel. Instead, because of water, the color of this area would be dizzy and dyed to other places. Xianxia wiped for a long time, but he still couldn't clean this place. He felt wronged and wanted to cry again. He was still young and had no strength after such a long time. His hand loosened and he lay on the carpet. Okay. Qinghuan walked over and picked him up. He took the towel in his hand and handed it to Jiang Mingyuan. You don't have to wipe the carpet. Let's wash our faces and then take the plane. Xianxia lay in his mother's arms and wrapped his weak arms around his mother's neck. He stole a glance at his father and whispered, and the pants. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't bear to let his son wash his clothes. Hearing this, he quickly said, Dad, you don't have to wash the pants. Xianxia didn't dare to believe his father. After what happened just now, the little guy saw clearly. In this family, his mother's words were still the most effective. Qinghuan carried Xianxia to the bathroom and put him on the stool in front of the dressing table. She took out the makeup remover, squeezed a little in her hand, and carefully wiped her son's face. When the lipstick came into contact with the makeup remover, it disappeared with a gentle wipe. She wiped all the lipstick on the face and paid attention to the eyebrows. Qinghuan asked Xianxia to lower his head and close his eyes. She washed his face with her hands. After washing it several times and making sure there was nothing left, she turned off the tap and wiped Xianxia's face. After washing the face towel and hanging it on the hanger, Qinghuan looked at her son and finally said, Dad said you don't have to. Next time, you'll have to wash it yourself. Anyway, after what happened just now, he should have realized his mistake. Qinghuan guessed that even if she put the lipstick in front of him now, the little guy wouldn't dare to look at it. Hearing his mother reduce the punishment, Xianxia exaggeratedly breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and promised Qinghuan to please her, Mom, I won't do it again. Don't be afraid. Next time you do something bad, you can clean up the mess yourself. Qinghuan said that it didn't matter. Today's incident had provided her with inspiration. If there was a next time, she would do the same. After the previous torment, Qinghuan looked at the time again and it was already 4:40. They booked the plane ticket for 6:10, so there wasn't much time left. Qinghuan was so focused on teaching the naughty child that she didn't comb her hair or change her clothes. She was a little anxious. She washed the little boy and threw him to the child's father. She hurriedly said to go downstairs and wait for her. Then she rushed into the room and shut the two people outside. Dad. Xianxia, who was thrown outside the door, looked at his father. Son, let's go to the car and wait for Mom. The father and son looked at each other. Jiang Mingyuan picked him up, said to the people inside the door, and took his son out. By the time Qinghuan changed her clothes and styled her hair, it was already a little over 5 o'clock. Her wavy hair was casually tied behind her head. She wore a short black jacket and high-waisted skinny jeans. She wore a pair of 10-centimeter thin high heels. Her red lips and charming eyes made her look amazingly handsome. The lipstick that Qinghuan wanted to use before was an earthy color. The matching makeup was also relatively light. Because the lipstick was buried in the trash can, she had to change her lipstick. The new lipstick was red, suitable for more intense makeup. In order to match, Qinghuan added more eye makeup. Her dark brown eyeshadow had a large trace at the corners of her eyes. Her eyeliner was slightly hooked, beautiful and a little sharp. They hadn't seen each other for only half an hour, but she had changed her style of beauty. Jiang Mingyuan was a little surprised. He glanced at her and his attention was diverted elsewhere. Why are you wearing so little? Chenghuan's jacket was too short. It only reached above her navel. The sweater inside was also very thin. It had almost no insulation effect. It made people feel cold just by looking at it. Chenghuan had a good reason for her dress. Isn't Red Coral Island in the tropics? I checked the weather forecast. The highest temperature there is 30 degrees. If you wear too much, you'll have to take it off when you get off the plane. How troublesome. It's better to take it off when the time comes than to freeze now. Jiang Mingyuan frowned. He picked up the down jacket on the side and asked her to put it on. Chenghuan didn't want to, so he kept holding the jacket. In the end, Chenghuan gave in to his insistence and reluctantly put on the down jacket. The down jacket was Jiang Mingyuan's. It had a large size. Chenghuan couldn't even show her hands when she put it on. She was as fat as a ball, like a penguin. However, Jiang Mingyuan seemed very satisfied with her appearance. Wear it first. When we get to the place, you can take it off. A jacket doesn't take much space. Chenghuan leaned against the back of the chair and weakly hummed. This down jacket was full of wool and had a first-class thermal effect. After wearing it for a while, she felt so hot that she was about to sweat. She got up and unzipped it, wanting to take it off. Jiang Mingyuan had been paying attention to her. He stopped her immediately. What's wrong? I'm hot. Chenghuan was expressionless. Lower the air conditioner. Jiang Mingyuan instructed the driver and turned to look at her. The temperature will drop later. Don't take off your clothes. What if you catch a cold? Chenghuan wrapped himself up like a bun and went to the airport. There were 2 airports in Sea City. One was built 30 years ago, and the other was built just last year. The airport that Chenghuan and the others went to was the old one. It was not far from the city center and only took 20 minutes by car. When they arrived at the airport, they had to change their boarding passes and check in their luggage. There were only 40 minutes before the plane took off. Because the first-class passengers had a special passage, there was still time to do all this. It was Xianxia's first time on a plane. He was shouting all the way, and when he saw the plane, he jumped up. Mom, look, a big plane. He pointed at a plane that had just taken off in the distance. His eyes seemed to be shining. Baby, do you like planes? Chenghuan wrapped himself in a large down jacket and reached out with difficulty to pinch his son's little face. Yes. The wind was strong, and Xianxia's face was a little cold. He covered his cheeks with his hands and said longingly, I want to fly a plane in the future too. Chenghuan. Then you can do it. Xianxia looked up and laughed. I want to buy 2 big planes. One for Mom and one for me. He opened his arms and ran forward for a short distance. Then, he turned around and ran back. His little face was red. Mom, we'll fly a plane in the next phase. Jiang Mingyuan walked at the back. He looked at the mother and son with a smile in his eyes. Only then did he say, what about Dad? This reminded the little guy. He finally remembered his forgotten old father, but he had already said what he had just said. He could not change his words. Xianxia looked conflicted. His little face was squeezed together. After a while, he said reluctantly, then I'll take the plane. With Dad. The other plane was his mom's, a family followed behind them. They were also in the first-class cabin. When they heard Xianxia's words, the family of 3 could not help but laugh. Kid, you can't split like this. The male owner smiled and said, your parents should take the same plane. Why? Xianxia was puzzled. I want to buy a big plane for Mom. Mom's alone. Mom's is Dad's. The man looked at Xianxia for fun and wanted to tease him. Your parents are husband and wife. Husband and wife have to be together. Do you think Mom and Dad will sleep in one room and you will have a room by yourself? No. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. I'm sleeping with my mother. The little fellow, Luo Ji, had a very strong mind. He was able to deduce some things from the man's words. He exclaimed, then I'll be on the same plane as Mommy and Daddy will be on the same plane? The child's words were very innocent, but they revealed a lot of things. The person who spoke glared at him and wanted to say something, but his wife elbowed him and he shut his mouth, not daring to say anything. His wife stepped forward and said to Qinghuan and Jiang Mingyuan, "I'm sorry. My old Lu doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Please don't mind him." "It's okay." Qinghuan smiled and didn't seem to care. The wife heaved a sigh of relief and secretly glared at her husband. She stepped forward to chat with them. "Are you going on a trip?" "That's right. It's a rare holiday, so I'm going out to relax." Since others were enthusiastic, Qinghuan wouldn't put on a cold face. "We're going to Red Coral Island." "What about you?" "Io, what a coincidence. We're going there too." She clapped her hands and turned her head with a smile. She pulled her husband over. "My old Lu was a soldier on Red Coral Island when he was young. This time, I want to go back and have a look." "That's a coincidence. I heard that Red Coral Island is very beautiful." "That's right." Old Lu was very nostalgic about his past experience as a soldier. He didn't treat them as strangers at all and told them about his past. "When I first arrived on the island, I was assigned to stand guard for 3 months, from night to morning. You don't know how beautiful it is when the sun rises on the island. At the break of dawn, where the sea meets the sky, there will be a touch of light gold. Then, the color will become darker and darker. Gradually, the sun will rise, and the seawater will turn golden as well. It will be like a pearl floating out of the sea." Old Lu couldn't stop talking about his military career, from standing guard to digging tunnels, from digging tunnels to planting vegetables. He also talked about how the barracks were blown down by a typhoon one year and they had no place to hide from the rain. He talked about how they got on the plane and didn't stop until Kongqing reminded them that the plane was taking off. Xianxia knew little about the outside world. She was fascinated by Old Lu's story. Old Lu was also very happy to have a serious audience. He had told this story at home no less than 20 times. Neither his wife nor his son were willing to listen. When the plane just took off, there would be a sense of weightlessness, which was very uncomfortable. Xianxia sat in her seat and was so sad that tears came out. When the flight stabilized, the uncomfortable feeling finally disappeared. The little guy wiped his tears, unfastened his seat belt, and climbed into Qinghuan's arms. "Mom." He groaned. "I won't fly a plane in the future." "Okay, we won't fly a plane. Let's do something else." "Okay." Xianxia nodded heavily. The plane took off at 6 o'clock, which was the time for dinner. As soon as the plane stabilized, a stewardess took the menu and asked them to order. Qinghuan had always been in economy class in her previous life. It was the first time she had experienced this kind of service, and for a moment, she felt a little strange. She held the menu and looked at the dazzling array of dishes. She couldn't make up her mind. "Mom, let's eat this." Xianxia also looked at it. After flipping through a few pages, he decided on his dinner. He was referring to a steak. There was a small flower carved from a radish in the photo of the steak. Xianxia liked this flower. "Okay, let's eat this," Qinghuan decided and said to the stewardess. Then she turned to ask Jiang Mingyuan, "What do you want?" "The same as you," Jiang Mingyuan said faintly, his face expressionless. He was very silent all the way, and no one knew what he was thinking. Qinghuan couldn't guess what was going on. She looked at him again and asked, "Do you want to drink?" "Plain water is fine." "Okay." Qinghuan retracted her gaze and looked at the stewardess. "Then add another steak and 2 cups of plain water." She turned to Xianxia. "Baby, what do you want to drink?" "I want this." Xianxia just happened to turn to the drinks section. He looked around and quickly clicked on one of the pictures. "And a cup of coconut milk." "Okay." The stewardess smiled and wrote it down. Then, she went to ask Old Lu's family. Unlike Qinghuan's efficiency, Old Lu's family of 3 had a lot of disputes about food. Old Lu wanted to eat, and Mrs. Lu wanted to eat steak. The husband and wife said that the food was not good, and the other said that steak was boring. The 2 of them almost quarreled over the order. Their only son looked at it for a while as if he was watching a show. Then, he casually ordered noodles. "This one, 3 servings." "Sorry to trouble you." As soon as he said that, the quarreling two people instantly reconciled. They pointed their guns at the same person and scolded their son. After that, they continued to follow their own wishes. A boxed lunch, a steak, and a bowl of noodles. The stewardess maintained a perfect smile from beginning to end. When she left, she was relieved. When she talked to the next customer, her tone was gentler. "I made a fool of myself in front of you." After the quarrel, Mrs. Lu felt a little embarrassed. She said to Qinghuan, "We have different tastes in the family. When we go out for a meal, we can't always reach a consensus." Old Lu, who was next to her, snorted. Qinghuan could not say anything about other people's family matters. He could only smile and let it go. However, Mrs. Lu did not let her go so easily. When there was a comparison, there would be hurt. She originally thought that the young couple's relationship might not be good. Now, it seemed that she had thought too much. She looked at Qinghuan and was a little envious. "Your family is still the best." Qinghuan continued to smile. "Sigh, looking at you, I know that your relationship must be very good." Mrs. Lu did not know how the relationship between husband and wife was extended from the meal to the relationship between husband and wife. Like her husband, she began to reminisce about the past. When our family's old Lu was young, he only had work in his eyes. When he was busy, he would not see him for months. Once, he came back half a year later, and our son did not even recognize him. "Aren't I just trying to support you?" Old Lu was a little unhappy. "If you talked to our son more about me, would he forget me?" "Then you're blaming me?" "That's not what I mean." "If that's not what you mean, then what do you mean?" The two of them quarreled again because of Chen Yan's past. Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. She shrank her neck and turned her head, only to see Jiang Mingyuan staring at her. "What's wrong with you?" she asked curiously. "Nothing." Jiang Mingyuan withdrew his gaze. He had some ideas, but the plane was not a good place to discuss things. Old Lu and his wife quarreled until the flight attendant came with the dining car. The food was placed in front of them, and only the sound of food chewing could be heard in the first-class cabin. Xianxia had never eaten steak before, so he did not know how to use a knife and fork. Qinghuan took his share, cut the steak into small pieces with a knife, and then served it to him. "Just eat with a fork." "Thank you, Mom." Xianxia thanked her very obediently. "You're welcome." Qinghuan touched his head, and then she saw Jiang Mingyuan looking at her with a knife and fork in his hand. She lowered her head and saw that the steak on his plate had also been cut into small pieces. She knew who it was for without looking. "Why didn't you say anything?" Qinghuan looked away and said with a smile, "If I knew you were cutting it, I wouldn't have wasted my time. It's really hard to cut meat with a knife." As soon as she finished speaking, an arm reached out from beside her. The person took away the plate in front of her and handed over his own plate with a fork. "I didn't touch this." The person lowered his head and cut a piece of steak that originally belonged to Qinghuan. "Eat quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold." In Qinghuan's 2 lifetimes, this was the first time a member of the opposite sex cut a steak for her. Of course, it was also because she had eaten steak alone in her previous life. The feeling of being taken care of was a little strange. She nodded, forked a piece of meat, put it in her mouth, and smiled at the other person. Of course, the taste of the food on the plane couldn't be compared to the food in the restaurant. The steak was a little overcooked and the taste was average, but the three of them were very satisfied. After eating, Xianxia listened to old Luke continue to talk about his glorious deeds. This time, he was talking about target practice. "When I first joined the army, I only had a total of 3 shots. I hit 10 points with 2 shots and 9 points with 1 shot. The instructor said that I could be trained to be a sniper." Old Lu bragged until his saliva flew everywhere. After that, he asked Xianxia, "Kid, do you know what a sniper is?" Xianxia shook his head and said honestly, "I don't know." A sniper specializes in shooting. Their marksmanship is very accurate and they can hit the target no matter how far away they are. Old Lu made a shooting gesture and even added a sound effect. Just like that, bang, that person is gone. Xianxia also imitated him and raised his hand. After a bang, he looked at Qinghuan and talked about his new goal with sparkling eyes. Mom, I want to be a sniper in the future. Xinhuan expressed his support for his son's new dream. Then you have to work hard, baby. Snipers are always selected for those who are particularly powerful. I'm also very powerful. Xingxing boasted shamelessly. Xinhuan was speechless. There was no signal on the plane. Some people went to sleep after eating, and some people were talking in low voices. Xinhuan's family and old Lu's family were fated, and they were very easy to get along with. After old Lu bragged about his heroic past, he talked to Jiang Mingyuan about business. After old Lu retired from the army, he was not assigned a job. He took his comrades who retired with him and rented a barren mountain to grow navel oranges. After more than 10 years, the barren mountain was full of fruits, and old Lu also became a somewhat famous fruit king. His fruits were sold abroad. Old Lu had countless things to say about his own business. Jiang Mingyuan had a lot of common topics in this regard. He also started from scratch when he was young. The two of them were very engrossed in their conversation, as if they regretted not having met earlier. While they were talking in low voices, the plane landed at Yong'an Island Airport. Yong'an Island was the largest island in this area, with an area of 300,000 square kilometers. The scenery was also good, and there were many coconut trees. The two families got along well, and their goals were the same, so they agreed to have fun together. Xinhuan finished the formalities and walked out with 2 oversized suitcases. Jiang Mingyuan next to him was holding his sleeping son in one hand and carrying a suitcase with the other. Yong'an Island Airport was very close to the sea. After getting off the plane, they could take the airport bus for 10 minutes to the seaside port. There was already a cruise ship docked at the port. The cruise ship was very tall, with a height of 60 to 70 meters above the waterline. Jiang Mingyuan walked up with Xinhuan, and several waiters came to greet them. They respectfully greeted Mr. Jiang, took their luggage, and led them up. The cruise ship had 16 floors. Jiang Mingyuan booked a room on the top floor, and old Lu's family was on the 10th floor. The two families parted halfway and agreed to meet tomorrow. When they reached the top floor, the waiters handed them 2 room cards, opened the door, put the luggage in, and waited respectfully. You guys go out first. Jiang Mingyuan waved them away and walked into the room. He put Xingxing on the bed, took off his shoes, and covered him with a quilt. This room was a suite with a living room, bedroom, study, and bathroom. Xinhuan went in and looked around. He was shocked by the bathtub in the bathroom that could be used for swimming. Was this the life of the rich? Her little heart trembled. She felt that this trip was very different from what she had imagined. The child will sleep with me tonight. When he wakes up, I'll help him take a bath. You're tired too. Rest early. After Jiang Mingyuan settled his son down, he walked over and said, "It will take 8 hours to get to Red Coral Island from here. Go get some sleep and we'll be there tomorrow." He came closer, and the light softened the sharpness of his face, making it extremely gentle. "Let's go, I'll take you to your room." Xinhuan looked at his face and nodded blankly. Okay. Xinhuan's room was next door. The style of the 2 rooms was very different. Jiang Mingyuan's room tended to be simple, but here, it had a medieval style. The wall lamps emitted a dim light, and the decorative murals were eerie and terrifying. Xinhuan was timid and didn't like this look. He wanted to change rooms with Jiang Mingyuan. Just as he started, Jiang Mingyuan found the switch. With a pop sound, the originally dark and gloomy room instantly lit up. When he couldn't see clearly, he felt scared. But when he saw clearly, Xinhuan realized how grand this room was. Directly across from the door was a living room that looked about 10 square meters. The ceiling was very high, and the ceiling was carved with complicated patterns that looked like a group of angels. The angels had 6 wings, were pure white and flawless, and wore pure white robes. Only their necks and arms were decorated with golden ornaments. Xinhuan stared at the ornaments for a while and guessed whether the golden ornaments were real gold. Everything in this room is real, Jiang Mingyuan explained as if he had read Xianxia's mind. Xinhuan's eyes widened. He withdrew his gaze from the armband and looked around. She walked in. The long fur carpet on the floor was surprisingly soft, and her high heels were a little unstable. She simply took off her shoes and walked barefoot to an oil painting. Is this also real? This should be the work of Ripin. Qinhuan hadn't heard of this name. Is he famous? Kind of. Jiang Mingyuan introduced the painter's life. He was a very famous painter 200 years ago. Qinhuan listened with admiration and walked to another oil painting. What about this one? This is the work of Braun. He is a very spiritual painter. When he created this painting, he was only 20 years old. The oil painting depicted the back of a woman. The woman was wearing a red dress, and half of her back was exposed. Her skin was dazzling white. She held her head high, and her shoulders were like butterfly wings with sharp black feathers piercing out of her skin. The combination of red, white, and black was strong and sharp. Qinhuan stood in front of this picture for a long time. She reached out and touched the woman's shoulder blade, as if she could feel the wings that were about to emerge through the picture frame. She is so beautiful. Jiang Mingyuan didn't comment. These oil paintings were nothing special in his eyes. As a businessman, he was used to measuring the value of things in terms of money. The only reason he remembered this oil painting was because of the high auction price. You should go to bed. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Okay. Qinhuan retracted her finger and took one last look at the woman. She turned her head and joked with Jiang Mingyuan. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep in such an expensive place. Don't worry. Jiang Mingyuan frowned slightly. If anything is damaged, I can afford to pay for it. Was that what she meant? Qinhuan stared at the man who didn't seem to be lying. She was a little speechless. She sighed and shrugged. I know. You should go to bed early too. Good night. Jiang Mingyuan nodded and ran to his bedroom to get the big suitcase. He said good night again and walked out of the room. The door was closed, and Qinhuan sighed again. She opened the suitcase and took a change of clothes. She walked into the bathroom, bypassed the bathtub that could be used for swimming, and took a shower with the shower. The bathroom came with toiletries. They were unopened, and she had never seen the brand before. Qinhuan opened a set of shower gel, squeezed some into her palm, and smelled it. It tasted good. She was relieved. She made bubbles from the shower gel in her palm and rubbed it on her body. The shower gel was full of bubbles, and the smell was very long-lasting. When Qinhuan came out of the shower and stretched out her hand, she could still smell the light and elegant fragrance. The bedroom was connected to the bathroom. Like the living room, it was magnificent. Even the cabinet at the foot of the bed was wrapped in pure gold. Qinhuan lay on the bed and looked at the painted ceiling. She felt a lot of psychological pressure. What if the painted ceiling turned into real people when she fell asleep? She lay on the bed and let her imagination run wild. The light sensed that the owner hadn't moved for a long time and gradually went out. The room returned to darkness. The cruise ship sailed smoothly, not much different from the shore. Qinhuan closed her eyes. She thought she would lose sleep, but she slept very well. The next day, she woke up at 6:30. The sun had just hung in the sky, and it didn't look glaring. Qinhuan was wearing a spaghetti strap nightdress. She got up and opened the curtains. The warm sunlight sprinkled on the windowsill, making people feel relaxed. Outside the window was the endless sea. When she opened the window, the sea breeze brought a salty and moist smell. Qinhuan stretched herself against the windowsill and was about to look for shoes when she heard a knock on the door. She vaguely heard Xianxia calling her. The floor was covered with a long carpet. It didn't matter if she was barefoot. She casually found a coat and went out to open the door. Outside the door stood the father and son next door. Xianxia followed Jiang Mingyuan. When the door opened, he rushed in. Mom, where's my little frog? Jiang Mingyuan didn't stop his son and explained awkwardly, did I disturb your rest? The child doesn't use the toothbrush here. It's okay. I just got up. Qinhuan smiled and let him in. She turned around and caught up with her son who was running around. Wait, I'll find it for you. The little frog that Xianxia was talking about was his toothpaste and toothbrush. The toothpaste and toothbrush came together, and there was a frog logo on them. This child was a very loyal person. The toothbrushes he used were all the same, and even the color did not change. After squeezing the toothpaste for her son and letting his father take him to brush his teeth, Qinhuan closed the door and prepared to change her clothes. She checked the temperature here in advance and brought summer clothes. She was wearing a spaghetti-strap dress that reached her ankles. The dress was made of silk, and the material was very light. When the wind blew, the skirt fluttered. It was beautiful and elegant. After changing clothes and washing up, Qinhuan tidied her hair and put on makeup. The temperature on the island was high, and her makeup was thin. She looked like she was barefaced. As soon as she finished her makeup, Jiang Mingyuan knocked on the door. Qinhuan put down her lipstick and went to open the door. The man outside was with the child. Both of them had changed their clothes. Do you want to eat breakfast? There is a buffet restaurant on the 11th floor. If you don't want to go down, you can ask someone to send it up. Jiang Mingyuan looked at her and felt amazed again. He calmed down. The seafood porridge here tastes good. Go down and eat. Qinhuan didn't want to be bored in the house all the time. After saying that, she took the room card and went out. She was wearing a dress and didn't bring a bag. There were no pockets on her body. Jiang Mingyuan glanced at her and took the room card. He put it in his pocket and handed his son to her. The child misses you. It was the first time in a few months that Xianxia didn't sleep with his mother. He was not used to it. He came over and pulled the dress, wanting to act coquettishly. The dress was open to the chest, and the skin on the chest was exposed. Jiang Mingyuan quickly grabbed his son to avoid the danger of the child's mother being exposed. He knocked on his son's head, pulled him aside, and taught him a lesson for the first time. Don't do it, just say it here. Xianxia was confused. He didn't understand why his father didn't allow him to be close to his mother. He opened his big innocent eyes and looked at his mother, wanting her to make a decision for him. To his disappointment, his mother didn't seem to understand what he meant. She even looked a little puzzled. What's wrong, baby? Xianxia felt a little discouraged because he didn't have a telepathic connection with his mother. He lowered his head and moved a little closer. He whispered, looking very aggrieved, Mom, I want to sleep with you tonight. Okay. Qinhuan glanced at Jiang Mingyuan and answered with a smile. Anyway, they were used to sleeping together. She agreed without any burden. Jiang Mingyuan frowned slightly. He held his son's hand and disagreed. Xianxia is big. It's not good to sleep with your mother. Xianxia could understand this, and a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Was he going to kick him out? No, he didn't want to be separated from his mother. Xianxia glared at his father angrily and said before his mother said, Dad, I'm still young. He was still young, so there was no problem sleeping with his mother. Jiang Mingyuan held his son's hand a little tighter. He looked at the smiling woman and said helplessly, You'll be 5 years old in the new year. He was a big child. Then I'm still young. Xianxia didn't give in. Mom said that a tall child is a big child. He pointed out his shortcomings seriously with a straight face. I'm still short. Jiang Mingyuan, okay, he had a good reason. He couldn't win. Qinhuan watched the show from the side. The smile on her face grew bigger and bigger. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh. The father and son on the side looked over at the same time. It's okay, it's okay. You can continue. Qinhuan waved her hand and couldn't hide the smile on her face. After being teased by her, Jiang Mingyuan finally felt a little bored. He restrained his expression and changed the topic uncomfortably. Let's not talk about this. Let's go eat. The entire 11th floor of the cruise ship was a restaurant. Almost all the delicacies one could imagine could be found here. The buffet restaurant Jiang Mingyuan said was close to the deck and was very large. The restaurant was very quiet. The lights were a little dim, and soothing and beautiful music was playing. All kinds of delicacies were placed along the winding corridor, but there were very few customers who came to taste them. Xianxia was very fond of all kinds of desserts. As soon as she entered, she took a plate and ran to the dessert area. The dining table here was designed to accommodate children, so it was especially short. With Xianxia's height, she could reach the food on it. He put the plate on the counter and moved the things in bit by bit. Most of the desserts were brightly colored and had interesting shapes. Xianxia wanted every one of them. He kept taking them until the plate couldn't fit anymore. Only then did he carry them back with both hands. Unlike his son's plentiful spoils of war, Jiang Mingyuan and Qinghuan only took a bowl of seafood porridge. The porridge was freshly cooked and still a little hot, so it needed to be cooled down before eating. Xianxia carried his plate of pastries and moved to his seat. He put the plate on the table and began to show off his treasure. "Mom, look at my little cake." Qinghuan raised his eyelids and took a look. "Can we eat so much?" "I can eat it." Xianxia was extremely confident. "I'm especially hungry." "Qinghuan. Then you can do it." She paused and added, "Don't waste food. You're not allowed to leave until you finish it." "Okay." The little boy agreed without hesitation. Jiang Mingyuan put a small bowl of porridge in front of Qinghuan and pleaded for his son. "This is too much. We have to let him know that he can do what he can." The temperature of the porridge in the bowl was just right. Qinghuan lowered his head and took a sip. "It tastes really good." Seeing her like this, Jiang Mingyuan knew that it was useless to persuade her. He sighed and looked at his son with some pity. "Dad?" Xianxia panicked when he was looked at. "It's okay. Xianxia, eat." Jiang Mingyuan looked at him and said, "If you can't finish it, Dad will help you." President Jiang really loved his son, but his fatherly love was completely ignored. When Xianxia heard this, he thought that his father was going to snatch the food from him. He quickly reached out to protect the plate. "I'll give it to Mom." Jiang Mingyuan. Little ingrate. Qinghuan was still eating. When she heard the conversation between the father and son, she couldn't help but laugh. There was still food in her mouth. When she laughed, she choked on a grain of rice in her throat. So, extreme joy turned to sorrow, and she couldn't stop coughing. Qinghuan covered her chest and coughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. On the other side, the father and son quickly put down the things in their hands and patted her back. After patting for a while, Qinghuan recovered and looked up to thank Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan took back his hand and pursed his lips. "Be careful." Qinghuan turned her face away and felt a little ashamed. She was so old, but she still made such a mistake. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. At the critical moment, Xianxia still had to come out. The little boy jumped next to her and said, "Mom, Mom, and me." "Thank you, Xianxia." Qinghuan turned around and rubbed his hair. Because she coughed for too long, her eyes were still wet. She looked pitiful and innocent. Jiang Mingyuan's throat tightened. He looked at her deeply and returned to his seat. He said lightly, "Eat well and don't do anything else." "Got it." Qinghuan dragged her voice and patted her son on the back to let him go back. Xianxia looked at her without blinking. After making sure that his mother was okay, he returned to his seat and chose the most beautiful cake from the plate. He handed it over. "Mom, eat it." As soon as Qinghuan saw the cake, she remembered the conversation between the father and son. The corner of her eyes twitched. She took the cake from Xianxia's hand. She didn't know why, but she had a bad idea. She held it in front of Jiang Mingyuan and said, "Do you want to eat it?" "This is for Mom." Xianxia thought that his mother was going to give the cake to his father. He stood on tiptoe to stop her. He was so anxious that his little face turned red. In a flash of inspiration, he found the ugliest one from the plate and gave it to his father. "This is for Dad." The man opposite looked at all this with a helpless face. He glanced at Qinghuan as if he was looking at an ignorant child. "Eat well." Oh. The president's gaze attack was still a little powerful. Qinghuan didn't dare to make trouble again and ate quietly. The taste of the pastries in the restaurant was good. The sweetness was average and it didn't taste greasy. However, no matter how good it was, Xianxia couldn't finish the large plate of things. At first, he was full of confidence and felt sorry for the cake he had given to his father. He felt that it was a pity that he didn't eat one. However, this feeling disappeared after he ate 3 small cakes. 3 small cakes were enough to fill his stomach. The cream seemed to be stuck in his throat. Xianxia finished the last bit of food in his hand and looked at the rest of the food on the plate bitterly. He didn't want to eat at all. But he was a child who kept his promise. Thinking of the promise he made to his mother, Xianxia sighed and reluctantly picked up another cake and took a small sip. His behavior was seen by the two adults next to him. In the end, Jiang Mingyuan still couldn't bear to part with the child. Seeing that he really couldn't eat anymore, he took the rest of the food. Xianxia didn't protect his food anymore. He opened his eyes wide and looked at his father as if he was looking at an angel. He handed over the bite in his hand. "Dad, this is for you too." "No." Jiang Mingyuan refused with disdain. "Okay then." Xianxia was a little disappointed. He felt that his father was not so radiant anymore. He retracted his hand and looked at the plate in front of him. "Dad, you have to eat all of them." Xianxia took a total of 10 different small cakes. Apart from the ones he had given out and eaten himself, there were 4 left on the plate. These cakes weren't big and looked pretty. For people who liked to eat desserts, they were considered delicacies. However, Jiang Mingyuan didn't like sweet things and was full. These could only be regarded as a kind of torture for him. There was no other way. Who asked him to have such a son? The man's expression was very indifferent. He ate the small cake one bite at a time. His manners were elegant, and his movements were neither fast nor slow. When he ate, he didn't get cream on his lips like others. Qinhuan sat opposite him and watched him eat expressionlessly. For some reason, she felt that he was a little pitiful. As soon as this thought appeared, Qinhuan felt ridiculous. How could he be pitiful? It was just very strange that this thought was not suppressed. Instead, it became stronger and stronger as time passed. She watched Jiang Mingyuan eat the 3rd cake one bite at a time, and finally reached out to take the last one. She moved first. As soon as she pinched the cake paper, Jiang Mingyuan's hand also fell. The 10 hands touched, as if there was an electric current passing through them. Both hands trembled. Qinhuan took the opportunity to take the cake and said to him with a smile, "I'll eat the last one." The plate of cake that Xianxia was holding was finally finished with the efforts of her parents and herself. After the meal, the family went to the deck to digest. Soon, it was time for the cruise ship to dock at the port. The cruise ship had a total of more than 6,000 passengers and would eventually sail to the high seas. After sailing for half a month, it would return to Yong'an Island. Like them, there were not many passengers who got off the ship at Red Coral Island. At most, there were only about 100 people. Qinhuan easily discovered the existence of old Lu's family. "We're finally off the ship." Mrs. Lu walked down the cruise ship with the help of her husband and complained to Qinhuan next to her, "I thought it would be fun to be on the ship, but as soon as I got on the ship, I felt dizzy and couldn't sleep last night." Her face was yellow and she did not look healthy. Their son had the same reaction as her. The energetic boy who was in the mood to watch his parents quarrel yesterday was now ashen-faced. Mrs. Lu complained for a while and pointed the muzzle at old Lu. She glanced sideways at him, slapped his hand away, and said angrily, "It's all old Lu's fault. I originally said to prepare some medicine to prevent seasickness, but he insisted that if he didn't get seasick, we wouldn't either. He wouldn't let me take him." Being blamed by his wife, old Lu felt wronged. "You said yourself that you didn't get seasick before. How can a boat in the river be the same as a boat in the sea? Isn't it the same? Lu Aigua, are you deliberately angering me?" Seeing that the couple was about to quarrel again, Qinhuan quickly stepped forward to be a peacemaker. She took out a can of dried tangerine peel from her carry-on luggage and handed it over. "Eat this, you should feel better." Mrs. Lu had been dizzy the whole night and looked at everything she ate was disgusting. However, when Qinhuan opened the lid and smelled the sour fragrance, she inexplicably had some appetite. This dried tangerine peel was originally prepared by Qinhuan for her family, but they didn't use it. Instead, it helped outsiders. Mrs. Lu took the can of dried tangerine peel, picked up a piece and ate it. With the dried tangerine peel in her mouth, she didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. She was surprised. "Little Qing, this thing is quite useful. Where did you buy it?" "I'll buy some when I go back. I made it myself. If you like it, I'll give you another can." Qinhuan took another can and handed it over. "That's good." Mrs. Lu accepted the dried tangerine peel and gave her son a piece. She then nudged old Lu with her elbow. Old Lu understood and immediately took out a bag of dried fruits from his bag and handed it over. This is also dried by our house. It's very safe. You can have it and play with it. Qinhuan accepted the gift and thanked him. Both sides were not stingy people, and they got along very well. Not long after, the car that came to pick them up arrived. The cars were originally arranged by Jiang Mingyuan. There were 2 cars in total. Qinhuan's family and old Lu's family each took one. After getting on the car, they were taken to the place where they lived. The Red Coral Island was small, and there was only one hotel on the island. This hotel was very special. In addition to the 6-story camouflage building next to it, there were many detached villas next to it. The exterior of the villas was made to look like various weapons. From afar, Xianxia could see the tank-like building in the distance from the car window. He was amazed. He patted the car window and turned back to call Qinhuan, "Mom, Mom. Look at the cars over there. They're so beautiful." The little guy didn't know about tanks. He thought that those with wheels were called cars. Qinhuan said to him, "That's a tank, not an ordinary car." "What's a tank?" Xianxia was puzzled. "It's a very powerful weapon. If you sit in a tank, others can't hit you, but you can hit others. Do you see the gun barrel in front of you? That's where the shells are fired." Qinhuan tried to describe it in words that Xianxia could understand. When she said this, the little guy understood. He leaned against the car window and looked at the big tank that was getting closer and closer. His mouth made meaningless shouts. Finally, under his gaze, the car stopped in front of the tank. The family got off the car. Naturally, the hotel's management staff came to greet them and check them in. Coincidentally, the house that Jiang Mingyuan booked was the one that looked like a tank. The tank-like villa was painted in camouflage colors, and there were some vines growing up outside the walls. It looked rough and wanton. Xianxia loved this majestic big guy. He knew that tanks had to be driven by people, and he made a wish to drive tanks when he grew up. Qinhuan and Jiang Mingyuan were no longer interested in his dream. Anyway, the little guy had too many dreams, and he would change them after a while. The family took the room keys and walked into the house with the staff. The decoration inside the villa was as special as the appearance of the house. It was made to look like the interior of a tank. The door was round and had single-sided glass. Walking in, there was a large living room. The sofa in the living room was also camouflage colors. The TV wall opposite the sofa looked a bit like the tank's ammunition storage room. In addition to these details, there were many tank models in the villa. Even the wine holder of the wine cabinet looked like a tank that was placed diagonally. Seeing the decoration in the house, not only the young Xianxia, but even Qinhuan herself was very surprised. "This place is really special." She stepped over the door, picked up a tank model that looked like a tractor at the entrance, and asked the man behind her, "Which model is this?" "Chile I, a tank from 80 years ago. It has been retired in the last century." "What about this?" Qinhuan asked about another model. "This is Seagull." Jiang Mingyuan looked very familiar with these models and could casually say their names and times of use. Xianxia jumped around the room several times. When he had enough, he took a tank model and played on the ground. He played for a while by himself and finally thought of his parents. When he turned his head, the 2 of them were still at the door and had not moved. "Mom." Xianxia wanted to play with others. He grabbed the tank model and rushed over, bumping into Qinhuan's arms. Qinhuan was knocked unsteadily. She took 2 steps back and just retreated into Jiang Mingyuan's arms. The man's chest was very broad and his muscles were hard. It was a bit of a bump, but it could also give people a sense of security. The 2 of them were so close that their whole body was surrounded by another breath. Qinhuan lowered her head and felt that her heartbeat was a little out of control. She coughed uncomfortably, pulled away. Xianxia stuck to her body, took a step forward, and left the man's arms. The disappearance of the fragrant body in his arms made Jiang Mingyuan feel a little lost. He let go of the man's waist. His ears were slightly red. His hands were behind his back. He twisted his 2 fingers, as if he could still feel the previous touch. "Mom, play with me." Xianxia knew nothing about the undercurrent between his parents. Like a fool, he held the tank and asked Qinghuan to play with him. You can play. Qinghuan bent down and said to her son, but you can't rush over like this in the future, okay? The little fool was puzzled. Why? His mother did not need to answer this question. His father told him the reason, because you are too fat, mom can't catch you. Fat was not a good word. The fat people in the cartoon could collapse the bed when they slept. Xianxia could not believe that he was a fat person. He looked up with his eyes wide open and looked at his mother. He wanted her to make a decision for him. Mom, I am not fat. You are indeed fat. Didn't you see that your mother has taken a lot of steps back? Someone tapped her on the head. Xianxia's mother, who had high hopes for her, spat out ruthless words. Xianxia was hit. In an instant. The tank model that was raised high was also put down. He was dejected. He took his new love and sighed step by step to the side of the sofa. He lay face down on the sofa, motionless, like a salted fish. Qinghuan was a little worried when she saw his dejected look. She was about to coax him. She walked over and just as she turned her son over, her neck was hugged by someone. Xianxia was reborn on the spot. He smiled and hung himself on his mother's body. He did not forget to ask, Mom, am I not fat? No, you are very fat. Qinghuan gritted her teeth and said, come down. Qinghuan was 1 meter tall and weighed 32 kilograms. The weight of him hanging on her body was not light. Moreover, Qinghuan was bent over. She felt like her old waist was about to break when he hung on her. At the critical moment, the child's father was reliable. When Qinghuan was about to collapse, he descended from the sky like a hero and pulled away Xianxia's little hand from behind her neck. Finally, she was out of danger. Qinghuan took a deep breath when the weight on her body came into contact. She clutched her chest and straightened her back. Her face was still red from the exertion. She looked at Jiang Mingyuan with her misty eyes and thanked him warmly. It's okay. Jiang Mingyuan looked away and glanced at the troublemaker who still did not feel that there was anything wrong with him. Don't spoil him too much. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and picked up his son from the sofa. He walked to the side and lectured him with a stern face. Xianxia was lectured by his father for half an hour. After that, he was very obedient. He walked neither fast nor slow and spoke softly. He did not pester his mother to play with him. He lay on the ground and played happily by himself. He even used 9 model cars to make a square formation. They came here to travel. Naturally, they could not stay in the house all the time. Red Coral Island was located in the tropics. Today's temperature was 33 degrees Celsius. The island's sun was fierce and the ultraviolet rays were strong. Qinghuan went to her room and packed her luggage. She applied sunscreen to her whole body, put on a sun hat and glasses, and changed her son's clothes. After the mother and son finished packing, Qinghuan opened the door with Xianxia. Coincidentally, she bumped into Jiang Mingyuan who had just come out. This was the first time that Qinghuan saw Jiang Mingyuan wearing clothes other than a suit. He changed into casual clothes, still wearing long sleeves and trousers. The trousers were still black, and he wore a pair of sneakers. The gel on his hair was washed off, and his fresh hair fell on his forehead. He looked much younger than usual. However, even so, he seemed a little out of place in this family. Qinghuan held her son, who had changed into a short-sleeved shirt and large flowery trousers. He also wore a straw hat and sunglasses like her. They stood at the door and looked at Jiang Mingyuan for a long time. What's wrong? The man opposite her felt a little strange. He looked down at his clothes and could not help but ask. Why are you still wearing long sleeves? Qinghuan wondered, aren't you hot? The man pursed his lips and turned his face away. I'm used to it. Qinghuan looked at his black trousers and felt that it was hot. She could not help but persuade him, then change your trousers to a different color. Black absorbs more heat. The man opposite her was silent for a while. Just when Qinghuan thought that he would not answer and was about to go downstairs, she heard the man say, nothing else. He was addicted to work. The clothes in his wardrobe were all kinds of suits and shirts. The clothes for this trip were bought by his assistant at the last minute. The assistant had seen his cold face all year round and felt that the boss was so old-fashioned that he definitely could not accept other colors. Therefore, the casual clothes she bought for him were all black and white. Qinhuan did not know the reason. She thought that Jiang Mingyuan had chosen it himself. She said, "Oh," and took Xingxing downstairs. When they reached the door, she tried to negotiate, there should be clothes on the island. "I'll buy you a set." She turned back and smiled like a flower, "Let's go out together. It'll look better if we wear the same clothes." Jiang Mingyuan's throat tightened, and his jaw tightened. After a while, he nodded slightly stiffly, "Okay." Hearing the affirmative answer, Qinhuan was a little happy. She pushed open the glass door and carried her son out. She asked Jiang Mingyuan, "Where are we going first?" Jiang Mingyuan said, "Let's wait for old Lu first." Old Lu and the others were also staying in this hotel. They rented the villa next door, which was shaped like a helicopter. The three of them waited at the door for a while and saw old Lu's family. Old Lu and Mrs. Lu walked in front, and their son followed behind. The two groups of people met and discussed for a while. They decided to go to the garrison camp first. Old Lu had been a soldier there for a few years and was very familiar with it. He could be their guide. The garrison camp had been changed into a museum, and the original barracks were the exhibition hall. They drove to the destination. From the moment they got out of the car, old Lu's mouth had not stopped talking. At the door, he said, "The sentry box at the door didn't exist when I was a soldier. It must have been built later." When they walked in and saw the tree, he said, "Sigh, this tree was planted when I was a soldier. The island lacked fresh water, so we went to collect water when it rained and kept it to water it. I didn't expect it to grow so big." When they arrived at the barracks, he said, "I lived on the 3rd floor at that time. There were 8 people in one room. Let's go take a look later. I don't know if the room is still there." The barracks were very different from before. It was divided into exhibition halls. There were many things that had been used before on the exhibition tables surrounded by glass. There were shovels, pots, rolling pins, military uniforms, and so on. They were all very ordinary things and did not look special. Old Lu was very nostalgic about these seemingly ordinary things. He introduced the scenes of these things being used as if they were his family treasures. Under his description, the memories of the past seemed to turn into vivid scenes that appeared in front of the others. They were not the only ones in this exhibition hall. There were several other groups of tourists. The things on display here were very ordinary and difficult to arouse the interest of others. They were all ready to leave, but when they heard old Lu's explanation, they became interested again and gathered around to listen to his story. With someone supporting him, old Lu was even more excited. He answered almost all the questions. The original staff in the exhibition hall were squeezed to the side and looked a little awkward. There were too many people, and Qinhuan was afraid that the children would be squeezed, so he left with Xingxing. Jiang Mingyuan protected them by their side and followed them out. The exhibition hall on the 1st floor was not big. They had just walked around, and there was nothing to see. Qinhuan proposed to go up and have a look. This suggestion was unanimously approved by the father and son. The three of them walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor had also undergone a major renovation, making it more entertaining. The first room was the combat training room. Walking in, there was a map hanging on the wall. In the middle of the room, there was a large sand table. On the sand table, the red and blue sides were confronting each other, fighting fiercely. There was only one sand table. But there were many people who wanted to experience it. The rest of the people consciously lined up in 2 lines to wait. The people who were waiting were not idle either. They gave various ideas to the people who were playing, trying to let them command the army according to their own ideas. Xingxing was still young and couldn't understand the sand table. He was held in Jiang Mingyuan's arms for a few minutes and said that he wanted to go out. Jiang Mingyuan didn't care about this. Seeing that Qinhuan didn't have any intention to stay, he nodded and said, "Then let's go." Next to the combat command room was a gun room where people could experience shooting. The gun room was very long, about 30 meters deep. There was a coach inside who helped people put on protective gear and reminded them of things to pay attention to. Like the combat command room, there were many people waiting to play here. Boys naturally liked guns, and Xianxia also liked guns. He jumped in his father's arms and wanted to play with guns. Jiang Mingyuan almost couldn't hold him. He reached out and patted his little butt to calm him down. Xianxia looked at him and began to pretend to be pitiful. "Dad, I want to play with this. I really want to." He held back and said 3 words to deepen his feelings. "Good boy, we can play when it's our turn." The little boy still didn't want to. "But I want to play now." There were many people waiting in line here. Each person could shoot 10 times, and with the time spent wearing protective gear, it would take at least an hour for them to get in line. Jiang Mingyuan held the child in one hand and pinched the root of his nose. He sighed and put Xianxia down. He walked to the person at the front of the line and said something. Qinghuan was far away, so he couldn't hear what he said. He could only see him take out his wallet. After a while, he came over, held his son's hand, and said to Qinghuan, "Okay, let's go." He walked to the person at the front of the line. The person made way and let them stand in. The person who made way went to the back of the line. Because of the exchange of positions, the interests of the people behind were not damaged, so no one said anything. "How much did you give him?" Qinghuan was a little curious. 1,000. The person who spoke in a relaxed tone. It sounded no different from giving a yuan. Qinghuan, well, for him, there was probably no difference between 1 yuan and 1,000 yuan. It didn't take long for the people in front to finish shooting 10 times. It was their turn. They went in, and the coach asked who wanted to play. I'll play. Xianxia jumped high. He was so excited that even the coach couldn't help but laugh. "We don't allow children to play here." "Huh?" Xianxia found it difficult to accept. He also wanted to play with guns. The little boy was angry. He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "I'm not a child." "What?" "I'm a big child." Xianxia put his hands on his waist and said with good reason, "Dad said I've grown up." The coach looked at Xianxia in surprise and then looked up at the adults beside him. He understood when he saw Jiang Mingyuan's helpless face. The coach bent over and held back his laughter. He covered Xianxia's head with his big hand and said what he didn't want to hear the most. "Big children can't play. Only parents can play." "Why?" Xianxia sighed. "No reason," the coach said. The little boy sighed and shrugged his shoulders. He hung his head as if he had lost all his energy. He turned his head and walked to Qinghuan and Jiang Mingyuan. He looked at them and then pulled on his right pants. "Dad, you go shoot." Jiang Mingyuan naturally had no reason to refuse. He said okay and stepped forward to take the protective gear from the coach and prepared to put it on. Seeing that his father had left, Xianxia pulled his mother's hand again, indicating that he had something to say. Qinghuan looked at him and bent down. She heard her son whisper in her ear, "Mom, shooting is very tiring." It was such a tiring thing, just leave it to Dad. No matter how old a man was or what kind of personality he had, almost all of them liked guns. Jiang Mingyuan was no exception. He had come into contact with guns when he was studying abroad. When he was socializing with people, he would occasionally go to the design experience hall. Now, he lifted the gun and his movements were very good. The coach looked at him for a long time but couldn't find anything to teach him. The gun was a real gun with live bullets. It was a fixed target with a maximum distance of 25 meters. When Jiang Mingyuan got the gun, Qinghuan and Xianxia were invited to the back. Separated by a glass door, the mother and son sat on a rattan chair, drinking tea and watching the man's performance. Jiang Mingyuan was wearing goggles. His lips were pursed into a straight line and his jaw was tight. He didn't prepare for long. Qinghuan had just picked up the teacup when they heard a bang sound. Separated by the bulletproof glass, the sound weakened a lot and became a little muffled. However, this sound that didn't sound loud made the two of them excited. Qinghuan put down the teacup that she had just picked up and stood up with her son as quickly as possible. They walked to the door and looked at the target. "Mom, did Dad hit it?" Xianxia was a little excited. "Yes." There was a big LED screen hanging on the opposite wall. It showed the results of the shooting. After the gunshot, a bright 10 appeared on it. Dad hit the 10th ring. Is the 10th ring powerful? Yes. Xinhuan nodded. It's the most powerful result. Wow. Xingxing opened his mouth wide and then put on a proud look. I knew Dad was the best. In the child's mind, his father was omnipotent. Now that he experienced this omnipotence from other places, how could he not feel proud? Jiang Mingyuan's mentality was very stable. It was not surprising that he performed well in this shooting event. There were a total of 10 shots. Except for the 9th ring, the rest were all good results of the 10th ring. Xinhuan was surprised, but he got used to it. As for Xingxing, he now regarded his father as Superman. After 10 shots, Jiang Mingyuan took off his goggles and earplugs. He had just put them down when Xingxing rushed out like a small cannonball. The little guy had just been taught a lesson today. When he got close, he knew to slow down a little. He affectionately rushed into Jiang Mingyuan's arms, hugged his leg and said sweetly, "Dad, you're so powerful." Jiang Mingyuan was happy to be praised by his son. He even wanted to play a few more times before showing off. He laughed in his heart and felt that he was like a young boy. He was not steady at all. The steady comrade Jiang Mingyuan finally suppressed his thoughts. He picked up his son who worshipped him, called his mother, and walked out of the place. The garrison's camp area was not large, and there were few places to play. Apart from these two events, there was only real-life CS left. In the camp, almost all the games were not suitable for children. The three of them roughly walked around and were ready to change venues. Where do you want to go? Because Old Lu's family had not finished exploring the place, the two families temporarily separated. Jiang Mingyuan carried his son and walked outside the Movie King. He decided to listen to Xinhuan's opinion. Let's go to the beach. I heard it's very beautiful. The seawater around Red Coral Island was very shallow. Because of the coral reef, the seawater would show two colors of red and blue under the sun. It was very beautiful. Xinhuan had been thinking about how to take photos since she decided to go to this place. She specially bought a camera and just took it out. She wanted to take some beautiful photos back for her collection. However, it was impossible to take photos by herself, and Xingxing was not reliable. Xinhuan intended to recruit Jiang Mingyuan to do the hard work. Xinhuan was a little guilty when she had this idea. After all, the two of them were neither relatives nor friends. So when she opened her mouth, she hesitated for a while before asking in a low voice, "Can you take photos for me?" After that, she added, "Of course, I can also take photos for you." Jiang Mingyuan was not interested in taking photos. He subconsciously wanted to say no, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he thought of something and swallowed the word of refusal. He nodded and said okay. So the matter of taking photos was happily decided. Although the distance from the barracks to the beach was not far, it still took more than half an hour to walk. Fortunately, there was a white tourist car that could be rented outside. It cost 100 yuan per rental. You could let the driver drive or drive yourself. Xinhuan and the others went to rent one. The tourist car was electric and looked similar to a tricycle. There was a driver's seat in the front and two people could sit in the back. There were no doors or windows on both sides and it was open. There were only 3 seats. Of course, Xinhuan and the others could not hire a driver, so the heavy responsibility of driving was finally handed over to Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan had driven a lot of cars in his life, from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions, but this was the first time he drove a 3-wheeled electric car. He was a little embarrassed. After getting on the car, he looked at the back seat several times. He could not stop worrying. You really won't fall? Jiang Mingyuan expressed doubts about the safety of this car that did not even have a door. Xinhuan sat upright and still. He held Xingxing with one hand and grabbed the handrail with the other. Drive slowly. It will be fine. All right. Jiang Mingyuan sighed. He turned back, started the car, and drove away from the parking lot. The road from the camp to the beach was very smooth. On the road, many people could be seen driving electric tourist cars similar to theirs. Xingxing had taken Xinhuan's tricycle many times before, so she adapted well to this car. She did not move and was very obedient. Like many tropical islands, there were many coconut trees on Red Coral Island. The coconut trees were planted on both sides of the road, straight up. The crowns were full of fruits, and tourists would stop to pick them. Xianxia turned to look at the roadside. Seeing this scene, her mouth gradually opened into an O shape and she exclaimed. On the roadside was a young couple in their 20s. The man was climbing up the tree and had already climbed halfway. The woman was under the tree, looking up at him and saying to be careful. Her boyfriend was nimble and quickly climbed to the top of the tree. Holding the tree in one hand and a coconut in the other, he carefully plucked it. The coconut fell from the tree, and the man threw it to the ground. His girlfriend screamed and ran away. After that, she chased after the rolling coconut with a smile. She picked it up and ran to the side so that her boyfriend could pick another one. The car had already driven far away, but Xianxia still turned his head to look at their movements. He was very curious. Mom, that green egg is so big. That's not an egg. It's a coconut. Qinhuan corrected him, and then explained to him in detail what coconuts were, why they grew on trees, and how to eat them. Hearing that this thing could be eaten, Xianxia was obviously more interested. He turned his head to look at the coconut tree on the side of the road, and then turned back to look at Jiang Mingyuan in the driver's seat. Then can Dad pick it? I want some too. Jiang Mingyuan was driving seriously, for fear that something would go wrong on the road. Xianxia suddenly talked to him, and he didn't react for a while. When he came back to his senses, there was a silence. Not only was a father omnipotent in the eyes of the child, but a father also hoped that he could do anything in the eyes of the child. Jiang Mingyuan didn't know how to say that he couldn't climb trees. He was afraid that Xianxia would be disappointed. You can't pick the coconuts on the side of the road. Before he could think of an excuse, Qinhuan helped him out. If Xianxia wants to eat coconuts, we can buy them later. The coconut tree on the side of the road was planted by someone else. If we pick it, it will be stealing. We can't be thieves, right? Yes. And the coconut tree is so tall. They don't have protective measures. If they fall, they will be injured. How painful it will be. Xianxia nodded. But others also picked them. Qinhuan put his hand on his shoulder and said seriously, no matter how many people do the wrong thing, it's wrong. We can stop it when we encounter it, but we can't imitate it. Oh. The little boy nodded and said, Mom, let's go back and stop that brother from picking coconuts. Qinhuan, she glanced at the driver's seat with some embarrassment. Jiang Mingyuan saw her expression in the rearview mirror. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but he agreed. Okay, let's stop them. They had already driven for a while. It was too troublesome to walk, so they had to turn the car around. Jiang Mingyuan stopped the car and let Qinhuan and Xianxia get out. Then he waited for a while until there were no cars on the road to change direction. The mother and son got back into the car. Qinhuan carried Xianxia up first and sat on the other side. He was a little speechless. You don't have to be so careful. This car is not safe. Jiang Mingyuan still said the same thing. He started the car and drove for a while, then added, I'm not good at driving. After all, he had a driver to pick him up everywhere. He hadn't touched a car for a long time. The family turned the car around and went back, but they didn't see the couple who climbed the tree to pick coconuts. They should have left. Qinhuan said to Xianxia, who was looking around. Xianxia looked around again and made sure that he couldn't find anyone. Then he raised his head and pouted. They didn't wait for us. Qinhuan laughed and touched his hair. They may have something urgent. Next time we meet people picking coconuts, we'll go up and stop them immediately, okay? Okay. Xianxia nodded and opened his hand to let his mother carry him into the car. He said to Jiang Mingyuan in the front seat, Dad, let's go. I want to buy coconuts to eat. Along the way, Xianxia paid special attention to the situation on the roadside, but he didn't encounter any more people picking coconuts. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the beach. The beach on Red Coral Island stretched for more than 10 kilometers. The sand was fine and white and was washed evenly by the waves. The sea was clear and blue, and even the sky seemed clearer than elsewhere. There were many tourists on the beach. Most of them were wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts, and a small number of them were only wearing bikinis. As for long-sleeved shirts and trousers, except for Jiang Mingyuan, no one else was seen. There was also a car rental office next to the beach. Jiang Mingyuan went to return the car. When he came back, Xianxia had already taken off his shoes and stepped on the sand barefoot. The sand was fine and soft, leaving footprints with every step. Xianxia was having a lot of fun. He saw other children in front of him building sand castles. He wanted to play too, but just as he took a step, he was stopped by his mother. "Wait a minute. Let's go buy a set of clothes for Dad." Qinghuan took his hand and smiled at the people coming this way. "Don't you think Dad is wearing too much?" Xianxia looked at the cool floral pants on his body, raised his hand and lifted the brim of his hat a little. He looked at the black trousers on his father and agreed. Dad must be very hot. Jiang Mingyuan was indeed a little hot. There was no shade on the beach. The sun was scorching, burning the skin through the clothes. The sun was dazzling. Jiang Mingyuan didn't wear sunglasses, so he couldn't open his eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly and walked to Qinghuan's side. He heard her whisper, "There's one more." "What?" "I said to buy clothes for you." Qinghuan patted his son and asked him to hold his father's hand. He took the lead and walked in a direction. "There's a shop over there. Let's go and have a look." Where there were people, there were shops. There were many shops on the beach. Jiang Mingyuan followed Qinghuan into the first shop. The small shop on the beach was not big, but it sold a lot of things. Whether it was clothes, umbrellas, rattan chairs, or sunglasses, everything could be found here. Qinghuan walked around and found that there was a barbecue grill for sale. The shop was small, and there were only a few styles of clothes for sale. Qinghuan picked something that didn't look too fancy. He chose Jiang Mingyuan's size and handed it over. "Do you want to try it? There's a fitting room inside. You can try anything you like." The shop owner saw them changing and called out to them. Jiang Mingyuan took the two clothes and pursed his lips tightly. Xianxia, who was next to him, was already urging him. He sighed in his heart and went to the fitting room in the end. The door of the fitting room closed and was quickly opened again. Jiang Mingyuan changed into a short-sleeved t-shirt and beach pants and walked out. He looked very unaccustomed to this kind of clothes. His brows were furrowed and he walked a little hesitantly. He closed the door and walked in front of the two. He asked hesitantly, "How is it?" Jiang Mingyuan's t-shirt had a round collar. It was a little tight and showed off his figure. His chest and abdominal muscles were not missing. Just looking at them made people want to reach out and touch them. In contrast to the t-shirt, the beach pants were a very loose style. The legs were very wide and reached above the knees. The ground color was army green, and the color was from dark to light. There were stripes on it. This kind of pants was very picky. If the legs were shorter, it would look particularly short. However, Jiang Mingyuan's legs were long and his calf muscles were smooth, so it looked very good. Qinghuan looked up and down a lot, then took out the sunglasses in his hand and tiptoed to put them on for him. He took a step back and nodded. "Very good." This kind of clothes could easily make people feel like they were a playboy. However, Jiang Mingyuan's cold aura was very good to neutralize this. With the sunglasses, he looked a little like a mafia boss. Jiang Mingyuan didn't quite believe it. The glasses on his face made him a little uncomfortable. He adjusted them and frowned even more. "Really?" "Very real. If you don't believe me, you can ask our son." Qinghuan turned his head and asked Xianxia, "Baby, don't you think so?" Xianxia was wearing beach pants similar to his father's. He was wearing sunglasses and a sun hat. His hand was supporting his chin, and his posture was very cool. The glasses on his face were a little big and kept slipping down. Xianxia didn't move to support them. He raised his head and pursed his lips as if to cheer for the bridge of his nose. He looked back and forth at his father from the corner of his eyes many times. Then, he nodded. "It's very good." Because the movement of nodding was too big, his glasses slid down a little and hung on his nose. It looked a little funny. Both of them said so. Even if Jiang Mingyuan wasn't used to it, he could only endure it. The clothes weren't expensive. 2 pieces plus the sunglasses and slippers were only 400 yuan. Cheng Huan had paid the money earlier. After paying, he went to pick out a sunshade and a beach chair. The sunshade and beach chair were large, so they were placed outside. There were quite a lot of styles. They could be bought or rented. The boss was very considerate. Whichever style Cheng Huan liked, he would introduce them to him. Xianxia wasn't interested in these. He wanted to play in the sand, so he couldn't stand at the side. Cheng Huan also knew his little thoughts. He waved his hand without raising his head. Let Dad take you to play. Long live Mom. Xianxia cheered and jumped up. He pulled Jiang Mingyuan and was about to leave. Jiang Mingyuan held his son's hand, but his legs didn't move. Don't you need my help? Young man, you take the child to play. We'll send these things to the place when we're done. The boss standing at the side quickly explained. Unfortunately, the customer didn't appreciate it and didn't even look at him. Cheng Huan looked up and smiled at him. You take Xianxia to play first. If I need you, I'll call you. Okay. The man nodded and walked to the beach with Xianxia. The set Cheng Huan chose included a sunshade, 3 chairs, and a small glass table. The rent was 300 yuan a day. After it was installed, the boss gave a few glasses of lemonade as a friendly gift. The sun on the beach seemed to be drying people. It was only for a while that people couldn't stand it. Cheng Huan hid under the installed sunshade and felt alive again. She half reclined on the chair, took a sip of the lemonade, and sighed comfortably. Only then did she think of looking for the father and son. There were a lot of people on the beach, but Cheng Huan still saw the person she was looking for at a glance. Xianxia originally wanted to play in the sand with other children, but now he was not with others. Instead, he was on the other side with his father, building a castle by himself. Of course, it was mainly Jiang Mingyuan, and Xianxia was here to destroy it. Seeing that the two of them were having fun, Cheng Huan was not going to disturb them. She drank the remaining water in the cup and ordered a few iced drinks. After paying, she lay down on the chair and pretended to be a salted fish. The wind on the beach was very strong, and mixed with the humidity, it made people sleepy. Cheng Huan originally just wanted to rest for a while, but the more she rested, the more sleepy she became. In the end, she was really drowsy. Hello, excuse me. The voice beside her pulled her back. Cheng Huan opened her eyes and looked at the source of the voice. It was a man who looked to be in his mid-20s. He had the most popular exquisite face nowadays. He was very tall, thin, and white. His hair was a little long, and he looked like he was seriously styling. Seeing Cheng Huan get up, the man's lips curled up slightly, revealing 2 well-proportioned dimples. Excuse me, can you help me? He was a little embarrassed. My photographer ate something bad and can't come. I can't take photos alone. Can you help me? How long will it take? The man hesitated and promised, it won't take too long. Okay. Anyway, it was boring to stay, so Cheng Huan didn't mind doing a small favor. She took the camera from the man's hand, tested it, and asked, where do you want to take photos? Over there. The man pointed to a place with fewer people. Cheng Huan nodded and took the lead to walk there. The people next to her hurriedly followed. The man's equipment was very complete. There was a camera, a lens, a tripod, and everything. Cheng Huan also played photography for a while in her previous life, so she had some experience in taking photos. The strange man was also very cooperative. It didn't take long for a set of photos to be taken. After taking the photos, Cheng Huan flipped through the photos. The man also came over to take a look. He was a little close, and the smell of his perfume drifted to the tip of his nose with the sea breeze. The smell of the perfume was very elegant, just like the person. It was not aggressive, but Cheng Huan did not like the smell. She took a step to the side and returned the camera. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. As he spoke, he prepared to go back. The man did not chase after her. He thanked her and stayed where he was to look at the photos. His behavior made Cheng Huan feel relieved. He secretly sighed at himself for thinking too much. She returned to her original position and drank some water. The cold liquid suppressed the heat in her body and made her feel more energetic. She rested for a while, picked up the drink, and found the father and son not far away. Jiang Mingyuan and Xingxing were still piling up sand on the spot. The prototype of the castle had already appeared, and the man was carving the details. Qinghuan carried the drinks she ordered for them. She walked over and watched for a while. When he made a window with his hand, she handed over the things in her hand. Drink something. Jiang Mingyuan turned his head. When he saw her, he naturally showed a smile. He clapped his hands, took the iced drink, thanked her, and got up to drink water unhurriedly. While he was drinking water, Xingxing was still busy. The little guy patted the sand with his hands, trying to make a wall. He was serious about his work. Even when his mother came over, he only glanced at her. He did not drink water and said that he wanted to make the castle. Qinghuan was afraid that he was thirsty, so she squatted down and handed the cup over. She put the straw to his mouth. Xingxing tilted his head and drank half of the cup in one breath. Drink slowly. Don't choke. Xingxing was probably so thirsty that he could not stop drinking water. Qinghuan let him drink for a while and took the cup away. After a while, she let him drink again. After drinking a cup of drink, Xingxing burped. Mom, I'm so full. I told you not to drink so much. Qinghuan said to him and let him stand up for a while. The little guy hesitated. But the castle has not been built yet. I'll do it. Qinghuan sighed and pulled her son up. She handed the glass to him and let him hold it. She squatted down and began to help her son build the sand castle, the wall. During this time, she did not only cook at home. Her nails had grown a lot. They were trimmed into a beautiful arc and painted with a gradient of light pink nail polish. When she grabbed a handful of sand, it would be stuffed into her nails. It was very uncomfortable. She pinched the sand and patted it on the half-built wall unskillfully. A wisp of fine sand flowed down from her fingers with a subtle touch. It was a little comfortable. Qinghuan did this much faster than Xingxing. It did not take long. It did not take long for the wall to be finished. The wall made of fine sand was uneven in height and thickness. It looked very rough. Qinghuan did not care. She patted the wall and stood up. She touched Xingxing's stomach and felt that it had gone down. She suggested, let's go eat first. We'll do it when we come back. Jiang Mingyuan withdrew his gaze from the wall, raised his hand to look at his watch, and said, I've booked a restaurant. The restaurant was not far from the beach and mainly served seafood. At noon, the restaurant was full of customers. Jiang Mingyuan went in and said his name. The waiter led them to the previously reserved seat. Jiang Mingyuan's seat was in the corner. A few ornamental plants separated it from the outside, adding a sense of privacy. The dining table was next to the window. They could blow the wind from the sea and could not feel the violent sun. It was a very good position. They sat down and the waiter handed them the menu. More than half of the food on the menu had been made of various seafood. They let Xingxing order first. The little guy still looked at the pictures. As long as the pictures were good, he wanted to eat it. Well, baby, we can't eat so much. Seeing that Xingxing could not stop eating, Qinghuan hurriedly pulled him. Xingxing looked up and still remembered that he had taken too much food in the morning. So he obediently let go of the menu. I won't order. Good boy. Qinghuan picked up the menu, deleted 2 of the things that Xingxing had just ordered, and added 2 more vegetables. Then she handed the menu to Jiang Mingyuan. See if there's anything else you want to add. No. Jiang Mingyuan returned the menu to the waiter. Just as you said. The waiter took the menu and asked them to wait a moment. After she left, Xingxing began to talk about his castle again. When it came to the castle, he would talk about Jiang Mingyuan. His words sounded like a father who could do anything. Jiang Mingyuan smiled but did not speak. He only occasionally pinched his little face. Xingxing turned his head and giggled at him. After laughing, he invited Qinghuan to join his game. Mom, let's play together in the afternoon. Qinghuan was still hesitating. She had come here to take photos, but she did not take any photos. Instead, she got a fingernail full of sand, and there were still a few grains that had not been cleaned up. Just as she was thinking, a surprised voice came from the side. What a coincidence, we meet again. Qinghuan came back to her senses and saw the man who had asked her to take photos standing in front of her with a smile. Are you eating here too? Yes. She nodded. I'm eating there. He pointed to a table not far away. I saw you just now. I was wondering if I had mistaken you for someone else. It turned out that I was right. It seems that we are really fated. Qinghuan had a perfunctory smile on her face. She did not know how to answer him. This person was too enthusiastic, which made her a little uncomfortable. By the way, I haven't thanked you properly for what you did before. If it weren't for you, my business today would have been delayed, he said to himself. I have to thank you properly. Let me treat you to this meal. No, it's not a big deal. Qinghuan refused and pointed to the opposite side. Besides, this meal has already been treated. The man's expression was slightly stiff, as if he had just seen Jiang Mingyuan and Xianxia across from Qinghuan. He smiled and nodded to Jiang Mingyuan, then looked at Xianxia. Is this your brother? He's so cute. My son. Is that so? You look so young. You don't look like you have a child at all. The man laughed dryly and said, Anyway, I still want to thank you for today. This is my business card. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. The man took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. After he left, Jiang Mingyuan asked, You just met him today? Yes, I took a photo for him. Qinghuan said casually. She did not look at the business card and continued to discuss with Xianxia about the castle in the afternoon. Her performance made Jiang Mingyuan feel a little more comfortable. Just now, when the man looked at Qinghuan, there was a desire in his eyes that was not well concealed. It was clear what he wanted at a glance. He did not want to drive away the guest on behalf of others, but he was a little worried. He was afraid that Qinghuan would really develop a relationship with him. Jiang Mingyuan ate this meal in silence. The lobster in the restaurant was very delicious, and Xianxia accidentally ate too much. In order to let him digest, they stayed in the restaurant for another 20 minutes. When they came out of the restaurant, it was just 1 o'clock. The sun was strong, and Qinghuan was afraid that the child would get sunburned, so she did not let him go out. The family of 3 stayed under the large parasol and took a nap. When they woke up, it was already past 4 o'clock. The sun was in the west, and it was no longer as hot as at noon. Xianxia woke up and was full of energy. She pulled Jiang Mingyuan to continue working on the castle. Can we work on the castle at night? Jiang Mingyuan touched Xianxia's head. He picked up Qinghuan's bag from the ground and took out the camera inside. Let's take photos first. Xianxia wanted to build a castle. He was not interested in taking photos. Seeing Jiang Mingyuan take out a camera and tug at his pants, he said coquettishly, I don't want to take photos. Dad, let's go build a house. But Mom wants to take photos. Jiang Mingyuan lowered his head and looked at him with a smile. If we can't go, Mom will be very sad. Is that so? Xianxia looked at Qinghuan with some uncertainty and saw that his mother was also looking at him with disappointment. He became anxious and quickly let go of his father's pants and ran over. He gently tugged at his mother's skirt and asked her to squat down. Then he wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed Qinghuan on the face. Mom, don't be sad. Let's go take photos and not build a house. He had the temperament of a warm man. Qinghuan could not pretend to be sad anymore. He smiled and kissed his son's face twice. He raised his hand and rubbed Xianxia's hair into a bird's nest. Then he got up and took his son's hand. He winked at Jiang Mingyuan beside him. Let's go. Okay. Jiang Mingyuan smiled and followed. There was a doting look in his eyes that he was unaware of. He walked to Qinghuan's side and suggested, I know a good place. You can go there and take photos. Qinghuan had no objection. Judging from today's itinerary, the other party had obviously done his homework. Jiang Mingyuan said that the photo location was on the other side of the island. He made a phone call and in less than 5 minutes, a car came to pick them up. This car was particularly compatible with Jiang Mingyuan's style. It was the type that looked low-key and luxurious. They got in the car and the driver politely closed the door. He did not ask where they were going and drove straight in the other direction. There was nothing that he did not understand. Qinhuan looked at the person next to him helplessly. "This car is yours?" Jiang Mingyuan nodded. "Then why did you rent an electric car just now?" Qinhuan was a little confused. The man did not answer immediately. He turned his head, and the car window reflected the other party's cold and handsome face. After a while, Qinhuan heard him say, "I think you guys like the tour bus." At that time, the driver was waiting outside and was about to pick them up. It was only when Qinhuan and Xianxia expressed their curiosity about the electric tour bus that he changed his plan. Qinhuan nodded thoughtfully. She stared at the right window and said, "I do like it. It's more comfortable than a car. Why don't we get another one later?" "It's not safe." The corners of Jiang Mingyuan's mouth curled into a straight line. He turned his head and gave Qinhuan a disapproving look, as if he was accusing her of fooling around. If he was in the company, the employees who saw him would have been trembling with fear. However, Qinhuan was not his employee, so he was not afraid at all. Not only was she not afraid, the woman even smiled and suggested, "It's not like we're going anywhere. What's there to be unsafe about? Why don't we take those driving photos? How about I drive while you take the photos? It's silly to always stand and take photos." Jiang Mingyuan only glanced at her and then looked away. He looked straight ahead with a cold expression. The corners of his mouth curled into a straight line. "Do you know how to drive?" "I don't know how to drive," the woman said confidently. "But I think it's quite simple. It shouldn't be difficult. Besides, if I really don't know how to drive, don't I still have you?" Qinhuan didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that after she said this, Jiang Mingyuan deliberately distanced himself from her. She was still wondering what it meant when she heard the other party reluctantly take a step back. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." After saying that, he turned his head and looked as if he didn't want to communicate. He looked particularly cold. The car drove on the road for nearly half an hour before they arrived at another beach. Unlike the beach they were at before, there was not a single tourist to be seen on this beach. Jiang Mingyuan explained, "This is a private beach. It's not open to tourists." "Yours?" "No, I borrowed it." Jiang Mingyuan walked in front to lead the way. After a few steps, he turned back to look at her. His mouth moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. Qinhuan looked at his behavior and felt a little strange. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Jiang Mingyuan turned back and whispered. He originally wanted to say that if Qinhuan liked it, he could buy a beach for himself. However, before he could say it, he felt that it was a little abrupt, so he could only swallow his words and focus on leading the way. This private beach was artificially enclosed, and there was a villa in the demarcated area. The villa was very large and well-equipped, showing the owner's wealth everywhere. Originally, in Qinhuan's eyes, the hotel villa was already very good. Compared to this place, it was probably the difference between a low-rent house and a luxurious flat. Out of the villa's other door, there was the beach. Probably because it was cleaned regularly and few people came here, the beach here was particularly clean. The sea was clear and dyed another color by the orange sunset. A few seabirds flew leisurely in the air. It was a beautiful scene. This beach was located on the west side of the island, and it was an excellent place to watch the sunset. It was also very good for taking photos. Qinhuan had learned photography before, so of course, she didn't want to miss this kind of beautiful scenery. So, she originally planned to take photos of herself, but in the end, she took photos of herself with the camera. Not only did she take photos of the scenery, but she also took photos of herself. The father and son who were her models were very cooperative. They stood wherever she asked them to and posed in whatever position she asked them to. Occasionally, when the little model was impatient, the big model would come to give her psychological counseling. Qinhuan took photos to her heart's content and finished with satisfaction. At this time, half of the setting sun was still above the sea. The sky was getting dark, and only the sparkling waves were left with a little orange red. Qinhuan had already put down the camera, but when she saw this scene, she went to take another photo. She looked back at the photos she had just taken, and the more she looked at them, the more satisfied she was. When she turned to the photo of the father and son, she remembered that she hadn't taken a photo of herself yet, so she quickly handed the camera to the photographer who was a guest model. She walked to the beach and posed. The sea water licked her ankles. Qinghuan faced the setting sun, her hands slightly open, her hair scattered, and the sea breeze blew randomly. The sound of the surging tide covered the sound of the camera shutter. Qinghuan held this position for a while and felt her hands were a little sore. She looked back and asked the person holding the camera, "Are you done?" The woman's back was facing him. Her skirt was flying, and her hair was floating in the air, entangling with each other, revealing her butterfly bones that were about to fly. The afterglow of the setting sun hit her body, as if it was plating her with holy light. Jiang Mingyuan's fingers trembled slightly. He felt his heart beating faster and faster in his chest. The thumping sound hit his eardrums, as if something was about to break free. His palms were sweating, but his action of pressing the shutter didn't slow down at all. Jiang Mingyuan didn't know how many photos he had taken until the person in front of him turned back and asked with a smile if he was done. Her hair flew up and kissed her cheek. Coupled with her smiling face, it made people lose their ability to think for a moment. In just a moment, Jiang Mingyuan came back to his senses. His action was faster than his thought, and he pressed the shutter to capture this moment. Jiang Mingyuan put down the camera and straightened up. His actions and words were not much different from before. "Okay, do you want to take a look?" "Okay." Qinghuan couldn't wait to run over and leaned over to see the photos. Jiang Mingyuan stiffened imperceptibly. His muscles tightened, and a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making him feel hot. He was upset. He returned the camera to Qinghuan and said, "Take your time." Then he walked away quickly, as if a monster was following him. Qinghuan saw him lose his composure for the first time. She felt very strange. She stared at the man's back and lowered her head to ask the little boy beside her, "What's wrong with Dad?" Xianxia shook his head with a blank face. "I don't know. Dad was fine just now." The child carefully thought about the cause and effect, and finally came to a conclusion. "Dad is hungry." "I think it's you who is hungry." Qinghuan pinched the little boy's nose and made fun of him. Xianxia frowned and shook his head to break free from his mother's clutches. He happily admitted, "I'm hungry." "Then let's go eat." Qinghuan hung the camera around her neck, took Xianxia's hand, and slowly walked back. "Let's guess where Dad went." Jiang Mingyuan didn't go anywhere. He just stayed in the villa, sitting on the sofa without saying a word. Even when Qinghuan and Xianxia came back, he only glanced at them faintly. After a while, Jiang Mingyuan had calmed down. He felt that his previous performance was a little embarrassing. He was like a young boy who didn't know anything and was at a loss in front of his sweetheart. Well, in terms of feelings, he only grew older and didn't gain any experience, but his sweetheart, the tip of his tongue tasted this word carefully. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the person this word referred to, and a strange but sweet throbbing rose in his heart. Probably he really fell for her. Jiang Mingyuan held his forehead. He didn't know how things developed like this. He only knew this person for a short 3 months, and the time they spent together was even less. He didn't even know much about her personality and preferences. How could it be said that he liked her? As if to answer his doubts, scenes of their interactions in the past appeared in front of his eyes, bringing with them a warmth and peace that he could not feel at home. It made him feel comfortable and relaxed, so without realizing it, his heart had already sunk into it. His emotions were in turmoil, but his face was calm. He even looked a little cold. However, whether it was Xianxia or Qinghuan, they were not people who would be frightened by his coldness. As soon as the child entered the house, he looked around and found his father. He let go of his mother's hand and ran over. He climbed onto the sofa and lay on Jiang Mingyuan's chest. His little mouth opened and closed. "Dad, are you hungry?" Jiang Mingyuan came back to his senses and reached out to touch his son's belly. "Is Xianxia hungry?" "Yes. I want to eat." "Then let's go eat." Emotional matters couldn't be sorted out for a while. Right now, eating was more important. Jiang Mingyuan held Xingxing, got up from the sofa, and walked to Qinghuan. His eyes were a little erratic. How about eating French food tonight? The travel itinerary had been arranged long ago. At that time, he decided on the restaurant because the taste was good. Now that he had made clear his thoughts, if he said it again, it would seem that he had been plotting for a long time. Qinghuan naturally didn't have any objections. The French restaurant on the island was really run by French people. It was said that it used to serve the royal family. Qinghuan didn't know whether this identity was true or not, but the food in the restaurant was quite delicious. After dinner, they drove back to the hotel. The car stopped some distance away from the hotel. Qinghuan was a little puzzled. When he got closer, he found that there were many more marching tents in the square in front of the hotel. A bonfire was burning in the middle of the square, and many people were dancing around the bonfire hand in hand. Qinghuan was puzzled. Is this an activity? Don't they feel hot? Although the temperature at night dropped a lot, it wasn't to the point of a bonfire. The flames are fake. They won't feel hot. Jiang Mingyuan explained in a low voice. The hotel's bonfire party is a little interesting. After it's over, you can choose to stay in the tent. Do you want to take a look? Qinghuan was not interested in the bonfire party. She was a little tired after the day and just wanted to go back to bed early. She wanted to refuse, but Xingxing saw so many people and wanted to join in the fun. Qinghuan had no choice but to go with them. There was nothing new about the party. Singing, dancing, and a dozen people gathered together to chat. When it was time, they could choose to sleep in tents or go back to their rooms. According to Xingxing's idea, they slept in tents. Children wanted to try everything new. Unfortunately, the two adults were not in the mood, so he could only reluctantly follow them back to the villa. Don't play too late. Go to bed early. Outside the bedroom, Jiang Mingyuan bowed his head and kissed Xingxing's face. After receiving a kiss from his son, he got up and said good night to Qinghuan. He invited, "Get up tomorrow morning to watch the sunrise?" On the plane, old Lu said how charming the sunrise here was. Qinghuan was naturally curious, but the sunrise was too early. She had no confidence that she could get up. The alarm clock may not be able to wake me up so early. It doesn't matter. I can wake you up. These words were on the tip of his tongue several times. Jiang Mingyuan finally chose the most suitable tone. However, before the person with bad intentions could speak, Xingxing had already raised his hand. "Mom, I can wake up. I'll wake you up." Jiang Mingyuan's words were stuck in his throat. He couldn't help but feel a burst of tightness in his chest. He glanced at his son, tightened his jaw, and didn't say anything. He nodded slowly at Qinghuan and said in a cold voice, "Then that's it. See you tomorrow morning. Good night." Qinghuan waved at him, opened the door and walked in with his son. Xingxing also said goodbye, waving and blowing kisses. Unfortunately, his father didn't even give him a look. After watching the bedroom door close, Jiang Mingyuan walked in the direction of his bedroom. In the bathroom, the clothes were taken off one by one. Jiang Mingyuan stood under the shower, closed his eyes and let the water hit his face. The bathroom was filled with water vapor and gradually became blurry. Only the sound of running water could be heard. 10 minutes later, the sound of water disappeared. Jiang Mingyuan came out wrapped in a bath towel. His upper body was bare, and the water on his hair fell on his chest muscles, adding a touch of charm. However, no one appreciated this beautiful scene. The man casually took off the bath towel and threw it aside. He took a towel and wiped his hair. He didn't care if it was still wet and was ready to sleep. Pa, the lights went off. Jiang Mingyuan lay on the bed and closed his eyes, preparing to fall asleep. He had something on his mind, so it was not easy for him to fall asleep. After a while, the person on the bed opened his eyes again. He got up and picked up the phone on the cabinet. He found one of his contacts and sent a message. Qinghuan spent a lot of effort to bathe Xingxing, and then put him to bed and told him a story to coax him to sleep. He also went to take a bath. She sat at the head of the bed with her long hair tied loosely on top of her head. She was playing mobile games while applying a facial mask. The game automatically killed the monsters, so she didn't have to think about it. Qinhuan stared blankly at the colorful special effects on the screen. Suddenly, she felt the phone vibrate. She was startled back to reality and found that it was a message from the opposite door. The message was very simple, only 2 words, "Good night." Didn't I already say that? Qinhuan thought it was strange, but she still exited the game and replied with the same 2 words. In the bedroom on the other side, Jiang Mingyuan, who received the reply, showed a faint smile. He rubbed the screen with his thumb and repeated it in his heart. Then he put down the phone and really went to sleep this time. The sunrise time on Red Coral Island was 5:40. Qinhuan set the alarm clock at 4:30. When the alarm clock rang, she was still dreaming and didn't wake up at all. Not only her, even the child who had promised to wake her up was also sleeping soundly. In the family of 3, only one of them had woken up before dawn. Jiang Mingyuan had the habit of doing morning exercises. Even when traveling, he didn't relax. He wore light sportswear, got up, washed, changed his shoes, and went out. The villa was very quiet, without any extra sound. Jiang Mingyuan went downstairs to take a look. Sure enough, he didn't see the mother and son. He pursed his lips and controlled himself to not laugh. Then he walked briskly back to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door on the left. Qinhuan was still dreaming. When the knocking sound came, she was dreaming that she was being chased by zombies. She hid in a room, and the zombies outside were still hitting the door, but strangely, they didn't make much noise. Qinhuan didn't feel anything unusual in her sleep. Her heart was tight, and she was so nervous that she couldn't breathe. She felt that it was difficult to breathe, and she was dizzy. At the moment when she couldn't stand it anymore and was about to collapse, she finally struggled out of the dream. At this moment, the knocking sound that he heard in his dream rang out again. It turned out that someone was really knocking on the door. She was scared to death. Qinhuan exhaled. She felt that her limbs were still a little weak. She picked up her phone and looked at the time. She put on her shoes and got up from the bed. While answering, she used her hands to tidy up her appearance. Jiang Mingyuan knocked on the door for a long time. Finally, there was an answer. He put down his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. While he was thinking about what to say, he saw the door open in front of him. The person in the room stood at the door and stuck her head out. She obviously just got up. Her hair was still messy, and her face was still sleepy. Her voice was soft. "Sorry, I overslept. I'll come down right away." "Don't worry, it's still early." Jiang Mingyuan took a step back and unnaturally looked away. "I'm going to exercise." "Go." Qinhuan waved her hand. Thinking of the good figure that she had seen several times before, she couldn't help but sigh. After closing the door, Qinhuan picked up her clothes and went to the bathroom to change. After washing up, she began to put on makeup. After dressing herself up, she woke Xianxia up. The little guy was obviously not awake. Sitting on the bed, she kept rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. When she was putting on her clothes, she almost stuffed her legs into one of her trousers. By the time the 2 were ready, it was already 5:20. Qinhuan hurried downstairs with Xianxia and saw Jiang Mingyuan sitting on the sofa in the living room. He came back from his morning exercise, took a shower, and changed into his suit. The temperature in the morning was low, so it was suitable to wear it. However, it really didn't look like he was going to see the sunrise, but more like he was going to a company meeting. "Let's go." Seeing the 2 coming down, Jiang Mingyuan got up and walked over. The driver was already waiting outside the door. After the family of 3 got in the car, they went straight to the beach. The best place to see the sunrise on Red Coral Island was not far from the public beach. There was a natural eroded cave, like a giant well. The rock wall was almost vertical, and there was an exit at the bottom that led to the sea. By the time Qinhuan and the others arrived, there were already a lot of people here. Most of them were in pairs, waiting quietly by the well. The crescent moon was moving west, and the morning star was shining brightly. The sky in the distance was dim. The sun had not yet appeared, but the clouds were first dyed with the glow of the morning sun. The sea breeze was blowing, and the clouds were reflected in the sea. The water and the sky were one color. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be difficult to feel the shock of that moment. The sound of the shutter was incessant. Qinhuan was also one of them. From the moment the sun just appeared to the moment it completely revealed its true appearance, she recorded it with her camera. Sea swallows flew by in flocks, just in front of the morning sun. Qinhuan captured this scene and put down the camera with satisfaction. When she turned around, she saw Jiang Mingyuan doing the same thing as her. She didn't know where the camera in his hand came from. Anyway, she saw it in the car when she went out. It looked much more expensive than the one in her hand. She estimated that the effect of the photos would be better. "What did you take?" Qinhuan walked over and asked, "Can I see it?" Jiang Mingyuan's fingers were slightly stiff. He nodded with a straight face, then chose a landscape photo and handed it to her. "It's a good shot." "Sure enough, good things are different." Qinhuan took the camera and sighed. Then she said, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Mingyuan's heart thumped. He raised his hand slightly, but before he could stop her, he saw that Qinhuan had already turned to the next photo. He slumped back, feeling a little embarrassed and nervous. His throat was tight, and he couldn't say a word. When Qinhuan saw the photo, she was also stunned. The photo was still taken, but a lot of it was her back. This person had a good sense of aesthetics, and the composition was also artistic. Qinhuan looked at the photo and didn't know why she thought of a sentence from Cliffhanger: "You stand on the bridge and look at the scenery, and the person looking at the scenery is looking at you from upstairs." She felt embarrassed for her narcissism. Maybe he just took the photo casually. As if to prove this point, Qinhuan flipped through a few more photos. She was in all of them. This time, Qinhuan could no longer stay calm. There was something in her heart that was about to come out, but she suppressed it. Qinhuan's hands were a little unstable, and she almost dropped the camera. Fortunately, she grabbed the strap at the critical moment. The sky was already bright, but the temperature didn't rise much. The sea breeze blew continuously, but it made people feel hotter and hotter. Qinhuan's palms were sweating. She didn't know how to get along with people. She was suffering alone, and she didn't know how to ask. What should she say? Ask if you secretly took photos of me because you like me? What if you don't? Maybe he was just taking photos for fun. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Subconsciously, Qinhuan never thought that Jiang Mingyuan would like her. Although this was a novel world, she wasn't the heroine. How could she encounter a prince falling in love with Cinderella? She warned herself over and over again in her heart, and she almost convinced herself. However, there were still some hidden thoughts left, so when Qinhuan returned the camera, she pretended to be relaxed and asked, "Why do you always take photos of me?" Jiang Mingyuan took the camera from her hand. When he touched her slightly cold fingertips, his fingers shrank slightly. He glanced at Qinhuan. He was still as calm as ever, but the words that came out of his mouth inevitably made people overthink. "It looks good, so I took it." Qinhuan's heart was beating like a drum, and her face was stained with a little glow. The surrounding temperature seemed to be rising, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. She secretly glanced at Jiang Mingyuan, and he was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and the heat in their eyes was even more intense. The atmosphere was just right for a confession. Unfortunately, before the two of them could prepare what they wanted to say, they were interrupted by someone who didn't know how to read the situation. Xianxia and his parents came out to watch the sunrise. Although it was beautiful, he was also hungry. The child waited for a long time, but he didn't hear them say that they were going back. He was a little confused and hungry, so he couldn't wait and rushed over to grab Qinhuan's pants. "Mom, when are we going to eat?" End of chapter 56. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.